Shirley found herself transported into a novel, assuming the role of a malicious female antagonist who harbored an unhealthy obsession with the male lead. During her daytime classes, she either contemplated strategies to captivate the male lead, or pondered the fates of her classmates as depicted in the original narrative. It seems that in just a few days, Director Wei will be involved in a car accident, the refined young lady exclaimed, leaping to her feet upon hearing Shirley's thoughts. However, after Director Wei's demise, the mistresses and their illegitimate children will come forth. To claim a substantial portion of his estate, she elegantly resumed her seat. Days later, the chairman met his tragic end in a car accident, and as he drew his last breath, he was ushered into the crematorium. The mistresses, accompanied by their illegitimate offspring, attempted to seize power, but all that remained was a fresh urn of ashes. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Unheard Thoughts of Classmates. Smack. The balding male teacher rapped on the podium. Don't look at me, focus on your problems. Shirley gazed incredulously at the man at the front of the classroom, her mathematics teacher from high school. Could it be that after being transported into the story, she had also been reborn? Shirley found herself within a tragic romance dominated by a tyrannical CEO. She was not the fragile main character who had suffered endlessly. Instead, she was the malevolent supporting character, whose perverse love for the male lead had caused significant turmoil for the protagonists, resulting in a tragic end for her original self. However, Shirley was not her predecessor. She bore no affection for the male lead and had no intention of meeting the same dismal fate. Thus, she resolved to distance herself from the main couple, and as she removed herself from the equation, the protagonists found companionship elsewhere. The narrative of the novel began to unravel, and just before losing consciousness, she was informed that she must facilitate the union of the protagonists, otherwise, she would be trapped in an endless cycle, tasked with salvaging the timeline, facilitating the union of the protagonists. This was not an insurmountable dilemma. As long as events unfolded according to the original plot, the couple would naturally come together. As for her, she merely needed to fulfill the role of a wicked supporting character. Embodying that character was a matter for another time. The immediate concern was to complete the mathematics examination before her. Both in her past life and as the original character, she had always excelled academically. Completing the math paper should pose no significant challenge. Although it was not particularly difficult, finishing the paper would still require some time. Noticing Shirley diligently answering questions, the supervising mathematics teacher shifted his gaze to other students. Shirley's academic prowess was well known, and she approached all assessments with equal seriousness. She had merely dozed off at the beginning of this exam. As she stirred awake, the mathematics teacher turned his attention elsewhere. Once the papers were submitted, students were free to engage in their own activities. Some chose to review the day's lessons, others worked on assignments, while a few delved into extracurricular reading. Shirley, however, retrieved her phone from her bag and began scrolling through social media. Staying abreast of the latest headlines was the quickest way to understand the world around her. Upon noticing Shirley's actions, the mathematics teacher furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. The classroom was filled with the scions of influential families, individuals whom the teachers could not afford to offend, necessitating careful consideration in matters of management. Behaviors like Shirley's, which did not disrupt the learning of others, were typically overlooked by the teachers. Moreover, given her academic excellence, the teacher had cast a brief glance at her paper and, without a doubt, she was poised to achieve a perfect score. For students who excel academically, teachers often exhibit a little extra leniency. Shirley opened the trending topics and noticed numerous celebrity gossip occupying the top spots. Having lived two lives, she felt no emotional upheaval regarding such trivialities. After all, in the future, these stars would engage in even more shocking actions that would shatter conventional perceptions. In comparison, these matters were mere trifles. She spotted a trending topic: Ziyuan Weidong Wei Yongxing talks family. Ziyuan Real Estate is the largest property developer in the country over the past decade. However, for her class, Ziyuan Real Estate holds another significance. Wei Yi, a classmate of hers, is the only daughter of the company's president. Thanks to her experience of living a second life, Shirley possessed a clearer understanding of future developments. Wei Yi was her classmate, and being from the same social circle, Shirley was quite familiar with the circumstances surrounding her family. To outsiders, Wei Yongxing appeared to be a devoted husband and father. He not only marketed this image in front of the media but was also perceived similarly by relatives and friends. Rumors suggested that he never drank or entertained outside, simply because Mrs. Wei and their daughter disapproved. This portrayal of Wei Yongxing as a good man garnered him significant goodwill from the public and opened many doors for him. In the world of the second generation, harmonious families are a rarity. Wei Yi had once basked in the envy of her classmates and friends due to having a father like Wei Yongxing until the tragic day he passed away in a sudden car accident. As Shirley reflected on recent events, she couldn't help but think, today, Ziyuan's luxury apartments are up for sale, no wonder they're buying trending spots. The classroom was unusually quiet as the students concentrated on their exams, the only sound being the rustle of pens against paper. Suddenly, Shirley's internal monologue startled her classmates, who were diligently studying. Except for her, everyone looked up in search of the source of the sound. The math teacher was grading the papers of those who had already submitted theirs and noticed the students' distracted gazes. Clearing his throat, he said, "There are still 15 minutes left until the submission time. Please focus on your exams and refrain from looking around." His words evoked no response. The students continued with their tasks, entirely ignoring him. The tuition fees at Qianpu High School were exorbitant, and correspondingly, the teachers' salaries were extraordinarily high, with monthly incomes dwarfing the annual salaries of ordinary school teachers. In this dynamic, students were not merely students, but also the financial supporters of their educators. The notion of students lacking respect for their teachers was inconsequential as long as the money was right. Respect held little importance. The teacher's reminder fell on deaf ears, and he remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued grading. His interruption disrupted Shirley's muttering, and after casting a glance at the screen, she resumed scrolling through her phone. Among her classmates, Wei Yi displayed the most pronounced reaction. Who had spoken? Ziyuan's luxury apartments were their family's business. What did that remark imply? Furthermore, the math teacher had just admonished them not to look around during the exam, not to speak casually. Had there truly been any conversation? It seemed that someone had been speaking, as the students had just been glancing around in an attempt to locate the source of the sound. This clearly indicated that there had indeed been someone voicing their thoughts moments ago. The mathematics teacher's reaction could only attest to two possibilities. Either he was oblivious to the sound, or he was orchestrating it himself. Many, like Wei Yi, shared similar thoughts. If my memory serves me correctly, the second round of remarks confirmed for Wei Yi the origin of that voice. It was the voice of Shi Li. Wei Yongxing might succumb to injuries from a car accident 3 days hence. Wei Yi. Chapter 2. A wife devoted yet harboring mistresses. What would be the reaction of a daughter, raised in a harmonious family with a close relationship with her parents, upon hearing that her beloved father is destined to meet with a fatal accident in 3 days? The initial response, undoubtedly, would be one of disbelief. She would question the authenticity of the information and suspect ulterior motives from the messenger. Wei Yi was taken aback by this shocking news, rising abruptly from her seat. The other classmates in the room, having overheard Shirley's thoughts, exhibited a range of emotions, from astonishment to speculation, yet all masked their feelings skillfully. No one glanced in Wei Yi's direction until she stood up, at which point all eyes turned toward her. After the mathematics teacher's earlier admonition, the students of Class 1, Grade 10, put on a facade, pretending not to hear any peculiar sounds. Their attention shifted to Wei Yi solely because of her unexpected rise during the examination. Despite his advanced age, the mathematics teacher was rather timid and was nearly frightened to death by the unusual behavior exhibited by this group of students. The obedient girl, for the first time, had fallen asleep in class, prompting the entire class to glance around in surprise. Just when it seemed the commotion had subsided, the esteemed Miss Wei Yi suddenly stood up, sending the teacher into a panic as he frantically searched his phone for remedies to handle a classroom seemingly possessed by a collective spirit. Observing the myriad expressions on Wei Yi's face, he was convinced she was encountering some form of malevolent presence. Although the search engine yielded no satisfactory answers, he recalled advice from a supernatural novel he had once read. In such situations, it is best to remain still and observe. Wei Yi's sudden movement captured Shirley's attention, pulling it away from her phone. Gazing at Wei Yi's petite face, Shirley couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps it would not be such a misfortune if that scoundrel of a father were to perish. Regardless of the veracity of the claim regarding her father's impending accident, hearing someone assert that her father would die pushed Wei Yi past her limits. Raised in a life of luxury and pampering, with doting parents, she was accustomed to indulgence. Wei Yi's temperament was one of arrogance. When her mood soured, she sought out conflicts, unable to tolerate disparaging remarks about her esteemed father. Just as she was about to confront Shirley, that voice echoed once more. Who would have thought that Wei Yongxing's fade was so meticulously crafted? His professed love for his daughter and wife was but a sham. He had 5 or 6 mistresses who bore him children, with countless others who bore none. Though Wei Yi was nurtured in privilege, she was no naive girl. Growing up in such circles, she had always been aware of the fade presented by families claiming harmonious relationships and good fathers. Her concerns regarding her own family had never waned. Tragically, upon hearing Shirley speak of her father's infidelities, she entertained doubt for but a fleeting moment before accepting the truth. After Wei Yongxing's demise, numerous mistresses and their illegitimate children would arrive at her doorstep, demanding a share of the considerable inheritance. Wei Yi was consumed by a whirlwind of emotions, desperate to confront her father for clarity. As for the truth of Shirley's statements, she resolved to seek confirmation. Clearly, allowing the situation to unfold naturally was indeed the correct approach to address such supernatural disturbances. Wei Yi had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and Shirley couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the girl. In the span of just one day, she had lost her father, uncovered his true nature, and suffered a significant loss of family fortune. The thought of Wei Yi's despicable father filled Shirley with indignation. He should have been sent straight to the crematorium after his demise, allowing the mistresses to face the ashes, she mused. Wei Yi, is that even an option? Other classmates, a path we never considered. No one deemed Shirley's thoughts vindictive. After all, the students in the class were all legitimate offspring. There was little respect for mistresses and illegitimate children. People generally tend to contemplate issues from their own perspectives, and the prevailing sentiment was a disdain for the law's leniency towards those involved in such entanglements. As for feeling pity for mistresses and illegitimate children, that was preposterous. They were the ones who disrupted other families, deserving no sympathy whatsoever. From her elevated position, Wei Yi could clearly see that Shirley had refrained from voicing her thoughts. Did Shirley employ high-tech means to project her voice? What was her intent behind this action? It was still early in the school year, and the students hardly knew one another. Wei Yi's impression of Shirley remained rooted in the notion that she admired the heir of the Feng family. Having been classmates for nearly 2 months, this singular perception was indeed peculiar. With a mind full of questions, Wei Yi awaited the ringing of the bell. Once the class was dismissed, the mathematics teacher urged those who had not yet submitted their papers to do so promptly. After collecting the papers, the teacher, rubbing his bald head with one hand and clutching the assignments under his arm, exited class one of the first year. At just over 30, he was already experiencing the early signs of hair loss. Despite earning a substantial salary, the pressures of his job were comparable to those in major corporations. He bore the weight of both teaching and academic pressures, yet he could not utter a single word of reprimand to his students. Even when they erred, he had to hold his tongue, for they were the very source of his livelihood. He forced down his frustrations, pondering who else could appear as youthful as he, considering that even at his age, prospective partners assumed he was nearing 50. Of course, the grievances he once harbored now seemed trivial. Observing the group of students in Class 1, he felt not despair but an unsettling sense of discomfort. He thought that once the holidays arrived, he would seek blessings at a temple for protection. During the break, Class 3 hastily established a chat group, notably excluding Shirley. The purpose of this group was to discuss the peculiar incidents that had transpired during math class. That voice in class must have belonged to Shirley, right? I believe it was her voice. Agreed with the previous comment. I specifically observed Shirley. She did not speak when that voice was heard. Oh heavens! I'm already frightened. What if she encountered something sinister? A mischievous classmate quipped. It might not have been her. It could be one of us. Be quiet. As the conversation took a bizarre turn, the class monitor stepped in to restore order. The monitor, with a broader perspective, suggested, let us not inform our parents or let Shirley know just yet. We should observe the situation quietly. If that voice is real, it could even be advantageous for us. To possess the foresight of the future is to acquire the ability to navigate fortune and avert misfortune. Regardless of the veracity of this matter, he fervently wishes it to be true. After the class monitor's statement was disseminated, Wei Yi had yet to express her gratitude when a private message arrived. You are aware that our family operates a hospital. Should you require testing, I can facilitate a green channel for you, expedited and confidential. Wei Yi smiled gently, typing a response of thanks in the chat, assuring her that she would reach out if necessary. She expressed her appreciation for everyone's concern in the class group and then pondered her course of action for the future. At long last, the school day concluded. Shirley, shouldering her bag, was halted by Wei Yi. Do you have plans this evening? Before the physics class bell rang, I couldn't comprehend the problem the teacher assigned. Might you come to my home and elucidate it for me? In truth, this was merely a pretext. Given their circumstances, it was improbable that they could afford any tutoring, let alone require a classmate's assistance with homework. Shirley had her own agenda. She intended to fulfill her daily obligation of presenting herself before the male lead. Noticing the hint of hesitation on Shi Li's face, Wei Yi deduced that she might have prior commitments. Time was of the essence for Wei Yi. She needed to ascertain within the span of 3 days whether her father was indeed leading a double life with a mistress and an illegitimate child. If time were plentiful, she could engage a private investigator to delve into the matter at a leisurely pace. However, this was a matter of her father's life. Should a mistress and child exist, then a car accident involving her father could be deemed inconsequential. Conversely, if no mistress were found, even if Shi Li's claims were proven erroneous, the stakes involved her father's safety, and she could not afford to gamble. Precautions were essential. Wei Yi mused. So, if I were to maintain a mistress, would that negate the need for rescue? Ultimately, she needed to utilize Shi Li to narrow down the potential identity of the mistress. Yet Shi Li was contemplating her own visit to Feng Yunhe, which would merely serve as a routine engagement, not yet her time to influence the plot. Not attending to Feng Yunhe would bear no consequence, but if she declined Wei Yi's invitation today, it would result in significant loss. Visiting the Wei household today would grant her insight into the character of Wei Yi's unsavory father. By becoming better acquainted with Wei Yi, she could discreetly advise her when necessary, such as ensuring the swift cremation of a deceased individual to prevent complications for the wife and daughter. She could even pay her respects at the altar of Wei Yi's father, all the while relishing the unfolding drama. Witnessing the chaos caused by the mistress and her offspring at the wake, something Shi Li had only heard recounted in her past life, was a sight she was determined to experience firsthand. As she contemplated the perfect excuse to extricate herself, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Never mind. I can meet Feng Yunhe at any time. If I don't see Wei Yongxing again, I'll only be left with memories of black and white. If Niubo Yi were not my biological father, I would be chuckling to myself in secret. Chapter 3. The Impact of Unsightly Men on the Aesthetic Appeal of the Next Generation. The remaining students in the classroom were supposed to gather their belongings and seek out their drivers as soon as the dismissal bell rang. Yet, not a single person departed. There was an unusual silence, with everyone meticulously packing their bags at a glacial pace. This tranquil atmosphere provided the necessary conditions for each individual's inner thoughts to resonate. Other classmates mused that Shi Li should pursue a career in negotiation, for she possessed an extraordinary ability to persuade others. They too longed to visit Wei Yi's home. In every class, there exist a few unsung heroes, and the current one happened to be Wei Yi's deskmate. Their bond in the classroom was unparalleled, and she took the initiative, not solely for her own benefit but also in the interest of their peers.
She proposed,
May I come over to your house for a meal? 30 eager gazes fixated on Wei Yi's face, as they too wished to join. The reasons for others wanting to visit Wei Yi's home surpassed Shi Li's by one. It was easy to surmise why Wei Yi had invited Shi Li. Curiosity about the peculiar occurrences surrounding her would validate their speculations. They could hardly fathom the brightness and cheerfulness they would embody if they were to hear descriptions of Wei Yongxing's mistresses. Wei Yi, well aware of her classmates' thoughts, dismissed the notion outright. Spring outing? Clearly, only Shi Li holds any significance here. Her eye roll conveyed her stance. The thought of it was inconceivable, despite their unfulfilled desires. The classmates did not dwell in disappointment. Wei Yi linked arms with Shi Li and warmly exited the classroom. Once they departed, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into fervent discussion, speculating about Shi Li's strange attributes and Wei Yi's unsavory father. Those who typically could not bear to linger in the classroom for even a second remained unusually for over an hour after school. The driver, waiting for his charges and fearing something might happen to the little darlings at school, approached the scene. Upon seeing the students comfortably seated, he opted to stand outside in the corridor. Soon, the corridor outside class, one of the first year, was filled with drivers waiting to pick up their charges. The headmaster, still at work, was startled to see a line of burly men at the entrance of the classroom, fearing a serious incident like bullying had occurred, which sent a chill down his spine. How could he explain any misfortune that befell these little darlings to their families? The headmaster's mind raced from parents demanding answers to the possibility of being compelled to resign in disgrace, leading to a dismal future of job hunting, only to find no one willing to employ him due to offending the powerful. He envisioned a bleak old age, alone and destitute. The headmaster pushed through the drivers in the corridor and flung open the classroom door. Contrary to his grim imaginings, the students were seated, seemingly engaged in discussion. Faced with pairs of bewildered eyes, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The class monitor offered a way out, prompting the headmaster to naturally accept, advising, "Well then, be sure to be safe on your way." The students departed the classroom in small groups, and upon boarding their vehicles, they discovered yet another chat group had formed in their social media. This newly created group included everyone from class 1 of the first year, except for Wei Yi and Shirley. In the group established that afternoon, while Wei Yi was present, others were forbidden from discussing Wei Yongsheng. Regardless of the character of Wei Yongsheng, he is undeniably the father of Wei Yi. In the presence of his daughter, it would be unwise to discuss the shortcomings of fatherhood. They are not so foolish. The Wei family is engaged in real estate development, and thus the villa they inhabit is relatively new, having been completed in recent years. In her previous life, Shirley's relationship with Wei Yi was merely that of ordinary classmates, not close enough to visit each other's homes. This marks Shirley's inaugural visit to the Wei residence since she entered the narrative. Upon pushing open the door to the villa, Wei Yi called out, "Mom, I've brought a classmate home." Wei Yi's mother, a devoted homemaker, was tidying up the flower arrangements on the coffee table as they entered hand in hand. The housekeeper was busy in the kitchen, and the tantalizing aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted through the air. Having only been at the new school for 2 months, Shirley had yet to form a strong bond with her classmates. Wei Yi's mother greeted her daughter's friend with warmth and enthusiasm. Upon hearing these words from Wei Yi's mother, Shirley was momentarily taken aback. Unable to suppress her laughter at Shirley's playful remark, Wei Yi chuckled softly. Recognizing that her mother indeed had a penchant for novels, she might have unwittingly gleaned that line from a story. Here it comes. The next line will be that it's been ages since the young master has smiled like this. Fearing that any further laughter might reveal her amusement, Wei Yi pinched the palm of her hand tightly, resolutely stifling her mirth. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Shirley. You are truly beautiful. It's no wonder you look so stunning as she takes after you." Shirley's flattery elicited a genuine laugh from Wei Yi's mother, her sweetness evident. In truth, her words were not entirely insincere. Wei Yi's mother was indeed striking, with almond-shaped eyes, ruby lips, and hair cascading like a waterfall, always adorned with a gentle smile. Dressed casually at home, she wore minimal jewelry, a single jade necklace gracing her neck, its luster accentuating her porcelain complexion. Compared to her mother, Wei Yi appeared somewhat ordinary. Wei Yi had invited Shirley over under the pretext of requesting help with her studies, leading them to the study where she earnestly asked for assistance. While Shirley was explaining the problems, the housekeeper entered with a platter of fresh fruit. As the dinner hour approached, anticipation built. However, to their disappointment, the dining table was only graced by Shirley and the mother-daughter duo of the Wei family. "Where is your father?" Shirley inquired. "He is busy entertaining guests," Wei Yi's mother replied, serving dinner herself. Wei Yi, consumed by suspicion, speculated that her father was not merely attending to social obligations, but rather was pursuing an extramarital affair. Yet, until she had solid proof, she felt it prudent not to share her concerns with her mother. Fearing it would cause unnecessary distress, and fearing she could not conceal her turmoil. Distracted, Wei Yi finished her meal. The conversation at the table limited to her mother and Shirley. After dining, she suggested her mother entertain Shirley while she slipped into the kitchen to call Wei Yongsheng. Through the kitchen door, Shirley could faintly hear Wei Yi's voice on the phone. "Hello, Dad, where are you?" Her mother intervened, explaining to Shirley, "This child has been attached to her father since she was little." Knowing that Wei is a scoundrel surrounded by numerous mistresses, Shirley felt compelled to smile awkwardly when she heard her say something inappropriate. "It's all good," she replied. Shirley suggested that she spend the night at their home, as their heights were quite similar, allowing her to wear Shirley's clothes. "We have plenty of guest rooms. If you're afraid, you can stay with me," she added. Wei Yi's mother chimed in, "Yes, it's getting late. You should stay here and go to school together in the morning. If you're worried about your parents, I can talk to them." With such encouragement, Shirley felt it would be rude to decline any further. "All right then, I shall impose on your hospitality tonight." Wei Yi's mother smiled. "What else there to be rude about? Make yourself at home, and if you need anything, just let the auntie know." Although Shirley was quite fatigued, she remained in her clothes, not even changing into pajamas, choosing instead to curl up on the couch, yawning while watching a show. Wei Yi often stayed up all night, so this hour was nothing unusual for her. She took Shirley's hand and dashed downstairs. However, upon seeing Wei, Shirley could only think, indeed, an unattractive man adversely affects the next generation's genes. Wei smiled. "Feel free to call him ugly." Chapter 4. Mothers Understand. Shi Li had previously seen Wei Yongxing in the news and was surprised to find that he placed such importance on his appearance, having undergone numerous enhancements for public perception. Every time the official account of Ziyuan Real Estate posted photos of the boss and his wife, the comment section would be filled with people exclaiming how well-matched they were. In truth, Wei Yongxing was nothing out of the ordinary in terms of looks. He was merely an average man. However, when placed alongside Wei Yi's mother, the difference was akin to that between a toad and a swan. Shi Li recalled that Wei Yi's maternal family had considerable background, whereas Wei Yongxing came from a humble lineage. Were it not for marrying the daughter of a leader and acquiring a supportive backing, he would not have achieved such success through merely 20 years of hard work. There were countless capable and talented individuals. What made him successful? Was it not due to his influential father-in-law? Shi Li found it puzzling. With such a prestigious family background, talents, and looks, how could Wei Yi's mother have chosen him? Wei Yi pressed her lips together, not rushing over as she usually did. Some of the words exchanged today had indeed impacted her. Unbeknownst to Wei Yongxing, who was oblivious to his daughter's subtle transformation, he turned to Shi Li, asking, "Is this your little classmate? It's getting late, and you both have classes tomorrow. You should rest early." Anyone observing this would deem him a good father, stepping away from the dinner table to show concern for his daughter's well-being. Since Wei Yongxing's arrival, Wei Yi had not heard the words she longed for from Shi Li, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought that beneath Wei Yongxing's seemingly affectionate exterior lies a repugnant reality? I heard he has a mistress who is his cousin from his hometown. Upon encountering Wei Yongxing, Shi Li was suddenly reminded of many events from her past life. Shi Li's mother had a close friend who was quite the gossip, privy to every scandal within her social circle. When the Wei family was embroiled in trouble, Shi Li's parents were abroad conducting business, thus missing the funeral entirely. Subsequently, Shi Li's aunt visited their home and gossiped with Shi Li's mother about the Wei family's misfortunes. Wei Yi initially thought he would glean no useful information today, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. The cousin from his father's hometown significantly narrowed down the possibilities. Wei Yi led Shi Li to the washroom, where all the toiletries were brand new. "I'll be right outside. Feel free to call me if you need anything," he said, granting her a moment of solitude, hoping she could reflect on her father's matters in privacy. The washroom door was only partially closed, allowing him to distinctly hear Shi Li's grievances. To say that Wei Yongxing is a terrible person would be an understatement. He indulges in what he has while still reminiscing about what he never had. He once pursued someone, but his cousin found him lacking due to his family's poverty and ended up with the village chief's son. Who could have anticipated that 30 years would turn the tides? The village chief's son met with misfortune, leaving behind a young widow with a child. Wei is so concerned about his little green plum that he personally attends to her care. What a devoted man. Upon hearing this, even Wei Yi realized who that so-called little green plum was. His father once had an affection for a woman who married another. This was a fact known to both Wei Yi and his mother. When his father first mentioned it, he did so with candor, indicating that those matters were long past. Who would have imagined that his father still harbored feelings and had kept her hidden away? The young lady, who had never cared for anyone before, now welcomed Shi Li as she emerged from the washroom, assuring her that all the skincare products were unopened and safe to use. The bed was piled high with various brands of skincare as she carefully selected items for Shi Li. Since Shi Li was only staying for a day, there was no need to open new ones. She casually remarked, "I can just use your skincare," initially concerned that Shi Li might find her products unworthy. Wei Yi felt relieved when she showed indifference. She presented her skincare items before Shi Li, asking her to choose what she preferred. Wei Yi was quite the night owl. Even with an early school start the next day, she felt particularly energized. She could even keenly observe Shi Li's skincare routine. To Wei Yi, Shi Li was merely an ordinary classmate. Inviting her over for the night was not without ulterior motives. However, their interactions that night, coupled with Shi Li's candid remarks, made her feel that there was something distinct about her this time. How to describe it? There was a certain charming contrast. Furthermore, Shi Li's willingness to use her skincare signified to Wei Yi that their relationship had grown considerably closer. Thus, the young lady inquired with genuine concern, "What would you like for breakfast?" "I can inform the housekeeper," Shi Li countered. "What do you usually have?" "Milk and toast," came the reply. Their household typically favored Western cuisine. Wei Yongxing was eager to cleanse their home of rustic tastes, ensuring that whenever he was present, they dined on Western fare. However, both she and her mother preferred Chinese food. Noticing the time approaching midnight, Shi Li knew she needed rest, while Wei Yi still had to arrange matters concerning the investigation of the third party. After giving Shi Li a few more instructions, she departed from the guest room. Upon returning to her bedroom, Wei Yi dialed the number at the top of her contacts list. Although it was already past midnight, the call was promptly answered. The voice on the other end clear and evidently still engaged in work. "Hello, Yi. Why are you still awake at this hour?" "Uncle, I need your assistance in investigating someone." Hearing the seriousness in his niece's tone, the person on the line inquired, "Is something serious going on?" She relayed the information she had gathered from Shi Li, adding, "This individual might be my father's mistress. If she has a child, could you please help me find out if it is indeed my father's? I came across this information by chance, and I cannot guarantee its truth. Please keep this confidential. It must not reach my father, nor my mother." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the man recognized that his daughter's suspicion about her father's infidelity could significantly affect their relationship. "Rest assured, this will remain between us." Wei bit her lip also. "Please expedite the investigation. I am quite anxious." The voice on the other end replied, "All right. Focus on your studies, and do not worry. These matters will be handled by adults." Hearing her uncle treat her like a child made Wei Yi choke back her emotions, and she hurriedly ended the call, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability in front of others. Despite the tumultuous events of the day, Wei Yi managed to sleep soundly that night. At breakfast, Wei Zong was home, and Wei Yi couldn't help but overhear Shi Li's complaints. Wei Yongshen was particularly attentive at the table, pouring milk for his wife and offering her napkins. As someone privy to the underlying tensions, Shi Li found it quite uncomfortable to watch. However, it was unsurprising that Wei Zong treated his wife with such care. Despite his father-in-law's illness leading to retirement, he still had a capable brother-in-law. Wei Yi's uncle was flourishing in his career, evidently surpassing her father-in-law's capabilities, and he dared not show any displeasure towards her sister. Marrying someone who could save you 3 decades of hard work and a stunning beauty at that. If it were me, I would be even more attentive than Wei Yongsheng. Early morning greetings and evening reports. She's not just my wife. She's our family's goddess. No mistresses, no illegitimate children. Oh, beauty. Do I still stand a chance? Wei Yi was reluctant to glance at her irresponsible father, her gaze frequently drifting towards Shi Li. With a noble and aloof visage, Shi Li's appearance made her seem unapproachable to strangers. Who would have thought that the Ice Queen possessed a playful heart? After breakfast, the two boarded the car, the driver taking them to school. Just before reaching their destination, Wei Yi received a message from her mother. She opened it nonchalantly, only to be confronted with a lengthy text. "Dear daughter, I respect your orientation, but I hope for your happiness. I have heard some rumors about your classmate. It seems she has a fondness for a boy. I wish for you to find someone you love and who loves you in return to share your life with. V. Yi." This was nothing short of slander. "And you still deny it? Mother saw you stealing glances at her and even smiling at her during breakfast. What else could it be, if not affection?" A mother is indeed quite observant regarding her daughter's sentiments. Throughout the meal, Wei Yi had stolen countless glances at Shi Li and had even noticed the girl smiling discreetly. The dense fog was, in truth, nothing more than Wei Yi overhearing Shi Li's humorous inner musings, which prompted an involuntary chuckle. As a seasoned individual, her mother understood. Chapter 5. Is there something I remain unaware of? This truly defies explanation. After being dropped off at school by the driver, Wei Yi had no time to elucidate the matter to her mother. With a rather packed curriculum, she set her uncle's messages as special notifications, tossing her phone into the desk pocket. A sudden chime of a message interrupted the language teacher's lecture. The stern educator nodded, admonishing the class not to repeat such disruptions. She swiftly read through the message from Wei Yi's uncle, who, concerned for her, provided an update on his investigation. It confirmed that the individual in question indeed maintained an inappropriate relationship with her father. The woman had 2 children, and her uncle required a sample of her hair for comparison. The existence of a mistress and the potential for an illegitimate child mattered little to Wei Yi now. The mistress's presence validated Shi Li's assertions. Once language class concluded, it was time for the midday break. Wei Yi planned to meet her uncle at the school gate, but first turned to Shi Li, asking Li, "My family is looking for me. Could you please help me by bringing me some lunch?" Shi Li, known for her eagerness to assist, readily agreed. After inquiring about Wei Yi's dietary restrictions, she allowed her to leave. "Li, when did you become so close to Wei Yi?" The original character had her own little circle, consisting of two companions with similar backgrounds who revered her but were equally infatuated with the male lead. This small group shared a class with Shi Li, and they were fully aware of the reasons behind the budding friendship between Shi Li and Wei Yi. However, wanting to keep their ability to hear Shi Li's thoughts a secret, they deemed it necessary to inquire. Though they had known each other since childhood and maintained a decent relationship, they were quite curious about Shi Li's inner thoughts. Consequently, despite having close friends in class, no one had divulged this information to her. It's hard to imagine that my future wise and clever confidants are still so much like side characters now. Confidant. So, you actually think of us this way in your mind? As for the description of Shi Li being wise and clever, they selectively ignored that part, fixating instead on the term side character. In her past life, Shi Li not only distanced herself from the male lead and the narrative, but also, with her experiences, guided her entire family and her side character friends away from him. These two friends, despite occasionally being a bit foolish, were quite intelligent. After distancing themselves from the male lead, they enjoyed a radiant and fulfilling life. It had been years since Shi Li had seen her friends in such a manner, and she found herself quite nostalgic. However, like attracts like, it is only natural for the malicious female antagonist to be surrounded by side characters. The friends exchanged glances. Insulting us is one thing, but how could you not spare yourself? They mused, noting that the terms Shi Li used to describe herself were even harsher, while they were merely side characters. She was the malicious female antagonist. Shi Qiuyu swiftly typed a message. Do you think she might be a bit unhinged? Well, she must be under some spell. It is only natural for her to utter such words. Wei Yi found her uncle's car in the parking lot at the school gate and opened the door to sit in the passenger seat. She handed over a bundle of hair containing follicles, expressing her gratitude to her uncle. The family questioned the necessity of this gesture. Please don't mention this to my mother just yet. I wish to wait, she said. Before Wei Yi could elaborate on her reasons, Sun Sun readily agreed, stating, You are now an adult. You may make your own decisions regarding this matter. Wei Yi felt a bit disoriented, unable to absorb Sun Sun's comforting words. Before exiting the car, Sun Sun retrieved a paper bag from the back seat and handed it to her. Upon leaving the parking lot, Wei Yi opened the bag to discover it contained a private cake from a boutique bakery that she particularly enjoyed. Unable to resist, she inhaled the delightful aroma. Once inside the cafeteria, her gaze fell upon Shi Li and the other two seated at the entrance. There was an empty spot beside Shi Li, with an untouched plate before her, evidently reserved for Wei Yi. She shared the small cake with the trio, stating, My family brought this cake for me. It is truly delicious. Among them, Shi Li was the most naive, fully believing that Wei Yi's family had come specifically to deliver the cake. Shi Qiuyu and Gao Yun exchanged knowing glances, suspecting that Wei Yi's family visit was likely tied to other matters, possibly related to Wei Yongxing's affair. Delivering a cake was merely incidental. Shi Li, who also adored this cake in her previous life, savored it with delight. Meanwhile, the other three at the table harbored their own thoughts. Wei Yi pondered over her troublesome father. Embracing a spirit of collective gossip, Shi Qiuyu shared Wei Yi's lunchtime activities in their class group chat, which notably did not include Wei Yi or Shi Li. The group chat buzzed with excitement. It was evident that Wei Yi's father was involved in dubious activities. Having a mistress and an illegitimate child is hardly preferable, one remarked. Such displays of affection lead to swift demise. He.s. on the express route to the crematorium. They remained unaware of Wei Yi's intentions. Of course, she might just flip the table. No one will get away unscathed. Shortly thereafter, someone changed the group chat name to Did Wei Yongxing have an incident today? This new title incited a fresh wave of messages. Wow, that's quite something. After all, he was Wei Yi's biological father. Was it truly right to wish for his misfortune? Perhaps Wei Yi no longer desires that father, another suggested. For an entire afternoon, the class debated the trivialities surrounding Wei Yi's family affairs. During lunch, only the sweetly naive Shi Li indulged in a nap, while the others fervently discussed the unfolding drama. As the afternoon progressed, the lethargy was palpable. Aside from Shi Li, who remained bright-eyed and attentive, the rest struggled to stay awake. The diligent students managed to muster some energy, but they were in the minority. The majority of their classmates rested their heads on their desks, yawning incessantly. The teacher at the front of the class rapped the blackboard twice, exclaiming, It's peculiar. Did all of you go out robbing last night? Why are you so drowsy in broad daylight? The students, aware of their own guilt, suddenly felt alert. They discreetly scrutinized Shi Li's expression, fearing she might uncover something amiss. They had not been out robbing, but rather had foregone sleep the previous night, staying awake until the early hours. Strange, this group of individuals usually indulges in gaming all night long, brimming with energy. What could possibly have transpired to render them drowsy during the day? Is there some juicy tidbit I am unaware of? Others responded, well, this tidbit is somewhat related to you. Chapter 6. Class 1 has indeed encountered something uncanny. Shi Li's inner thoughts jolted everyone into alertness, as they feared that she might discover their ability to hear her musings. The teacher at the blackboard noticed that, in the briefest of moments, the students had become remarkably spirited. Those who had been battling heavy eyelids now had their eyes wide open. What was most alarming was that this transformation was not limited to a single student. Nearly 30 students exhibited the same change, leaving the teacher quite astounded. Just yesterday, in the office, she overheard the mathematics teacher mention that Class 1 was afflicted by something malevolent and that he intended to seek a protective talisman at the temple. She thought to herself that perhaps he was simply becoming forgetful in his old age, prone to fanciful notions. This staunch materialist, who would never entertain the supernatural, now found his conviction wavering. He decided to accompany the math teacher to the temple this weekend to pay his respects. Shi Li, an inadequate task executor, had astonishingly forgotten that she was supposed to pursue the male lead after school. As she lay in bed before sleep, she habitually reflected on the day's events. Biting the corner of her blanket, she wept softly, lamenting her failure as a supporting character, having overlooked such a significant matter. The next day, Shi Li transformed into a sorrowful mushroom, persistently reminding herself of her identity. Unbeknownst to her, her classmates could hear her inner monologue. Her self-pity morphed into a collective breakdown among her peers. Her thoughts echoed like an incantation in their ears. I like Feng Yunhe. I truly adore Feng Yunhe. I intend to seek him out after school today. Those who heard Shi Li's thoughts were on the verge of madness. The entire Blue City knew of her affection for him. There was no need for further reminders. The diligent students needed to focus on the teacher's lecture. Yet Shi Li's sporadic interjections severely disrupted their concentration. Meanwhile, those less inclined towards their studies were affected even more profoundly. Just as someone was peacefully dozing, she would suddenly declare her fondness for Feng Yunhe. In the midst of secretly watching a horror show, her exclamation, "I plan to find him after school," would abruptly dispel the eerie atmosphere. What was there left to watch? In one moment, she was rambling on about Feng Yunhe, and in the next, the teacher called upon her. The other students assumed that the teacher had noticed her lovesick folly, prompting the call. However, for the diligent students, it was a significant distraction. Thus, a group led by Wei Yi and Qiu Yu devised a way to provide Shi Li with answers. Shi Li's thoughts about the young man were interrupted, and thereafter, no further musings about Feng Yunhe emerged. At last, the students of Class 1 in the first year managed to endure a quiet and serene lesson. Yet, following this incident, even the slumbering students in the back row, who had been engrossed in their phones, lifted their heads to look at the blackboard. "Sleepy student no." One grumbled. "Waking up every few minutes, how am I supposed to sleep?" Sleepyhead number 2. "I am currently wide awake and unable to sleep." Sleepyhead no. 2. The incessant babble of mathematical formulas has completely lost its hypnotic effect. The students in the back row momentarily lifted their heads, their gazes sharply focused on the podium. "Mathematics teacher, I did mention that we would be visiting the temple this weekend. The rumors were indeed accurate. Shi Li adores it. Shi Li adores it." In an instant, the chat group was inundated with this phrase, until someone broke the flow of conversation. "I nearly suspected that Shi Li had been possessed or that someone had swapped her essence, yet she remains ever so fond of Feng Yunhe. Absolutely original. Who else could it be?" In the group chat lacking Shi Li, which was renamed on the day of its creation to "What did Shi Li say today" by a certain individual, discussions about Shi Li and Feng Yunhe were fervent, while concurrently, the topic of "Did Wei Yongsheng encounter trouble today?" was also generating considerable excitement. Many individuals were engaged in both chats simultaneously, resulting in someone inadvertently mixing the topics. In a smaller group, amidst the excitement, "What did Shi Li say today?" was hastily altered to Wei Zha's life countdown, 24 hours. Wei Yi smiled. "Well, I know you all have other chats. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Witnessing the entire episode, Wei Yi remarked, "Oh, my dear classmates, he changed the group chat name, not sent the chat logs." At this moment, she found herself in deep contemplation. Should she act as if she hadn't seen it, or should she graciously declare in the group, "Feel free to insult me as you wish. I am rather indifferent"? After pondering for 2 seconds, she opted for the latter, employing her nonchalant approach. She even kindly added, upon seeing everyone's chat logs, that her mood had considerably improved. Other classmates. Alright, we know you harbor animosity towards Wei Yongsheng. However, the more astute classmates discerned much information from Wei Yi's statement. Such an overt expression of disdain for Wei Yongsheng indicated that she had likely obtained concrete evidence. Wei Yongsheng was certainly involved with someone else. Shi Li's words rang true regarding Wei Yongsheng's infidelity. Does this imply that Wei Yongsheng will soon face dire consequences? Despite the lively discussions among everyone over the past few days, the notion of Wei Yongsheng maintaining a mistress was treated merely as a source of amusement, and no one took it seriously. Although at times only the students of Class 1 could hear Shi Li's remarks, even the teachers were oblivious. Some even speculated whether Shi Li was conspiring with the teacher, prompting a review of the surveillance footage that night. In a prestigious school, surveillance cameras abound. Fearing that students might engage in unsavory activities on campus, the administration would even install cameras in restrooms if they could. Naturally, considering students' rights, the installation of cameras in toilets was ultimately dismissed. This wasn't solely out of respect for human rights, but primarily due to concerns that the offended little emperors might retaliate by dismantling the school. Despite acknowledging the possibility of being cursed, the notion of Wei Yongsheng's infidelity and the prediction of his demise in a car accident were met with skepticism. After all, how could one claim that Shi Li not only had been cursed, but could also foresee the future? Nonetheless, upon learning of Wei Yongsheng's actual infidelity, anticipation for the following day grew among everyone. Some had long been prepared for the end of school, eagerly awaiting the ringing of the bell, ready to depart with their backpacks in tow. Others were diligently completing their homework, as they had private tutoring sessions to attend in the evening. However, Shi Li did not belong to either of these groups. She had not contacted the male lead for 2 consecutive days, which, as an infatuated admirer, was utterly unacceptable. Thus, as the school day drew to a close, Shi Li carved out 20 minutes to engage in a fleeting exchange with him. Yet, owing to her limited prior interactions with the male lead, she found herself struggling to compose a single message, taking a full 10 minutes to edit it without sending it. Brother Yun, would this seem too distant? Just as she was cheerfully preparing for dismissal, the cacophony of her classmates' voices pierced her thoughts. Enough. I'm feeling sorry for myself. Chapter 7. The incident finally unfolds. Higa, this is so cringeworthy. Sending this will surely get me blocked. Well, he never liked me anyway. If he blocks me, so be it. Then I'll send this. Higa, you haven't finished your dinner, have you? My family's housekeeper has brought dinner. I'll deliver it to you shortly. Add a couple of cute emojis to appear endearing. While none of her classmates wished to hear about Feng Yunhe's sentiments, they could nonetheless discern from her brief exchanges the subservient position Shi Li adopted in her interactions with him. It was indeed heart-wrenching to witness the pampered princess of her household adopting such a humble demeanor before Feng Yunhe. 10 minutes later, the school bell chimed. Shi Li glanced at her phone, finding it devoid of any messages. His responses were typically succinct, no need. After all, the male lead was perpetually indifferent towards girls, unless one happened to be the female protagonist, capable of melting his icy demeanor. Furthermore, the message she had sent Feng Yunhe was merely a spontaneous remark. The housekeeper had not actually delivered any food. A true devotee would naturally concern themselves with the well-being of their beloved. Shi Li was aware that Feng Yunhe would likely reject her overture, which emboldened her to send such a message. As the 3rd day of her rebirth approached, it was all but certain that Wei Yongsheng would meet with an accident today. Shi Li felt a surge of excitement. Her classmates echoed her anticipation. Even those in class 1 of the first year could hardly contain their impatience. They stealthily retrieved their phones, speculating about the events that would soon transpire. Some wondered in the group chat, given that he was her father, would Wei Yi inform him about the incident in advance to prevent it? Turning to Wei Yi, who was diligently jotting down notes, it was indeed a possibility. Moreover, some classmates whose families had previously held substantial shares in Ziyuan real estate had convinced their relatives the previous day to divest all their stock. The news of Wei Yongsheng's tragic accident, compounded by revelations of an affair and an illegitimate child, would undoubtedly be explosive and have repercussions on the stock market. Recognizing this, they persuaded their elders to sell their shares. Of course, the reasons could not be disclosed candidly. Each concocted their own rationale. With the stocks already sold, it was imperative that Wei Yongsheng met with misfortune today, or they would struggle to provide a plausible explanation to their families. However, there was still a way, for warning the media about Wei Yongsheng's extramarital affairs and his illegitimate child could serve to undermine his wholesome image in the public eye. Believe this explosive news. the stock of ZUN has plummeted. Although there are remedial measures in place, people are still more eager to witness Wei Yongxing's downfall. After all, gossip is an intrinsic human nature. Who can resist the allure of palace intrigue? Yet, the seemingly unperturbed Wei Yi harbors an anxiety no less intense than that of others. While Shi Li and the others await the unfolding drama, their sentiments diverge significantly. When personal interests are at stake, one's mindset inevitably shifts. Shi Li's gaze repeatedly drifts toward the watch on her wrist, feeling as though time is dragging painfully slow today. The others echo her sentiment, acutely aware that when burdened by pressing matters, time appears to crawl. While some have nearly succumbed to drowsiness, a sudden exclamation from Shi Li breaks the silence. If I recall correctly, the political teacher should enter the classroom at precisely 3:05 this afternoon. This statement is akin to the arrival of much-needed rain after a prolonged drought for her peers. Presently, it is 9:50 in the morning, leaving over 5 long hours until 3 o'clock. 5 hours, surely we can endure that. As the class bell rings, the English teacher enters the room. Noticing her students brimming with energy, their eyes gleaming brightly. Even those who typically drift off to sleep or play on their phones in the back row are now fixated intently on the lesson. It seems they are genuinely eager for English class. Could it be that I possess such charisma in this class? She muses uncertainly. However, just 5 minutes later, the political teacher abruptly pushes the door open. The English teacher is then confronted with the dazzling intensity of their gazes, brighter than a 100-watt incandescent bulb. Please step outside. Typically, it is the homeroom teacher who conveys such news when a student faces family turmoil. Yet, due to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Jean, being away for professional development, the seasoned political teacher has taken on the role of substitute homeroom teacher. With a tinge of reluctance, the substitute informs her, 20 minutes ago, your father was involved in a car accident on the city's Greenway and is currently in critical condition at the hospital. These students hail from prominent families, often appearing in trending searches or news headlines alongside their parents. Wei Yi's home is characterized by harmonious familial relations. Her father, Wei Yongxing, is a devoted husband and father. Even for someone like her, who does not frequently follow trending topics, this information is well known. For a child raised in a loving environment, receiving such devastating news can be profoundly traumatic. At last, the awaited announcement has arrived. Wei Yi struggles to suppress a quiver at the corners of her mouth, forcing a fade of shock and sorrow. The substitute teacher gently pats her shoulder, urging her not to worry, assuring her that the doctors are working diligently to save her father. Wei Yi obediently nods, responding, I trust you. I am not worried. In truth, her concern lies solely with the doctor's skills. Hearing her words, the political teacher's heart softens profoundly. Amid their exchange, Wei Yi hears a sharp outburst from Shi Li within the classroom. I want to go too. I need to tell her to hurry and throw that scoundrel father into the incinerator. What will you do without me, Yanzi? This marks perhaps the most impassioned moment for Shi Li in the past 3 days, as her emotions resonate loudly. The others in the class were on the verge of being driven to distraction by him, completely oblivious to the fact that deep within, Shi Li was akin to a frigid abyss. It was precisely because Feng Yun had discerned this essence of hers that he consistently rebuffed her advances. Shi Li's voice was so loud that Wei Yi, even while standing in the corridor, could hear her piercing screams. Wei Yi felt a pang of sympathy. Shi Li merely wished to indulge in gossip and was more than willing to accompany her. Moreover, she was wholeheartedly eager to assist, suggesting that perhaps her presence could be beneficial. Thus, Wei Yi approached the political science teacher, expressing her trepidation and requesting Shi Li's companionship. Upon seeing the tear-stained face of her student, the political teacher did not hesitate. As long as Shi Li agreed, that sufficed. 2 minutes later, amidst the envious gazes of the entire class, Shi Li donned her small backpack and followed Wei Yi out of the classroom. Under the impression that her classmates were envious of her early dismissal, the political teacher received a phone call, learning of Wei Yi's father's deteriorating condition. Consequently, she drove with great urgency, hoping to facilitate a final reunion between father and daughter. Wei Yi and Shi Li occupied the back seat. Upon discovering that Wei Yongxing had met with an accident, Shi Li's astonishment and sorrow were perfectly executed. Had Wei Yi not been privy to the underlying circumstances, she would have undoubtedly believed this was the first time Shi Li had heard the news. Wei Yi felt she lacked the finesse and performance that Shi Li so effortlessly exhibited. With such extraordinary acting skills and a stunning visage, Shi Li could easily thrive in the entertainment industry. Once in the vehicle, Shi Li offered a few platitudes of comfort, such as the need to trust the doctors.
I believe that too, she said.
Meanwhile, the political teacher drove at a breakneck speed, compelling Shirley to silently clutch the seatbelt and handle in front of her. As an outsider to Wei Yi's family troubles, Shirley refrained from admonishing the teacher to slow down. She would never indulge in such thoughtless behavior. Not even in her mind did she dwell on the teacher's reckless speed. Wei Yi, still unaware of her father's true nature, undoubtedly wished to reach the hospital as swiftly as possible. Shirley empathized with the sentiments of a child concerned for her parent. As for the illegitimate child who might lay claim to the inheritance, Shirley had her own strategies. After all, to her father was effectively deceased. The living take precedence over the dead. It was unthinkable for them to risk a traffic accident merely to witness a corpse. Even a minor fender bender would be unacceptable. Chapter 8. The entire class collectively rushed to the scene for gossip. Thus, Wei Yi kindly reminded the driver, Teacher Zheng, I'm not in a hurry. Please prioritize traffic safety while driving. Hearing Wei Yi's reminder, the political teacher gradually calmed her previous agitation. After all, there were two precious souls in the car. How could she dare to speed? Wei Yi was genuinely unhurried, and Teacher Zheng mistakenly believed the child was concerned for her well-being. Indeed, should an accident occur, even with justifiable cause, the student's parents would not spare her. Instantly, her feelings shifted from affection to fondness. As the speed of the car diminished, Shirley let out a slight sigh of relief. I've narrowly escaped, she mused. If Teacher Zheng were to leave this profession, she might as well become a race car driver. Shirley's sarcasm may arrive late, but it shall never be absent. Wei Yi's hard-earned melancholia nearly crumbled at her words. Outside the emergency room, Wei Yi's mother awaited. As Wei Yi approached and embraced her mother, the sight of her daughter brought forth a cascade of tears.
Mom.
Do not worry. Dad will be fine, Wei Yi reassured, gently patting her mother's back. I know, dear, you mustn't fret either. Teacher Zheng exchanged a few pleasantries with Wei Yi's mother before taking a seat beside Shirley in the corridor. Having escorted Shirley out, she felt it necessary to ensure the student's family departed safely before she could rest easy. Hardly had Teacher Zheng settled in when her phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Teacher Ng, the English instructor from Class 1. Teacher Zheng glanced at the time, realizing class was still in session. A sense of unease gripped her heart. Had something happened to a student? Upon answering, she was met with Teacher Ying's apologetic voice. You've arrived at the hospital, I presume?
Just a short while ago.
I should have called you sooner, fearing you might rush and encounter an accident. Please, speak freely, Teacher Zheng replied.
Well.
Shortly after you left with the two students, the remaining classmates expressed concern for their peers and wished to see if there was any assistance they could offer. At that moment, the class's troublemaker suggested this, and I was about to tell them to settle down and focus on their studies. However, it seemed the other students heard the bell signaling dismissal as they all sprang up and rushed outside. Oh, not quite like hearing the dismissal bell. It was more akin to the moment the bell rang, when the little rascals grabbed their bags. Within less than half a minute, the classroom was entirely empty. During fire drills, this group had never been so swift. Nevertheless, two students remained in the classroom, and seeing them there filled Teacher Ng with profound emotion. Qianpu Middle School is an elite institution. While it admits children from privileged families, it does not preclude those from ordinary backgrounds. As long as their academic performance is commendable, they may enter Qianpu. The school has always treated students equally, never discriminating against those from humble origins, nor merely accepting them to serve as scapegoats for the privileged. For these students, Qianpu offers the utmost benefits. Tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived, and those who rank among the top 5 in exams are awarded scholarships. These academically gifted, yet modestly born students are the proverbial catfish in Qianpu, spurring the school's elite to strive harder. Rarity breeds value. Despite their average backgrounds, the teachers hold a fondness for these diligent youths. Furthermore, in their interactions with these students, teachers need not fear offending anyone. The remaining students seated were those who gained admission to Qianpu purely through their academic prowess. Teacher Ng, employing her most tender tone, addressed them, Bianqing, Qiao Jingjia. You are exemplary students. Let us continue our lesson. Due to your unwavering support today, you have become my cherished disciples. I shall impart all my lifelong knowledge in this singular lesson. Just as this thought began to swirl in my mind, the diligent student Qiao Jingjia interjected, Apologies, teacher. But I too wish to see if there is any way I can assist. Since there was no rush to leave, he decided to first organize his backpack. Teacher Ying's heart shattered into 8 fragments. At least this student was willing to bring along his bag. However, all the students from Class 1 had vanished. The typically stoic teacher Zheng could not suppress her exasperation, exclaiming, "Assist? Do they think they are doctors or nurses, capable of entering the emergency room to save lives?" Sitting beside teacher Zheng, Shi Li clearly overheard their conversation and thought, "How peculiar. This is quite different from my previous life." Teacher Zheng was a veteran at the school, known for her fiery temperament. In the past, she had unleashed her ire upon many teachers. Even the principal was not spared. Now, as she aged, she had begun to cultivate her temperament, which had improved considerably. However, that recent remark lingered in her mind, awakening memories among the faculty of Qianpu Middle School. Even though it was merely a phone conversation, she instinctively recoiled. She justified herself, stating, "You know how the students disregard my authority," implying that those little devils were beyond anyone's control. At this point, what more could Teacher Zheng say? "All right, I understand. Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Ing."
Now,
all she could do was hope that these little rascals had indeed gone to the hospital and not to some chaotic place, for if anything were to go awry, how could she explain it to their families? Shortly after hanging up, Teacher Zheng turned to see a group of familiar faces. They were still in their uniforms, clearly skipping class, yet they showed no signs of guilt upon encountering their teacher. Fortunately, these youngsters had indeed come to the hospital. However, it had barely been 5 minutes since she had sat down when they arrived. Was it the case that the moment she left, these little rascals had decided to ditch class? Teacher Zheng's brow furrowed tightly. Her suspicion was correct. As soon as she drove away from the campus, Class 1 had staged a rebellion against attending classes. They had evidently been well prepared to skip, already aware of when Wei Yi's father would be in trouble. They had collectively arranged transportation, with a class monitor securing a bus that could accommodate all the students. They chose not to call their family drivers, primarily to avoid their parents discovering their truancy. Although Teacher Zheng had set off early, she slowed her speed on the latter part of her journey upon Wei Yi's reminder to drive safely. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 urged the driver to accelerate, fearing they might miss the unfolding drama. The homeroom teacher muttered, "What a frustrating situation this is." Chapter 9. The rescue scene that must not be missed. Upon hearing this, the driver, touched by the teacher-student bond, promised, "Just wait. I will ensure you catch a glimpse of your homeroom teacher's final moments." Navigating through the congested streets, the driver maneuvered the small bus with the speed of a sports car. In a remarkably brief span of time, they arrived at the hospital. The class monitor, overwhelmed with gratitude, transferred 2,000 yuan to the driver as a token of appreciation. Ostensibly, it was a gesture of thanks, yet in truth, it served as a means to settle the fines incurred during their journey, as the driver had brazenly run several red lights, 3 that were visible to them alone. Curiously, they reached the hospital even before Teacher Zheng and her companions. Upon spotting Teacher Zheng's vehicle in the rearview mirror, the class monitor instructed the driver to circle the hospital and enter through a different entrance. Although the driver was perplexed, he complied, for after all, this affluent patron had just rewarded him with a substantial sum. The students' concern for their classmate was commendable, yet Teacher Zheng's piercing gaze swept across their faces, reminding them of their transgressions. With audacity, they dared to skip class in her presence. "Everyone is to submit a 1,000-word reflection by tomorrow morning," she declared. Following this, she added sternly, "Do not let this happen again, or I will notify your parents." Under her admonition, the students exhibited exemplary compliance, abandoning any semblance of bravado they had displayed moments before. After delivering her reprimand, she softened her tone, saying, "I understand your concern for your classmate, but I must insist that you do not disrupt the work of the doctors and nurses. Please wait quietly in the corridor." The seating was limited, and the boys gallantly offered their chairs to the girls, choosing instead to sit on the floor. The girls, dressed in short skirts, were spared from the discomfort of sitting on the ground. Shi Qiuyu and Gao Yun settled beside Shi Li, inquiring about her current situation. As they spoke, the rest of the group fell silent, eager to glean any useful information from her. However, Shi Li could only respond, "I'm not sure of the specifics. The patient is still in surgery." To which the collective sighed. We could have deduced that, given the lights in the operating room. As their conversation unfolded, a group of elegantly attired individuals passed by the first-year students. This assembly, both male and female, exuded an air of affluence. Leaning closer to Shi Li, Shi Qiuyu whispered, "That is Wei Yi's maternal family, the Sun family." Shi Li's gaze fell upon the leading gentleman, a flicker of recognition stirring within her. Where have I seen him before? The Sun family, due to their unique profession, seldom engaged in social outings. Shi Qiuyu's mother was a subordinate of the Sun family's elder uncle, allowing her to be relatively informed about their affairs. As the group gradually distanced themselves, Shi Qiuyu elaborated, the elderly gentleman with the cane is Wei Yi's maternal grandfather, the man on his right is her little uncle, and the woman on his left is her elder aunt. The individuals trailing behind were relatives of the Sun family, and deeming further introduction unnecessary, she refrained from elaborating. With the arrival of Wei Yi's maternal relatives, her mother felt a slight relief. The sister-in-law, sharing the bond of womanhood, took her hand and offered words of comfort. Sun Sun's gaze drifted towards the corridor, casting an inquiring glance at her niece. Wei Yi, standing at the doorway of the operating room, could not overlook the growing crowd nearby. She found herself at a loss, bemused by the insatiable curiosity of her classmates. As the classmates awaited the lively atmosphere of their homes, Wei Yi found himself obliged to shield them from concern, as they had followed him out of genuine care. It was quite unprecedented to witness such heartfelt enthusiasm from a group of classmates, uniting in their compassion. In this moment, silence prevailed among them. Unlike the others, the presence of students compelled teacher Zheng to refrain from departing. He reflected that there was little he could contribute in this hospital setting, where calamity seemed unlikely to arise. Along with the news came a group photo of the classmates, albeit with the hospital background obscured for privacy. This was not a gathering with rowdy friends. They were simply together. Even the class bully as home hadn't deterred them. The class monitor, having been ushered outside, assured them that Uncle Wei had emerged from the emergency room unscathed, bringing them a sense of relief. Others remarked on the monitor's eloquence, noting that if one did not wish to leave, they should simply express it instead of suggesting improbable scenarios. In Chapter 10, the somber reality struck. The others stifled their laughter, observing the class monitor engaging with the Sun family, his years of experience, nearly faltering under pressure. Realizing that Wei Yi and his classmates would not be departing anytime soon, the Sun family graciously ordered takeout from a private restaurant. Upon its arrival, they encouraged the students to dine first. Naturally, it was not feasible to eat in the corridor. The hospital provided a conference room for their meal. This spacious room could comfortably accommodate 30 students. The monitor and several class officers were responsible for distributing the food and chopsticks. The Sun family was remarkably generous, opting for rice and stir-fried dishes rather than box meals. During the meal, one classmate remarked that this was their first gathering as a class. This left them momentarily speechless. How could they express gratitude to Wei Yongsheng, who lay on the brink of death? Shirley mused quietly, "Don't worry, there will soon be a second gathering. Perhaps tomorrow we might share another meal together," she added. It took the group a full 2 minutes to grasp the implications of Shirley's words. The atmosphere grew morose. Yun, do you think if Wei Yongsheng were to pass now, his family would provide a meal tomorrow? Gao Yun replied. You're just looking forward to that meal. Turning, Gao Yun shared Shirley's chat screenshot in their group chat. Shi Qiuyu and the others commented, "You truly are a talent." Speculation arose regarding whether the Wei family would indeed provide a meal in the days to come. After the meal, the classmates demonstrated commendable manners by disposing of their trash. Earlier, Wei Yi had informed them they could rest temporarily in the conference room. Aside from Bianqing and Xiao Jingjia, who had brought their backpacks and spread their books across the table to study, the rest of the group had only their mobile phones. The waiting period felt agonizing, particularly since many devices were out of battery and no chargers were available. Among 30 students, only one charging cable could be found, which Bianqing had kept as a spare in her bag. Another classmate, similarly burdened with a backpack yet lacking a charging cable, received a collective glare from the others. With phones dead, they could only endure the wait. The classmates were all in despair, pondering when Wei Yongsheng might finally succumb. Everyone was eager to ascertain the time of Wei Yongsheng's demise, and all eyes inevitably darted towards Shirley. Unbeknownst to her, her classmates harbored their own intentions. Otherwise, she might have questioned, how could you possibly remember when a fellow student's father passed away? Such matters are typically known only by those intimately connected, and she herself had not been present during the incident in her previous life. As they endured the hours in the conference room until 8 o'clock, the class monitor rushed in to report the situation. Upon entering, the monitor promptly shut the door behind her. Her expression a mix of excitement and urgency as she lowered her voice. Quickly, they are bringing out the body covered with a white cloth. No sooner had she spoken than others rose to their feet. The monitor gestured for calm, reminding them that, regardless of circumstances, they must uphold their dignity. This was a family in mourning, and they should not embarrass themselves or their school. Everyone was acutely aware of their familial ties, and they needed to avoid being the subject of gossip. It was evident whom she referred to. The monitor felt her own struggles validated, nearly moved to tears. Thanks to her earlier admonitions, the students managed to compose themselves, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will not cause any trouble or draw attention." As they trickled out of the room, the corridor was devoid of Wei Yi and her mother, as well as the Sun family. According to a nurse, upon hearing from the doctor that her husband had not survived, Wei Yi's mother had fainted on the spot. The group exchanged glances, recognizing that this was not an appropriate time for idle curiosity. After Wei Yi's mother was urgently taken to a ward for treatment, she regained consciousness less than 15 minutes later, tears streaming down her face as she instinctively called for her daughter. With a serious tone, Wei Yi spoke, "Mother, I have something important to discuss with you. Please brace yourself." Having just lost her husband, her mind could hardly fathom what further preparation was necessary. Her eyelids were swollen, and she inquired, "What is it? Did father have mistresses outside and fathered children? I only learned of this matter a few days ago." Overwhelmed by shock, Wei Yi's mother momentarily ceased her tears. The image of her husband as a devoted man was too ingrained for her to readily accept her daughter's words. She asked, "Are you trying to spare me pain by misleading me?" Wei Yi pressed her lips together, producing a prepared report. "Even if you doubt me, you must trust the findings of the scientific institution. The date on the report is clearly stated. It was not something I could have prepared in advance." Wei Yi's mother scrutinized the document intently, not missing a single punctuation mark. As she read, her anger grew, and upon reaching the final page, she furiously tossed the file to the ground. That damned scoundrel! The shocking revelation compelled her to curse, gazing at her daughter, who stood gracefully by the bedside. Wei Yi's mother felt a profound ache in her heart. "My dear, how did you come to know? You should have told me so we could bear this together." The thought of her daughter uncovering her father's infidelity alone weighed heavily on her heart. She was suddenly filled with a profound hatred for her husband. Why could he not control his baser instincts? Why abandon their once happy life to pursue an affair? Had she truly wronged him in any way? Her resentment deepened, particularly because he had failed to handle the aftermath of his infidelity, exposing their daughter to the sordid realities of adulthood. After a long silence, Wei Yi's mother finally managed to utter, "He deserved this. It serves that scoundrel right." As she reached out to remove the needle, she was stayed by her sister-in-law, who said, "Now you two should rest. Leave the rest to me and Xiao Si." The Xiao Si mentioned by Wei Yi's sister-in-law was Sun Sun, the fourth child in the family. With her maternal relatives nearby, Wei Yi's mother felt a sense of reassurance. "I appreciate your help, sister-in-law. We're family. There's no need to mention trouble," came the reply. Wei Yi encouraged her mother to rest, then followed her sister-in-law and brother-in-law. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Several of the matters that Shi Li had previously mentioned had come to pass, leading Wei Yi to believe that the impending division of her father's estate would indeed occur. "You are aware that my father has other children outside. I fear someone may arrive at his funeral with a child to claim their share." Sun Sun nodded slightly. "I understand. I will handle it. The inheritance left by your father will only belong to you too." A faint smile graced Wei Yi's lips. "I will leave the arrangements to you and my brother-in-law for the next couple of days. My classmates are still in the hospital, and I should check on them." When Wei Yi found her classmates, she was nearly stunned. Where are the others? Her remarkably resourceful classmates had already secured a place to stay for the night and were chatting away in bed. Due to the high costs of private hospitals, the scarcity of beds was not an issue here. Many empty hospital beds awaited patients. Those with connections in the hospital had made a few calls, securing overnight accommodations. Wei Yi checked in on them and felt relieved to see that everyone was well. In truth, she wished to say that for those wanting to witness the spectacle, they could attend the funeral. It was rather late for anyone to be stirring about now. However, she refrained, knowing that such words would sound dismissive. Shi Li had not left, intending to remind Wei Yi to hasten the cremation process. Noticing that Wei Yi had some free time, Shi Li called her into the restroom. "I need to discuss something with you." After much contemplation, she still struggled to find the right words. Anticipating her thoughts, Wei Yi preemptively stated, "My family consulted a master, and it turns out the timing of my father's death doesn't align with his birth chart, so the cremation cannot proceed as it typically would." Shi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He truly is a master. Wei Yi found Shi Li's enthusiasm endearing. It was clear she was still concerned about this matter. With her eyes shining, Shi Li replied, "All right." Considering that Wei Yongsheng was a workaholic who approached life with a relentless spirit, The family managed to secure the first cremation slot when the crematorium opened, sending Wei Yongsheng on his final journey. It was rare for anyone to arrive so early for cremation. By arriving at dawn, they avoided the queues. An hour later, the ashes were placed before the memorial altar. The teacher from Wei Yi's first-year class entered the now-empty classroom, looking bewildered at the desolate space. It is indeed perplexing. Just moments ago, I encountered students and teachers from other classes within the campus. Glancing at my phone to check the calendar, I confirmed that today is indeed a weekday. Teacher Zheng was occupied in her office preparing lessons, and upon learning that her class was devoid of students, she was momentarily taken aback. Having taught for several decades, she had never encountered such a situation. In haste, she began calling her students, starting with the class monitor. Clearly, the call did not connect. After failing to reach the first, she moved on to the next. After dialing over 10 numbers, she was met with silence. Teacher Zheng speculated that the students were likely gathered together, deciding to forego further calls to them and instead attempting to contact their parents. The eyes of entertainment reporters are omnipresent. In the early hours of the previous day, rumors began to circulate regarding the tragic car accident that claimed the life of Wei Yongsheng from Ziyuan Real Estate. Wei Yi and her mother had no intention of concealing this event from the public. The official Weibo account of Ziyuan Real Estate confirmed the unfortunate news, stating that Mr. Wei had indeed passed away in a car accident yesterday. The comment section of this Weibo post saw many individuals flocking in after noticing the trending topic. Among them were the mistresses of Wei Yongsheng, some of whom, lacking children, contemplated liquidating the gifts they had received or seeking new benefactors. Conversely, the women who had borne children for Wei Yongsheng pondered the legitimacy of their offspring as rightful heirs. Wei Yongsheng's wealth was substantial. Even a small claim from his legitimate wife could provide enough for a lifetime of indulgence for the children. Among these women, only Wei Yuedong had given birth to 2 sons for Wei Yongsheng. Who is Wei Yuedong, you ask? She is a woman of considerable capability, who once deemed Wei Yongsheng's family too impoverished and married the son of the village chief instead. Her husband was short-lived, and after his passing, she rekindled a relationship with a childhood friend. At that time, Wei Yongsheng had already married Wei Yi's mother, and, with the support of his father-in-law and brother-in-law, his business began to thrive. Although he publicly professed love for his wife, who could discern his clandestine affairs. Another explosive piece of information is that Wei Yuedong's elder son, born during her marriage, is, in fact, Wei Yi's half-brother. This revelation was uncovered by Sun Sun's investigation. Wei Yuedong is an astute woman. She has long understood the extent of Wei Yongsheng's fortune and has consulted a lawyer regarding the inheritance her 2 children might claim. With Wei Yongsheng's sudden demise, she is undoubtedly intent on claiming her share of the estate. The other women who had borne children for Wei Yongsheng shared similar intentions. Thus, the mistresses, despite not having coordinated or even knowing each other, prepared themselves with their children in hand, ready to seek recognition at the wake. The funeral for Wei Yongsheng was conducted in a rather hasty manner, failing to reflect the stature of a billionaire. The cremation was rushed, and the attendees at the funeral were all prominent figures, including the parents of the class's students. As the class monitor, it fell upon her to handle various class matters, including being the first to call the parents. For someone worth tens of millions, each call was of paramount importance, as it could significantly impact the ebbs and flows of business success. As the class monitor's father received a call, his phone rang without being silenced, prompting him to step aside swiftly to answer. Hello, is this Lin Ilan's father? I am his teacher. He did not attend class today. May I inquire about the situation? Having raised a son who was well-behaved and sensible since childhood, renowned as the exemplary child in the community, the class monitor's father had never fretted over any issues regarding his son's schooling. This was the first time a teacher had reached out to inquire about his son's absence. He had not heard from his wife or the nanny that the child was ill. The only plausible reason for his absence seemed to be the typical teenage rebellion. The class monitor's father ground his teeth together, pondering the reason for his son's truancy. Is he out gallivanting? After a moment of shock, he realized that as a parent, he must cover for his son. I apologize, teacher. My child is feeling unwell today and wishes to take a half-day sick leave. I neglected to inform you of this, which is my oversight. Forgetting to request leave was not a grave matter, as long as the student was safe. Oh, by the way, teacher, did all the students in my son's class not attend school today? The class monitor's father posed this assertion in a tone of inquiry.
How do you know that?
Teacher Zheng responded, perplexed. As it happens, when I took my child to the hospital, I saw his classmates, and they all seemed to be unwell. The class monitor's father spoke with a hint of uncertainty, yet some statements gained confidence through repetition. It was reminiscent of a saying by Lu Sun. In this world, there were originally no roads. As more people walk, paths are forged. All my son's classmates have taken leave, haven't they? Chapter 12. The troublemaker arrives.
No.
The classroom is quite empty today. Not a single student has come to class. These parents, too, should not forget to request leave. Under the eager gazes of others, the class monitor's father continued, I will take the responsibility of requesting half a day's leave for these children. Teacher Zheng hesitated. Having never encountered a parent asking for leave on behalf of an entire class before, the class monitor's father added, if you don't believe me, we can video call. These children are right beside me, quiet and safe, engaging in no perilous activities. This was perhaps the first truth the class monitor's father had spoken that day, for the monitor and his peers were indeed at his side. The dialogue between the class monitor's father and teacher Zheng was clear to all present. Transitioning from a voice call to video would be rather disrespectful. Considering the teacher's esteemed reputation, it was implausible for him to deceive. I certainly believe you, teacher Zheng replied. Fortunately, he trusted the class monitor's father. If a video call were made, the large characters in the background and the various wreaths surrounding him would reveal the truth. Shi Li expressed his admiration, remarking, truly impressive, as expected of someone in the business world. Your eloquence is remarkable. Besides Shi Li, other classmates also conveyed their respect. Uncle, you're amazing. From today onward, you are my real dad. The boy who declared this stood behind him, and upon hearing the words, the class monitor's father kicked back lightly. You little rascal, have you grown bold? Skipping class is one thing, but now you're claiming others as your father? Gradually, the class monitor's father became lost in the chorus of praises from his son's classmates. He wrapped his arm around the newcomer's shoulder, steering away from the group of children. Oh, Sue, the children are merely jesting. How can you, as an adult, take it to heart? The funeral home was vast, accommodating a multitude of guests. The first-year students stood in a corner, yet their presence did not detract from the spectacle. Shi Li, ever the cunning one, had ordered a plethora of snacks, particularly an abundance of sunflower seeds. Eating seeds while watching a show is the perfect combination, Shi Li mused. However, munching on seeds in front of the morning hall was inherently disrespectful. All present had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could they engage in such impolite behavior? Thus, while snacking, they entered a silent mode, striving not to disturb those around them. It's far too lively, one remarked. This is even more bustling than a rural market. Another concurred. The classmates chimed in. Isn't the truth? One could see that the prominent figures attending to pay their respects were reluctant to depart. This lively gathering would provide fodder for conversation in the Blue City for at least half a year. 2 groups of women had already arrived, intent on having the child recognize her ancestry. However, both attempts proved futile, requiring no intervention from the Sun family. Just one of Miss Wei's remarks sufficed. You claim this is my father's child?
Impossible.
My father was ever faithful in marriage. How could he have consorted with another woman? What do you plan to do? There's nothing you can do. Wei pointed at her father's lavish urn. The ashes are beyond your reach. The mistresses were left dumbfounded. It had been less than 24 hours since Wei Yongxing's passing. According to tradition, the body should be kept for at least 2 days before cremation. The mistresses vehemently accused Wei, what kind of daughter are you? Your father has just passed, and you're already arranging for his cremation. Unable to restrain herself, Shi Li internally supported her argument. She is merely implementing the national cremation policy. As Wei engaged in a heated debate, upon hearing someone echo her thoughts, she instinctively adopted the phrase, forgetting it was Shi Li's inner voice. I am also actively complying with the national cremation policy. The other students were taken aback. Is she out of her mind? How could she directly quote Shi Li? They worried about the implications of Shi Li hearing her thoughts. Shi Li had not anticipated this moment. Were quite in sync, both arriving at the same conclusion. The others, teetering on the brink of despair, thought, all right. The alarm has been lifted. Her close friends, Shi Qiuyu and Gao Yun, exchanged exasperated glances, pondering how to compliment their sweet, naive friend. With a friendly tone, one gently reminded her, if you truly wish to pursue this, confront my father directly. I believe he can prove his innocence. But your father has turned to ashes. How can one confront Wei Yongxing? Then you can confront my child. If it can be proven that you are siblings, my daughter is indeed Wei Yongxing's biological child. Wei shook her head amicably. That cannot be. Questioning your daughter's integrity casts doubts on my father's character. as his biological daughter. I will not permit anyone to sully his name posthumously. Regardless of what the mistresses claimed, Wei resolutely refused to engage, asserting her unwavering belief in her father. As the interactions unfolded, the onlookers, still somewhat bewildered, began to grasp the situation. The woman who had arrived with a child was undoubtedly the illegitimate offspring of Wei Yongsheng. It was inconceivable that such a woman would dare to make such claims otherwise. One must admit, Wei Yongsheng had quite the talent for creating chaos, despite his demanding career. He had managed to sire numerous children. Truly, a model for our generation. However, the scene at this funeral was rather unbecoming. Spicy melon seeds are truly the best, a classmate remarked, nodding in agreement, though they are a tad salty. At that moment, teacher Qiuyu handed over an orange, suggesting they not only indulge in the seeds but also quench their thirst with the fruit. Overindulgence in seeds often leads to dehydration. As Shirley spotted a woman struggling with 2 children in tow, the allure of her seeds instantly diminished, and a catchy tune resonated in her mind. Here she comes. Stepping in on clouds. The classmates, already engaged in scattered conversations, acknowledged that the main event was approaching. They had grown accustomed to Shirley's rustic nature and were nearly desensitized to the fact that she secretly enjoyed such melodies, despite her elegant and aloof appearance. In her previous life, Shirley had encountered Wei Yuetong a couple of times at social gatherings. Hearing her parents mention that this woman was Wei Yongsheng's mistress piqued Shirley's interest, given their connection through her classmates. Shirley's aunt was well-versed in the gossip of the circle and had recounted tales of this formidable woman who had boldly challenged the trio of Wei's mistresses. However, most of the other illegitimate children had not received substantial inheritances, relegating them to mere pawns, while she alone managed to claim nearly a quarter of the Wei family's fortune. Not only did she secure her share of the estate, but she also leveraged her stake to penetrate the decision-making echelons of Ziyuan real estate. Some individuals, no matter how much wealth they possess or how many luxuries they have encountered, remain at heart mere country folk. Ideals may be grand, yet reality often proves starkly different. While Wei Yongsheng struggled to manage his personal affairs, he was undeniably more adept in corporate governance than Wei Yuetong. Furthermore, this woman thrived on creating discord, particularly opposing anything supported by Wei Yi and her daughter. Whenever internal strife erupted within the company's management, it was inevitable that the organization would spiral downward. Following several grim incidents in the social sphere, Ziyuan Real Estate's market value dwindled, jeopardizing its status as the industry leader. Nevertheless, even a dilapidated vessel has its strong points. Sensing the impending turmoil, Wei Yi and her daughter swiftly distanced themselves, establishing a new venture that, while not as illustrious as Ziyuan's former glory, was preferable to sinking alongside the flagship.
Charge.
Eliminate this troublemaker. Chapter 13. The second half of the funeral. Before Wei Yuetong could speak, Wei Yi seized the moment, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this Aunt Wei? I remember seeing you in my childhood." Had it not been for the echoes of Shirley's thoughts, she would have scarcely recalled her. At this juncture, Wei Yi's mother resumed her usual graceful demeanor, offering explanations to the guests, though no one was particularly curious about her identity. "Yuetong and my husband hail from the same village. Aunt Wei, I have heard from the villagers that after your husband passed away, you disappeared, and there were concerns that you might have been abducted. Yet, seeing you adorned in gold and silver, it appears you have been faring quite well. May I inquire where you have found your fortune?" She pinched the little girl's face in Wei Yuetong's arms, remarking that even with her father gone, some still sought to meddle in her parents' relationship. Such people are truly despicable. Wei Yuetong thought to herself, having allowed her to speak, what more could she say? She pondered how to respond, contemplating a direct approach. This wretched little girl must surely know that her son is of the Wei lineage, playing tricks from afar. However, Wei Yi had already concluded her pleasantries, and without much ado, Wei Yuetong was ushered to a corner. She had brought both her sons along. Her eldest, Wei Prung, felt embarrassed and resisted accompanying her, yet ultimately yielded to his mother's insistence. Wei Prung was the legitimate son of Wei Yuetong and the village chief's son, though his biological father was Wei Yongsheng. At that time, Wei Yuetong had just married the village chief's son, while Wei Yongsheng had only recently met Wei Yi's mother, a woman of exceptional grace. Wei Prung, possessing a strong sense of pride, felt deeply uncomfortable under the disdainful gazes of the crowd. As he was preparing for his crucial final year of high school, Wei Yuetong had secured him 3 days off to contest the inheritance. Thus, a crisis was deftly averted by Wei Yi. Her maternal family stood steadfastly behind her, ready to intervene should matters take a turn for the worse. With family present, none dared to create mischief in front of our young lady. Old Su truly has a promising successor. Wei Yi's grandfather beamed with satisfaction, acknowledging that the girl had always been clever, evidently taking after him. Upon hearing of his son-in-law's severe car accident, he had worried that his daughter would become a widow. However, he believed that as long as his daughter had wealth, the presence of a man was not of paramount importance. His sole concern lay in the deep affection between his daughter and son-in-law, fearing her sorrow should she lose her husband. Wei Yongxing remarked, "At that time, I was still alive, and you were already fretting about your daughter becoming a widow. What a good father-in-law you are." When Wei Yi's grandfather learned from his younger son of the numerous wrongdoings committed by his son-in-law, including the existence of illegitimate children, his first reaction was to retort, "It wasn't to you, was it?" Su Sun was taken aback. "Not I. I have never engaged in any illegal activities." Contemplating the most favorable outcome, he mused that it would be ideal for the scoundrel's son-in-law to perish, leaving his daughter and grandchildren to inherit all his wealth. His daughter, with a temperament intolerant of betrayal, would undoubtedly seek divorce upon discovering her husband's infidelity. Since the son-in-law was at fault, the divorce would only yield her half of the assets. Thus, it would be far better if he were gone, ensuring the entirety of the estate belonged to her and her children. With the loathsome son-in-law's demise, the elder gentleman appeared quite pleased throughout the funeral. Even when his daughter-in-law urged him to temper his joy, he could not mask his delight. Whispers circulated behind the scenes, observing that the old man was smiling, leading some to jest that he might as well be marrying off his daughter today. Indeed, those who had attended Wei Yi's parents' wedding recalled how the old gentleman had wept bitterly on that occasion, crying at his daughter's wedding, yet smiling at the death of his son-in-law. Such a juxtaposition seemed rather fitting. At noon, Wei Yongxing's ashes were laid to rest on the mountain, and no unforeseen disturbances arose during the interment. The onlookers expressed their satisfaction, promising to return next time. "What a pity there wasn't a scuffle," they remarked. Indeed, there was a hint of disappointment among the crowd. Chapter 14 marks the beginning of the unfolding drama. In front of the cemetery, Wei Yi called out to Shi Li, "Li, I have reserved a private room at Jinyuan Dream for lunch. Please take the class leader and the other students there to dine. You have all been diligent in following me around these past few days. I will be joining my family for a meal shortly and will not be able to accompany you all. I hope you understand." The students encouraged Wei Yi to attend to his own matters, assuring him they would manage just fine. During lunchtime, the classmates collectively received admonishments from their families over the phone. During the break, the class leader's father sent milk tea via the secretary, which significantly boosted his popularity among his son's classmates. Alongside the milk tea, the secretary delivered some exquisite jewelry from high-end brands. The class leader took it upon himself to present small gifts to the teachers during the breaks as a means of atoning for his absence that morning without prior notice. Shi Li, serving as the physics class representative, accompanied the class leader when he approached the physics teacher. Mr. Wu, engrossed in grading papers while sipping tea, pulled out 2 exams from his drawer upon seeing the class representative and the class leader approach. "Please complete this exam. I will time you," he instructed. Shi Li took the exam and, with a glance at the paper, deduced the reason Mr. Wu had chosen this particular test. It was to select candidates for the school's participation in the 4 Holy Cups physics competition, with 2 representatives chosen from each grade. Shi Li had participated in this competition in her previous life, alongside a boy from Feng Yunhe's class. This boy came from a modest background, yet excelled academically. He gained admission to Qianpu High School based on his remarkable grades, receiving substantial support from the school in terms of tuition and scholarships. Through various competitions, he consistently achieved outstanding results and was granted early admission to a top domestic university in his second year of high school. Having collaborated in numerous competitions, Shi Li shared a good rapport with him. The ringing of Mr. Wu's phone signaled that time was up for submissions. The class leader still had 3 major problems left unsolved, whereas Shi Li had concluded her work half an hour earlier. Mr. Wu had already graded Shi Li's exam, awarding her a score. The class leader glanced over. She had only lost 2 points, attributable to a miscalculation. The student bore a look of deep distress. Mr. Wu reassured him, "Relax a bit. Shi Li is quite exceptional. You cannot compare yourself to her." After grading the class leader's paper, Mr. Wu smiled with a hint of satisfaction, telling him, "You did well too, surpassing the passing mark. You have great potential. Should you encounter difficult problems, do not hesitate to ask Shi Li." He merely instructed Shi Li to obtain the competition application form from the director, without elaborating on any examination matters, and urged the 2 to leave. Although he was not selected, the class leader maintained a calm demeanor. His physics grades were commendable. Yet they paled in comparison to Shi Li's prowess. If it weren't for accompanying Shi Li to Mr. Wu's office today, he might not have even qualified to take this exam. Upon exiting the physics teacher's office, the class monitor found his hands empty, while Shi Li held a substantial stack of papers. Not wanting to burden the girl with carrying things, the class monitor suggested, "Let me handle it. It's rather heavy." Shi Li cast a rare glance at him, thinking to herself his ability to fabricate nonsense rivals that of his father. If it were a pile of practice books, it would indeed be quite heavy, but how much weight could 30 sheets of paper possibly have? The class monitor remarked, "I can hear your sarcasm. And if I resemble my father, I might just have a little temper." Though Shi Li mentally scoffed, she graciously accepted the class monitor's kindness. "Thank you. You are truly a good person." Just a moment ago, she had heard his teasing, and now he was being handed a good person card. The class monitor couldn't help but think, women's hearts are as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. As Shi Li and the class monitor arrived outside the head teacher's office, they coincidentally encountered Shi Li, who had also come to collect an application form. Shi Li greeted her, and the class monitor took the initiative to say, "You two go ahead. I'll wait for you out here." Shi Li knocked softly on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, she pushed the door open. Upon entering the head teacher's office, Shi Li maintained a calm demeanor, but Shi Li found herself momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man and woman seated opposite the head teacher. So the female lead arrived this early. The class monitor, standing outside, heard her unexpected remark and felt puzzled. What did the female lead have to do with anything? Shi Li was merely there to request an application form from the head teacher. The two individuals seated across from the head teacher were Feng Yunha's father and the female lead, Liang Rongrong. Startled by Shi Li's abrupt entrance, Liang Rongrong's petite face displayed a look of fear. "Are you here for something?" Shi Li had an average impression of the rather rotund head teacher. She got straight to the point and stated, "We are here to collect the application forms for the 4 Holy Grail physics competition." The application forms were plainly resting on the head teacher's desk, and he could easily hand them over. However, he rambled on with trivialities, stating how they should be grateful to the school for the opportunity to represent it in the competition, especially Shi Li. Shi Li rolled her eyes dramatically, unwilling to listen to his blood pressure-raising remarks. She promptly interrupted, "Head teacher, we were selected for this opportunity, and if we achieve accolades in the competition, it will also bring honor to the school." The head teacher enjoyed belittling others. When addressing the children of affluent families, he would take offense lightly and even compliment them with a chuckle, saying, "This child has a sweet tongue." Yet, for those who were specially admitted, regardless of their accomplishments, he always found fault. Despite being rebuffed by Shi Li, the head teacher showed no signs of anger, replying, "Yes, you are correct." He handed the application form to Shi Li. As they exited the office, Shi Li vaguely heard Liang Rongrong seemingly inquiring about the physics competition. Once outside, Shi Li told Shi Li, "He has been mentally unstable for quite some time now. Just ignore him." Shi Li's lips curled into a smile, revealing 2 faint dimples. "And I understood, thank you all." Before parting ways with Shi Li, Shi Li exchanged contact information with him, as they would be participating in competitions together in the future, allowing for better communication should any issues arise. He had encountered numerous problems earlier and wished to discuss them with Shi Li. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, yet Shi Li still had a few problems left to explain. However, I needed to call the driver first to inform him to wait a bit longer, so as not to cause him undue concern. The class monitor, possessing a sharp intellect, grasped certain problems with ease, finishing in nearly 10 minutes. As the two exited the classroom, they continued to discuss their queries. They unexpectedly collided with a boy and a girl, causing the class monitor to momentarily lose his ability to speak. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward Shi Li. It was common knowledge that Shi Li was infatuated with Feng Yunha to the point of obsession. Feng Yunha emerged from the principal's office accompanied by a girl, which seemed quite peculiar. Thanks to Shi Li's confessions over the past few days, the class monitor's imagination ran wild. However, this girl appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Recalling a certain day's melodious whispers, it seemed that if the situation were as he feared, the entire class might be left with ringing ears. Feng Yunha, aren't you an exemplary student? To maintain your stellar grades, I suggest you refrain from dating during high school, for the sake of our class's peace. The class monitor, unaware of the girl's identity, was oblivious to Shi Li's knowledge. It makes sense. The storyline begins from this moment. Class monitor, storyline? What storyline? The love story between them? Chapter 15, A Handsome Face That Never Speaks. Though the class monitor was merely jesting, he had, in a certain sense, stumbled upon the truth. It was indeed the love story of the male and female protagonists. Liang Rongrong needed to study, and under Feng's father's arrangement, she entered Qianpu, becoming the male lead's classmate. Shi Li had just entered the office of the grade director, where Feng's father was likely handling Liang Rongrong's enrollment procedures. In keeping with her infatuated persona, Shi Li should have approached the two, questioning in a tone that conveyed heartbreak. Who is she? Feng Yunhe, however, preferred to keep his distance from strangers, even though he had known Shi Li since childhood. As Shi Li moved closer, he instinctively took a step back, inching closer to Liang Rongrong. The class monitor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was that step back a serious gesture? With a cold expression, Feng Yunhe replied, "Who she is none of your concern." Alas, possessing a handsome face yet never speaking with any sense. Every time the male lead spoke, Shi Li couldn't help but wish to silence him manually. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. The class monitor was a person of great responsibility, akin to a protective hen nurturing its chicks, treating every student in the class with care. He could not tolerate any bullying against his classmates. Feng, Shi Li cares about you too. It's not right to treat her this way. Yet, the valiant class monitor's efforts to defend his classmates were met with indifference from the cool and aloof male lead. Shi Li had long grown accustomed to Feng Yunhe's rudeness. However, the class monitor, wishing to stand up for her, was treated dismissively by Feng Yunhe. Shi Li comforted him, saying, "He has always been like this. Don't take it to heart." However, this remark only served to affirm for the class monitor the profound affection that Shi Li held for her. The melodious voice of a girl reached their ears. "Brother, does that girl like you?" Unbeknownst to the monitor, who mistook the duo's genuine sibling bond for a mere facade, she assumed the girl was merely a scheming temptress.
Deliberately provoking Shi Li.
She nearly turned to call out to Liang Rongrong, intending to inquire whether she had lost her senses. Having already emerged victorious, did she truly need to flaunt her triumph? The monitor's resolve was minimal, yet she recalled the injustices she had suffered at the hands of Feng Yunhe. Rather than voice her feelings of neglect, she merely mentioned that Feng Yunhe seemed close to another female classmate, which had deeply wounded Shi Li. Inquisitive classmates swiftly uncovered that this individual was a transfer student from Class 3, introduced to the class by Feng Yunhe. Their relationship remained unclear, though the girl consistently referred to him as brother. Feng Yunhe was already surrounded by numerous admirers within the class, and Liang Rongrong's apparent closeness to him was sufficient to incite jealousy among the girls enamored with him. At this juncture, the true nature of their sibling-like bond was still unknown to most, and Liang Rongrong found herself the target of much scrutiny. Shortly after Liang Rongrong's arrival at the new school, the entire institution prepared for the second monthly examination of the semester, spanning 2 days, on Thursday and Friday. Most students dreaded the impending tests. However, the thought of a weekend respite following the exams rendered the ordeal somewhat more bearable. For Shi Li, though, the weekend following the exams would not be a time of relaxation. She was slated to participate in a competition. 3 consecutive days of examinations proved to be somewhat grueling. The competition venue was located within the city, though the examination hall was situated in another school. Upon completing the first round at 11:30 in the morning, Shi Li called Xin Qinglin. "Have you finished your exam? Shall we have lunch together? We could also discuss the questions from this morning."
"I am sorry,
but I'm not available for lunch," came Xin Qinglin's reply. In her previous life, Shi Li had participated in competitions where lunch and dinner were typically shared with fellow classmates. Having often competed alongside Xin Qinglin, they had naturally enjoyed many meals together. His refusal this time sparked a flicker of uncertainty within her. The area surrounding the school was dotted with numerous enticing eateries, and Shi Li selected one that seemed to offer decent fare, entering to grab a quick bite. The second examination was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. Ideally, she would find a nearby hotel to take a brief nap, ensuring she was alert for the afternoon test. However, considering Xin Qinglin's modest background, she refrained from booking a hotel in advance, knowing it would be a burden for him. As for arranging a last-minute hotel stay or calling for a driver to take her home for a rest, both seemed overly complicated. Instead, Shi Li decided to seek out a quieter spot nearby to read during her lunch break. As the time for the exam approached, her preset alarm rang, signaling that it was time to head to the examination hall. Was that Liang Rongrong? Shi Li promptly dismissed the thought. This physics competition was organized by schools, and Qianpu had only 2 slots, one for her and one for Xin Qinglin. It is also possible that Liang Rongrong is a relative of some sort. As the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, Shirley cast aside her inconsequential thoughts and began to focus intently on the questions before her. The paper was one she had encountered before, its difficulty formidable, yet it posed little challenge to her now. Chapter 16. A Humiliating Spin. Despite finishing the exam ahead of time, Shirley refrained from submitting her paper early. First and foremost, she was a person who approached examinations with utmost seriousness, and she felt the remaining time could be used to double-check her answers. Furthermore, Shi Li was known for his fastidious nature. He would certainly not hand in his paper prematurely. Finally, the bell rang to signal the end of the examination, bringing an end to the day's trials. Upon exiting the examination hall and finding a spot with signal, Shirley called Shi Li again, suggesting they celebrate their completion of the test with a meal. She assumed that his earlier refusal to join her for lunch stemmed from reasons other than a lack of desire to spend time together. Shi Li was a rather reserved individual. Maintaining a friendship with someone like him required her to take the initiative. After a brief silence on the other end, he replied, "Congratulations on finishing your exam." Shirley pondered this remark, wondering why he was congratulating her when they had both completed their tests. "I didn't participate in the competition today," she clarified. Upon hearing this, Shirley immediately inquired, "Did something happen at home? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Shi Li replied calmly, "No, my application for the competition was not approved by the director. He said I do not meet the qualifications to participate." "What do you mean you don't qualify?"
Shi Li exclaimed, incredulos.
Both Shi and Shi Li had consistently ranked among the top two in weighted scores from their assessments. Furthermore, the competition application was merely a formality. Only those qualified to compete could even apply. On that November evening, Shirley stood outdoors with her phone in hand, feeling no chill in the air, but rather a surging tide of anger within her. "We are no longer children." The director's pompous words masked the reality that he was merely clearing the way for others, likely for Liang Rongrong, whom Shirley had inadvertently cursed upon recalling her sighting in the examination corridor. Shi Li displayed an air of resignation. "Don't let such trivial matters upset you." Shirley felt a mix of frustration and indignation. Only by winning a certain number of prestigious awards and competitions could Shi Li secure a spot for early enrollment. Yet, he had neither the right to be angry nor to contest this situation. He lacked a supportive background. His parents were ordinary individuals. He was studying at Qianpu without paying tuition and received allowances and scholarships from the school. "Where are you now?" she asked. "I'm in the library studying," he responded. The library offered a pleasant environment, warmth in winter, coolness in summer, and an atmosphere of tranquility perfect for studying, all entirely free of charge. In stark contrast, he lived with his grandfather in a dilapidated area where winters were bitterly cold and summers sweltering. Next door was a mahjong parlor, where games continued into the early hours of the morning. Such an environment was hardly conducive to studying, yet he had endured it until middle school, when he discovered through classmates that the library offered a space for free study. "Then I won't disturb your studies," she said, initially intending to invite him out for dinner that evening, but reconsidering due to the current state of their relationship. Bob approached, suggesting an odd invitation to dinner, but it felt rather inappropriate, so she declined. Furthermore, it was hardly an opportune moment for a meal. Shi Li, currently disheartened by her inability to participate in the competition, found it somewhat disconcerting to confront him, a recent competitor. "With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly partake in the next contest. We shall go together then." After hanging up, Shirley lost interest in lingering about. Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, was aware of Shirley's examination that day and remembered her mention that there would be no need for dinner preparation that evening. Did Li not dine with her classmates? Something came up on their side. "What would you like to eat tonight? You decide, please." Noticing Shirley's less than pleasant demeanor, Aunt Zhang assumed it was due to an unsatisfactory performance on the exam. Once in her upstairs bedroom, Shirley changed into comfortable attire, yet her discontent only deepened. Thus, she dialed her physics teacher's number. Mr. Wu was having dinner when he received the call from his student. He set down his chopsticks and stepped away from the table. "What's the matter, Shirley? How did you find the difficulty of today's exam?" Mr. Wu initially thought she was calling to discuss the test. "It was manageable. I didn't find it difficult. Do you know who competed alongside me?" Shi Li. What's the matter?" Mr. Wu pondered why Shirley would inquire about this. "It's not him. I just learned that Director Zhu deemed him ineligible and rejected his application, so Shi Li didn't sit for the exam today." Mr. Wu quickly grasped the implications. He taught physics for both classes 3 and 1, and he took great pride in nurturing 2 students for the competition. Hearing that one of his promising pupils had been replaced ignited a fury within him. I vaguely spotted that new transfer student from class 3 during the exam. His anger flared as the identity of the replacement became evident. Though Liang Rongrong was also his student, one had been a brilliant protégé for months, while the other had merely arrived at the school a week prior. Emotionally, his attitude toward the two was inherently different. From the perspective of school prestige, selecting Liang Rongrong for the competition would impact the institution's achievements and ranking, including a potential group award. Shen Qinglin, too. How could he not inform me of such a significant matter? Yet, upon reflection, he admired the boy's thoughtfulness in avoiding confrontation between his teacher and Director Zhu by withholding his grievances. Teacher, have the results of our monthly exam been released? Mr. Wu, aware of Shi Li's underlying intentions, responded, once Class 3's results are in, I shall send you a copy. Recognizing that her thoughts had been discerned, Shi Li felt no shame, chuckling softly, thank you, teacher. Before concluding the call, she added, I cannot be certain that Liang Rongrong is the one replacing Shen Qinglin. It would be prudent for you to confirm. Mr. Wu, possessing his own connections, did not need to consult the grade director to ascertain the identity of the student substituting for Qianpu High School in the examination. Shi Li's suspicions were indeed correct. Meanwhile, Teacher Wu conveyed the information he had gathered to Shi Li, along with the results of the monthly examination for Class 3. As the physics instructor, he only shared the scores for physics, ranked from highest to lowest, with the top scorer being Shen Qinglin. Since the last phone call with Teacher Wu, Shi Li had been perplexed by one particular matter. How could Liang Rongrong, who barely managed to pass in physics, muster the audacity to seize another's opportunity and participate in the physics competition? Moreover, in the original narrative, Liang Rongrong was depicted as a naive and kind-hearted individual. Devoid of ambition, it bewildered Shi Li that she would resort to such underhanded tactics. The most perplexing aspect was her mediocre performance. If she had excelled academically, one might argue there was justification in her actions. Yet, with her current physics score, competing externally would only lead to embarrassment. What was she truly thinking? Chapter 17. Being a qualified malicious female supporting role. Upon the release of the monthly examination results on Monday, Shi Li suppressed her urge to confront someone. Although she managed to restrain herself, her mind was rife with indignation. Her classmates, privy to her thoughts, bore the brunt of her frustration, as she would mutter grievances whenever the incident crossed her mind. They suffered in silence, unable to grasp the root of her agitation. A representative was elected to alleviate Shi Li's woes. When Shi Qiuyu inquired about her unhappiness, Shi Li had no reason to conceal the truth. She recounted the events of that fateful Saturday in their entirety. Upon hearing her account, Shi Qiuyu felt a sense of injustice, yet found it difficult to empathize with the same intensity as Shi Li. She patted Shi Li's shoulder, advising her not to let such matters disturb her. Once the competition results are released, I shall be eager to see how well she performs. The results would not be available for another fortnight. When the day arrived, the class was engaged in self-study. Teacher Zheng entered, prompting everyone to momentarily set aside their tasks. I have some delightful news to share. Teacher, if you deem it good news, Shi Li's performance must be commendable, a student remarked. Teacher Zheng smiled and nodded, confirming that indeed, it was excellent. She had achieved a perfect score and earned the prestigious personal gold award of the 4 Holy Cups. A wave of cheers erupted, echoing throughout the room. Teacher Zheng tapped the blackboard, urging everyone to quiet down. Your teacher Wu has suggested that, in celebration of this joyous occasion, there will be no physics homework assigned today. The cheers grew even louder, nearly lifting the roof off. As the physics class representative, Shi Li felt puzzled, but there isn't even a physics class today. There shouldn't be any homework assigned. The jubilant noise drowned out her thoughts, and no one took notice. The exuberance in the classroom lasted less than 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. All right, let us return to our studies, Teacher Zheng directed. As he prepared to continue, Shi Qiuyu raised her hand. Teacher, how did the other students fare in the competition alongside Shi Li? At this, Teacher Zheng's expression became somewhat difficult to interpret.
How? Well.
It was certainly far from satisfactory. As an educator, Teacher Zheng refrained from commenting on another student in the presence of his pupils, especially if the assessment was negative. When this matter is brought up, Teacher Zheng's mood is akin to that of a dog being scolded. Sometimes, despite Li's remarkable scores, their school's collective performance ranks first, revealing just how absurd the situation is. When inquiring about Li's partner's exact score, it turns out to be an extraordinarily auspicious number. Not 99, not 88, nor 66, but a solitary 8. She doesn't even have a companion beside her, not even an 18 to accompany her. This is no ordinary 8. It is a grand and glorious 8. With this score, Qianpu High School becomes the laughingstock among its peer institutions. Even with a dual perfect scorer emerging from Qianpu this year, no one seems to care. Li is overshadowed by the brilliance of the 8. An 8, historically, no score has ever been so low. In an instant, all the students in class 1 of the first year are left speechless, unsure of what to say. The students in the front row, who often engage with the teacher and enjoy interjecting, candidly ask, "Teacher, did you just say 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? What is it called in English?" Teacher Zheng, a serious and earnest individual, casts a skeptical glance at the young boy. "Yes, it is indeed the 8 you mentioned." "She is even more impressive than I imagined." Li's sarcastic remark echoes the thoughts of others. They are genuinely astounded by this 8. It is not that they look down upon those who score an 8, but it depends on the context. To push others aside just to compete. One might think their skills are exceptional. In the 4 Holy Grail competition, an 80 is already considered a low score. This moment shatters the previous perceptions of the others. Her score is so low that I can hardly muster the courage to mock her. The crowd responds, "All right, we can sense your schadenfreude, but an 8 is indeed outrageous." In truth, Liang Rongrong's score is not so absurd. The morning exam covered basic material, much of which she had already learned, and she scored in the 60s. Under the shadow of the 8, Li, the dual perfect scorer and gold medalist, appears rather ordinary, especially given her other subject where she barely passed. After teacher Zheng departs, Li pulls out her phone and types into the chat box, "Teacher Wu, did Liang Rongrong truly score an 8 in the physics competition?" Then, she turns and shares this delightful news with Shen Qinglin. "I have something to tell you. The competitor who took your spot, Liang Rongrong, scored an 8 in the competition." Shen Qinglin responds, "Really?" Li assures her, "I'm not joking. Our teacher just mentioned it." Shen Qinglin then inquires about Li's performance. Li laments, in comparison to her, "I feel so ordinary." Shen Qinglin assumes Li did not perform well and refrains from probing further. When visiting teacher Wu's office to ask about assignments, Shen Qinglin casually inquires about Li's competition score, only to discover that Li did not perform poorly at all. In fact, she excelled beyond expectations. Seeing the pained expression on her cherished disciple's face, teacher Wu mistakenly believed that she was envious of Shi Li. Teacher Wu explained, "In comparison to Liang Rongrong from your class, she is indeed quite ordinary. While perfect papers have been seen in previous years, an 8-point paper has never been recorded. This year, the results of the Qianpu competition have brought about a disgraceful incident, according to the opinions of other school leaders. It is as if our school never participated in the competition at all. As long as I do not acknowledge it, the embarrassment does not fall upon me." Traditionally, the school would commend students who excelled in competitions to motivate them further. However, this year, there shall be no grand ceremony for awarding students. The shame has already reached its zenith. Yet the principal, with a wave of his hand, declared that we shall indeed hold the ceremony, and not only that, we shall do so with great fanfare. This is to prevent outsiders and parents from believing that our teaching standards are lacking. As if our school only produces students who score 8 points. We still have students who have received gold and silver awards, which sufficiently attests to the quality of our education. As for the student who scored 8 points, it is merely due to her physical discomfort during the exam, which hindered her performance. Otherwise, she too would have been an awardee. To substantiate this claim, the school orchestrated a performance. Initially, the school planned to discipline the head of the first-year department, but this punishment was concealed from the public, rendering it virtually non-existent. During the recess, a brief award ceremony was held. The students receiving awards were not limited to Shi Li alone. Many others from different subjects and grades who had won in the Four Saints Cup competition were also present. It was evident that upon hearing of the glimmering 8 points, everyone was eager to inquire about Shi Li, the first-year student who participated in the physics competition. Known for her warm-heartedness, Shi Li willingly answered every inquiry posed to her. Thus, during the group photo for the award ceremony, every awardee beamed with wide smiles, and those unaware might assume they were simply overjoyed at their victories, while in truth, it was the allure of gossip that fueled their delight. Just then, the long-silenced murmurs of discontent erupted before the classmates. Chapter 18. Sisters, do not become legalistic. Upon hearing Shi Li's inner thoughts, a collective idea sprang to life in everyone's minds. A vicious female antagonist? How could such a figure possess such beauty? What a profound misunderstanding of oneself. What did you just say about stepping on someone? Who could possibly provoke the usually indifferent you? As the crowd followed Shi Li's gaze, they beheld the teary-eyed Liang Rongrong. Everyone presumed that Shi Li was targeting Liang Rongrong out of jealousy for a boy, failing to consider that Shi Li might be standing up for a friend. The past grievances between Shi Li and Liang Rongrong were well known among them. Moreover, the rumors surrounding Liang Rongrong and Feng Yunhe had long been circulating, enough to incite a frenzy among Feng Yunhe's admirers. It was entirely normal for Shi Li to harbor disdain for Liang Rongrong, given her affections for Feng Yunhe. Wei Yi and her desk mate Xue Xuejia exchanged a glance, and within their eyes lay a singular thought: should they extend a ladder to Shi Li, allowing her to step upon Liang Rongrong? Xue Xuejia raised her fist,
striking a victorious pose.
Li, what score did you achieve on this physics exam? She inquired. Have you forgotten that the teacher mentioned in class that Li is the only student to earn full marks in this competition? Wei Yi and Xue Xuejia harmonized their taunts, leaving Shi Li with no opportunity to respond. Although Xue Xuejia appeared as an adorable girl, she delivered a piercing blow that struck at the heart. She called out to Liang Rongrong, "You must be classmate Rongrong, right? I've heard that your physics grades are exceptional. Li participated in the physics competition as well, yet I didn't see you on stage to receive an award. How did you fare this time?" "What else could it be? A notorious 8 points, of course," replied Liang Rongrong. "Physics is something you either grasp or utterly fail to comprehend." The 8 points she obtained were solely due to selecting all answers on the multiple-choice section. Such behavior resembled that of a slacker. Yet it at least ensured she secured those 8 points. Xue Xuejia's remarks grew increasingly scathing. Shi Li's inner thoughts transitioned from "sister, catch me with your words" to "oh my gosh, sister, temper it down. You're more like a sinister supporting character, and if the protagonist holds a grudge, there's no good outcome for you." Shi Li leaned closer to Liang Rongrong's scores, letting out a somewhat meaningful "oh." She refrained from passing judgment on Liang Rongrong's results, merely stating, "You should consider finding a tutor and attending more classes. To score 8 points and still represent the school in the physics competition is detrimental to our chances of winning the group award." As she turned to leave, Shi Li tossed out a parting remark, with a little effort on the answer sheet: "You could easily surpass 8 points." Liang Rongrong stood frozen in place, bewildered by the girl's harshness. As Shi Li uttered such hurtful words, a sense of exhilaration washed over her. The trophy lay discarded at her feet as she languidly slumped onto her chair, thinking, being the wicked supporting character feels utterly delightful. The classmates gleaned the story's background from Xue Xuejia and Wei Yi. As a supportive friend, Shi Qiyu approached to offer her counsel. In truth, Feng Yunhe is rather ordinary. There are countless good men in the world. If he doesn't suit you, we can always find someone else. What type do you fancy? I'll help you search." Shi Li replied with a teasing tone, "Oh my dear sister, he's quite average, but you may come to like him in the future." Shi Qiyu raised her gaze to meet the eyes of her classmates, their expressions seemingly conveying, "So, you two are blind. Would she truly come to like Feng Yunhe?" This thought filled Shi Qiyu with a tinge of melancholy. It must be said that Feng Yunhe's appearance and background were nothing short of remarkable, and the number of girls enamored with him was countless. Yet, Shi Qiyu found him insufferably arrogant and utterly oblivious. Shi Li was undeniably beautiful, even as a girl. Shi Qiyu admired her, yet Feng Yunhe remained unmoved, perpetually wearing a stony countenance. The realization that she might one day find Feng Yunhe appealing transformed Shi Qiyu's demeanor into one of sorrow. "Your aunt and uncle are away on business," Shi Li remarked. "The nanny misses me," Shi Qiyu replied. Well, this wasn't the first time Shi Qiyu had stayed over at Shi Li's home. Shi Qiyu and Gao Yun had their own designated guest rooms at Shi Li's residence, each adorned in styles they cherished. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow, Shi Qiyu chose not to occupy the guest room, instead finding solace in the chamber of Shi Li. As Shi Li teetered on the brink of slumber, Shi Qiyu suddenly broke the silence, her voice a gentle whisper. Li, what do you think my future partner will be like?" Fatigued, Shi Li replied absent-mindedly. "Perhaps someone 185 meters tall, with 8-pack abs and strikingly handsome." Shi Qiyu mused, "That sounds reminiscent of Feng Yunhe, yet not quite." Her curiosity remained unquenched. She sought a more definitive answer. Observing Shi Li's evident drowsiness, she recalled a notion she'd heard: when one is on the verge of sleep, they tend to speak the unvarnished truth. Thus, she leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Li, do you think my future boyfriend will be Feng Yunhe?" Startled from her dreams, Shi Li's eyes flew open, revealing her unexpected interest in Feng Yunhe. Shi Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively defended herself. I don't like him. I truly don't. How could I possibly like the man you admire? With understanding, Shi Li gently patted her shoulder. It seemed that she had refrained from seeking a partner because her heart still harbored feelings for Feng Yunhe. Shi Qiyu protested. This is utterly absurd. Am I destined to remain single forever? Surely, this is preferable to dating Feng Yunhe, though the latter does seem a tad more daunting. In Chapter 19, while traversing a dimly lit path, Shi Qiyu struggled to fathom the prospect of facing Feng Yunhe's expressionless visage daily. How could you leap to the conclusion that I harbor a crush on him? One must have grounds for such assertions, should you persist. I might have to accuse you of defamation. Wait a moment, my friend. Please allow me to explain, she implored. Don't let this misunderstanding regarding my feelings for Feng Yunhe jeopardize our years of camaraderie. Sweetheart, I genuinely do not like him. It is entirely natural to have affections for the male lead. Shi Li, with an empathetic touch on her shoulder, advised. I must urge you to abandon any feelings for him. It will lead to naught. Shi Qiyu, eager to clarify her stance, insisted, we are sisters. How could I possibly like the man you adore? I would only find him detestable. With a sigh, Shi Li responded, if you truly have feelings for him, do not hesitate to pursue him boldly. However, there is one caveat. Do not engage in any unlawful activities. Drawing from her own experiences, she imparted this sage advice to her dear friend. In the original narrative, characters like Shi Li, often depicted as malicious rivals, resorted to various schemes against the female lead, nearly breaching the entire penal code, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from those who heard. Shi Qiyu took every word from her sister seriously and, upon hearing Shi Li's caution against legal infractions, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Am I truly destined to become a law-abiding citizen in the future? In that moment, she was torn between clarifying her indifference towards Feng Yunhe and lamenting the prospect of future hardships. As dawn approached, Shi Qiyu remained awake, pondering whether Shi Li had truly drifted off or was merely feigning sleep. The following morning, the piercing sound of notifications jolted her awake. Every day at 6 o'clock, her phone would automatically power on. After the phone automatically powered on, the messages that had accumulated during the night due to it being turned off flooded in all at once. It was evident they were from the group chat. A glance revealed Shi Li was in the midst of her evening routine. With a sense of mischief, Shi Qiyu stealthily opened the chat, only to find everyone inquiring about what news she had heard from Shi Li the previous night. The content she had received was certainly not to be disclosed, for revealing it would only further entangle her in complications. Regardless of whether others believed her, she had only this singular answer. Qiyu, stop playing with your phone and come wash up, Shi Li's voice called out, prompting Shi Qiyu to hastily switch off her device. I'm coming, she replied. As they both settled into the car, Shi Qiyu reminded her, by the way, did you purchase the book our Chinese teacher asked us to read? A couple of days prior, their teacher had shared an extracurricular reading list in class, books that Shi Li had already perused several times in her past life. I haven't bought it yet, she replied. For her, there seemed little necessity to revisit them. Nevertheless, the ocean of knowledge was boundless, and Shi Li resolved to visit the bookstore in the evening to acquire a few titles she had not yet read. The driver suggested stopping by the bookstore to pick her up, but Shi Li declined the offer. Hearing of her intention to browse, Shi Qiyu expressed a hint of regret. I have ballet class tonight, otherwise I could join you for some shopping. Almost immediately, she proposed, how about I skip class tonight and we go out together? My dear miss, perhaps you should reconsider. Just recently, you were absent from class, and now you wish to do so again? Indeed, she acknowledged the truth in this. It was wiser not to provoke the tiger's whiskers. Let us discuss it in a few days. Every school tends to have a nearby bookstore, and given the affluent backgrounds of the students at Qianpu High School, the bookstore close by was quite expansive, rivaling that of a shopping mall. Thus, in the morning, Shi Li had referred to it as browsing the bookstore, rather than merely buying a few books. When Shi Li emerged from the bookstore, night had already fallen. Yet, she had amassed a significant haul, 2 bags brimming with books. So engrossed was she in her reading that she had neglected to eat. The thought of dinner made her long for the spicy skewers from the food street at school. Despite the food street's rather untidy appearance near Qianpu High School, it had its own charm that allowed it to endure. Each small eatery had its signature dish, delectably irresistible, leaving one to ponder whether they contained illicit enhancements. Though the food street appeared shabby, its hygiene was commendable. The old adage rings true, it is best not to walk alone on dark roads. To Shi Li's surprise, even in such a safe neighborhood, troublemakers could still be found. At this hour, the second and third-year students were engaged in self-study at school, with security patrolling the vicinity. Qianpu High School prided itself on having security personnel with professional backgrounds capable of handling 5 assailants if necessary. While other schools might have their share of delinquents, the area around Qianpu remained remarkably clean. A group of unruly youths jostled Shi Li, exhaling plumes of smoke, and the leader of the pack cursed as he said, "Someone asked me to tell you, don't you dare bully Liang Rongrong again." The leader of the ruffians departed after uttering profanities, yet the 2 thugs trailing behind, upon catching sight of Shi Li's visage, were overtaken by malicious intent, shoving her towards the alley. "Do not lay your filthy hands upon me." She knew she could not comply and follow these petty criminals into the alley, for once ensnared, escape would be futile. With a swift motion, she thrust the 2 bags of books she carried at the thugs and sprinted towards the crowd. Although her athletic prowess was typically mediocre, her survival instinct awakened latent potential within her. As she dashed forward, she had never perceived the street as so interminably long. Suddenly, a male voice, tinged with curiosity, called out, "Shi Li? My savior has arrived." Though I know not who it is, that voice is familiar. They must be an acquaintance. The 2 ruffians, contemplating their nefarious plans, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Upon spotting a man approaching, they faltered in their resolve. However, emboldened by their numbers, they dismissed their trepidation. The girl before them was strikingly beautiful, a visage they had never encountered in their mundane lives. Missing this opportunity might mean never encountering such a chance again. Lust often breeds audacity. They were determined to proceed. Upon hearing that name, Shi Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. She recalled the complex background of his family, aware that they belonged to different social circles, having only heard whispers of their lineage. The 2 thugs had initially believed that their numbers would assure victory. Armed with knives, they were convinced they could easily overpower a mere youth. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, they found themselves sprawled on the ground after a misstep. A clattering sound echoed as their knives fell, glinting ominously in the pale moonlight. Shi Li rubbed her slightly flushed face, breathless from her hurried escape. "Thank you for today. Are you alright? Did I frighten you?" The 2 thugs, now incapacitated, groaned and cursed as they clutched their wounds. Frustrated, Shi Li delivered a couple of kicks to them. They could hardly resemble victims of intimidation. Nor did she wish to appear undaunted. "I was terrified," she exclaimed, recounting her ordeal to her classmate. "I intended to buy some food when a group of thugs emerged, warning me not to bully Liang Rongrong, and they attempted to drag me into the alley." 2 men dragging a girl into an alley could hardly be for a philosophical discussion. The thugs, now pleading for mercy, lamented their foolishness. "We were misguided. You've already punished us. Can you spare us now?" Whether they would mend their ways in the future was of no concern to her. What truly mattered to Shi Li was whether this encounter would impart a lesson upon them. Had she been even a moment slower today, the consequences could have been dire. He is indeed a benevolent soul. A true knight who aids those in distress. After school, he spent his time in an internet cafe near the school. As he stepped out to purchase dinner, he was abruptly startled by Shi Li's piercing scream. It was not mealtime, and the street was nearly deserted. Her frantic cries were audible even 3 blocks away, clearly indicating that something was amiss. He followed the sound to investigate. "What do you intend to do? Beat them again and let them go, or call the police?" Shi Li tucked her frostbitten fingers into her pockets. "My parents are abroad on business. Only the nanny and bodyguard are at home. What about your other elders? It would be better to have them around at a time like this." Regardless of whether she wanted to release them or call the authorities, having her elders present would provide her with more support. Their conversation today had already surpassed the total exchanges they had during the entirety of the month since school began. She briefly explained her situation, to which Shi Li's uncle promptly responded, "All right, I will come over with your aunt right away." It is always preferable for a girl to have company when venturing out at night. If no one is home, she should at least summon the driver and bodyguard. Shi Li nodded, not having anticipated such a situation today. Earlier, she had felt inspired to visit a bookstore and had even given the driver a day off, only to find herself in this predicament by nightfall. The 2 small ruffians, lying on the ground, upon hearing that this young woman had both a driver and a bodyguard at home, realized they had provoked someone they ought not to have. "Bro, we truly didn't know. We were just following orders from our boss." "Orders from whom?" "We don't know that, but it seems this lady has offended someone." Shi Li rolled her eyes. "Who could I have offended? Someone must have seen me bully Liang Rongrong. Perhaps it's a boy who admires Liang Rongrong." It shouldn't be Feng Yunhe. In Chapter 21, Sent to the Orange. At this moment, Feng Yunhe still perceived Liang Rongrong as the illegitimate daughter of her father and harbored no affection for her. Although Liang Rongrong was not exceptionally beautiful, she was despised by women and adored by men. She had various platonic male friends willing to go to great lengths for her. Such behavior was merely a trivial act of defending one's goddess in their eyes. However, Shi Li was notoriously known for her romantic notions, so he was not particularly surprised. Upon hearing Shi Li express her desire to call the police, the two thugs on the ground struggled even more violently. It all depends on your mindset. Shi Li picked up her phone and dialed the police, relaying her location. I have encountered two robbers attempting to wield a knife and rob me. Please come quickly. Upon hearing Shi Li report the robbery, the two assailants were utterly incredulous. They had not intended to commit robbery. They had no such thoughts. Their plan was merely to drag her into an alley for something less severe. However, having failed in their endeavor, they reasoned that even if they were arrested and held for 3 to 5 days, given her family's background, they might face a longer sentence. Perhaps they would emerge after 10 or 15 days, still intact. But associating themselves with robbery would escalate the severity of their charges. As thugs, they were well aware of which crimes they could not afford to commit. Moreover, they were armed with a knife. What is most infuriating is that, although a knife was indeed drawn, it was merely intended to intimidate an interfering bystander, compelling that person to flee upon sighting the weapon. Are the offspring of wealthy families truly so malevolent? Shortly thereafter, the patrolling officers from the nearby precinct arrived, taken aback by the scene before them. A figure, resembling a petty thief, lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning in discomfort. Meanwhile, the strikingly attractive young individual, who appeared to be the victim, was remarkably unscathed, showing no signs of injury nor resembling someone who had been robbed. The two officers were momentarily bewildered, uncertain of who the actual victim and perpetrator were. Eventually, an experienced officer inquired about who had called the police. Raising her right hand like a schoolchild, Shi Li replied, "Officer, it was I who reported the incident." Having kept her head bowed previously, the officers now caught a clear glimpse of her face upon her raising it. This young lady was astoundingly beautiful, seemingly even more so than the stars gracing the television screen. I was heading to the food street when these two men brandished a knife and demanded my money. Fortunately, I encountered a courageous classmate who came to my rescue. Shi Li recounted the events of the evening with clarity, pointing towards the knife glinting ominously in the distance. My classmate was injured while saving me. Indeed, he bore wounds, but they were not from this encounter. Dealing with such petty thugs wouldn't leave him bruised. As a school bully, it was only natural that he bore scars from the frequent altercations he engaged in. The officer meticulously placed the knife into an evidence bag and led the individuals to the station for statements. After school today, I went to the bookstore to purchase some books, and it was nearly dark when I exited. The books I bought were discarded in an alley. I despise you. Shi Li's anguished cries resonated through the interrogation room, penetrating every corner of the precinct with remarkable clarity. I wanted to eat at the food street behind the school, but I had to pass through a dimly lit alley. Those two men suddenly emerged with knives. I threw my 2 bags of books at them and ran desperately towards the crowd. Coincidentally, her classmate was nearby. Being kind-hearted, he often engaged in acts of assistance. And upon hearing the commotion, he rushed over. I had always heard of his impressive skills, but I was astonished at how adept he truly was. He swiftly subdued the 2 ruffians. Given their status as students, the police requested that the parents of both individuals come to collect them. While Shi Li was providing her statement, her uncle and aunt arrived. "Ollie, were you frightened today? How can there still be such wicked people in our society?" Her aunt enveloped her in a comforting embrace, revealing a jade bracelet on her wrist that almost dazzled the officers. "I'm fine, please don't worry about me. I was fortunate that someone was nearby to help me in time." After bidding farewell to the group, the younger officer nudged his companion. "How much do you think that bracelet is worth?" "It must be quite expensive." The seasoned officer, possessing greater worldly knowledge, held up 5 fingers. The junior officer's eyes widened. 500,000? The older officer shook his head at another 0. The young officer was utterly astonished, realizing that what he beheld was akin to a villa adorning one's wrist. With a hint of concern, he remarked, "Such an expensive item. Should it suffer a scratch or a bump, wouldn't that be heart-wrenching?" The seasoned officer cast him a sidelong glance, asserting, "Firstly, they have a housekeeper, so household chores are not a concern. Secondly, the ability to afford such a costly bracelet signifies that they are indifferent to such trivial expenditures. The disparity between individuals is even more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Who could this person be, to possess such wealth? The elder officer, momentarily at a loss for words, wondered if his protege had failed to recognize the truth. Recognize whom? He inquired. Your own apprentice. That young lady's uncle is Shi Li. Upon hearing this name, the young officer's eyes widened in understanding. It was indeed him, beyond acknowledging his capabilities. He struggled to conjure any other descriptors. To have successfully robbed the child of a magnate on one's first attempt was a stroke of extraordinary luck. Chapter 22. Expressions of gratitude. After Shi Li repeatedly conveyed her heartfelt thanks, she parted ways with her companion at the entrance of the police station. Inside the vehicle, only her family was present, prompting her aunt to inquire, "Are you unscathed, Li?" Shi Li weakly defended herself. "Surely, I cannot be that unfortunate." Her aunt cautioned against harboring any illusions. Fortune is a fickle mistress. Who can truly predict her whims? Even if something were to happen, it would not be insurmountable. Such occurrences can be quite disconcerting. Her aunt continued her persistent lament. Each year, we pay such exorbitant tuition to Qianpu. How can they fail to maintain order around the school? How can they ensure the safety of students commuting to and from school? She turned to her husband in the passenger seat. You must speak with the principal tomorrow. If they cannot manage even this minor issue, it is prudent to replace them with someone more competent. There are surely many who would be willing to take on the role. The Shi family held a significant stake in Qianpu, rendering them major shareholders. Shi Li believed the principal was an unfortunate victim of circumstance, explaining, "Today's incident was not merely a stroke of bad luck. Now was the time to reveal the details she had not had the chance to share over the phone." It became clear that it was not simply a matter of misfortune encountering those two ruffians. Her aunt grew more incensed. Disagreements among young ladies are commonplace, however. That is no excuse for misconduct. Who is this Liang Rongrong? I have never heard of her before. With this explanation, her aunt quickly grasped the situation, recognizing her as the illegitimate daughter of old Feng. Feng, unwilling to acknowledge her as the daughter of his beloved, feared inciting his wife's ire. Yet his furtive demeanor only served to strengthen the suspicions of those around him. Her aunt scoffed derisively. A kept woman is hardly worthy of respect. As they neared the Shi family villa, her uncle, who had been silent throughout the journey, finally spoke. Tomorrow, your aunt and I will visit the school to discuss this matter with the principal. In the evening, we shall pay a visit to the Feng household to inquire about this adopted daughter of theirs. What connection does she have to this incident? Despite her aunt's poor impression of Liang Rongrong, she would not concede to any association if it existed. By the way, if you and your aunt go to the school tomorrow, could you assist me with a small favor? Shi Li asked. What do you require of us? She elaborated. And her usually unflappable uncle appeared momentarily taken aback. Even Auntie, who sat beside Shi Li, momentarily lost her ability to articulate. As long as you are happy, Uncle said in affirmation, to which Shi Li expressed her gratitude. Upon entering the classroom, she discovered 2 bags of books piled upon her desk. As she opened the bags, she realized they contained the very books she had discarded the previous day. I thought these books were lost for good. So, who could it be? Classmates from the first year of high school were trickling into the classroom, and they overheard Shi Li's inner thoughts. Everyone was perplexed, wondering what she meant by that. What books? They all arrived just in time for class, but today someone had beaten them to it, making them the second to arrive. Friends, you all know I was always the first to enter the classroom previously. Can you guess what I found? Upon hearing such dramatic words, I, a mere reader, was instantly drawn in. Where is the teacher who writes? I want to see this story within 3 minutes. The group had a knack for spiraling discussions off topic, and the group leader noticed that despite not having said anything, everyone had already concocted so many scenarios. She hurriedly interjected, "What's the big deal?" The 2 large bags of books on Shi Li's desk are particularly conspicuous. Dear, if your mind isn't functioning, you might consider donating to someone in need. What a disappointment. I expected something that couldn't be broadcasted. Impossible, they're just pretending to be indifferent in front of us students, deliberately. I don't care, those 2 are undoubtedly sincere. It's not that Feng Gu can't afford it, rather, Arlie Xing offers greater value. This situation was orchestrated by Shi Li, and she felt no doubt about it. The other students remained bewildered. After the 2 departed, the classroom was abuzz with speculation. Did the teacher discover they were dating and intend to educate them? Or perhaps call their parents? This is 50 million. Leave my son alone. Who knows? Maybe they'll exchange checks. The 2 knocked on the principal's office door. And upon seeing Shi Li, the principal immediately rose. I sincerely apologize, student Shi. It is a failure on the school's part that placed you in danger. I take full responsibility and assure you that such matters will not occur again. The case will be monitored closely. Qian Pu has always regarded students as his own children and would never allow them to suffer injustice. Shi Li's uncle was not necessarily insistent on replacing the principal. Hearing his apology and assurance soothed his anger, allowing the matter to pass. The incident from last night was an accident, beyond the principal's control. And he did not wish for such occurrences to happen. They were not the kind of domineering family one might expect. This situation was understandable. The secretary of Shi Li's uncle held a small wooden box, which he handed to Shi Li. Under the scrutiny of everyone's eager gazes, Shi Li slowly opened the box and extracted a resplendent banner. Upon unfurling it, 2 lines of text were revealed. In times of peril, true talent shines. A hero acts with valor. The principal and the secretary. Now, faced with these astonished faces, one might even feel that the others are truly unworldly, easily astonished by the rare. Chapter 23. The entire class in awe. In light of everyone's stupor, Shi Li proactively suggested, "Shall we take a group photo holding the banner? I see it done on television all the time." Secretary. My dear young lady, we are at a prestigious academy, not on a stage meant to move the hearts of the nation. Shi Li, oblivious to the secretary's subtle derision, would have surely marveled at their unspoken understanding. The secretary casually glanced over and noticed that the wooden box seemed to reflect a shimmering golden light. Then, under the secretary's astonished gaze, Shi Li slowly produced a resplendent gold medal. The principal, a man of considerable experience, dismissed the medal as trivial. The school bully had never encountered anything that instilled fear in him, yet as he beheld Shi Li cradling that medal, an unprecedented urge to flee surged within him. Ultimately, the school bully wore a blank expression as he took the most humiliating photo of his life, escorting Shi Li out of the principal's office. Shi Li's uncle nodded in agreement, appreciating principal's son's thorough consideration. The two shared a silence on their way, and as they approached the classroom door, he finally managed to utter, "You are repaying kindness with enmity." But I clearly saw the corners of his mouth lift moments ago. What is wrong with this person? Shi Li's inner thoughts resonated accurately in the ears of everyone present. Understanding her classmates, she knew they would undoubtedly speculate. Thus, she inquired, "Brother, what is it you are holding? Could it be that everyone guessed correctly?" Shi Li's family had given Fu Ge 10 million to part ways with someone. To express her gratitude, she gifted him a banner. It turns out it was a case of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Oh, giving gifts. Wait. What did you say you gifted? I must have misheard, as everyone turned to their companions to confirm they were not mistaken. A banner? Who gifts a banner to someone of the opposite sex? In the classroom, nearly 30 students wore the expression of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Especially at the moment the banner was unfurled, a myriad of words coalesced into a single thought. If you can manage to find a partner, we will all live stream washing our hair while standing on our heads. To express gratitude, one could purchase a perfume or a watch as a gift. Who gifts a banner to someone of the opposite sex? Fortunately, Shi Li refrained from revealing the gold medal, as that would have been too embarrassing. During class, while she silently pondered about Feng Yunhe, she managed to endure only a short while before the classroom fell into a peaceful quiet once more. Regarding the individual's song, whom she inquired about yesterday, I had someone investigate. He is a minor thug from a vocational school in East City. He may have caught wind of something and did not attend school today, likely hiding away. Thank you ever so much. I do not know how to express my gratitude. Hearing the unabashed praise, a slight smile curled at the corners of his lips. Perhaps I should prepare a couple more banners and medals for him. Shi Li's uncle and aunt intended to visit the Feng family that evening to seek an explanation. Shi Li's uncle was exceedingly busy each day, and the past few days had been particularly hectic due to Shi Li's matters. Feeling quite embarrassed, Shi Li thought it unnecessary to confront the female lead directly, as it was the male supporting characters who harbored affections for her, which had nothing to do with the heroine herself. As for the identity of these admirers, with so many men enamored with the lead, it was unlikely she would know them all. However, her aunt was resolute, insisting they go. If Shi Li continued to refuse, it would be seen as a lack of gratitude. Arriving at the doorstep with the entire family was precisely the kind of thing a wicked female antagonist would do. This would not only align with her character, but also serve to strengthen the bond between the male and female leads. Unfortunately, Her uncle had urgent matters at his company and could not accompany Shirley, leaving only her aunt to join her. Despite the absence of her influential uncle, Shirley felt no trepidation. Her aunt's formidable presence assured her that they would prevail without resorting to force. Under her aunt's leadership, Shirley marched confidently into the Fong family villa. The dazzling diamond on her aunt's finger deterred the servants from intervening. With Mrs. Fong recuperating in a nursing home and Mr. Fong occupied at the office, only the staff and Liang Rongrong were present. The butler of the Fong household greeted them with a polite smile, inquiring if Mrs. Shi had come for a specific purpose in the absence of the lady of the house. Shirley's aunt crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at the butler. Hesitant, he recalled that Mr. Fong was a workaholic who despised interruptions. Given that Miss Rongrong held a special place in Mr. Fong's heart, the butler made a decisive call to Mr. Fong. Chapter 24. Has Shirley been bullying our Rongrong? Inside the house, everyone present, including all the maids and Liang Rongrong who was descending the stairs, overheard Mr. Feng's exclamation. The image of Shirley's aunt as a shrew was well established. Despite her usual demeanor as a refined lady, few could rival her in an argument. In her previous life, Shirley had initially perceived her aunt as a subtly elegant socialite. However, during a dispute with her in-laws regarding her cousin's wedding, her aunt's formidable nature was revealed in a spectacular fashion. Renowned as a shrew within their circle, being discussed behind her back was one thing, but facing insult directly was quite another. How could Shirley feign ignorance when an elder was insulted in her presence? What did Mr. Fong mean by that? With only her and her aunt as guests, was he implying that shrewish remark was directed at them? The butler thought to himself. Surely, he must know whom he was insulting. Liang Rongrong chimed in, I can testify, my father did not call anyone a shrew. It appeared they were engaging in a game of misdirection, taking advantage of their numbers in another's home. Shirley refrained from further comment. At my tender age, how could it be that my ears were failing me, rendering me incapable of hearing even a single word clearly? Her aunt supported her, saying, You are not alone in having poor hearing. It seems Mr. Feng's words were misinterpreted as shrew, and I thought we were unwelcome. Shirley stifled a laugh. They were certainly not welcomed. You are mistaken. The Fong family matriarch has always maintained a close relationship with you. How could they not welcome your visit? It appears that both of our ears have encountered some issues. We should make time to visit the hospital for a thorough examination, as our ears are indeed vital organs. Auntie, when we have the opportunity, could you take me to the hospital? My parents are away, and I can only rely on you. Aunt Shirley embraced her, lamenting, Oh, my poor niece. With your parents abroad on business, you're left all alone at home, and only I can stand up for you against any bullies. This was Shirley's first visit to the Fong family. In her previous life, she had always avoided Fong Yunhe, so how could she now willingly go to his residence? The familiarity of this place puzzled her, as it was reminiscent of a certain figure. For a young girl, her best friend's boyfriend is often the most despised person in her world, without exception. Liang Rongrong followed Shirley's gaze upstairs and explained, This is a classmate of ours. He's here to tutor me in physics. Shirley recalled having once mocked Liang Rongrong for her poor performance in physics. Yet, in her past life, how had Liang Rongrong and Xiao Shan shared such a close bond? Feng's father, concerned that Liang Rongrong might be bullied by the Shurs, urged the driver to accelerate throughout their journey. Upon arriving, he strode forward with determination. Shirley held a negative impression of Fong Yunhe's father, considering him a rather despicable man. She detested such men, especially since he treated Liang Rongrong, the child of the woman he loved most in this life, with more kindness than he showed his own son. Once inside, Feng's father anxiously inquired, Is Rongrong all right? Shirley smiled and replied, Uncle Feng, we are law-abiding citizens. Why would you think we would allow your adopted daughter to be bullied? Feng's father silently scoffed, thinking, Of course, it's because your aunt is a shrew. Feng's mother and Aunt Shirley had been close friends, and when Feng's father courted her, he often sought out his first love, enduring Aunt Shirley's sharp tongue on numerous occasions. Despite Feng's limited affection for his wife, he was unwilling to let his girlfriend's friend criticize him. Regardless of Feng's internal musings, he refrained from uttering such thoughts in front of Shirley, as it would tarnish his image. Instead, he chuckled. Our Rongrong has a gentle disposition, which is why I worry she might be bullied. Aunt Shirley responded with a long, oh, realizing it was not about fearing bullying from them.
How could that be?
We have known each other for over 20 years. How could I doubt your character? Aunt Shirley countered. My shrewish character? At that moment, Feng's father was unaware that his conversation with the housekeeper was on speaker. He thought to himself that the shrew had some self-awareness. He continued to laugh it off. You are being too modest. One should have confidence in their character. Aunt Shirley, unwilling to engage further with this old scoundrel, stated, I didn't come to discuss trivial matters. I have something important to address.
What is it?
Yesterday, on her way home from school, Shirley encountered a group of delinquents. Their leader warned her not to bully your Liang Rongrong. I brought Shirley here today to inquire if this little thug was sent by your family. As the words of Aunt Shirley fell into silence, a heavy thud echoed from the upper floor. The group turned their gazes upward in unison, yet found no one there. Shirley speculated that the sound might be connected to Qiao Shan. In response to Aunt Shirley's inquiry, however, Mr. Feng's concern veered towards another matter. Has Shirley bullied our Rongrong? Chapter 25. She found it somewhat perplexing. Shirley certainly could not admit to such a thing. Uncle Feng, I am unfamiliar with the concept of bullying. If critiquing a mere 8 out of 10 in physics is considered dragging down the class average, and if tossing an answer sheet on the floor and carelessly stepping on it warrants such a label, then I have nothing further to say. However, I must clarify that my critique is not aimed solely at Liang Rongrong. I hold the same opinion for all those who score an 8. Of course, my focus is solely on her. Am I out of my mind to target all students with poor performance? What do their scores have to do with me? Feeling wronged, Liang Rongrong could hardly bear being chastised for her grades, especially in front of Uncle Feng. Tears streamed down her cheeks, rendering her a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing her tears, Mr. Feng was suddenly reminded of his own lost love, his heart twisted in anguish. Rongrong, please do not cry.
Shi Li.
What does Rongrong's score have to do with you? Shirley and Aunt Shirley bore hearts of stone, showing not an ounce of compassion in the face of the weeping girl. Since Mr. Feng posed such a question, she felt compelled to elaborate. Her scoring an 8 has nothing to do with me. It is her own affair. But how does one who has only achieved an 8 dare to participate in the 4 Sacred Cups physics competition, displacing those with superior scores? If she were to excel in the competition, thereby usurping opportunities painstakingly earned by others, that would be quite another matter. After all, you possess the privilege to do so. The school is willing to grant you such leeway, and that cannot be contested. Yet, I must inquire, how does someone who can only manage an 8 presume to enter the physics competition? The humiliation is self-inflicted. You may leverage your privilege to seize others' spots and achieve dismal scores, but why should I refrain from ridiculing you? Is this not a consequence of your own making? Shirley could not express her anger at Liang Rongrong for usurping Xin Qinglin's opportunity. He was merely an ordinary student without connections, and in the vast disparity of status. Mr. Feng Yunhe's father had never regarded him with any significance. Moreover, what right did Shirley have to feel indignant on behalf of the principal party? As for what it had to do with her Uncle Feng, are you unaware that I am also a participant in the competition? My score stands as the highest in the sophomore physics group. As long as my partner is not utterly incompetent, we shall surely win the group award. Yet, an 8 does not belong to the ranks that I can uplift. Your Rongrong's 8 has impacted my chance for the group award. As Shirley continued to assert herself, her momentum grew stronger. Aunt Shirley gleaned from her niece's words the underlying circumstances. She could empathize with children who struggled academically. After all, if one simply lacked the desire to learn, what could be done? She could also understand that those who wielded privilege often surrounded themselves with the influential, which inevitably led to the exercise of such privileges. Though engaging in privilege, no one would ever resort to actions that would displace others' opportunities. Such behaviors are deemed insidious and are bound to invite retribution in the future. Moreover, such conduct can easily offend others, and should one be reported later, the consequences would be dire. Everyone prefers to exert a little more effort to expand the available slots and secure a place for their own children. The aunt cannot comprehend why underperforming students should replace those with exemplary grades in high-level competitions. She now gazes at Mr. Feng as if he were a simpleton. Mr. Feng finds himself at a loss for words as Shirley articulates her views. It appears that Rongrong has brought this upon herself, with her low scores adversely affecting someone else's chances for accolades. Mr. Feng's previously stern demeanor softens as he contemplates Shirley's words. At that moment, the tearful Liang Rongrong suddenly experiences a torrent of emotions, interrupting Mr. Feng before he can speak. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she cries. I know my grades are poor, and I never intended to participate in the competition. Her tears color her fair complexion with a deep flush, and her sobs nearly take her breath away. Mr. Feng is alarmed by Liang Rongrong's state. He gently strokes her back, attempting to soothe her. Are you all right, Rongrong? It's all my fault. I misunderstood your intentions and acted without consulting you. It's entirely my mistake. My father only wants what's best for me. It's my fault for not being diligent. No, it's all my father's mistake. Shirley and the aunt find themselves sidelined, observing the poignant interaction between father and daughter. They exchange glances, sharing an expression of disbelief at this disconcerting scene. Unfortunately, without classmates around, no one can truly empathize with her breakdown. Shirley types a message on her phone and presents it to the aunt. I feel nauseated. Perhaps we should leave.
The aunt,
With a stoic expression, replies with a message of her own. I'm not done watching the spectacle. If you wish to leave, go ahead. The aunt refuses to depart. And Shirley knows she cannot leave either. It is the first time she realizes that being an observer can be quite distressing. Liang Rongrong, however, soon finds herself overwhelmed. Just before she faints, Shirley pinches her philtrum. Wait a moment before you pass out. Let me ask you, do you know who warned the little rascal about me? This truly isn't my doing. Shirley's lips curl into a smile. She merely states that it isn't her fault without claiming ignorance. Now, this becomes intriguing. She muses, as it indicates that Liang Rongrong knows who it is. Yet, she cannot divulge that information, at least not at this moment. Shirley refrains from pressing further. It's clear that the answer cannot be extracted now. After leaving the Feng villa, the aunt, puzzled, inquires, Child, why didn't you clarify who that person is? We will learn who it is in due time. Moreover, during her interactions with Liang Rongrong, Shirley keenly observes that she differs markedly from the protagonist in the original narrative. In the original text, the heroine is a self-sufficient and resilient young woman, embodying a delicate yet strong persona. However, this Liang Rongrong presents an incongruity that unsettles Shirley. She even seems unlike the Liang Rongrong she knew in her past life. In her previous life, Shirley, although distanced from the main narrative, endeavored to maintain a distance from the female protagonist as well. Attending the same school as the male and female leads, she inevitably had some interactions with them. The Liang Rongrong she had known in her past life bore a striking resemblance to the character in the original book. However, this Liang Rongrong struck Shirley as somewhat peculiar. The demeanor of the adopted daughter of the Feng family inexplicably reminded her of someone. Initially, Feng's parents were a couple, but for reasons unknown, they separated, with Feng's father subsequently becoming involved with his ex-girlfriend's roommate. Shirley's aunt held a low opinion of her friend's college roommate, believing the girl to be deeply calculating. What kind of person would date their roommate's ex-boyfriend? Were all the men in the world gone? During their university years, Feng Ziming and Shuezhen's roommate had a tumultuous relationship, often creating many amusing yet absurd situations due to their romantic entanglements. After graduation, Shirley's aunt went abroad for further studies, nearly severing her ties with those back home. This left her perplexed, as she once inquired of her friend why she married Feng Ziming when he had been involved with her college roommate. Her friend replied that they had long since broken up, and Ziming had confessed that it was only after their separation that he realized she was his true love, the one he could never forget. Despite nearly 2 decades having passed, Shirley's aunt remembered those words with striking clarity. It was unavoidable. The thought made her feel nauseous. She had many things she wished to advise her friend, such as, had she forgotten the vows they had exchanged in her presence? Yet, seeing her friend lost in infatuation, she swallowed her words. Ultimately, she did not wish for her friend to be deceived, and so she took it upon herself to investigate the whereabouts of the college roommate, fearing that Feng Ziming might still be entwined with that woman while her friend remained oblivious. Despite leveraging connections from both her family of origin and her marital family, she could not locate the individual. It was as if she had vanished from the world. Once she had children and her life became consumed with familial and professional obligations, she ceased her search and left the past behind. Who could have anticipated that the presence of this adopted daughter of the Feng family would evoke long-buried memories? Who could it be? Chapter 26. The rejection of Shirley's rustic aesthetic. You are still a child. It is best not to dwell on the sordid tales of yesteryear. Very well. Shirley's aunt cautioned her niece, expressing her belief that the girl was quite scheming and advised her to keep her distance to avoid potential misfortune. I understand. Faced with the sudden downpour, Gaoyan rummaged through her bag for her phone, hesitating to whom she should call. Shirley and Shi Li were scheduled to attend an extracurricular class that evening and had likely left the school by now. Perhaps she should call the driver to inform him to come into the teaching building to pick her up. Just as she was about to dial, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw a tall, slender boy wearing glasses, whom she found somewhat familiar, but could not place. The boy held an umbrella and smiled warmly. It seems you forgot your umbrella. Mine is large enough. May I accompany you? Gao Yun felt a twinge of caution but reassured herself that he was a fellow student and should be safe. "Thank you very much," she replied. The boy's gaze discreetly swept across the corner of the bag. The umbrella tilted towards Gao Yun's direction. After exiting the school gates, Gao Yun pointed to the parking lot and said, "Could you please give me a ride once more? My family's driver is waiting over there." This request posed no problem for the boy, who escorted Gao Yun to her vehicle. The gleaming car emblem deepened the boy's smile. He waved goodbye to Gao Yun, watching as the car vanished from sight. Unfortunately, having tilted most of the umbrella over Gao Yun's head, his other arm became completely drenched with rainwater. Another weekend dawned, and Shirley awoke well past noon, noticing 2 missed calls on her phone. Her device had been on silent mode while she slept, hence, she had overlooked those calls. Upon answering, she explained, "I didn't intentionally ignore your calls. I apologize. I was asleep when you called earlier and didn't see it." "No worries.
It was my oversight."
"You wouldn't call unless there was something important to discuss, right?" "Indeed, there is something I need to tell you." "Do you recall the name of a student from our school?" "He goes by Qiao Shan, a boy approximately 1.8 meters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He claims you bullied his girlfriend and wants to confront you." "I'm quite familiar with him, I can assure you. Unless they're SA namesake, I definitely know him. This situation cannot continue to trouble you. Thank you for your help over the past few days. When you have time, let me treat you to a meal." "No need for that. The gold medal you gifted me is quite substantial, and my actions must reflect its value. You saved me after all. Surely my life is worth more than a mere piece of gold? It's just a meal. If you're busy lately, we can arrange another time." With that, Shirley ended the call. She expressed her disdain for Qiao Shan, believing their fates were incompatible, not merely because he had been Gao Yun's boyfriend in a past life, which naturally created tension between her and her best friend's boyfriend, but rather because Qiao Shan was simply a despicable person. In this lifetime, she vowed to keep a vigilant eye on Gao Yun, ensuring that Qiao Shan would not find another opportunity. However, it seemed that this life was indeed different. Qiao Shan was actually pursuing the protagonist, Liang Rongrong, whom he revered as a goddess. In their past life, Shi Li and Shi Qiyu had often speculated behind Qiao Shan's back, reasoning that he had chosen Gao Yun as his girlfriend solely because of her affluent background. They pondered why, amidst numerous wealthy second-generation individuals, Qiao Shan had specifically selected Gao Yun. Their analysis revealed that both had been classmates after the division of arts and sciences, and proximity often led to opportunity. In the grand scheme of life, Qiao Shan's chances of encountering true wealth were slimmer than those of meeting a mere pretender. Despite the abundance of affluent individuals at school, Qiao Shan's fixation on Gao Yun stemmed from her unique flaw: she was a naive and sweet girl. The foolish and wealthy were often the preferred targets of con artists. In the eyes of Gao Yun's friends, Qiao Shan was nothing more than a phoenix man. It was unexpected for Shi Li to witness Qiao Shan elevating Liang Rongrong to the status of a goddess in this life. As Shi Li pondered the necessity of speaking ill of Qiao Shan before Gao Yun, her intent was to create a negative first impression, one that is notoriously difficult to reverse. While contemplating the dynamics between Gao Yun and Qiao Shan, she dialed Shi Qiyu's number. Shi Qiyu complained, "Why didn't you answer your phone this morning?" Shi Li retorted, "Sister, you called at 9 o'clock. Just because you forgo sleep doesn't mean the rest of us should too." This exemplified the distinction between good friends and mere acquaintances. She lamented the early morning calls while begrudgingly rising late. Shi Qiyu had assumed that Shirley was preparing for the TOEFL, and was taken aback to learn she was still asleep. "Don't tell me you just woke up." "I was up by 7 and went to my calligraphy class at 8.
"What do you want from me?"
"Of course I have a reason for calling. I initially intended to invite you for lunch, but I've already eaten." Shirley found it peculiar that instead of asking Gao Yun, she was being approached. It wasn't that the two were deliberately excluding her. Rather, her habitual reluctance to venture out had led them to cease inviting her on outings. It was not surprising that Gao Yun had claimed to be busy, leaving Shirley to wonder what a person of her lack of ambition could possibly be occupied with. Shi Qiyu assumed it would take some effort to persuade Shirley, yet she was surprised at how readily Shirley agreed today. Having hastily consumed the meal prepared by the housekeepers, Shirley reflected on Wei Yi while applying her makeup, recalling the recent passing of her father. With Shi Qiyu's location shared, Shirley texted, "Shall I ask Wei Yi to join us for shopping?" She messaged Wei Yi to inquire about her availability, knowing that if Wei Yi wished to decline, she could easily state her unavailability. 2 minutes later, Wei Yi replied, "Sure. I'm so bored at home."
Shi Li responda.
"Please get ready. I will have the driver pick you up." Arriving at Wei Yi's villa, Shi Li greeted her mother and advised her to take care of her health. Since her husband's demise, Wei Yi's mother had devoted all her energy to her daughter and the company. Once a capable and promising career woman, she had gradually withdrawn from her profession after marriage and motherhood. Now, after a gap of over a decade from the workforce, re-entering the company posed a significant challenge, though she was gradually taking over its operations. Unlike the past, when she would spend every day at home, Wei Yi's mother now rarely enjoyed weekends off. She reminded her daughter to be cautious while shopping and to reach out if finances were tight, as she had become quite affluent. Following her father's death, with both parents gone, Wei Yi and her mother inherited his entire estate. While her peers received monthly allowances from their parents, Wei Yi had already amassed a fortune in the billions. Shi Li graciously accepted Wei Yi's mother's kind offer, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, since her aunt insisted, she would not refuse. As Wei Yi descended the stairs and spotted Shi Li animatedly conversing with her mother, a wave of unsettling thoughts surged within her. Had her mother mistakenly believed she harbored romantic feelings for Shi Li, leading to such discussions? The mere thought of this possibility sent Wei Yi into a state of panic. Fearing her mother might speak carelessly, she quickly interjected, "What are you all discussing?" Noticing her daughter's tense expression, Wei Yi's mother offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. No one has bullied your little classmates. They've been waiting for you for quite some time. Go on, have fun." At the CAF, Shi Li met with Shi Qiuyu. While shopping, Shi Qiuyu discovered the true reason behind Shi Li's willingness to go out. She genuinely had a need to shop. Shi Li had her eyes on two exquisite garments, and Wei Yi took the initiative to pay with her card. Shi Li, of course, was reluctant to accept her assistance. But Wei Yi insisted, "It's all right, I have the funds." Without Shi Li's reminder, she and her mother would have remained oblivious to the fact that her father, that scoundrel, had a love child outside, let alone be prepared for it. The mere presence of those illegitimate children at the funeral, vying for their share of the inheritance, would claim a significant portion of their family's wealth. Wei Yi was more than willing to spend money on Shi Li, and it brought her genuine joy. It wasn't as if their family business had gone bankrupt, leaving them in dire straits. Shi Li certainly did not need anyone to cover her purchases. The cashier stood ready, awaiting the two to swipe their cards, as two black cards fluttered before her eyes. "Let me handle it. I just lost my biological father and inherited a substantial fortune. I have money. My crush doesn't like me, and I don't need to support a gigolo. I, too, possess wealth." The cashier remarked, "So, you are indeed flaunting your riches rather than lamenting your misfortunes?" Chapter 27. The love-struck best friend makes an appearance. As the two debated whose card to use, Shi Li spotted two familiar figures. Following her gaze, Wei Yi immediately recognized Liang Rongrong, with Feng Yunhe not far behind. Wei Yi was aware of Shi Li's affection for Feng Yunhe and felt a twinge of worry for her. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Li successfully swiped her card and entered her password. Wei Yi was astonished. "I was concerned you might be upset, yet here you are, launching a surprise attack." Shi Qiuyu, oblivious to the underlying tension, assumed the two were about to clash, especially with Liang Rongrong and Feng Yunhe nearby. The sales associate broke the silence. "Ladies, here are your items and receipt. Please take care of them." Shi Qiuyu seized the moment, wedging herself between the two and distributing cups of bubble tea.
Quick.
"Try this. It's still warm." In the presence of her crush, Shi Li contained her seemingly manic gestures. Holding the bubble tea, she gracefully approached Feng Yunhe and greeted him. "Brother Yunhe, are you out shopping as well?" While reading, Shi Li had quite admired the protagonist's character. Seeing her make that gesture made her fingers itch. She desperately wanted to slap her. Wei Yi and Shi Qiuyu exclaimed in shock, simultaneously exchanging startled glances as they instinctively linked arms with Shi Li. This way, even if Shi Li suddenly decided to act out, they could swiftly intervene. Liang Rongrong displayed a dependent smile, stating, "My brother is accompanying me to buy clothes." Feng Yunhe was indeed shopping with Liang Rongrong, but only under his father's strong insistence. As Wei Yi and Shi Qiuyu supported Shi Li, they could only feel one thing: this is too much of a farce. As apprehension loomed over the possibility of a brawl erupting, Shi Qiuyu took the initiative to speak, stating that they had pressing matters to attend to and would take their leave. This utterance seemed to serve as a signal, prompting Wei Yi and Shi Qiuyu to exert their strength in unison, effectively dragging the perplexed Shi Li along with them. Fortunately, the floor of the grand shopping mall was as smooth as a mirror. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for two seemingly delicate young ladies to maneuver Shi Li. Upon reaching another floor, Shirley glanced at her companions with a hint of confusion, inquiring about their intentions. In a moment of inspiration, Wei Yi declared, Chiyu mentioned that the cake shop on the second floor is hosting a limited-time event, and the deadline is approaching. I simply must have a taste. Let us hasten there. To which Chiyu retorted, I never said that. Shirley, slightly bewildered, asked, When did Chiyu convey this to you? To her surprise, Chiyu adeptly filled the gap in logic, explaining, While I was ascending to purchase milk tea, I recalled that Wei Yi has a fondness for cake. And upon seeing the promotion, I promptly informed her. Despite not being particularly fond of cake, Wei Yi replied, In truth, I am not that eager for cake either. Let us continue browsing for clothing and accessories. Chiyu, who had been feeling utterly drained after merely 2 laps around the second floor, dramatically collapsed onto a nearby massage chair, lamenting, I must have misremembered, or perhaps I misread the situation. Wei Yi added, Actually, I don't have a strong desire for cake. Let's persist in our search for garments and jewelry. Chiyu, half exhausted, shot her a disdainful look and protested. She suggested that they find a place to recline for a moment or, better yet, proceed directly to a meal. However, both Shi Li and Wei Yi had already dined at home and were not inclined to eat. With her vigor depleted, Chiyu was unceremoniously hoisted along, as it was imperative to make the most of their outing by purchasing additional attire. She resembled a goose that had been bled dry, her head drooping as she was dragged forward by her companions. It was now her turn to feel beleaguered. Truly, who could escape the whims of fate? As they passed by an upscale watch boutique, the previously listless Chiyu suddenly exclaimed, I think I just spotted Gao Yun. Wei Yi and Shirley dismissed her claim as a mere excuse to avoid further shopping, questioning how it could be possible since Gao Yun had prior commitments. As for purchasing something for the elders in Gao Yun's family, that seemed implausible. They would not wear such high-end pieces, having opted instead for bespoke items from abroad.
No.
I truly saw her. Shirley affectionately patted Chiyu's head, prompting, Then let us take a glance. This glance turned out to be just that, a mere glance.
Indeed.
Gao Yun was in the store, accompanied by a figure that Shirley recognized all too well, a tall, slender individual with black-rimmed glasses, none other than Xiaoshan. I'm about to faint. Someone come to support me. Pinch my acupoint. Shirley's inner voice echoed, and Gao Yun, facing the counter with her back to the entrance, sensed Shirley's presence nearby. Meanwhile, Wei Yi and Chiyu, overhearing her thoughts, nearly jumped in surprise. Thinking that Shirley was truly on the verge of fainting, prepared to perform acupressure and artificial respiration, Gao Yun turned her gaze only to find Shirley seemingly unharmed, albeit wearing an expression of shock. Upon hearing Shirley's inner thoughts, she turned to look around, only to encounter her close friends. Earlier that morning, she had declined Chiyu's invitation to go shopping, citing a lack of time, yet here she was running into her in the mall in the afternoon. A flicker of unease crossed Gao Yun's eyes, yet she steeled herself, recalling the old adage that one may lose face, but not the battle. With renewed determination, she greeted her friends openly, inquiring if they too were shopping. Given Shirley's current demeanor, one could hardly expect her to engage in normal social interactions. Chiyu, wearing a displeased expression, remarked, You claimed you had no time to shop, yet it seems you simply had no time for us. Shirley's retort was sharp. Ultimately, it appears we are deemed less significant than your gentlemen. For Chiyu, who was already fuming, these words were akin to adding fuel to the fire. Gao Yun, hearing Shirley's sarcasm, felt a wave of panic. No, you are both very important to me. It's just that I had prior arrangements with him. I was merely adhering to the principle of first come, first served, which is why I said I couldn't join you today. Good friends should have the privilege to cut in line. Faced with Chiyu, who was on the brink of erupting, Shirley continued to provoke. Leaving Gao Yun frantic, she wished she could rush over and silence Shirley. However, considering that Shirley's words were not reliant on her mouth, blocking it would serve no purpose. It seemed that only a few words were exchanged, yet the expressions of the 3 girls continuously shifted, especially when each began to speak. It was as though they communicated through telepathy. Xiao Shan thought to himself, I shall break this eerie silence. He introduced himself. Hello. I am Xiao Shan from class 3 next door, and I am Yun Yun's boyfriend. Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Gao Yun caught a glimpse of the most incredulous expression Shirley had ever worn. Although she could not decipher the meaning behind that look, it was soon clarified by Shirley's inner voice. From her thoughts, she grasped the implication of that gaze. How utterly absurd. She is involved with this scoundrel again. Chapter 28. Shi Li drops another bombshell. Shi Qiu and Wei Yi unconditionally trusted the weight of Shi Li's words. If she labeled someone a scoundrel, they would not question it. Wei Yi herself was a living testament to this, for her seemingly flawless father maintained numerous mistresses outside their family, a fact uncovered by her uncle's investigation. Initially, Wei Yi thought the young man appeared charming and well-suited to Gao Yun, but upon hearing Shi Li's claim that he was a scoundrel, her perspective swiftly shifted, and she scrutinized Qiao Shan, who suddenly appeared shifty. While Gao Yun was lost in the throes of infatuation, pondering why Shi Li referred to Qiao Shan as another when they had never dated before, her friends remained unresponsive to the introduction. Gao Yun defended her boyfriend, stating, "He treats me very well and takes good care of me. Being love-struck is a condition that needs remedy." I must inform Gao Yun that this man had previously pursued Liang Rongrong. Wei Yi and Shi Qiu once pursued someone they despised, and now they are after their close friend. This feeling is utterly nauseating, akin to consuming something repugnant. Having once chased someone loathed, it can only be said that such a person is blind to reason. A blind individual now pursues one's close friend and even succeeds. This is an affront to dignity. Gao Yun. Is it possible that Shi Li has misunderstood? Then Qiao Shan, in his pursuit of the goddess, seeks out a local ruffian to warn me against bullying his beloved. Wei Yi and Shi Qiu, what? Just how many lives does this brat possess? Gao Yun. It would be prudent to inform Gao Yun that this individual is already out of the picture, and he has yet to surpass the infamous sample of a certain lipstick. The three were simultaneously taken aback. How could he know such details? The size of the sample is unknown to them, as they have never used it, and they are unaware of its length. However, they have experience with a full-sized lipstick, which is not overly lengthy. If even the standard size fails to measure up, how diminutive must the sample be? According to the biological principle of apical dominance inhibiting lateral bud growth. Indeed, Qiao Shan is quite tall, standing over 1.8 meters. The trio's gazes appraised Qiao Shan's height, then shifted downward, ultimately resting in an awkward position. Gao Yun, I can no longer endure this. While it could previously be explained as a misunderstanding on Shi Li's part, this is a matter of principle, and I absolutely cannot yield. His actions do align with biological norms. Observing the four locked in mutual gaze, a sales associate stepped forward. Sir, are you satisfied with our brand watch? Qiao Shan was currently adorned with a timepiece from their establishment. The sales staff, noticing the peculiar dynamics, feared that this gentleman might make off with their watch, which costs tens of thousands. The burden of such a loss would fall upon them, rendering 2 months of labor futile. Qiao Shan hails from a modest background and certainly cannot afford such an extravagant watch. After their meeting today, he had gifted Gao Yun a scarf, which he purchased for 50 yuan from a street vendor, yet he had told her it was hand-knitted by him. Qiao Shan excels academically, dedicating considerable hours to study. Yet he willingly sacrificed time to knit a scarf for her. He declared this to be the first gift he presented her since they began their relationship, insisting on putting in extra effort. He also mentioned his humble circumstances, unable to provide her with a lavish lifestyle, yet he would strive to compensate in other ways. Determined to be a boyfriend she could be proud of, Gao Yun was deeply moved by his thoughtfulness and insisted on buying him a gift. Coming from a well-off family, she is generous with friends and even more so with her boyfriend. However, she felt a twinge of concern that a ready-made gift might seem too perfunctory compared to the effort he had expended on his present. Voicing her apprehension, Qiao Shan assured her that he would cherish any gift she chose, regardless of its form. Gao Yun led Qiao Shan to the watch store, where they spent a considerable time selecting the perfect piece. Were it not for the designer labels adorning Gao Yun, the sales associate might have looked down upon them. At this moment, the sales assistant inquired if the watch was to his liking, subtly urging Qiao Shan to make a payment. If he was satisfied, he should pay. If not, he ought to remove the watch. This was a gift that Gao Yun had claimed she wanted to bestow upon herself, and Qiao Shan awaited her to produce her card for payment. Of course, such an extravagant item was beyond his financial reach. Gao Yun was currently engrossed in some physiological knowledge, oblivious to the sales assistant's hints. As for the other 3 individuals capable of spending tens of thousands in a single breath, one of them had just offended him, and the other 2, angered by his previous transgression, had placed him on their blacklist. No one was willing to extend a helping hand. They merely stood by, relishing the spectacle. In that fleeting moment, Qiao Shan felt akin to the pitiful, helpless protagonist of a lowly son-in-law novel, tormented by a malicious wife who allowed her powerful friends to bully him with impunity. At this juncture, he could only rely on himself, maintaining a courteous smile as he expressed, "I'm afraid I don't quite like this watch." A straightforward new employee attempted to interject, "Sir, it suits you so well. Do consider it further." However, the seasoned employee promptly interrupted her. "Very well, sir. Allow me to assist you in removing the watch. You may peruse our store for something more to your liking." Once the quartet had exited the store, the veteran employee took the opportunity to educate the newcomer. Being enthusiastic towards customers is commendable, but one must also exercise discernment. That man clearly exudes the air of a kept boy, not able to afford such a luxury. Your inquiries were futile. The three young ladies are adorned in high-end contemporary attire, while he wears nothing of value. What audacity allows him to enter our establishment, if not to entice these young ladies into spending? The new employee was taken aback. A watch worth over 100,000? How could he dare? The veteran merely shrugged. His audacity knows no bounds. The young lady likely sees such an amount as mere pocket change, a few days' worth of living expenses. With hands and feet, he still resorts to deceiving young women for their money. The new employee shook her head. If I could cater to a young lady well, perhaps she would gift me a watch each month. That would tempt me. The veteran playfully patted the young girl. Stop dreaming and get back to organizing. Do you think it's so easy to be kept by the wealthy? After leaving the store, Xiao Shan couldn't help but ponder if Gao Yun was intentionally ignoring him to avoid spending her money. Gao Yun appeared utterly disheartened. Her warmth towards Xiao Shan notably diminished, even tinged with a hint of coldness. Wei Yi and Shi Li wore peculiar expressions, stealing glances at Xiao Shan's lower half. Shi Li, the angriest among them and the one providing the most information, was entirely overlooked. The three young women were now fixated on a singular topic, the size of a particular brand's lipstick sample. Chapter 29. How can one discuss love when the nation is not yet strong?
Today,
The cosmetics area of a certain brand welcomed four unusual guests, three girls clad in designer attire, who initially expressed an interest in lipsticks, then inquired about the availability of lipstick samples. Logically, girls dressed in such a manner could afford bags that cost more than an entire counter's worth of products.
yet,
Their request for lipstick samples was indeed a peculiar one. As a refined service attendant, the requests of customers, as long as they are not unlawful, should be accommodated to the best of one's ability. Lipstick samples, typically reserved as complimentary gifts, are generally not displayed on the counter. Instead, sales representatives retrieve a few from the drawer of samples. At that moment, the sales associate was promoting makeup to Shi Li, while she vaguely heard her friends discussing the samples, though she paid little attention to their specifics. Wei Yi and Shi Li, as outsiders, perceived the situation differently from Gao Yun, allowing them to relish the unfolding spectacle without distraction. Gao Yun's initial emotions were complex. Her close friend had just revealed a plethora of scandalous tales about her boyfriends, each more disheartening than the last. With such matters closely tied to her own life, she found little amusement in the gossip. Meanwhile, the two girls had procured their lipstick samples and huddled together, whispering excitedly. Gao Yun's curiosity piqued. She approached, disregarding whether the gossip pertained to her. The pair had carefully twisted the lipstick tubes, and after just a couple of turns, the product was fully extended. The shock in their eyes was palpable. Wei Yi murmured to herself, "Is this truly not a disease?" Standing beside Gao Yun, Xiao Shan waited patiently, unable to decipher the cryptic conversation of the three young women. He adopted the demeanor of a tender boyfriend while he waited. Yet as time passed, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, as if he were unadorned, with a cold breeze brushing against his legs. On the other side, under the persuasive sales pitch, Shi Li had already purchased a complete makeup set. Recognizing that the trio was her companions, the sales associate, noticing their keen interest in the lipstick samples, proposed to gift them a few. The girls recalled how Shi Li had humorously described a certain part of the body using the samples, shaking their heads like rattling drums. Declining the offer, Gao Yun remained with Xiao Shan, which was a significant blow to Shi Li. It was akin to urging a friend to end a relationship only to later receive an invitation to their wedding. The thought of distancing herself from her dear friend became increasingly appealing. Though angered, she acknowledged that even upon learning of his unworthiness, her friend could not simply abandon him. This endeavor required finesse. After countless attempts to persuade her to break up in her past life, Gao Yun ultimately ended up marrying Xiao Shan, revealing Shi Li's ineptitude in convincing others. Just after completing half a set of papers, Shi Li received a call from Gao Yun. "Ali, I noticed you seemed upset this afternoon. Do you dislike Xiao Shan?" To provide Shi Li with an escape route, Gao Yun had racked her brain. waiting for her to voice her grievances, so she could seize the opportunity to propose breaking up with Xiao Shan. Has he ever offended you? I've set the stage for this. Shi Li's heart sank at the implication. With Xiao Shan present, how could Gao Yun have noticed her mood? Could it be that Xiao Shan had been the one to complain first? Cautiously, Shi Li replied, "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Had she truly awakened so early in her life? Shi Li found it astonishing. In her previous life, she had urged breakups countless times. Yet Gao Yun had never taken it to heart. What had changed this time? A miracle from the heavens. Gao Yun's words seemed to act as a switch, prompting Shi Li to respond, "I have not had the opportunity to interact with him. I am not well acquainted with his character. However, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." The anticipation grew palpable, and she urged, "Come on, tell me. Just say it. And I shall perform an impromptu act for you." After years of friendship, what could possibly be too sensitive to share? Finally, she received the desired revelation. And Gao Yun expressed her surprise in an exaggerated manner. My goodness, how could he possibly do such a thing? Fortunately, their conversation was over the phone, sparing Gao Yun from exposing her lack of acting prowess in person. "You are my dear sister. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. Not even if that person is my boyfriend." Gao Yun concluded with resolve. "I will break up with him at once." Furthermore, she intended to visit the Feng family to confront Liang Rongrong, as she believed she had spotted Xiao Shan's presence there. Just as she prepared to discreetly undermine Xiao Shan, Shi Li was taken aback by an unexpected statement. Gao Yun was considering breaking up with Xiao Shan? Shi Li thought to herself, "Surely I must have misheard. Could this happiness arrive so suddenly?" Yet, having awaited this day for far too long, she felt ready to embrace any sudden changes. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, "Why not end it today?" she suggested. "In fact, you should call him right now and break up with him." Gao Yun remarked, "It is evident that you are quite eager. Breaking up need not involve any ceremonial undertones." Under Shi Li's encouragement, Gao Yun dialed Xiao Shan's number on the home phone, simply stating, "Xiao Shan, this is Gao Yun. We need to break up." With that singular sentence, she hung up the phone. "How liberating!" Shi Li exclaimed. Although their initial study sessions had been intended to clear her mind, she now found no need for such mental clarity, and thus deemed it unnecessary to continue. Nevertheless, in a celebratory spirit, she decided to tackle a couple of practice exams. Gao Yun, filled with questions, could not bear to let Shi Li depart. "But why did he help you? Why did he inquire about who wronged you?" "Well, that is simply because he is a kind-hearted individual," Shi Li replied. Gao Yun scoffed. "You call the campus bully a benevolent soul? Surely, you must be mistaken about him. Like Shi Qiuyu." Gao Yun disdained the notion of her friend pursuing Feng Yunhe. "Oh, I see," Shi Li mused. "This is what they call love's distortion of vision. You see the hidden virtues in him, which is why you believe you are a match made in heaven." Hearing Gao Yun's tone made Shi Li uneasy. "Please refrain from matchmaking so casually," she cautioned. At that moment, it became necessary for the male lead to be taken for a stroll. With a wounded tone, she said, "You know I am fond of Feng Yunhe. No one else can capture my interest, regardless of their merits." Shi Li then remarked, "It appears you've discovered a future strategy to counter your parents' marriage pressures." As a high school student, Gao Yun's mind was consumed with matters of love. Surely, that could not be the way forward. Shi Li cleared her throat and declared earnestly, "Embrace new ideas and strive to be a new youth. The nation has yet to prosper. How can we dwell on romantic entanglements?" Gao Yun fell silent. She could believe such sentiments from others, but when Shi Li spoke them, they lacked persuasive power. She called her out. "Just 2 minutes ago, you professed your heart belonged solely to Feng Yunhe." Chapter 30. The Bathroom Spectacle. At this juncture, Shi Li exhibited a rather hypocritical stance. "I admire Feng Yunhe, yet I can still secure the top rank in class. My affection for her does not impede my studies. Can you claim the same?" Furthermore, she was not genuinely enamored with Feng Yunhe. Shi Li had no intention of engaging in a debate on such matters.
All right.
Enough of this. If one day I manage to be with Feng Yunhe, then you may come and intervene. Discussing this now is premature. My secret affection for him does not disrupt my academic performance, but should I enter a relationship, that could indeed affect my grades. And then you can come and vehemently stop me. Gao Yun was left speechless, pondering the assertion that her studies remained unaffected. Had she forgotten who incessantly mentioned his name during class, or who contemplated how to message him during study sessions? It was indeed her. How could she boldly claim that her studies were undisturbed? Did she not feel a twinge of guilt or insecurity? Fortunately, she could hear Shi Li's innermost thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been unaware of the depth of her emotional landscape. Upon reflection, it appeared that Shi Li had not hindered her own studies, but rather affected the academic and restful pursuits of others. While contemplating matters of the heart, Shi Li managed to keep pace with the instructor's discourse. The comparison of individuals led to despair. Shi Li seemed to have transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. Even when Shi Li advised her to refrain from incessantly dwelling on romantic affairs and to prioritize her education, Gao Yun merely acquiesced with a nonchalant After hanging up, Gao Yun realized the extent of her concessions. Had she merely offered casual responses, it would have been inconsequential. However, Shi Li had also arranged for her to have one-on-one tutoring sessions on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings, filling her weekends with a packed schedule. Shortly thereafter, Shi Li sent over the meticulously organized timetable they had just discussed. Staring at the overflowing schedule, Gao Yun found herself in a state of disbelief, questioning how it had come to this. "You two insufferable men, I shall challenge you." Despite their close friendship, Gao Yun held a certain trepidation toward Shi Li. This was evident in the dynamics of their trio, where Shi Li shared a strong bond with Shi Qiyu, who also enjoyed a good rapport with Gao Yun. Shi Qiyu interjected, "What is apparent? Am I not an adorable darling who is loved by all?" The others chimed in. "It is evident that you will eventually fall for Feng Yunhe." Shi Qiyu was left speechless. With regard to the classes arranged by Shi Li, Gao Yun dared not refuse attendance. She could only negotiate gently, using her vocal lesson on Monday as an excuse to cancel the one-on-one tutoring session that evening. However, her momentary delight was swiftly eclipsed when she received a voice message from Shi Li. With a calm tone, Shi Li declared, "Let us reschedule Monday's class to Saturday evening. I will speak to Teacher Sun about it." Gao Yun collapsed onto her bed in defeat, lamenting her precious weekend. "And who is this Teacher Sun? How did it become Teacher Sun? In just 10 minutes, have you already contacted the teacher? Is such decisiveness truly acceptable? Shi Li, you are inhuman." On the other end, as Shi Li coordinated with Gao Yun's teacher, she smiled faintly, thinking that with Gao Yun's infatuated mindset, it was prudent to fill her schedule to prevent her from incessantly musing about romance. She could hardly believe it. From 8 in the morning until 9:30 at night.
How could she possibly be thinking about men?
Shi Li referred to this as the time technique, a remedy for infatuation. When one is entirely absorbed in their studies, thoughts of romance fade away. Such a splendid period of youth should certainly be devoted to learning. In school, Qiao Shan was not particularly well known. When his classmates first heard the gossip, their immediate reaction was, "Who is this person?" Having only been in school for a little over 2 months, it was quite natural to be unfamiliar with those outside their own class. Typically, it is far more entertaining to indulge in the affairs of those nearby. Although they were not yet well acquainted with Qiao Shan, they were still curious enough to taste a morsel of a story. Especially among the male students, there was a certain curiosity regarding Qiao Shan's attributes. Strange occurrences seemed to multiply each year, and this year was no exception. Qiao Shan's most significant realization over the past few days was that his newly acquainted wealthy girlfriend had initiated a breakup. Their parting had seemed amicable. Yet less than 2 hours later, he found himself cut off. Children of affluent families are often astute. It is rare to encounter one lacking in intellect. However, all his social media accounts had been blocked by Gao Yun, leaving him unable to reach her. He could only wait until Monday after school to seek clarity. It wasn't out of concern for Gao Yun's reputation, but rather a fear that his next girlfriend might take offense. What perplexed him further was that, during breaks, there were always boys stealing glances at him. If one did not know better, one might think he had encountered a band of lecherous men. It was even more alarming that these supposed predators were not just one but several, who could understand the discomfort of standing amidst a row of boys, all fixated on his hands as he attempted to unfasten his belt. If he had been a fraction quicker, he might have inadvertently revealed himself. Wasn't that genuinely frightening? Chapter 31. Blocked after school. There were always prying eyes watching him in the restroom. It was no small inconvenience to stand there, feeling increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny. Qiao Shan decided to retreat to a stall. The design of Qianpu High School exuded opulence, and the restrooms were no exception. In that moment, Qiao Shan found himself immensely grateful to the designer. Without anyone watching, he could finally relax. His attempt to avoid attention only seemed to broadcast his unease. If he had nothing to hide, why would he be so apprehensive? This only solidified the rumors surrounding him. Gossip about such matters travels swiftly, especially in a class filled with avid rumormongers. When he inquired among familiar classmates in Class 3, they responded, "Hey, did you know about Xiao Shan? He is said to be lacking in certain dimensions." To which a classmate from Class 3 replied, "How would I know? But how did you come by such information?" The students of Class 1 certainly could not admit they had learned this from Shi Li. And even Shi Li herself was unaware that the tale had originated from her thoughts. She had merely considered it in passing, pondering its relevance to her. Meanwhile, Wei Yi and Shi Qiyu had simply shared the latest gossip in their group chat. What fault was that of theirs? The students of Class 1 were merely seeking to confirm the veracity of the rumors, showing a simpler side to their nature. The irony lay in the fact that Xiao Shan's personal affairs were being fervently discussed, while he remained blissfully unaware. By the time he caught wind of the matter, a fortnight had already passed. He is a resolute young man who would never allow himself to become the subject of such embarrassing rumors. Naturally, beyond the humiliation, it also jeopardizes his chances of attracting a wealthy partner. After all, no affluent woman would desire a boyfriend akin to a mere lipstick sample, in traditional views. Everyone prefers something substantial. Xiao Shan harbors intense disdain for the individual who disseminated this gossip, yet with a fortnight having elapsed, tracing the origin of the tale proves to be a formidable challenge. Presently, the entire student body is aware of the matter, should an inquiry be pursued. No one would emerge unscathed. Moreover, pursuing such a matter would only serve to paint him as petty, potentially solidifying the rumor's veracity in the narrow minds of others. If it were not true, why would one seek to investigate? Xiao Shan can only feign indifference each day, pretending that he remains unaffected by the cacophony of external distractions. Of course, these are merely reflections for another time. Initially, when the students of Class 3 heard about the incident, disbelief reigned. Could anyone truly be so diminutive? Many, like Wei Yi and Shi Qiyu, were oblivious to the true size of a lipstick sample and even took to the internet to research. Upon discovering the truth, Xiao Shan inexplicably became the center of attention in his class, not in the sense of being the most popular, but rather as the subject of the greatest scrutiny. He fancied that he had grown more handsome recently, as both boys and girls stole glances in his direction. However, these furtive gazes invariably drifted downward, something Xiao Shan remained blissfully unaware of at the time. It was only later, upon hearing gossip regarding himself, that he realized it wasn't an increase in his charm that captivated others, but rather their desire to confirm certain questions. Nevertheless, he reflected on his current allure, realizing that even Feng Yunhe could not compare. Thus, why should he hang his hopes on a crooked tree like Gao Yun? Even within the confines of the school, the prospect of finding a girl from a wealthy family was abundant. There were many who surpassed Gao Yun's affluence, and if one were to part ways, perhaps the next would be even wealthier. This thought, however, merely circled in his mind before being dismissed by Xiao Shan, not because he had developed feelings for Gao Yun over these few days, but because he believed in securing a reliable option. Much like job hunting, one must ride a donkey while searching for a horse. Once he found something better, he could simply part ways with Gao Yun. Gao Yun was but a naif. If he were to invest a little more effort in charming her, reconciliation would surely follow. Perhaps her mention of a breakup was merely a manifestation of feminine whims, a plea for him to shower her with affection. However, a penchant for such caprices does not signify a good woman. Once they reconciled, he would need to rectify this flaw in her character. His parents had raised him with great difficulty, and he would not subject them to a daughter-in-law who indulged in tantrums. At this moment, Gao Yun remained blissfully unaware that her former boyfriend was plotting to intercept her at the school gate. Shi Li had meticulously arranged her post-school schedule, leaving no room for even a sip of water or a trip to the restroom. Gao Yun, typically laid back about her studies, surprised her mother by expressing a desire to focus on her academics for the first time, eliciting both astonishment and delight. Although the family circumstances are favorable, and the children need not rely solely on academic achievements for success, parents still desire to witness their offspring's progress. In a conversation with Gao Yun, it was revealed that this schedule was meticulously crafted by Shi Li, tailored specifically for her, including the selection of tutoring sessions aligned with daily lessons and addressing her daughter's academic weaknesses. Gao Yun's mother felt a sense of comfort knowing her daughter had such a caring friend, yet simultaneously, she experienced guilt for being preoccupied with work and neglecting her daughter's needs. This was a responsibility that ideally should have been fulfilled by her as a mother. But it was Shi Li, the friend, who had taken the initiative. Even the one-on-one tutor was arranged by Shi Li. Today marked Gao Yun's first day of after-school tutoring, and Shi Li would accompany her throughout the day to help her acclimate. Thereafter, she would have to attend alone. Shi Li had meticulously scheduled the lessons, leaving no room for Gao Yun to leisurely stroll home after school as she had been accustomed to. Her pace was abruptly hastened. Gao Yun complained to Shi Li about the lack of downtime, while Shi Li thought to herself that it was precisely her intention to keep Gao Yun busy and devoid of leisure, to prevent any opportunity for her to rekindle her relationship with Qiao Shan when Shi Li was not present. Meanwhile, Qiao Shan, under the impression that Gao Yun's habits remained unchanged and that she would still take her time walking home after school, lingered in the parking lot, hoping for a serendipitous encounter. He waited until nightfall but was ultimately disappointed as he did not catch sight of Gao Yun. Noticing the absence of the usual vehicle that came to pick Gao Yun up, he realized she had already departed. On this first day, he had miscalculated the situation and therefore missed her. On Tuesday, Shi Li did not schedule a one-on-one session for Gao Yun after school, recognizing that even a workhorse needs a respite. It was essential to allow Gao Yun time to absorb the new material, which could be achieved simply by engaging in extensive practice. Each individual's capacity is limited, and while Shi Li believed that the volume of exercises could be completed with ease, Gao Yun had a different perspective. Upon assessing her own capabilities, Gao Yun discovered that the day of rest Shi Li had promised was not as straightforward as suggested. Learning from the previous day's oversight, Qiao Shan hurried to the school gate after classes to await Gao Yun. As Gao Yun exited with several friends, Shi Li's keen eyes spotted Qiao Shan waiting nearby. Given her understanding of Qiao Shan, she knew he never engaged in actions without purpose. His presence here must have been motivated by something. To discern the reason, she glanced at Gao Yun, as it seemed likely that if Qiao Shan had not given up on her, Gao Yun would be his target for the evening. Today promises to be entertaining. The influence of Shi Li's inner thoughts was palpable, as soon afterward, all the students nearby gravitated towards her upon hearing her words. Chapter 32. The Innocent Liang Rongrong. Shi Li had just declared that a spectacle was about to unfold. While other events could be overlooked, the opportunity to witness drama was not to be missed. Her companions, prompted by Shi Li's observation, also spotted Qiao Shan in the distance. As Gao Yun caught sight of Qiao Shan, he too noticed her. Qiao Shan quickly took a few steps towards her. If all goes as expected, he intends to seek reconciliation. Gao Yun, please, don't say another word. I truly wish to avoid this. She now harbors deep regret, lamenting her own blindness. After 2 days of circulating gossip, tales about Qiao Shan have spread throughout the high school division of Qianpu. It can be stated without hesitation that Qiao Shan has become the most popular student at Qianpu Middle School, without exception. Even Feng Yunhe, who possesses the charm of a male lead, pales in comparison to Qiao Shan. Numerous students from other grades flock to the entrance of Qiao Shan's classroom, eager to catch a glimpse of this newfound celebrity. As of now, one might not recognize Feng Yunhe, but it is impossible to be unaware of Qiao Shan. No one passes by without acknowledging him. Upon seeing him, the gaze of the crowd irresistibly lingers on him, curious about the intentions of this new idol at the school gate. Gao Yun is well aware of Qiao Shan's reputation as the lipstick warrior, and for this very reason, she is especially keen to distance herself from him. Qiao Shan's intentions towards Gao Yun are sincere. How could he possibly give up simply because she attempts to evade him? With an uncontrollable desire to escape, Qiao Shan finds himself in a state of panic. He pays no heed to the public setting, nor does he conceal the fact that they have previously conversed. He gazes at Gao Yun with deep affection. Yun, you haven't answered my calls, and have even blocked me. Have I done something to upset you? Gao Yun internally screams for help, wondering why, after a breakup, they cannot simply treat each other as if dead and refrain from further contact. Upon witnessing the obvious expectation from the lipstick warrior, the students halt their steps, eager to see what he intends to do. There exists a certain type of person whose simple demeanor captivates the attention of all around them. Indeed, that person is Qiao Shan. Once, this role belonged to the male lead, Feng Yunhe, but now, Qiao Shan has eclipsed him with his fame as the lipstick warrior. Well, as a male lead, Feng Yunhe remains undeniably charming. These two individuals shine brilliantly in their respective realms. In this moment, as Qiao Shan approaches, Gao Yun wishes fervently for a whole to swallow her whole. Shi Li silently narrates the unfolding scene. He pursues, she flees, evading capture. Gao Yun feels as though she might perish from anxiety, while this person seems unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Shi Li muses whether they are caught in a romantic drama or a domineering narrative. In her thoughts, she reflects on how, in a previous life, she had advised him kindly, only for him to disregard her and pursue this scoundrel. Now, this is the retribution for her past folly. When Xiaoshan calls out to her, Gao Yun's composure shatters. Her round face tightens as she quickly retorts, "I believe we are not suited for each other. Is there anything wrong with deleting our contact information after a breakup?" She is desperate to extricate herself from Xiaoshan, wishing to avoid any association with him in front of so many witnesses. As Shi Li is pulled forward, she cannot help but sharply point out, being involved with such a man is no different than leaving a criminal record for the rest of your life. The crowd responds, such eloquence. Are you planning to pursue graduate studies? Summoning every ounce of energy to escape, Gao Yun strides ahead. Despite Xiaoshan being a tall man, he finds himself momentarily unable to catch up with her. Thanks to Gao Yun's swift departure, she quickly distanced herself from the center of the crowd. The other students, hesitant to follow her in pursuit of amusement, refrained from the undignified act of trailing behind. They were all individuals who valued their pride, unwilling to engage in such absurdity. This provided Gao Yun with the opportunity to escape the throng, as Shi Li's car was parked at a relatively distant location. Unfazed by the fact that it was not her own vehicle, Gao Yun opened the door and settled inside, even playfully beckoning Shi Li and Shi Li, who were outside, to join her. Once the two were inside, Gao Yun instructed the driver in the front seat, "Uncle Zhou, please start the car promptly." "Certainly," he replied. With no objections from the young lady, Uncle Zhou pressed the accelerator and drove off. As Gao Yun's car departed, Xiaoshan could only watch helplessly as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. He felt a surge of resentment. This woman had embarrassed him, and he vowed to make her pay for it in the future. Shi Li remarked, "The embarrassment is yet to come." In the midst of grappling with the reasons behind their unexpected breakup, Xiaoshan felt utterly perplexed. Why had this happened? He had believed himself adept at manipulating Gao Yun, whom he deemed a fool, and until now, he had been quite successful at it. On that weekend, he had accompanied her to the mall and presented her with a scarf he had knitted himself, which deeply moved her. She had insisted on reciprocating with a gift, and up until that point, she had been utterly infatuated with him. Her demeanor had remained normal until her friend arrived. After introducing him to her friend, Gao Yun's companion had not treated him kindly. Was it possible that Gao Yun felt compelled to end their relationship because her friend disapproved of him? That seemed utterly ridiculous to Xiaoshan. He struggled to believe it. The truth is far more ludicrous than you can imagine, young man," Shi Li interjected. Just as Xiaoshan was lost in thought, a gentle female voice called out his name. "Xiaoshan, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw it was Liang Rongrong, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. His initial interest had been in her. She appeared innocent and harmless, having transferred midterm and taken the competition spot previously held by Xin Qinglin, leading everyone to speculate about her influential background. At that time, Liang Rongrong was reeling from the dual setbacks of the monthly exam and the competition. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoshan had approached her under the pretense of offering tutoring. In truth, he had been quite successful in his endeavors. His academic performance was exceptional, placing him among the top at Qianpu. Liang Rongrong's family resided in a large villa, perfectly aligning with Xiaoshan's criteria for a partner's background. Through tutoring, he had significantly bridged the gap between them, often stealing small touches and tender gestures. Xiaoshan believed they were on the verge of breaking through the final barrier separating them. With that in mind, he had enlisted a few ruffians to issue warnings to those who had previously bullied Liang Rongrong. After all, Liang Rongrong was not well liked among her female classmates. She had been bullied by many. The local ruffians intended to issue warnings not solely to Shi Li, but fatefully. Shi Li happened to be the first target that day when she whimsically decided to purchase books. The two ruffians who sought to harm Shi Li soon found themselves imprisoned, and their leader quickly learned of this development. Recognizing the formidable nature of Shi Li's family, he chose to retreat, allowing others to escape unscathed. Regardless of the circumstances, it became evident that this girl was not one to be trifled with. Xiaoshan, attending Qianpu, primarily interacted with the children of affluent families, thus possessing a greater understanding of the significance of family background than his peers. This very realization fueled his desire to seek a wife from a well-connected family, as such a union would not only benefit him but also his entire lineage for generations to come. Though he harbored a tinge of fear that Shi Li's family might cause him trouble, he reassured himself that Liang Rongrong's family was not lacking either, and thus had little to fear. He confided his concerns to Liang Rongrong, who was puzzled by his behavior. Despite being bullied, she maintained a compassionate heart towards her aggressors, unwilling to inflict harm upon them. To any reasonable person, Liang Rongrong would appear to be a kind-hearted girl. However, Qiao Shan perceived her as naive and easily deceived. Their first disagreement unfolded, with neither able to persuade the other. At that moment, sounds of a dispute echoed from downstairs, prompting Liang Rongrong, as the host, to investigate. After she descended, Qiao Shan discreetly observed from the shadows. Chapter 33. Shi Li has a secret crush on me. It turned out that Shi Li's family had come knocking, and from the anxious demeanor of the butler and others, it was apparent that Shi Li's background was exceptional. Qiao Shan stood quietly at the corner of the second floor, listening intently to the altercation in the living room below. He keenly discerned from Shi Li's aunt's words that Liang Rongrong was not the biological daughter of this family, but merely an adopted child. Such a situation was untenable. No family, regardless of their nature, would bequeath their estate to an adopted daughter, even if her adoptive parents were benevolent and willing to share their fortune with Liang Rongrong. The sum would inevitably be limited, far less than what a biological daughter would inherit. In that instant, Qiao Shan resolved to shift his affections elsewhere. Intent on distancing himself from Liang Rongrong, he began to gradually withdraw. Liang Rongrong, being somewhat dim-witted, failed to perceive his growing aloofness and merely assumed he was genuinely too busy to assist her with her studies. After parting ways with Liang Rongrong, Qiao Shan's fortune skyrocketed, quickly ensnaring a significant catch. However, this prized fish, Gao Yun, seemed to be slipping out of control recently, igniting a flicker of frustration within him.
Ms.
Huang Jie had just disembarked from her flight, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet her beauty remained undiminished. Clearly, Shi Li could not match her. Shi Li, playfully charming her mother, invoked no fear in her. Seeing her daughter happy was more than enough. This sentiment delighted Huang Jie, who bestowed a fragrant kiss upon Shi Li's cheek. As she gazed at her daughter's cherubic face, Huang Jie's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Witnessing Shi Li's well-being brought her immense relief.
Shi Li Smila.
Wrapping her arms around her mother's waist. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Who am I? Have you forgotten? The master once said I am blessed with abundant fortune, destined for smooth sailing in this life. Such trifles are of no consequence." "I'm relieved to hear that. Nonetheless, you should always take your bodyguard with you when you go out," her mother replied. Shi Li nestled in her mother's embrace, nodding in agreement. While conversing, Uncle Shi only relayed important matters to his younger brother, conveniently ignoring the fact that his niece had crafted a banner and a gold medal to express her gratitude towards her savior. "I appreciate him. But wouldn't it show greater sincerity if the three of us went to thank him in person?" Huang Jie had endured nearly 20 hours on a long-haul flight, and her exhaustion was evident. Shi Li wished for her to rest as soon as possible. "Mom, I'm going to do my homework now. You should eat something and take a break too." With her mother at home, the villa transformed from merely a house into a true home. Even though the next morning, as Shi Li prepared for school, Huang Jie was still upstairs catching up on sleep, she found comfort in the solitude of having breakfast alone, which felt entirely different to her. Everyone assumed that Gao Yun's disregard for Qiao Shan yesterday would deter him, yet no one anticipated his unwavering persistence. Today, his audacity escalated, as he directly cornered Gao Yun and the entire class within the classroom. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Gao Yun." Gao Yun had no desire to embarrass herself before the entire school. After all, her classmates were well aware of each other's dramas. "Come in if you have something to say." There was no possibility of leaving, not in this lifetime. Faced with over 30 piercing gazes, Qiao Shan felt a twinge of discomfort. The intensity of their stares was reminiscent of wolves, their eyes glimmering with predatory intent. Particularly unsettling was when he inadvertently cast his gaze downward and spotted a male classmate in the restroom, glaring at him with palpable hostility. In that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, as if he had stumbled into a den of wolves. "Is there something you want from me? I've already stated that we are incompatible and have decided to part ways. Please refrain from disrupting my normal academic life." Qiao Shan endeavored to shake off the sensation of being hunted. He gazed earnestly at Gao Yun. Yun, I know it's due to slander that you wish to break up with me. Was it Shi Li who spoke ill of me, sowing discord between us?" His mind drifted back to his conversation with Liang Rongrong in the parking lot after school yesterday, which had illuminated the crux of the matter, especially after his call to a certain unreliable thug, Songgo, who had divulged everything. As for why Gao Yun had grown distant after seeing her friend at the mall, he overlooked the logic behind it. "I must tell you, Shi Li has a crush on me. When you weren't around, she attempted to seduce me, but I firmly rejected her, insisting that you are the only one in my heart." Her resentment from being spurned has led her to fabricate lies to drive a wedge between us. With this diatribe, Qiao Shan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had cast a shadow upon Shi Li, ensnaring her in a web of self-defense. Even more intriguing is the juxtaposition of Shi Li and Gao Yun, where I willingly forsook the more aesthetically pleasing Shi Li in favor of Gao Yun, thus sufficiently satisfying her sense of self-worth. Being friends with such a beautiful girl inevitably leads to comparisons, with others lauding Shi Li while neglecting to commend you. Yet, I am unlike them. My choice remains steadfastly yours. This choice could also precipitate a deterioration of the friendship between Shi Li and Gao Yun, as no woman desires to befriend someone who seeks to seduce her partner. I have already alienated Shi Li, and such a person being a close companion of my girlfriend is certain to sow discord between the couple. It is best to expedite the unraveling of their relationship. Even if Gao Yun trusts Shi Li, the latter's entanglement with her friend's boyfriend will undoubtedly create discomfort, leading her to distance herself from Gao Yun. This is a dual-sided game. As long as one party believes the ruse, victory is assured. Shi Li, what do you have to contend with me? Just as I was observing the unfolding drama, the flames of conflict unexpectedly engulfed me. In Chapter 34, The God of Lipstick Samples, Gao Yun is now filled with disdain for this man. What nonsense! Claiming that Shi Li has feelings for him. Does he think himself worthy? A peaceful parting could have left a semblance of goodwill between them. Yet, the impression left by the lipstick sample is likely to linger with him for a lifetime. Now, he insists on making matters exceedingly tense. If you allege that I harbor a crush on you, at least do so when I am not present. Such baseless accusations are more fitting in my absence. To say such things while I stand before you is utterly reckless. According to Qiao Shan's original intentions, he planned to speak these divisive words only in private with Gao Yun. However, since Gao Yun did not adhere to his scheme, he was compelled to voice them before a crowd. Qiao Shan believes that addressing the entire class serves to tarnish Shi Li's reputation further, exposing her true nature to her classmates and questioning her place in this environment. Although Shi Li has never wronged Qiao Shan, he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards her. A girl born into privilege and beauty. Not only is Shi Li well-off and attractive, but her academic achievements are also commendable. Why should a woman possess so much? His internal imbalance festers. Had he been born into such a family, he would have accomplished far more than Shi Li. Yet he has not. He aims to drag this celestial being down from her lofty perch. If today's events can lead to Shi Li's isolation within the class, then he considers it worthwhile. My fearlessness stems from the fact that I speak nothing but the truth. What truth is that? You claim I have feelings for you. What could I possibly gain? Your monthly expenses barely cover a single meal for me, and your academic performance pales in comparison to mine. In every aspect, you fall short of me. Why would I ever find you appealing? If I were to indulge in charity, I would rather support a few underprivileged girls than waste my efforts on you. Through her heartfelt expressions, I have come to understand that Shi Li is not as aloof as she portrays herself. Yet everyone was still taken aback by her sudden display of ferocity. Wei Yi, my desk mate, consistently serves as a venomous ally. Do not be angry. For some people wish to bask in beauty, despite their lack of it. A group of students laughed heartily, inadvertently wounding the pride of the sensitive Qiao Shan. His face flushed crimson, perplexed as it was not in alignment with his expectations. Noticing that his classmates gathered around Shi Li, he felt an urge to flee. However, Shi Li denied him the opportunity to escape. After all, he had endured enough humiliation due to this man in his previous life. Entangled in a tumultuous relationship with Gao Yun, leaving him caught in the middle like Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror. Finally, I have seized this opportunity. Consider yourself unfortunate. The classmates chimed in, will light a candle for you in advance. I fail to comprehend who instilled such confidence in you to believe I might harbor feelings for you. Isn't it customary for individuals to seek partners with favorable attributes? Even for someone like me, it is challenging to find a satisfactory match, and I would at least require someone who aligns with my standards. As for you, I regret to inform you that there is not a single quality that warrants my attention. Others in the class remarked, are you insinuating that Feng Yunhe is unworthy of you as well? After a brief pause, Shi Li retracted her statement, acknowledging, you do possess certain attributes that leave me feeling somewhat inferior, such as your cunning nature and your shameless ambition to ascend. The crowd responded, you city folks truly have a unique way of expressing compliments. Is this genuinely praise? I am surrounded by numerous exceptional individuals. So why would I ever be attracted to you? Our class monitor is not only handsome but also dependable and patient, managing the entire class with remarkable finesse. exuding a commanding presence. The monitor blushed slightly, smiling. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't realize I was so commendable. Our academic representative is diligent, ambitious, and possesses formidable learning capabilities, always eager to assist classmates with their studies. The academic representative, having been specially recruited due to his outstanding grades, was taken aback by Shi Li's praise, standing a bit taller in pride. And these are merely the more ordinary members of our class. The others would undoubtedly overshadow you. The class monitor remarked. What if I suddenly feel less proud? The academic representative added. Indeed, I consider myself the most ordinary in our class. Yet each member is capable of eclipsing you. Shi Li shook her head. Do you lack mirrors at home? Surely, you must have a restroom. Take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. This statement was undeniably a knockout blow. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing the unspoken truth. Never provoke Shi Li. Her words are exceptionally sharp. Xiaoshan, caught in the crossfire, appeared pitiable, surrounded by 30 spectators, none of whom expressed sympathy or came to his defense. It was entirely deserved, as he had carelessly spread rumors about her affections. You claim I harbor a crush on you. You possess an abundance of self-assurance. The class monitor, sensing Shi Li's indignation, stepped in as a mediator, attempting to defend Xiaoshan. All right, we are all classmates. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. As for the notion that Shi Li has a crush on you, it is best not to propagate such unrealistic statements. Shi Li, as a victim, is understandably agitated. You should empathize with her. Romance is a matter between two individuals. A forced affection yields no sweetness. Since Gao Yun no longer holds feelings for you, I advise you to relinquish your obsession. Moreover, we are still students, and our primary focus should be our studies. Gao Yun is currently dedicated to her academics, and I hope you will refrain from pursuing her further. The class monitor, with his eloquence and extraordinary charm, successfully persuaded someone to leave with him. He casually draped his arm around Xiaoshan's shoulder as they exited the school gates. Following the monitor's departure, the class group chat was inundated with messages praising his righteousness, declaring him a paragon of selflessness. Although the spectacle was entertaining, the mere thought of encountering Xiaoshan left everyone feeling rather exasperated, akin to a toad leaping onto one's foot, harmless, yet irritating. Were all their idioms taught by the martial arts instructor? Tomorrow, he would lodge a complaint with a Chinese teacher about a classmate who was inattentive during lessons. Gao Yun expressed her apologies to Shi Li, admitting that her poor judgment had inadvertently brought misfortune upon her friend. Shi Li, however, was swift to retaliate against any grievances, never allowing her discontent to linger overnight. She had already dismissed the incident. As long as Gao Yun refrained from entangling herself with Xiaoshan again in this lifetime, that would be the best outcome for her. Chapter 35, The Wedding Gossip. He essentially conveyed that Xiaoshan was a narrow-minded individual. If one offended him today, they should be wary of his potential retribution in the future. Shi Li was already aware of Xiaoshan's unsavory nature from her past life. Yet she still felt compelled to express her gratitude for his well-meaning caution. During dinner, Huang Jie mentioned that the daughter of the Lan family was getting married this weekend and inquired if Shi Li would be available. Upon realizing who the Lan family's daughter was, Shi Li immediately insisted on attending, exclaiming, I must go. Although her daughter was not particularly fond of attending weddings, her parents would always drag her along in hopes of encouraging her social interactions. This time, however, her daughter readily agreed, leaving Huang Jie with an almost surreal sensation. Not daring to pry further for fear of Shi Li reconsidering, she promptly offered to select a couple of suitable outfits for her daughter to choose from for the occasion. Shi Li, engrossed in her studies, had also inherited Huang Jie's penchant for vanity, enjoying makeup and dressing up, believing that enhancing her appearance would not detract from her academic pursuits. In this regard, their views aligned perfectly. December was not an ideal month for weddings due to the biting cold. The options for wedding styles were limited to indoor ceremonies. The Lan family's hasty decision to marry off their second daughter was precipitated by an unexpected situation, as she was soon to be unable to conceal the consequences of her actions. Huang Jie had mentioned this to Shi Li while they were in the car. Actually, Shi Li was already aware of the commotion surrounding the wedding of the Lan family's second daughter. In her previous life, when the commotion unfolded, Huang Jie and Shi Li's father were abroad, and as a student, Shi Li could not attend in place of her parents. Consequently, she missed out on the event, only to later hear about it through gossip. The scene was rather dramatic, and she deeply regretted not being able to witness it. Now, however, she was finally able to experience it firsthand. The wedding venue was generously supplied with seeds and snacks, and Shirley didn't even need to prepare anything herself. At the reception, Huang Jie retrieved the invitation and a red envelope from her bag. The bride's siblings stood beside the entrance, warmly welcoming guests. Upon spotting Huang Jie, they greeted her enthusiastically. "Mrs. Shi, is this your daughter? She is truly beautiful, even more so than a star." The bride's sister-in-law extended her hand, inviting, "Mrs. Shi,
Please come with me."
Shirley cast a lingering glance at the bride's sister-in-law, whose chestnut curls fell elegantly, adorned with a pearl necklace that was both appropriate and unobtrusive for the occasion of her sister-in-law's wedding. Sensing Shirley's gaze, she turned and smiled at him, to which he reciprocated with a smile of his own. "Miss Shi, this is your seat. If you need anything, just call for me," she said. At that moment, a 3-year-old girl in a princess dress wrapped her arms around the bride's sister-in-law's leg, calling out, "Mama." Yu has changed into her little dress. "Shall we go find Auntie? Do you remember what Mama taught you at home?" "I remember. To deliver the ring to Auntie." "Ah, that's right. Shall we go find Auntie?"
Yes.
Xia Ro turned to Huang Jie and her daughter, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Shi, I need to take my daughter to her second aunt. If you need anything, just call my younger sister. She is not far from here." Xia Ro pointed out the location of the third member of the Lan family to them. "Please, go ahead."
Zhuang Ye replied.
Shi Li and Mrs. Huang were seated near the front, alongside what appeared to be relatives of the groom. It had been mentioned before that the groom came from a modest background, yet the wedding was being orchestrated entirely by the bride's family. Among the attendees were several classmates of Shi Li, who immediately recognized the commotion and anticipated something noteworthy was about to unfold. "I came with my parents to attend the Lan family wedding, and upon hearing Shi Li's voice, it seems something is bound to happen today. You're here too." "I initially didn't want to attend the wedding. I would have preferred to stay home and play games, but my parents insisted I come to meet people. I was reluctant, but hearing Shi Li's voice made me realize I made the right choice in coming. I'm so glad I did." Those who managed to attend expressed their relief, while many who chose to stay home lamented their decision. "My mom asked if I wanted to go, but I found the wedding too noisy and went out shopping with friends instead. Is it too late to go now?"
I feel the same.
"I regret it now, immensely." At that moment, Gao Yun, who was peeking at the screen, shed tears. Others still had options, but her situation was different. She had 2 days of tutoring scheduled for the weekend. Her mother, aware of her classes, hadn't even considered her opinion when leaving in the morning. Gao Yun could foresee that her busy academic schedule would deprive her of many opportunities to indulge in the unfolding drama, much like today. As the break ended, her tutor urged Gao Yun to put down her phone and continue studying. She complied, while her classmates in the group continued their discussions. "Dear friends at the event, please look after us poor souls who are not there and provide real-time updates on the situation. We beg you," they pleaded, hands clasped together. Chapter 36. Who does she think her son is? The banquet hall for the Lan family's wedding was vast, and Shirley remained oblivious to the presence of her classmates. Meanwhile, her classmates were actively searching for her figure, drawing closer to catch a clearer glimpse of her thoughts. They communicated their respective locations, relying on the clarity of the sounds they heard to deduce Shirley's whereabouts. The classmate nearest to Shirley naturally took on the responsibility of relaying real-time updates. Unbeknownst to Shirley, who sat unaware of her classmates just a short distance behind her, one of her dear friends had already taken out her phone to record and broadcast her innermost musings. At that moment, all of Shirley's attention was captivated by the male relative seated to her left, beside whom was an elderly woman cradling a boy of approximately 4 or 5 years. This boy, seated in the woman's lap, was not only noisy but also restless, his feet occasionally kicking against Shirley's skirt. In an instant, a gray footprint marred her white trousers. The chilly weather and the nature of the wedding, requiring a more subdued attire, dictated that Shirley's outfit, while seemingly ordinary, was of a rather extravagant price. Though it was exasperating to be unprovokedly kicked by a child, Shirley dismissed it as an accident, refusing to stoop to the level of a child. However, when she glanced over, the boy flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his deliberate intent. One should not underestimate the awareness of children. In today's environment, they are perceptive beyond their years. Not all children are angels. Some possess an innate mischievousness. Under normal circumstances, knowing the child's intent would prompt Shirley to react, regardless of his age. Yet, given the context of attending someone else's wedding, she refrained from making a scene. With a sharp glance, she maintained her composure, embodying the role of a cunning antagonist quite well. The boy was instantly taken aback. And upon realizing his embarrassment, he began to wail loudly to attract his grandmother's attention. The middle-aged woman, the boy's grandmother, had been engrossed in her short videos but was drawn to the commotion. Quickly setting aside her phone, she comforted her precious grandson. "Oh dear, what's wrong? Who has upset my big grandson? Grandma will help you get even." This was her customary phrase whenever he cried. And the boy had become accustomed to using his tears to garner her attention and seek her intervention. Pointing his chubby little finger, he declared, "This wicked woman is bullying me. Oh, family, who understands?" Instead of enjoying the show, I have encountered a troublesome child first. It was at this moment that the boy's grandmother finally noticed Shi Li, her eyes lighting up with excitement.
Surveilling Shi Li s'atira.
The spark of intrigue within her intensified. Shi Li braced herself for what seemed an inevitable embarrassing confrontation, anticipating an unruly altercation amidst the elegant wedding festivities. All under the watchful eyes of her parents' friends. I had come to witness a spectacle, yet it appears I am to become the center of attention myself. Hearing the voice of her heart, Shi Li sensed that trouble had befallen her. Ms. Huang Jie was engaged in conversation with an elderly lady nearby, oblivious to the subtle antics between her daughter and a mischievous child. A classmate, who was positioned somewhat farther from Shi Li, intercepted a passing waiter, subtly indicating that there appeared to be a minor issue on Ms. Shi's side. "Please check on it. If it's nothing, that's splendid. But if there's an issue, kindly assist in mediating." After issuing her instructions, she gestured in the group chat, signaling that she had resolved the matter herself. In the class chat group, the sentiment echoed, "As long as everything is fine, no one should interfere with our enjoyment. No one could bully Sister Li. If she were to feel disheartened, who would indulge us in our gossip?" Contrary to Shi Li's expectations of a confrontation with the aunt, an alternative, less than favorable scenario unfolded. Upon noticing her, the aunt's eyes sparkled with intention, eager to introduce her son to Shi Li. "Young lady, you are so lovely. I presume you are still single. What do you think of my son? He graduated from university this year and is preparing for his postgraduate exams. Soon, he will be a graduate student. My younger son is quite handsome and talented. You two would make a perfect match." As she spoke, she began to sift through her phone for photographs. The earlier exchange between Shi Li and the chubby child spoke volumes. And the aunt's overtures caught the attention of Huang Jie, who was mingling nearby. While Huang Jie did not oppose her daughter dating, her approval hinged upon the young man's commendable qualities. Hearing the details of the young man's situation, graduating from university and preparing for further studies, implied that he had not succeeded in his initial entrance examination. The fact that the aunt did not mention the young man's alma mater suggested it was not particularly prestigious. As for the family background, Huang Jie could discern much from the aunt's attire. Huang Jie and her husband had previously deliberated on the qualities their daughter should seek in a partner. Shi Li's father expressed indifference towards the young man's family background, emphasizing that they had only one daughter and the family fortune would be inherited by Shi Li. Regardless of the young man's circumstances, the wealth left behind would be sufficient for her to enjoy a lifetime of luxury, as long as he treated her well. Conversely, Huang Jie held a starkly different perspective. Given that they had only one daughter and intended to leave all their assets to her, it was imperative to find a suitor from a similar social standing. Nowadays, many young men harbored intentions of marrying into affluent families, seeking the sole daughters of wealthy households. With a gentle smile, Huang Jie graciously declined, saying, "My daughter is still young. She is merely a high school student, and it is too early for her to engage in relationships." Upon turning away, the middle-aged lady realized the two were mother and daughter. Noticing the exquisite jewelry adorning Huang Jie, her expression became even more approving. Shi Li, being a student, dressed modestly. Although her attire consisted of high-end brands, the aunt, unfamiliar with them, merely perceived them as expensive without knowing their true value. In stark contrast, Ms. Huang's ostentatious necklace was of such a caliber that even the uninitiated could surmise its significant worth. Consequently, the aunt's satisfaction with her prospective daughter-in-law grew even stronger. Huang Jie did not comprehend the subtle refusal and remarked nonchalantly, "What is the point of studying for a young girl? Eventually one must marry. It would be wiser to wed early. In our time, we were married by 16 or 17, and we lived quite well without education." Although the legal marriage age for women is 20, in some regions, merely holding a banquet suffices as a marriage, with the couple later obtaining a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau once they reach the legal age, and subsequently arranging for the child's household registration. Shi Li looked at her mother in confusion, pondering the meaning behind her words. Huang Jie maintained a level of composure when faced with the ignorance of the older woman. The disparities in human understanding cannot compel one to expect others to mirror their own perspectives. However, concerning her daughter, it was evident that the woman intended for her daughter to drop out of school and marry, a truly naive aspiration. At that moment, Shi Li belatedly realized that this woman wished for her to abandon her high school education to become a daughter-in-law to her son. Internally, she scoffed at the absurdity of it all, exclaiming, "What a refreshingly ludicrous notion. How could anyone think that I would drop out of school to serve as a daughter-in-law?" This world was indeed mad. Shi Li pondered, "How can I not comprehend this? Asking me to drop out? To propose that the top student in our class abandon her studies? Is the old teacher aware? Is someone trying to usurp your competitive student?" This was no longer a matter of whether her parents would agree. The teachers at school would never consent to allowing their best student, one who could be recommended to the finest universities, to marry and leave her education behind. One must question what status or allure the woman's son possessed. Was he the son of the President of America, or did he possess diamonds embedded in his teeth? In the past few days, it seemed as though those with a distorted sense of reality had emerged, as if the walls of a mental institution had collapsed, allowing a flood of individuals lacking self-awareness to roam freely. Chapter 37. Is this real? The waiter who came to assess the situation noticed Huang Jie's displeasure and found himself faced with a dilemma beyond his capability to resolve. Spotting the host family nearby, he hurried over for assistance. The younger daughter of the Lan family approached after hearing the waiter's explanation and greeted Huang Jie. "I apologize, Mrs. Shi. It seems there was a mistake in your seating arrangement. Please follow me." Huang Jie smiled, understanding the situation. After all, they were there to celebrate a wedding, not to cause a scene. Despite her inner discontent, she refrained from displaying it. Lan Xian, the younger daughter, led them to a more favorable position. "Mrs. Shi, you shall sit next to my family. Rest assured, no one will disturb you." Huang Jie felt slightly more satisfied with this resolution. "Today, I apologize for the inconvenience we have caused," Lan Xian graciously responded. "It was our oversight in arranging the seating. I hope you can forgive our shortcomings." Shi Li took her seat to the left of Lan Xian, secretly observing her while they conversed. This sister must only be in her third year of university, yet she possesses such acumen. How impressive! Only one word could describe her: respect. The classmates noticed Shi Li's change of position, but, due to the people between them, were unaware of whom she was evaluating. Amidst a palpable sense of urgency, the guests yearned to gather around Shi Li, eager to discern the nature of the gossip at hand. However, each individual's position was predetermined, meticulously arranged in advance, making any mid-event relocation both conspicuous and disruptive. Shortly after Shi Li and Huang Jie exchanged their seats, the wedding ceremony commenced in earnest, with the rows designated for the Lan family now fully occupied. The MC, stationed on stage, led the proceedings, adhering to the somewhat formulaic rituals of wedding ceremonies, which prompted Huang Jie to stifle a yawn in mild impatience. At that moment, Shi Li found herself admiring Lan Xian's remarkable composure. Despite the gravity of her situation, she maintained an admirable serenity, a quality worthy of respect. Shi Li's gaze then shifted to the groom, resplendent in a traditional red Chinese wedding attire, who cast a gentle smile towards the bride. Internally, Shi Li muttered a scathing remark about him being a scoundrel. Her thoughts were not drowned out by the MC's voice, and her classmates caught wind of her disdain for the groom. Clearly, the focal point of the wedding was the bride and groom, and it was evident whom Shi Li was criticizing. Whispers of speculation arose among the guests, conjecturing whether the groom had been entangled with another woman or had committed some indiscretion that warranted a disruption at the wedding. The love of the newlyweds moved the audience seated below, yet Shi Li and her friends remained engrossed in their own little world of gossip. The Lan family truly is a bunch of unfortunate souls. Their daughter-in-law and son-in-law are involved, one of Shi Li's classmates exclaimed. "What did you say?" Another inquired, intrigued. "Is it the one I'm thinking of?" Soon, the large screen behind them was set to unveil a scandalous video of the couple's indiscretions. "Is this for real?" A classmate gasped. "My life has been worth it." At that moment, the weight of the revelation stunned everyone, dispelling any thoughts of sharing the gossip with others. Instead, they were intent on grasping the situation fully before relaying it to their peers. Thus, several of them raised their phones, activating their cameras. This was not an inappropriate scene to capture. Many guests were already filming the wedding. In fact, the Lan family had arranged for cameras to be stationed in every corner, aiming to document the event comprehensively. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Mr. Lon began his speech. The screen behind him, which had been showcasing the couple's blissful memories, abruptly shifted to a rather risque image. Initially devoid of sound, the screen's audio kicked in after a few seconds, filling the air with suggestive moans through the surround sound system. Shirley's attention was split. She fixated on the screen while also observing Lon Xin and the reactions of the elder Lon couple. As Mr. Lon delivered his unscripted address, the backdrop morphed into an outrageous scene, prompting parents seated nearby to hastily shield their children's eyes, though they themselves could not tear their gaze away from the spectacle on the screen. The guests below were momentarily rendered speechless, not moved by the speech but rather struck by sheer astonishment. 2 seconds later, an ominous sound echoed through the hall, compelling the Lon family to turn in alarm. The large screen displayed 2 bodies that should have been obscured, writhing in a compromising manner. The owners of these bodies were none other than his eldest daughter-in-law and his second son-in-law. The shock of this revelation was overwhelming, yet he was fortunate enough to have experienced the world. He immediately commanded the technician controlling the screen to turn it off. This was not the moment for airing familial scandals. He needed to conceal this embarrassment in front of so many witnesses. Who was responsible for this malicious prank? Intent on ruining his daughter and son-in-law's wedding? Whoever it was, I shall show no mercy. Half of Shirley's attention was on the reaction of the Lon family's eldest son. Familiar with his wife's demeanor, he noted that even before the true identities of the individuals on the screen were revealed, the eldest son's complexion had changed dramatically, and he was rising from his seat. Here it comes, the arena of chaos, someone remarked. I've truly witnessed the limits of humanity. Lan's eldest brother turned an alarming shade of green in an instant. Shirley, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, was a conspicuous presence even while seated. From a distance, he observed the eldest son of the Lon family, noting the slight turn of his profile. Meanwhile, they all strained to ascertain whether Lan's eldest brother's pallor was indeed as green as it appeared. As onlookers indulged in the unfolding drama, one individual's curiosity stood out. She shared her observations in the class group chat. Oh no, Shirley's profile is stunning. I'm about to weep from envy. My dear sister, finally someone is speaking up. What is happening on site? We're on tenterhooks. This situation was far too thrilling to be encapsulated in just a few sentences. Those not present were growing increasingly restless, desperate for details. The father of the Lon family attempted to dismiss the incident as mere tomfoolery, yet the eldest son, who bore the weight of betrayal, could hardly endure it. Seated in the front row, in close proximity to the stage, he ascended swiftly and, in front of his younger sister, landed a punch squarely on the groom's face. The bride, who had previously appeared pale, seemed somewhat calmed by her brother's action. She exhibited neither surprise nor anger at her brother striking her husband. Rather, her expression improved slightly following the blow. The excellent sound equipment ensured that the eldest son's furious voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of every guest. You slept with my wife. Chapter 38. A Tale of Brazen Seizure. The bride observed her husband being struck with a dispassionate demeanor. The MC, momentarily stunned, was at a loss. Despite his 30 years in the industry and previous claims of having seen it all, he realized today that he had encountered something entirely unprecedented. From this day forth, he would hold himself to a higher standard, for some experiences are simply beyond the realm of imagination, and some individuals may never cross paths with them in a lifetime. Yet, by sheer fortune, he had borne witness to such an event. This singular experience alone would elevate him above 9,999 of his peers. Certainly a statement worthy of inclusion in his Arsum. Calm down. You are a professional wedding MC, and this is your moment to shine. If you execute this task flawlessly, a steady stream of affluent clients will seek your expertise. It is imperative to maintain composure and control yourself. Under no circumstances should you take out your phone and begin capturing moments like a mere guest. However, resisting the urge is indeed challenging. Ultimately, the MC managed to restrain himself, assisting the father of the bride in maintaining order. Please remain patient. Every marriage encounters its fair share of mischief. I firmly believe that as long as our newlyweds have trust in one another, they will undoubtedly overcome numerous challenges together. The MC endeavored to salvage the situation, yet no one was inclined to cooperate. On stage, the elder brother of the bride and the groom were caught in a spirited tussle, identifiable only by the distinct colors of their attire, which offered a brief glimpse of who momentarily held the upper hand. The bride's parents stood anxiously beside their son and son-in-law, wishing to separate the two. However, given the intensity of the clash, They hesitated to intervene for fear of getting hurt, opting instead to observe from a distance. As for the hotel staff, they were even less likely to step in. They were not your personal servants, after all, and would hardly exhibit unwavering loyalty or attentiveness. We too would risk injury by stepping in, and truthfully, we were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The audience below was equally chaotic, despite the film on the large screen being abruptly terminated. There were still plenty of moments worthy of capture, such as the lively skirmish between the groom's brother-in-law and his sister's husband. Truly a captivating sight. The MC, diligently striving to restore order, found himself merely providing commentary for the unfolding feast. Let it all come to ruin. The audience had long abandoned the serene atmosphere of the ceremony, now buzzing with excitement akin to that of a bustling marketplace. Huang Jie leaned in to whisper to Shi Li, "Today has certainly not been in vain. I'm grateful that your mother did not take you away earlier."
Indeed.
It was quite worthwhile. Lan Xin is truly formidable. With this tactic, she has rendered her elder siblings ineffective, leaving her as the sole focus of her parents' attention. The chaos among the Lan family led the guests to not only discuss the day's antics, but also speculate among themselves about the instigator behind it all. At this moment, Shi Li found himself pondering who had orchestrated the debacle on the big screen. Upon hearing Shi Li's thoughts, there was no need for further conjecture. Everyone shared a singular thought: that sister is indeed ruthless. The father of the bride looked on in utter disappointment at his eldest son engaged in such a fray. He had always known that while his son was not particularly sharp, he was grounded in character. While it was enough for him to maintain stability, he now realized that his understanding of the boy was fundamentally flawed. His eldest son was as dull as a pig. If only he could remain seated calmly, the family could claim that it was merely a prank by rivals. Whether others believed it or not mattered little. Alas, this son was far too impulsive, rushing onto the stage to confront his brother-in-law, thereby rendering any claims of a prank logically untenable. What else could they say? Their son was simply not of sound mind, gullibly believing whatever gossip he heard, despite the absence of any such incident. Let the outside world know that the higher-ups of the Lan family are fools. It would be better to have people gossip about a disgrace within the family. The father of the Lan family shouted, "Enough, stop." Just then, Lan Xin arrived with bodyguards, successfully separating her brother from her brother-in-law. The expressions on the faces of Lan's parents were beyond grim. "Enough. We were merely a couple, but you two siblings, driven by selfish desires, intervened and stole our love. We are just an ordinary couple wishing to lead a simple life together. Yet you greedy and malicious siblings have taken everything from us. This is not right. He is lying." Classmate Shi Li almost fell prey to the bridegroom's words, believing that it was the Lan siblings who used their power to break apart the unfortunate couple. Does this scoundrel think he would perish if he told the truth? Indeed, he once had a romantic relationship with the elder sister of the Lan family. These two wretches are quite the pair, dissatisfied with their families, publicly breaking up only to pursue innocent, wealthy heirs. Yet behind closed doors, they are still entangled, not rekindling old flames, but rather collaborating. Having a partner is preferable to solitary confinement. After the elder sister of the Lan family met the elder brother, she introduced her ex-boyfriend to her younger sister, simply stating he was a classmate. What a farce! The siblings are not stealing away a pitiful couple, but rather coveting their family fortune. Classmate Shi Li thought, this truly is a situation of a knife at the back. However, the description of thieving couple is indeed fitting. Moments ago, she felt pity for the bridegroom and the elder sister of the Lan family, but now her perception of them had shifted to one of disgust. In the next moment, the second daughter of the Lan family, who had remained passive until now, slapped the bridegroom across the face, exclaiming, "What nonsense! It was you who shamelessly pursued me, and it was I and my brother who forced you to break up with your little couple. Truly, you are invincible in your lack of shame. You wash my socks and underwear daily, bring me foot baths and lick my feet. Was that my coercion? You claimed we siblings forced you. So let everyone see whether you came willingly or under duress." The second daughter of the Lan family spat, "Truly, you have the audacity to flatter yourself. There are countless men in this world. Do you think I would take a liking to you? It was merely your ability to serve that caught my attention. I was gracious enough to show you some kindness, and you really believed yourself to be a precious gem. Had I known your true nature, I would have hired a male model who could be of service in bed for 200,000 a month, and it would be far better than this scoundrel." Nevertheless, everyone present was of refined character. Although they were excited by the unfolding drama, They made an effort to remain silent to avoid disturbing the viewing experience of others as well as the performers on stage. The guests below quickly quieted down. On stage, the father of the Lan family wore a particularly dark expression. Having prided himself on being strong all his life, who would have thought he would lose face before friends and family? Now, he truly had lost both dignity and face. Thankfully, his youngest daughter was considerate enough to comfort him, urging him not to be angry. The initial intention of the Lan family in arranging a marriage for their second daughter was thwarted when she, enamored by a suitor, rejected the family's plans, nearly leading to significant financial loss for the family. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the third daughter, the Lan family would have not only faced the loss of a business partner but also gained formidable rivals. As it stands, it is anticipated that the parents will seek a matrimonial alliance for her, accompanied by a dowry. Her prospects of advancement within her husband's family or elsewhere will cease to be a concern for the Lan family, as she will undoubtedly be barred from entering the family business. Seizing the opportunity presented by her sister's refusal to marry, Lan Xin proactively offered her services, resolving an urgent dilemma for the Lan family and earning an exceptional allowance to join the family enterprise. Nonetheless, as long as her elder siblings remain, her father will not entrust her with significant responsibilities within the business. Ironically, even her brother-in-law, who is an outsider, holds the right to a prominent position, while she, his biological daughter, does not. Lan Xin is meticulous and observant. She was the only one in the household to uncover the affair between her sister-in-law and her brother-in-law, while even their spouses remained oblivious. Through her keen deductions, she unraveled this shocking secret. Yet, she is also ruthless. Once she identifies her enemy's vulnerabilities, she strikes decisively, showing no mercy simply because they are family. In light of this incident, the eldest brother and sister of the Lan family found themselves humiliated before their father and peers, while the youngest daughter loyally stood by her parents, displaying poise and propriety. Every heart possesses a scale of judgment, and the stark contrast between the eldest siblings and Lan Xin became evident. Decisions regarding whom to prioritize and whom to forsake became clear in an instant. Classmate Shi Li mused, "No wonder she is the sole female antagonist in this narrative. Her reputation is well-deserved." Although those who heard her musings were intrigued, they dismissed them, as it was not the first time she had uttered such eccentric thoughts, and everyone had grown accustomed to it over time. The wedding banquet, originally scheduled to conclude before 2 o'clock, was prolonged until 4. Guests departed without having partaken in lunch, yet none expressed dissatisfaction. As they exited the hotel, they bore expressions of contentment, as if they had feasted thoroughly. This celebration surpassed all previous gatherings they had attended in terms of joy. Indeed, the attendees relished the spectacle: the brother-in-law's violent confrontation with the sister's husband, the younger sister's furious slap to her deceitful spouse. And the drama that unfolded was nothing short of riveting, though regrettably, no audience bore witness. The parents of the Lan family, seated on the sofa and devoid of outside company, observed coldly as their children engaged in mutual conflict. Rumors of the altercations were substantiated by neighbors residing nearby, who noted that the family's maid had purchased remedies for bruises at a local pharmacy. Moreover, a particularly nosy individual made a special visit to the Lan home, witnessing the eldest brother and sister sporting battered faces, yet noted the absence of the sister-in-law and the second son-in-law, leading to speculation that they had been expelled from the house. At the wedding venue, the students indulged in a delightful feast, all the while keeping in mind their peers on the other side of the screen, who were eagerly awaiting updates. Some enthusiastic classmates shared videos recorded that day in the group chat. Among those filming were not only the more capable students, some older attendees, mindful of their status, were reluctant to raise their phones to capture the moment. However, their younger relatives were far less concerned about such propriety. When considering the number of individuals who managed to capture those scenes, it turned out to be quite substantial. Nevertheless, the excitement of the footage was undeniable. Those watching the group videos and messages were left utterly astonished. Was I seeing things? I was shocked. Had my sister-in-law and brother-in-law truly become intimate? Rolling about unclothed could only imply one thing: they certainly weren't merely practicing a foreign language. While a few emitted sharp gasps, the majority remained quietly engrossed in the video.
What?
These two were actually a couple? In just a few short minutes, I was taken aback multiple times. Such is the life of the affluent. I could hardly fathom that they dined so lavishly on a regular basis. A student present at the event revealed who had shared this intimate film.
Who was it?
Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. It couldn't he possibly be a rival, could it?
Playfulliest.
It was the third child of the Lan family, their illegitimate daughter. For those unfamiliar with the Lan family circumstances, upon seeing the suffix indicating her status, they could surmise the underlying reasons and motives. This woman was rather ruthless, dragging the entire family into disrepute. Yet, the benefits she reaped were undeniably tangible. The group engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the internal issues of the Lan family, compiling gossip in the chat. Even those who had previously shown little interest in such tales found their horizons expanded. Moving forward, we ought to keep pace with Shi Li, for there are always morsels of intrigue to savor. Now, while the sons and daughters of wealthy families could still be escorted in by their parents, ordinary students could only gaze longingly from afar. At that moment, one astute individual suggested, "Though we lack invitations, we could serve as temporary waitstaff at the hotel."
Indeed.
Hotels always require servers, don't they? For the sake of gossip, one mustn't overly exert themselves. This weekend, everyone had been restless, preoccupied with the juicy tidbits they had just encountered. Despite the Lan family's attempts to suppress the scandal, it managed to ascend the trending topics multiple times. In truth, many questions lingered in the minds of the students, particularly regarding the legitimacy of the Lan family's grandchildren. At that juncture, thoughts turned to Shi Li, Wei Yi. Bearing the hopes of many, approached Shi Li to inquire about this matter. During a break, Wei Yi casually mentioned, "Ali, have you seen the trending topics lately? I heard someone say that the Lan family caused quite a scene at the wedding, making a fool of themselves. Initially, I was supposed to attend with my mother, but something came up at her company, and she was unable to go. I couldn't possibly go alone." She pouted slightly. "Had I known it would turn into such a spectacle, I would have gone by myself. We could have gone together and kept each other company." Shi Li wore a knowing expression, as if to say, "You've come to the right person. I'm fortunate to have encountered you."
Speak.
What would you like to know? Classmates seated around Shi Li were now all ears, eager to listen intently. Upon hearing her claim to be fortunate, others dismissed it with incredulity, suggesting that she must be aware of impending troubles within the Lan family and had hurried over to witness the commotion. Weaving an elaborate narrative, feigned ignorance of other matters, questioning whether the online rumors were true. In the WeChat gossip group, she had come across various videos. However, Shi Li, having indulged in the gossip firsthand, had not kept up with the online discussions and was genuinely unaware of the latest developments. Pondering whether videos could still be found in the gossip group, she concluded that such footage was likely non-existent, a mere fabrication by Wei Yi. Fearing that Shi Li might express a desire to view the videos, Wei Yi deftly shifted the conversation to the scandal involving the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lan family and the second son-in-law, alleging that there were intimate recordings from their wedding, and claiming they had previously been in a romantic relationship. This seemed far-fetched, and Shi Li nodded in acknowledgement, asserting that reality often surpasses fiction.
Vi gasped in astonishment.
Exclaiming, "My goodness, this is actually true." The exaggerated tone of her voice drew the attention of those seated nearby, prompting one to remark, "Sister, your performance is rather over the top." Nonchalantly, Wei Yi introduced another topic, inquiring whether the children of the Lan family's eldest daughter-in-law were fathered by her husband or her brother-in-law. While others might be oblivious, Shi Li knew the truth. Chapter 40. Visiting the future mother-in-law. The eldest brother and sister-in-law of the Lan family will be divorcing in a few months, with the sister-in-law taking their 6-month-old son, claiming that nursing children belong with their mothers, while their 3-year-old daughter will remain with the Lan family. As Shi Li articulated this, it became apparent to everyone that the eldest daughter was indeed of Lan lineage, while the infant son belonged to the brother-in-law. The Lan family placed significant emphasis on the continuation of their lineage, valuing sons over daughters and adhering to traditional familial structures. If the grandson were indeed legitimate, the Lan family would never relinquish him. The granddaughter would remain, while the grandson could be taken away. This outcome was telling. Although Shi Li knew the identity of the child's father, she refrained from disclosing it, aware that making such claims could cast suspicion upon her. With a light-hearted laugh, she remarked that such matters were personal and that as outsiders, they could only speculate. The truth about the children's paternity would be revealed after the divorce, when custody was determined. Wei Yi, having deduced the answer herself, chose not to press Shi Li further, casually agreeing, "You have a point. Let us await the outcome." Following Shi Li's musings, her classmates shared her thoughts in the class group, leading to a reaction that was both unexpected and anticipated. After all, it was not uncommon for such entanglements to lead to significant consequences. The Lan family would surely be infuriated. Who could blame them? The patriarch was particularly traditional, Discovering that his son had been cuckolded and that his beloved grandson might not even bear his blood would be unbearable for any rational person, especially for that old man. Yet, the second son-in-law of the Lan family was quite the character, having come perilously close to achieving his aims. Disregarding the ineptitude of the eldest son of the Lan family, it is an indisputable fact that he will eventually inherit his father's position and the majority of the family fortune. As the firstborn grandson, it is a foregone conclusion that he will succeed to his grandfather's and father's estate. Speculations regarding the child's paternity had already ignited considerable anger within the Lan family. Prior to external conjectures about the child's lineage, the patriarch of the Lan family had already entertained doubts at the wedding, pondering whether his grandchildren might not truly be of Lan blood. A man of traditional values, he had hoped that his grandson would indeed belong to the Lan lineage, despite having spent 2 years in the company of his granddaughter. That evening, the eldest daughter-in-law knelt before the elderly couple, assuring them that the children were indeed Aishua's, pleading for their belief in her words. However, her assurances fell on deaf ears. Aishua personally collected samples from both children for testing. The results came swiftly, and to his dismay, while the granddaughter was confirmed to be of their blood, the grandson was not Aishua's biological child. The identity of this illegitimate child had become inconsequential. The patriarch had resolved that in a few months, once the matter faded from public memory, he would orchestrate a divorce between Aishua and the woman involved. Many speculated about the incident, yet the Lan family remained tight-lipped. The eldest and second sons began to withdraw from their corporate responsibilities, making way for the youngest daughter of the Lan family to showcase her capabilities within the company. Unlike her ineffectual siblings, the youngest daughter executed her tasks with precision and integrity, earning unanimous praise from her colleagues. The world is never short of fresh developments, and everyone has their own affairs to attend to. The scandal from the second daughter's wedding seemed to be swiftly forgotten. One day at the dining table, Shi Li overheard Huang Jie mention, "I plan to visit Feng Yunhe's mother this weekend. Would you like to accompany me?"
Wang Ye.
Aware of Shi Li's affections for Feng Yunhe, brought it up, believing her daughter should seek to endear herself to the mother of her beloved. Although, as a mother, it pained her slightly to see her daughter seeking approval from her future mother-in-law, something she herself had never experienced. She was willing to support her daughter's desires.
Shi Li esitata.
In her previous life, she had made an effort to keep her distance from the main characters, yet had maintained an amiable relationship with Feng's mother. As a kind matriarch, Feng's mother had enjoyed a good rapport with both Huang Jie and Shi Li's aunt, consistently supporting Shi Li in her role as a potential daughter-in-law. After Shi Li's heart had wandered in her past life, Feng's mother had only remarked that Feng Yunhe was unworthy of her. Never uttering a single disparaging word about Shi Li, visiting Feng's mother was a duty owed to a respected elder, and as a woman infatuated with Feng Yunhe, it was also prudent for Shi Li to seek favor from her future mother-in-law. "We can dine out tonight and perhaps shop for some new clothes. I've noticed you've grown taller lately, and your current wardrobe is no longer fitting." As any parent would, Huang Jie cherished the sight of her child growing strong, and she was no exception. Seeing Shi Li's growth brought her joy. "All right, I haven't gone shopping with you in quite some time. There are many things I wish to purchase, but I seldom indulge myself when I go out alone." Huang Jie jested with her, saying, "I see. Your pretense of wanting me to foot the bill is merely a ruse. Your true desire is to see Yunhe's mother, isn't it?" Shi Li made a face as if to say, "How do you know everything?" But in her heart, she thought, "You've misjudged this time. My desire for you to pay is more genuine than gold. It is best to visit patients in the morning. Visiting in the afternoon implies a fading light." Shi Li and her mother rose quite early, arriving at the sanatorium where Feng's mother resided by 9 o'clock. Feng's mother was not ill in a traditional sense, but rather had a frail constitution that made her susceptible to ailments. Reluctant to see Liang Rongrong at home, she chose to move into a sanatorium situated in a serene suburban environment. This establishment thrived on the patronage of the affluent, akin to luxury goods, and never profited from the less fortunate. The daily expenses of residing here were exorbitant, yet the Feng family was wealthy and unconcerned with such trivial costs. The lush vegetation surrounding the sanatorium created an atmosphere reminiscent of a natural oxygen bar. Upon disembarking, Shi Li inhaled deeply the fresh air. In such a breathtaking environment, one could momentarily forget all ailments. Huang Jie shot her a discontented glance. "We have a villa near Wetland Park, yet you refuse to come over in the summer for a respite." Shi Li willingly grabbed the fruit basket and flowers from the trunk, following Huang Jie. "There are plenty of bugs over there. You know I attract mosquitoes. I could simply stay in an air-conditioned room to avoid the heat." The inventor has created more convenient appliances, yet you seem to prefer a return to the ancient ways of living, which I cannot bear. Oh, you child. For every word I say, you have 10 in response. When you reach my age, you will understand. Shi Li shrugged, unconvinced by Huang Jia's assertion. This place may be termed a sanatorium, but rather than being confined to pigeonhole-like wards, each patient resided in their own small villa. After informing the staff of her intended visit, they verified with Feng's mother via phone, confirming permission before escorting Shi Li and her mother to the villa. Feng's mother was watching television when she received the call and stood by, awaiting the arrival of Huang Jia and her daughter. Chapter 41. What could she possibly be? A wretched thing? Auntie, I know you adore lilies. This bouquet was specially chosen for you by my mother. This girl did not claim the credit for herself. Showing a semblance of conscience, she did not forget her mother upon meeting her grandmother. Feng's mother was strikingly beautiful, with pronounced features and a certain ruggedness. Shi Li recalled that the original text had mentioned Feng's grandmother being foreign, rendering her a mixed heritage. Feng Yun, he resembled his mother more in countenance. Dressed in comfortable loungewear, her hair casually draped behind her, she leaned down to inhale the fragrance of the lilies. Sunlight bathed her in a soft, ethereal glow, creating an inexplicable sense of beauty. Upon seeing Feng's mother, Shi Li found herself increasingly perplexed by Feng's father's affections for Liang Rongrong's mother, whom he had cherished for nearly a lifetime. Judging by appearances, Liang Rongrong possessed a fair visage. It was likely her mother, while not unattractive, would not stand out significantly. In stark contrast, Feng's mother was a renowned beauty within their circle, and even as she approached 50, she still dazzled Shi Li's eyes. Madame Feng is a woman of wisdom and grace, possessing a keen understanding of other sentiments. Shi Li sighed inwardly, pondering how some individuals, having never tasted certain things, still find them enticing. Even something as unpleasant as dog feces can linger in their memories for a lifetime. Thank you. I truly adore this bouquet. Madame Feng said as she placed the flowers elegantly upon the table. Huang Jia inquired about her recent health, casting a subtle smile toward Shi Li, eager to gauge her reaction. Shi Li linked her arm with Madame Feng's, responding, "That is indeed unfortunate. However, my visit today is solely to see you, Auntie, and has nothing to do with Brother Yun He." Huang Jia chimed in, "You see, this child rarely ventures outside. She prefers to remain indoors, immersed in her studies." When I mentioned my visit today, she agreed without a moment's hesitation. One cannot be certain whether her eagerness is to see you or someone else. Madame Feng mused with a faint sigh. I wonder if I possess such a lure. Shi Li, pretending to be vexed, turned her head away. You are all grown adults. Yet you discuss me, a mere girl, without a hint of shame. Her childlike antics elicited hearty laughter from the two adults present. Madame Feng glanced at Huang Jia with a hint of envy, appreciating the joys of raising a daughter. Indeed, a warm and affectionate companion. When one praises their own daughter, it is customary for the mother to reciprocate with compliments about the other son. Do not say that. Both sons and daughters can be equally dear. And a considerate son is no less than a daughter. He is diligent in school and chooses to visit you during his breaks. Is that not considerate enough? Madame Feng genuinely believed her son to be thoughtful, yet she envied Huang Jia for having a daughter, a sentiment rooted in her own near experience of having one. Huang Jia, aware of Madame Feng's emotional complexities, deftly shifted the topic. Oh, Yun, he has begun assisting at the company quite early. Madame Feng's tone revealed her disapproval. Since my illness, he has taken on responsibilities at the company, but he is still quite young. I believe this is the age for acquiring knowledge, and he should focus on his studies. I have advised him, but he has chosen not to heed my counsel. Huang Jia smiled. Let us refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. Yun, he has always been mature for his age. Entering the company early will enable him to take over sooner. You should not burden yourself with such worries. Simply enjoy your own life. Madame Feng nodded, conceding. You are right. Let them handle the matters outside. Suddenly, a phone rang, prompting Madame Feng to silence it and explain to the mother-daughter duo. That was merely a reminder for my morning walk. Do not mind it. Let us continue our conversation. It would be impolite to alter Madame Feng's routine simply because of their visit. Huang Jia suggested. Earlier, when we arrived, Shi Li expressed great curiosity about this wellness resort. How about I accompany you for a stroll and explore the area together? Shi Li agreed. Yes, I would love to see what the back mountain looks like. The staff is quite strict, and without your company, we would find it difficult to proceed. Very well, then, I appreciate your willingness to accompany me for a walk. Madame Feng replied. Due to her frail health and the chilly outdoor temperatures, Madame Feng donned a fur coat and a hat. While waiting for her to change, Shi Li and Huang Jia also put on their outer garments that they had removed upon entering the house. The stark temperature difference of over 20 degrees between the indoor and outdoor environments caused all three to shiver upon stepping outside. Shi Li tucked her face into her scarf and inquired, "Does Aunt usually walk alone?" "Not exactly. When you are not around, I call the staff to accompany me," came the response. The nursing home had few patients, and Feng's mother, not possessing a naturally sociable disposition, had failed to forge any friendships in the 2 months since her admission. Although she occasionally greeted neighbors encountered during her walks, they remained mere acquaintances. As they ambled along, two women approached, one elderly and one youthful, a pallid, weary noblewoman accompanied by a vibrant, spirited young girl. Coincidentally, the latter was none other than Shi Li's classmate, Gu Yuqing. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Shi Li regarded their relationship as nothing more than that of ordinary classmates. Being perceptive, she sensed the underlying feelings of aversion emanating from Gu Yuqing. Shi Li was not the type to insist on transforming every acquaintance into a close friend. She welcomed genuine friendship but recognized that not everyone desired such a connection. Her attitude toward Gu Yuqing reflected this sentiment. Even as classmates, they need not become friends, for many graduates inevitably drift into the realm of strangers. Upon noticing the approaching figures, Shi Li and her mother, Huang Jia, merely nodded, exchanging no further pleasantries. After Feng's mother greeted Gu Yuqing's mother, they engaged in a brief conversation, with Feng's mother commenting on how thoughtful it was for Gu Yuqing to visit. Conversing in the biting cold was hardly a comfortable endeavor, and their exchange was succinct before they parted ways. Once they had moved on, Huang Jia sighed softly, remarking, "She has her own struggles." Although the pronoun she lacked a clear antecedent, both Feng's mother and Shi Li comprehended the sentiment behind the words. Gu Yuqing had a younger sister who was abducted by human traffickers at the tender age of 7. The disappearance of the daughter had become a deep-seated affliction for the entire family, even with the Gu family's considerable wealth. Expending millions each year in various pursuits to locate her, the likelihood of finding her dwindled with the passage of time. Gu Yuqing's mother, plagued by guilt over her daughter's disappearance, grappled with severe psychological issues. Over the past 2 years, there had been no reports of her contemplating suicide. Instead, she resided in the nursing home to recuperate. Unlike Feng's mother, Gu Yuqing's mother required round-the-clock assistance, unable to be alone. Observing the pale visage of Gu's mother, Shi Li felt a pang of sympathy. Her thoughts drifted to past lives, attempting to piece together the whereabouts of Gu Yuqing's sister. She resolved to assist in the search. Perhaps finding the younger Gu daughter could alleviate her mother's emotional turmoil, leading to a swifter recovery from her mental afflictions. It was worth noting that Gu Yuqing's sister was a significant character in the original narrative. Had she been an unknown entity, Shi Li's desire to help would have been in vain. Gu Yuqing's lost sister is said to be in a village within the province. The whispers of Shi Li's heart do not possess a built-in volume control. Ms. Huang Jia's voice, deliberately lowered, went unheard by the mother and daughter duo. Yet Gu Yuqing distinctly perceived the unspoken thoughts of Shi Li. A shiver coursed through her body, recalling the immense effort their family had expended in search of her missing sister. A month prior, an array of peculiar events had transpired surrounding Shi Li. Their group of classmates could hear her heart's voice, which offered glimpses into future occurrences. The incident involving Wei Yi's father confirmed that Shi Li's predictions were unfailingly accurate. Gu Yuqing had contemplated approaching Shi Li to inquire about her sister's whereabouts, but her rivalry with Shi Li made such an overture difficult. Unbeknownst to Shi Li, Gu Yuqing had categorized her as an adversary. To Shi Li, they were merely indifferent classmates, unaware of how or when this animosity had developed. Noticing her daughter's unusual demeanor, Gu Mu turned to ask, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Yuqing feigned calmness, shaking her head.
"No, ma'am."
"Don't you think a walk is good for your health? I happen to be here today. Let me accompany you for a few more laps." Gu Mu smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll heed your advice." Although puzzled, as winter had already arrived and the trees on the mountain had shed their leaves, she did not oppose her daughter's suggestion. She was simply pleased to spend more time with her. Gu Yuqing guided her mother up the mountain, following the path taken by Shi Li and her companions, hastening her pace. She feared that if Shi Li wandered too far, she would lose the ability to hear her heart's voice and, consequently, miss crucial information regarding her sister. What began as a leisurely stroll turned into a brisk race for Gu Yuqing. "I've noted everything down. As for what her sister did to Liang Rongrong, what a despicable creature she is. Even a dog would want to kick her," she thought. Chapter 42. A change of heart towards Shi Li. Realizing that her previous thoughts might imply she was insulting her sister by comparing her to a dog, Gu Yuqing felt a pang of guilt. She reassured herself, "My dear sister, I am not speaking of you. There cannot possibly be anything wrong with you. All blame rests with Liang Rongrong." The urgency to find Gu Yuqing's sister was palpable. If her memory served her right, several years ago, Gu Yuqing's stepmother had given birth and treated Gu Yuqing poorly. To make matters worse, that stepfather harbored inappropriate thoughts towards his teenage stepdaughter. Gu Yuqing heard Shi Li's heart voice and could not help but clench her fists. In her fervor, she overlooked the fact that she was supporting her mother, who felt a twinge of pain from her daughter's grip. "Ching, what is wrong?"
Gumu inquired.
Gu Yuqing forced a smile.
Iemme fine, mom.
Gumu raised her arm. "You're hurting me." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuqing quickly rubbed the spot she had been holding. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I was just focused on the path." "Foolish child, there's no need to apologize to your mother." As Gu Yuqing gradually closed the distance to the three ahead, she could hear Shi Li's heart voice with remarkable clarity, rendering the need for haste unnecessary. As Shi Li accompanied Feng Mu on their leisurely stroll, she would occasionally share a few words, pausing her inner thoughts in the process. During these moments, Gu Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, wishing she could rush forward and shake Shi Li, urging her to contemplate the circumstances surrounding her sister. However, such an impulsive action was unrealistic. Revealing herself would only serve to jeopardize their efforts. Thus, Gu Yuqing suppressed her restless nature, patiently walking behind her mother as they meandered together. The prolonged silence of her daughter prompted Gu Mu to speak up. "Ching, do you harbor any concerns? If you have other matters to attend to, it is not obligatory for you to visit me weekly." Naturally, Gu Yuqing could not confess that her silence stemmed from attentively listening to Shi Li's thoughts. Nor could she divulge that her mind was consumed with worries about her sister. She had long since resolved that, despite the likelihood of Shi Li's revelations being mostly true, the news of finding her sister could not be disclosed to her mother just yet. The potential disappointment would be too great if her sister remained unfound. Gu Yuqing casually remarked, "I was contemplating matters concerning school. That girl who stood behind Mrs. Feng just now is my classmate." This statement, while not entirely deceitful, masked her true preoccupation with Shi Li. Gu Mu, having spent considerable time in various rehabilitation centers, might not even recognize her daughter's classmates, let alone the children from neighboring households. The revelation that the girl was indeed her daughter's classmate brought a spark of surprise to Gu Mu.
"Oh.
"So, she is your classmate. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You ought to greet her. It is quite impolite not to," she exclaimed. "The lady beside Mrs. Feng must be Mrs. Shi, and your classmate is from the Shi family, correct?" Her ability to recognize Huang Jie, despite years of social withdrawal, was solely reliant on her memories from the past. How could Gu Yuqing explain her lack of greeting? It was simply due to her indifferent relationship with Shi Li. At present, Gu Yulan is 13, still relatively safe. In 2 years, she will be found by the Gu family, but before that, she must eliminate her abusive foster father, a task that the Gu family will ensure is handled discreetly. Gu Yulan's motive for killing her foster father stemmed from his intentions to harm her. Though she is safe for now, finding her as soon as possible remains imperative. Just hearing a few brief mentions of her sister's plight brought Gu Yuqing to the brink of tears, as she grappled with the harsh realities her sister had faced unbeknownst to her. Let me ponder a moment. Her foster father is a fisherman, and her foster mother? A pearl diver, skilled in the art of harvesting pearls. Their village has a tradition of honoring the pearl god, lighting a perpetual lamp in the ancestral hall on the 15th of the first lunar month, praying for safe returns from the sea. This information significantly narrows down the search area. I could consult experts from the cultural department in the province, and I would likely pinpoint her location. However, Shi Li had already provided her with precise instructions on how to proceed. Gu Yuqing mused that if she could find her sister early using Shi Li's insights, she would thereafter adhere unwaveringly to Shi Li's guidance, considering her the sole beacon of hope. If Shi Li directed her east, she would resolutely avoid heading west. If Shi Li instructed her to chase a dog, she would certainly refrain from catching a chicken. Shi Li pondered the matter at hand, contemplating how to inform Gu Yuqing of her thoughts regarding another pressing issue, finding Gu Yulan and the excuses she might employ. It was certainly out of the question to disclose that she had dreamt of Gu Yulan's whereabouts and requested her family as assistance. After all, Gu Yulan was not her sister, and her relationship with Gu Yuqing was merely that of ordinary classmates, devoid of any familial ties. The ancestral spirits of the Gu family could not possibly delegate such a task to her. What to do then? Perhaps hire a private investigator? Her modest savings could suffice. Yet the quandary remained. How would she explain the situation to the Gu family upon locating Gu Yulan? Ultimately, it was prudent to set aside such concerns for the moment. The immediate priority was to find the girl. Gu Yuqing had always believed that Shi Li's speculation about Yulan's location was merely idle thought. However, for Gu Yuqing, who could hear Shi Li's innermost musings, this seemingly trivial notion held great significance. She could harness the ingenuity Shi Li displayed to aid in her quest to locate her sister. What Gu Yuqing did not anticipate was Shi Li's resolve to assist her in this endeavor. Despite the potential for scrutiny and suspicion that might arise once her sister was found, some individuals relished overthinking, interpreting good intentions as ulterior motives. This was a common occurrence. Reminiscent of the fables of the farmer and the snake, or Mr. Donghua and the wolf. Accompanying these thoughts was an overwhelming sense of guilt. For as long as she could remember, Gu Yuqing had harbored an aversion toward Shi Li, though she could scarcely articulate the reason. If pressed, she might attribute her feelings to jealousy, a jealousy of the affection Shi Li received from her parents and the indulgence bestowed upon her as their daughter. Both families were comparable in standing, and both girls excelled in their own right, whether in appearance or academics. Gu Yuqing took pride in her own achievements. Yet there was always a shadow looming over her, an existence she could never surpass. Thus, whenever she encountered Shi Li, she instinctively felt compelled to compete, to outshine her rival. Regrettably, she had never succeeded.
Ah?
Are you referring to me? Chapter 43. The great-grandmother spoke. In the face of Shi Li's unexpected predicament, wherein her classmates could hear her thoughts, Gu Yuqing approached the situation with a sense of morbid curiosity. The class monitor, aware of Gu Yuqing's disdain for Shi Li, took it upon themselves to speak with her, fearing she might inadvertently disclose Shi Li's plight to her. But how could that be? Gu Yuqing secretly relished the thought of Shi Li making a spectacle of herself. There was no chance she would offer any warning. After all, many individuals who appear perfectly normal on the surface can harbor profound darkness within. It was absurd to think she would reveal the situation to Shi Li. This was a splendid opportunity to witness Shi Li's folly. Through Shi Li's revelations, Gu Yuqing found herself privy to numerous amusing anecdotes, though they were not at Shi Li's expense. Rather, they stemmed from the peculiarities surrounding her. What astonished Gu Yuqing even more was the realization that beneath Shi Li's facade of elegance and aloofness lay a deeply troubled psyche. Gu Yuqing even began to question her judgment, wondering if she had been blind to the truth all along, mistaking Shi Li for her imagined adversary. Simply contemplating this notion filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Upon gaining insight into Shi Li's inner thoughts, Gu Yuqing's hostility towards her gradually diminished. However, it cannot be said that she harbored a great fondness for Shi Li. Had she genuinely liked her, she would have shamelessly sought information about her sister long ago, rather than wait until now. The moment she heard that Shi Li intended to assist her in locating her sister, Gu Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. In her eyes, Shi Li was an extraordinary and benevolent individual, and should anyone dare to speak ill of her in the future, they would have to reckon with her wrath. Gu Yuqing and her mother trailed behind the first three individuals, strolling leisurely. While Shi Li had long ceased contemplating Gu Yulan's predicament, Gu Yuqing, reluctant to part ways, feared that after she and her mother left, Shi Li might divulge some crucial information. Typically, Gu Yuqing would visit the nursing home every weekend to spend time with her mother. She casually mentioned, "Oh yes, our homeroom teacher is celebrating a birthday, and our class plans to throw him a party." Her homeroom teacher, who was not yet 30, seemed to be facing an early celebration. Ah, yes, indeed. He had yet to meet the rambunctious bunch of his students, but had already shouldered two significant burdens. First, a terminal illness, and now a birthday. Naturally, Gu's mother could not object to celebrating the teacher's birthday. Before her daughter departed, she advised, "Make sure to get along with your classmates. Do not throw a tantrum. That classmate of yours seemed like a good child." Gu Yuqing embraced her mother gently. Gu's mother could not help but smile. "Silly child. What compensation are you talking about?" After boarding the car, Gu Yuqing instructed the driver to take her directly to the company. On weekends, when Gu Yuqing visited the nursing home to accompany her mother, her father often accompanied her. However, on occasions when work called him away, Gu Yuqing would go alone while her father stayed behind to work. Upon her arrival at her father's office, Gu Yuqing was met with surprise. Logically, she should have been at the nursing home at that hour. It was unlikely that something had happened to her mother. If that were the case, she could have simply called him rather than making an unnecessary trip. Could it be that the mother and daughter had quarreled? This was an unprecedented occurrence, for Gu Yuqing had never dared to provoke her mother's instability, let alone argue with her. Her father gestured for her to enter, and the secretary discreetly closed the door behind them. Sitting side by side on the sofa, Gu's father gently inquired, "Why did you leave your mother at the nursing home? Is something amiss?" Gu Yuqing recited the carefully prepared excuse. "Dad, I just had a dream about my great-grandmother." Her father, perplexed, responded with a furrowed brow. "Your eyes are red, and your voice is slightly choked. Is this really the matter at hand? So, the expression you wore was due to being frightened by your great-grandmother? Besides, she has long since passed. You never even met her. How could you possibly recognize her?" Her father found it somewhat amusing, as he had recently thought his daughter was maturing into a young adult, only for her to utter such childish words. He remained silent, encouraging her to continue. Gu Yuqing's voice quivered uncontrollably, revealing her genuine emotions rather than mere theatrics. As an elder sister, how could she not yearn for her long-lost sibling?
Now.
The dawn of victory was within reach, and she would soon be reunited with her sister, which overwhelmed her with tears. The elderly matriarch had revealed that her sister was residing in a small fishing village in the province, where her adoptive parents treated her poorly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuqing could not contain her tears. The disappearance of their youngest daughter had become an unspoken scar for the family. As Gu's father listened to his elder daughter's words, his hand trembled slightly while serving tea. Since the day their youngest daughter went missing, they had sought connections throughout the country to locate her. Yet the results were consistently disheartening. While most would dismiss the notion of dream messages as absurd, Gu's father, in his desperate longing to find his child, wondered if there might be some truth to it. What if their missing daughter was indeed in that small fishing village? If he, as a parent, were to give up, then who else would search for her? Furthermore, his elder daughter had mentioned that the youngest was living in distress, a fact he believed wholeheartedly. He often dreamt of his frail daughter being mistreated, yearning to protect her, but feeling utterly powerless. In his dreams, she cried out for him, pleading for rescue. Yet when he asked where she was, she remained silent. Cautiously, he inquired, "What else did your great-grandmother tell you in the dream?" She had mentioned that the younger sister's stepmother was a pearl seller and her stepfather a fisherman, who had since had children of their own. While he could think of words to say, they were likely shaped by the literary works he had encountered in his youth. The thought of his child facing such a reality in a poor household, where her step-parents had their own biological children, was almost too much to bear. Despite the anguish that tore at his heart, Gu's father maintained a calm demeanor as he analyzed his youngest daughter's current circumstances. Although the province was coastal, there were not many truly seaside areas. While there were numerous villages, locating a 13-year-old girl would not be easy. Nevertheless, the search area had considerably narrowed compared to the past, when they had been casting nets nationwide. Gu Yuqing continued, stating that the small village would hold a ceremony at the ancestral hall on the 15th day of the first lunar month to pay homage to the god of clams, praying for favorable weather in the coming year. Clearing her throat, she added, "My great-grandmother suggested consulting experts in the cultural department to identify regions with such customs, thereby further refining our search." This had originally been Shi Li's idea, but now it echoed Gu Yuqing's great-grandmother's words. Thus, Gu Yuqing's great-grandmother was akin to Shi Li. Shi Li thought, "Thank you for inadvertently elevating me through 3 generations." Chapter 44. Is she trying to set me up? Usually composed, Gu's father could not help but tremble upon hearing his elder daughter's detailed account of the address. Although he had always been skeptical of supernatural beliefs, he was now willing to embrace the idea that their ancestors were watching over them. Guiding his elder daughter with the address of the youngest daughter through a dream from a grandmother he had never met, Gu's father, filled with emotion, repeated good, good, good 3 times, exclaiming that he would send someone to search. He gently patted his daughter's head and reassured her, "You are still a student. Leave these matters to your father. By the way, you haven't mentioned this to your mother, have you?" Gu Yuqing shook her head, affirming, "Of course not. Am I the sort of unreliable person who would do that?" Father Gu chuckled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a few delicate lines. "Of course. I believe in you." In her quest to locate the youngest daughter of the Gu family, Shi Li found herself unable to seek assistance from her family. Thus, she resorted to hiring a private detective. However, finding a private investigator was not a simple endeavor. Fortunately, in this fictional realm, private detectives were as plentiful as the stars in the sky. On Monday, Shi Li managed to secure the services of a detective, offering a handsome sum of 100,000 yuan for his assistance. Upon learning that the case involved a kidnapped girl, The investigator immediately expressed his reluctance. Come now. How could someone missing for 7 or 8 years be found so easily? He scoffed. The child, abducted at the tender age of 6 or 7, had now blossomed into a young woman. Relying solely on a few childhood photographs was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Surely, one could not expect kidnapped children to be recovered so effortlessly. If it were that simple, families of lost children would flock to private detectives en masse, each case worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The detective thrived on such abduction cases. But he was quick to explain that it was not as straightforward as the young lady might envision. He even cited the Gu family as an example. With their wealth from the jewelry business, if locating their abducted child were truly so easy, they could simply dispatch 2 detectives to retrieve her. Yet years had passed, and the child remained missing. The detective noted with irony that the girl Shi Li sought had also been lost for 7 or 8 years. A curious coincidence. As Shi Li conveyed her request, the detective launched into a lengthy discourse, exhausting her patience. His incessant chatter suggested that if he were to abandon his detective career, he might find success in comedic storytelling. Despite his verbosity, Shi Li found herself unwilling to waste time seeking another investigator. She clarified that it was not an impossible task. She possessed a clear direction and proceeded to share her insights with him. Upon reviewing the structured details Shi Li provided, the private detective recognized the feasibility of the endeavor. And thus, the business arrangement was solidified. Having immersed himself in the world of commerce for many years, Father Gu's extensive network rendered it unnecessary for him to search for private detectives as Shi Li had. With a mere phone call, he could have his subordinates initiate a search according to his specifications. The private detective Shi Li had engaged was already at a disadvantage, akin to an amateur compared to the professionals Father Gu employed. While the detective sought expert opinions on local customs regarding spirit offerings, the Gu family had already located Gu Yulan in a quaint fishing village. The detective, believing himself to be quite adept, kept Shi Li informed of every advancement via text messages. On Friday, she received news from him, stating that he could confirm the existence of such customs in 3 villages and was confident that they would soon locate the missing girl. Instantly, Shi Li's spirits soared with hope. Shortly after receiving this news, during self-study time, Gu Yuqing approached the podium with a thick stack of papers in her hands. Clearing her throat, the previously boisterous classmates fell into an attentive silence as she announced delightful news. We found my little sister a few days ago. To celebrate, our family will host a banquet this Sunday, and I sincerely hope you all can attend. She raised the golden invitation card in her hand, proclaiming, I will distribute these to everyone shortly. The classroom erupted in excitement and cheers. Gu Yuqing descended to distribute the invitations, and with each one she handed out, she was met with heartfelt congratulations. Having located her long-lost sister, her spirits soared with a radiant joy. Congratulations on finding your sister, echoed from her classmates who, regardless of their backgrounds, were well aware of the Gu family's plight concerning their abducted youngest daughter. The Gu family had repeatedly appealed to the public for assistance in locating the child. With a gentle smile adorning her face, Gu Yuqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you. In the office, Teacher Zheng overheard the lively chatter of her class and peered through the back window into the classroom. It was the weekend. Perhaps it was time to allow these little rascals a moment of respite. Shi Li, puzzled, thought to herself, what? How could she have been found so soon? The classroom had been filled only with the occasional murmurs of Gu Yuqing and her classmates, but Shi Li's inner thoughts resonated distinctly in the ears of everyone present. Her classmates were equally bewildered. Shi Li should have been aware of the situation regarding the Gu family's youngest daughter, yet her reaction seemed decidedly off. The collective sentiment was clear. This Gu family's youngest daughter was a force to be reckoned with. Gu Yuqing remarked, my sister is indeed formidable. The Gu family has found her so quickly. The private investigator I hired only just confirmed the search area today, while the Gu family has already located her. Gu Yuqing stifled a laugh. The efficiency of that private investigator was rather dismal. She mused internally, what kind of private investigator did Shi Li hire? Has she been duped? My money has been wasted. Amongst her classmates, only Gu Yuqing could decipher the seemingly disjointed statements from Shi Li. At that moment, inquiries began to flood the class group chat, tagging Gu Yuqing. What does Shi Li mean by that? Over the weekend, while at the nursing home, Shi Li had encountered Gu Yuqing's mother and, recalling the plight of her abducted sister, had provided some information about her sister's approximate location, prompting the hiring of a private investigator. The investigator she hired is inefficient. Our family, using the information from Shi Li, managed to locate her. while that investigator was only just confirming the search area. That's about it. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Yuqing. There was a certain charm in Shi Li's earnestness.
Shi Li,
With a heavy heart, retrieved her phone from her desk and sent a message to the private investigator, lamenting, "Oh, my 200,000. Her pained exclamation elicited unabashed laughter from her merciless classmates. Shirley was indeed the one who had played a crucial role in finding the sister. Yet Gu Yuqing feared that Shirley might refrain from attending the weekend banquet due to past grievances. For the first time, she took the initiative to approach Shirley. Her tone amiable. "Ollie, you simply must come to the banquet this weekend." Accustomed to being targeted by Gu Yuqing, Shirley felt an unsettling discomfort upon hearing her unexpectedly gentle tone. She exchanged glances with Shi Li, the meaning between them clear. Gu Yuqing must have taken something strange. Was she plotting against her? Simultaneously, Shi Li's unfiltered voice resonated in the ears of every student in the classroom. "What's wrong with Gu Yuqing? Is she trying to scheme against me?" Chapter 45. The one with the problem is not Shirley, but you. Despite the unflattering nature of Shirley's words, Gu Yuqing maintained a gracious smile in the presence of her benefactor. Shi Li found herself in an unprecedented predicament, feeling her psychological fortitude crumble. The urge to shield her face and ears surged within her, for if she could neither hear nor see, perhaps she would not feel the acute embarrassment on behalf of Shirley. There exists a saying that rings true: as long as one does not feel awkward, the awkwardness belongs to others. Unbeknownst to Shirley, who remained blissfully unaware of the situation unfolding, she certainly bore no embarrassment, while her best friend beside her was already squirming in discomfort. She still calls me Ali, Shi Li mused. At that moment, she no longer wished to cover her ears. Instead, she yearned to shield Shirley's heart from the chaos of words. Enough of this. Let silence reign. Many discreetly observed Gu Yuqing's countenance, apprehensive that Shirley's two utterances might provoke her ire. In the dynamics of their class, Gu Yuqing was not known for her amiable disposition, and there was a palpable fear that she might retaliate upon hearing those words. The class monitor had already prepared to shield Shirley from Gu Yuqing's potential wrath. For the first class of year, one could not possibly do without Shirley, much like the West could not be devoid of Jerusalem. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Yuqing's tone became unexpectedly cordial. "I sincerely hope you can come. It would be an honor." Doubt crept into Shi Li's mind, leading her to wonder if Gu Yuqing had ulterior motives regarding Shirley. She had never witnessed Gu Yuqing being so accommodating before. Yet, she quickly dismissed this suspicion. After all, Shirley had assisted Gu Yuqing in locating her sister, and any animosity would surely take time to manifest. Rather than harboring ill feelings towards Shirley's candidness, Gu Yuqing engaged in self-reflection, acknowledging her past shortcomings in treating Shirley well, which had led to Shirley's skepticism. She resolved to amend Shirley's perception of her. Shirley, adept in the art of maintaining appearances, inclined her head slightly and graciously expressed, "Thank you for your invitation. I will certainly attend." This duality in her demeanor would have incited Gu Yuqing's inner monologue a week prior, when she would have deemed Shirley eccentric. Yet now, her heart was aflame with admiration. How utterly delightful. Oblivious to the offense she had unwittingly caused, Shi Li felt compelled to assist her friend in mending the rift. Upon returning home, she added Gu Yuqing's contact information, a testament to the superficiality of their previous relationship, which had lacked even such basic communication. For the sake of her naive friend, she resolved that humility was not a disgrace. She genuinely feared that Gu Yuqing might harbor a grudge and plot against Shirley in the shadows. Having fortified her resolve, Shi Li sent a playful emoji to alleviate the tension. "Regarding what Shirley said this evening, please do not take it to heart. She is rather unfiltered in private. It's of no concern. I did not let it bother me. Ali is a great benefactor to our family, and I am grateful to her," Gu Yuqing replied. "Moreover, do you not find it endearing how Ali is so contradictory in her words?" Shi Li, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "I think I have come to understand. Shirley is not the one with issues, you are." In that moment, she was uncertain whether her words were laced with irony or sincerity. It was commonplace for Gu Yuqing to speak in jest, yet if she genuinely found Shirley charming, it would signal a troubling peculiarity. As a long-time confidant, Shi Li often found her blood pressure rising to alarming levels due to Shirley's candid expressions, necessitating the consumption of antihypertensive medication. Yet, it was only out of loyalty to their enduring friendship that she tolerated such provocations time and again. Shi Li, she possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. At times, her words can be particularly infuriating. Having known her for nearly a decade, I sometimes feel on the brink of exasperation. Gu Yuqing, I am aware that Ali has a kind heart. In the past, I misjudged her, causing me to miss out on a friendship with someone of golden character. Shi Li was taken aback by Gu Yuqing's astonishing statement. Had she known, she would have refrained from drinking water. The water went down the wrong pipe, leading her to cough for an extended period before finally expelling it. Gu Yuqing sent another message, expressing her envy over their nearly 10-year acquaintance and her desire to foster a good relationship with both Shi Li and Ali. Ali might harbor some misunderstandings about me. I hope you can mediate and assist in resolving this. My apologies for the trouble. Shi Li, it feels rather strange. Is she not seeking to befriend Ali rather than target her? This realization left her astounded. Shi Li compiled their chat records and sent them to Gao Yun, seeking her advice. Just as she sent it, she remembered that Gao Yun was currently in class. Moreover, Gao Yun typically left school early, unaware of the unfolding drama in the classroom. After sending the message, she would need to explain the context to Gao Yun. Shi Li, focus on your studies. Let the grown-ups handle their affairs. Gao Yun understood. At the weekend banquet, the guests invited by the Gu family were not numerous. They comprised close relatives and friends. However, the count was not insignificant, as Gu Yuqing had invited 30 classmates. Among those invited, only Gao Yun was unable to attend due to class commitments. The rest made it a point to be present. Others also had classes over the weekend, but since Shi Li was attending, they negotiated with their teachers to reschedule their classes to the day prior, fearing they would miss the latest gossip. Gao Yun, unaware that Shi Li would also be there, assumed that Shi Li and Gu Yuqing were not on good terms and therefore wouldn't attend. Additionally, her weekend schedule was packed. Even if she wished to rearrange her classes, she found herself powerless to do so. At the banquet, attendees dressed quite modestly, particularly Gu Yuqing's classmates, who opted for everyday clothing instead of formal attire, to avoid burdening those from ordinary families. On Friday evening, the class monitor sent a message in the group chat, the one with Shi Li, indicating it was a casual family gathering and that everyone should dress normally. At Gu Yuqing's request, those with younger siblings brought them along as well. The Gu family members at the banquet also dressed simply. A week prior, Shi Li had observed the pale-faced Gu mother, who now radiated joy. Her complexion rosy as she tightly held the hand of a tall, slender girl with a dark complexion. Upon seeing this girl, everyone recognized her as the youngest daughter of the Gu family, seemingly having endured considerable hardship. Gu Yuqing was accompanying her mother and sister when she spotted her classmates.
Mom,
my friends have arrived. I'll take my sister to join them. Gu mother nodded. It's nice for you children to be together. Go ahead and take your sister. The daughter, once lost and now found, was cherished by her mother, who was reluctant to let her out of her sight. However, she recognized that her younger daughter ought to interact with her peers rather than accompany her to various social gatherings. Opportunities to meet elders would arise in due course. The paramount concern at present was for her to assimilate into her surroundings. Gu Yuqing grasped her sister's hand and guided her towards her classmates for introductions. She introduced all her classmates to her sister, ultimately presenting Shi Li. This is my best friend. Isn't she beautiful? Wait, when did I become her best friend? I seriously suspect that Gu Yuqing finds me attractive. She must believe that having a friend like me enhances her own allure, which is why she claims I am her best friend. The others chimed in. Isn't it said that those who are beautiful often remain unaware of their own charm? Yet, I see confidence radiating from her. Shi Li sighed for the umpteenth time, thinking, oh, my dear sister, should there come a day when you realize your innermost thoughts are audible to your classmates, you ought to dig a hole and bury yourself. In Chapter 46, did she poison the orange juice? Shi Li refrained from exposing her role as the elder sister in front of the younger sibling. With a smile, she affirmed, indeed, your sister and I are good friends. Should you find yourself bored in the future, feel free to seek me out for some fun. Dressed similarly to those around her, Shi Li still captivated Gu Yulan with her stunning beauty. Humans are visual creatures, instinctively drawn to those of remarkable appearance. It is a common misconception that girls harbor animosity towards strikingly beautiful peers. In truth, while men may be enamored with beauty, women often appreciate beauty in one another as well. At first glance, Gu Yulan spotted the striking Shi Li amidst the crowd and thought to herself how truly lovely this sister was. After Gu Yuqing introduced them, she realized that this was her sister's dear friend. Having endured a difficult upbringing with her adoptive parents, she had developed an acute ability to read the emotions of others. and she keenly sensed that the bond between her sister and the beautiful lady lacked the typical aura of close friendship. Nevertheless, the beautiful lady greeted her warmly, prompting Gu Yulan to dismiss her insignificant thoughts. What on earth? Is Gu Yuqing, as the elder sister, truly handing her sister over to me? I see now. She must be attempting to ensnare me. Shi Li interjected. All right, enough with your antics. I can hardly bear it anymore. Gu Yuqing replied. Her imagination is vast and utterly adorable. And trusting her sister to Shi Li was not merely a rhetorical gesture. Gu Yuqing was genuinely committed to this decision. What on earth is she thinking? Is Gu Yuqing not afraid that I might bully her sister or lead her astray? Gu Yuqing responded. I am not afraid at all. I have complete faith in you, because you are a good person. What made Shi Li want to scream was that Gu Yuqing had decided to follow her as well. This cunning woman, since she has come along, she should take care of her sister herself. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuqing, she reveled in observing Shi Li's internal turmoil as she maintained a facade of composure. Shi Li was not particularly adept at caring for others. While she possessed the ability to interact with strangers, it was limited. Regardless of her nature, Gu Yulan, newly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, chose to remain silent and observe her surroundings as a means of self-protection. Neither of the two spoke. Shi Li's inner thoughts were particularly vivid as she stared intensely at Gu Yulan. Ultimately, it was Gu Yuqing who fancied herself the elder sister. That felt compelled to take on the responsibility of caring for her younger sibling. She gently inquired if they were thirsty and offered to pour them some juice. A glass of juice was set before Gu Yulan, while another was pushed towards Shi Li. Shi Li awkwardly accepted the orange juice from Gu Yuqing, murmuring her thanks. Gu Yuqing has been acting strangely these past few days. Has she been possessed? Did she perhaps poison the orange juice? Oh mother, I am so frightened. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Shi Li placed her hopes upon her long-time confidant. Where has Shi Li gone? Why does she disappear at such crucial moments? The traitor, Shi Li, had slipped away without her noticing. Shi Li searched the banquet hall for her figure, yearning for her rescue. Meanwhile, Shi Li had long hidden herself in a corner on the other side of the hall. She had indeed heard Shi Li's desperate call. Yet she remained curled up in her corner, reluctant to emerge. Shi Li thought to herself, I am dead. Please burn paper if you need anything. She could hardly endure Shi Li's sudden inner turmoil. As a good friend, she felt the familiar embarrassment creeping in, and it was more comfortable to simply hide away. Regardless of how much Shi Li needed her, Shi Li could not bring herself to approach. Gu Yulan had already consumed half a glass of orange juice, while Shi Li had not taken a single sip. She truly feared that something was amiss in the drink. After all, banquets were notorious for mishaps. When things seem amiss, there's usually something lurking beneath. Shi Li was unconvinced that Gu Yuqing's rapid change in demeanor was without reason. Holding the glass of orange juice, she refrained from drinking. And if Gu Yuqing had not overheard her thoughts of poisoning, she might have assumed Shi Li was simply being finicky about her beverage. Hearing Shi Li's thoughts about the poison, Gu Yuqing suppressed a laugh, but wished to tease her further. Does Ali dislike orange juice? I see you haven't taken a sip. With her captivating phoenix eyes raised in a playful arch, Gu Yuqing's demeanor exuded a certain charm. Are you concerned that I might have added something unwholesome to the juice? Confronted by Gu Yuqing's observation that she hadn't touched the orange juice, Shi Li resolutely refused to gulp it down merely to prove she had no such worries. Maintaining her carefully crafted persona, she flashed a nonchalant smile and replied, Not at all. I simply don't enjoy cold drinks in winter. They make me feel unwell. Gu Yulan glanced at her elder sister, then back at the beautiful sister. The tension between them hardly resembled that of good friends. The classmates who had overheard Shi Li's thoughts showed no signs of compassion, instead standing at a distance, enjoying the spectacle. Eventually, it was Wei Yi who could no longer bear to watch. She and her deskmate, Xue Xuejia, approached to rescue Shi Li. Wei Yi knew that Gu Yuqing meant no harm, yet it was undeniable that Shi Li was on the verge of tears. Shi Li immediately understood and responded, Do you need something? Then let us go speak. Her gratitude was palpable. Who said that only those standing in the light are heroes? Suddenly, a familiar tune floated through the air, prompting the onlookers to express their disbelief. Sister, could your playlist be any more kitsch? Gu Yuqing watched the departing figures of her companions, gnashing her teeth in silence, feeling as though her previous actions had merely served to adorn the garments of others. Perhaps it was her own insistence on drawing Shi Li too close that had instigated the urge to flee. Swiftly, Gu Yuqing resolved to alter her strategy. Opting for a more gradual approach, avoiding impatience. Gu Yulan, Noticing her sister's gaze, sensed a flicker of realization. It seemed her sister harbored a fondness for that elder sister. Gu Yuqing refrained from delving deeper into the conversation with her younger sibling, aware that excessive discussion could easily unveil secrets. All the students in their class had signed a confidentiality agreement, pledging to guard their secrets collectively. When she had signed the agreement, Gu Yuqing had done so with a mindset of amusement, never anticipating that she would one day benefit from it. As Shi Li was pulled away by Wei Yi and Xue Xuejia, Gu Yuqing lowered her voice to share with Wei Yi. This Gu Yuqing has been acting rather strangely of late. Wei Yi, maintaining her composure, inquired, "What is so strange?" Chapter 47. To save or not to save. Shi Li's small face contorted in confusion. Suddenly, she's being exceptionally nice to me. Isn't that odd? Wei Yi, fully aware of the underlying reasons for Gu Yuqing's unusual demeanor, was likely the person in the class who understood her best. Having once benefited from Shi Li's heartfelt sentiments herself, Gu Yuqing had found her long-lost sister, a revelation whose significance surpassed even her own experience. It could be said that she had rescued Gu Yuqing's entire family, making her kinder disposition towards Shi Li entirely reasonable. Wei Yi reassured her, "Do not overthink it. Gu Yuqing is not the type to engage in duplicity. While she may be somewhat difficult to deal with, she is not one to scheme behind others' backs." Reflecting on this, Shi Li conceded that it was indeed true. Having grown accustomed to Gu Yuqing's cold demeanor, the sudden warmth left her feeling disoriented. Wei Yi's gaze drifted to a figure not far off.
Oh?
Is that the class leader's father? Since the class leader's father had treated the entire class to milk tea previously, he had taken to sending snacks through his secretary at regular intervals, thereby earning the title of the most popular parent in the class. His pride swelled in tandem with the increasing frequency of these deliveries.
Wei Yi suggested.
"Let us go greet Uncle Lin. After all, we've enjoyed quite a few of his treats." Given the lavish nature of the snacks provided, it was only fitting to express their gratitude. Shi Li nodded in agreement. At that moment, they were oblivious to the discomfort etched on Xue Xuejia's face nearby. The class leader's father was quite busy today, not with networking, but rather engaging with his son's classmates. All but Gao Yun from Class 1 had arrived, and upon seeing the class leader's father, the students rushed over to greet him. Displaying remarkable patience with children of his son's age, the class leader's father greeted them with a warm smile. Surrounded by his son's peers, the class leader's father was a hub of attention. While on the periphery stood a well-dressed gentleman, a friend of his, who had intended to reminisce with an old acquaintance at the gathering. However, with the throng of students clamoring for his attention, the friend could only watch in astonishment, marveling at the bustling scene. It was a classic case of those who are drought-stricken perishing from thirst, while those who are flooded drown in excess. No one took the initiative to greet him, yet his old friend was surrounded by a bustling crowd. It was only after his classmates departed that Shi Li stepped forward. The man in the suit intended to seize the moment, when no one was around, to catch up with his old friend and tease him about his newfound popularity among children. However, upon noticing 3 beautiful girls approaching, it was evident they were seeking his old friend. The class monitor's father had already encountered the classmates at Wei Yi's father's funeral, and while he had a general impression of most, he was particularly aware of Wei Yi due to their altercation at the event. After all, that funeral was unprecedented in Lan City, making it hard for him to forget. "Hello, uncle," they greeted warmly. The class monitor's father responded boisterously, "Greetings to you all." He waved dismissively, saying, "As long as you enjoy yourselves, it's fine. If you fancy any snacks, just let your class monitor know, and let that rascal communicate with the secretary." Wei Yi and Shi Li shared a suppressed smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. While Shi Li and Wei Yi conversed with the class monitor's father, Xue Xuejia remained silent. When their discussion concluded, she hesitantly spoke. "Uncle, I'm very sorry about my father's situation." A fleeting look of confusion crossed the class monitor's father's face, only to be replaced by recognition. "You must be the daughter of the Xue family." He waved his hand dismissively. "Such matters are for adults. They don't concern you, dear. You're still a child. Focus on your studies, and do not let these issues weigh on your mind." The more he insisted, the more guilt appeared on Xue Xuejia's face. The class monitor's father, a robust man, was not adept at comforting young girls, and he sought assistance from Shi Li and Wei Yi. Wei Yi patted her desk, made a shoulder. "These matters in the business world do not involve you, so do not dwell on them." Once the 3 young girls departed, the man in the suit finally had the opportunity to greet his old friend. "You are indeed quite popular now." The class monitor's father, A typical northern man with a hearty disposition, relished making friends, even with a group of children who offered no business advantage. He took pride in his multitude of acquaintances. He chuckled heartily. When have I ever been unpopular? By the way, that girl earlier, she is the daughter of the old Shui. Isn't she? The class monitor's father nodded. It seems so. The man in the suit scoffed lightly. Who would have thought that the old Shui could have such a fine daughter? Given their age and experience, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were shrewd enough to discern sincerity from pretense. The class monitor's father laughed heartily, refraining from commenting further on his friend's words, despite having had an unpleasant business interaction with Shui Xuejia's father. I see, he remarked. You're simply envious of those who have daughters, while you do not. The man in the suit had welcomed his third son into the world 2 years prior, ostensibly in response to the national 3-child policy, though truthfully, he had hoped for a daughter. Unfortunately, fate had dealt him 3 sons. Consequently, he often expressed his envy towards families with daughters. This time, however, the man in the suit was not merely voicing envy, he was standing up for his friend. The class leader's father is a man of impeccable discretion, never leaving a trace even in the presence of his closest friends. Interpreting his friend's words as envy towards those who have daughters is not entirely misplaced. The man in the suit is well aware of his friend's nature. Despite his rugged exterior and carefree demeanor, he possesses a keen sensitivity beneath the surface. He merely gestured toward his friend, hinting at a change of subject.
Shi Li, perplexa,
remained unaware of the riddle being exchanged between Shui Xuejia and the class leader's father. She discreetly messaged Wei Yi, inquiring about her deskmate's intentions. It was indeed a fortuitous inquiry, for while others in the class might be oblivious, Wei Yi was surely in the know. Following the death of his father, Wei Yi's mother gradually took over the family business. She did not intend to wait until her daughter was nearing graduation to involve her in business affairs. Instead, she was already nurturing Wei Yi's understanding of the business world. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Xuejia's father had snatched a deal that had originally been secured by the class leader's father. With just a single phrase, Shirley grasped the essence of the situation. Recently, she had been preoccupied with finding Gu Yuqing's sister and communicating with a private investigator, almost forgetting about this particular incident. Thus, Shui Xuejia felt a profound sense of guilt when facing the class leader's father. This reminded Shi Li of another incident. In a few days, he would find himself in dire straits, encountering criminals and facing the threat of abduction, nearly losing his life. Although he was ultimately rescued alive, he had come perilously close to losing half of it. Shirley's inner thoughts resonated in the ears of every classmate. Given their camaraderie with the class leader's father, their expressions shifted almost simultaneously. However, the most intense reaction came from the son himself. The class leader recalled the day he first heard Shirley's thoughts regarding Wei Yi's father. A wave of conflict washed over him. He cherished a deep bond with his father but wondered if his father could be involved in an extramarital affair. If that were the case, should he intervene or not? In the 48th chapter, he contemplated the possibility of intervention. Shirley mused that the class leader's father was a good man and resolved to find a way to alert him. Upon hearing Shirley's words, the class leader felt reassured that his father had not committed any betrayal against their family, thus he considered offering help. However, the scant details provided by Shirley left him in the dark regarding the specifics of the abduction, when, where, and why it would occur. Even with forewarning of impending doom, there was little he could do to prevent it. He realized he needed to extract more information from Shirley. Fortunately, he sensed that Shirley genuinely wished to assist his father and alert him to the looming danger. Anxious, he sought to elicit further details to avert tragedy. Yet reason cautioned against impulsivity. Should Shirley become aware of anything amiss, it could affect the entire class. While conversing with his classmates, the class leader exchanged glances with them after hearing Shirley's thoughts. One of them patted his shoulder, offering support. If you need us, just speak up. We will be there, without hesitation. The class leader nodded in acknowledgement, assuring them, rest assured, if I require my brother's assistance, I will certainly speak out. As he spoke, he scanned the room for Shi Li, spotting her among the trio gathered by the dessert table. Wei Yi was engaged in conversation with Shui Xuejia, seemingly unaware of Shi Li's presence. Seizing the moment, Shi Li discreetly lifted a slice of cream cake from the table, opening her mouth wide to devour it in one swift motion. In an unperturbed manner, she brushed away the cake crumbs from her hands. And had it not been for her stuffed cheeks, one might not have realized she had just consumed an entire mousse cake. Yet, it would be misleading to claim that no one noticed. The class monitor had observed the entire scene with keen interest. A few classmates, having caught wind of Shi Li's silent antics, were also tracking her movements and witnessed her indulgent feast. The class monitor, whose demeanor had been taut due to her father's precarious situation, couldn't help but feel a smile tugging at her lips. After locating Shi Li, she began searching for her father's figure amidst the gathering. It took her some effort to find him conversing amiably with friends in a corner. As the monitor approached, she had yet to devise a strategy to extract information from Shi Li, yet her feet had already begun moving toward her father. She recognized the middle-aged man in the gray suit standing beside her father. "Hello, Uncle Lu," she greeted. Uncle Lu paused his conversation to acknowledge her, shifting his attention to his friend's son. So Xiao Yi is classmates with the daughters of the Gu and Shui families," he remarked. "Indeed, we share a class," she replied. "What a coincidence," he chuckled. "Just now, a classmate of yours came to apologize on behalf of her father." The monitor was unaware of the backstory, but gathered from the exchange between Shi Li and Uncle Lu that a father from their class had wronged her own father. A hunch told her it likely involved Shi Li and her circle, as Shi Li had recently expressed concern about her father's misfortunes. Casually, the monitor inquired, "Oh, which classmate?" Before her father could respond, Uncle Lu interjected, "The one I just mentioned, the daughter of the Lao Shui family. I'm not sure of her name." Upon hearing the surname, the monitor immediately recognized it to be Shui Xiujia. Instinctively, she glanced in Shi Li's direction, secretly wishing to use this information as a pretext to approach her. However, her father and Uncle Lu still required a reason to disengage from their conversation. "Has something happened with Mr. Shui? Is your father's company in trouble?" the monitor asked, her concern evident. Her father maintained a facade of calm in front of her. "It's nothing major, just adult matters that don't require your concern." The monitor shrugged. "If you choose not to share, then I shan't pry. Uncle Lu, please continue your discussion with my father. I shall seek out my classmates." "Very well, enjoy yourself," Uncle Lu replied. After bidding farewell to her father and Uncle Feng, the monitor made her way toward Shi Li. Meanwhile, Uncle Feng, having resumed his conversation with the monitor's father after her departure, caught a glimpse of the monitor heading toward Shui Xiujia. He subtly indicated to his old friend to look in that direction, a sly grin spreading across his face. "It seems your son has taken a liking to that girl. You and Lao Shui nearly came to blows, and now you might end up as in-laws?" He chuckled, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The class monitor's father could hardly fathom the scenario before him. He cast a stern glare at his old friend and retorted, "In my household, my son will not suffer. If old Shui's daughter were to become my daughter-in-law, it would be he who would be the first to succumb to exasperation."
Yet,
the mere thought of potentially becoming in-laws with that duplicitous old Shui made him feel quite ill at ease. The class monitor's father dismissively remarked, "Matters between children need not be as complicated as we adults often presume. We must not tarnish their innocent friendships." However, he mused that even if there were some budding affection between the two children, it might not necessarily flourish into anything lasting. He would rather see his son remain a lifelong bachelor than become related to that insidious old man. Though he acknowledged that the girl from the Shui family was commendable, he simply could not abide old Shui himself. Under the watchful eyes of the two elders, the class monitor strode confidently towards Shui Xiujia. The despair in the father's gaze deepened, while his friend's eyes sparkled with mockery. Just as the class monitor's father felt himself sinking into despondency, he spotted his son engaged in conversation with another girl. To his relief, this girl was not old Shui's daughter, which was sufficient for him. In truth, the class monitor was approaching Shi Li, and his intention in conversing with her was far from the romantic notions entertained by the two adults. It was purely for the sake of his father. In an instant, the class monitor's father regained his composure, realizing that his son possessed commendable taste. Mr. L, standing beside him, was at a loss for words, reflecting on the irony of his earlier statement about preserving the purity of children's friendships, now turned into praise for his son's discernment. It seemed the only one harboring ulterior motives was this old man. The class monitor, preoccupied with thoughts of escaping his father's fate, remained oblivious to the fact that his lecherous father was lurking in the corner, surreptitiously observing him. Chapter 49. The Mad Kidnapper. The class monitor approached the trio. "I just heard my father mention that matter. You need not feel overly guilty, it has nothing to do with you." His words were directed at Shui Xiujia, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards Shi Li. This was precisely why the class monitor's father, peeping from a distance, misinterpreted his son's interest as being directed towards Shi Li. Shui Xiujia bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, but with my father being as he is, I find myself quite helpless." The class monitor reassured her, "I understand. You are not like your father." Shi Li, overhearing the pleasantries exchanged among them, felt a sense of ennui. The class monitor is quite similar to his father. They both possess a certain kindness. Receiving Shi Li's positive endorsement invigorated the class monitor, instilling in him a firm belief that he could obtain valuable information from her. Gu Yuqing was busy guiding her sister through the intricacies of the banquet when she unexpectedly caught wind of Shi Li's commendation of the class monitor. Initially, when Shi Li praised the class monitor's father as a good man, Gu Yuqing felt little stir within her. However, upon hearing Shi Li's favorable remarks about the class monitor, she found herself increasingly unsettled. Despite her desire to draw closer to Shi Li and forge a friendship, Shi Li seemed perpetually on guard around her. Meanwhile, the class monitor, approaching Shi Li with clear intentions, was rewarded with her approval. The disparities in human interactions are indeed striking. However, Gu Yuqing quickly reassured herself. She effortlessly obtained news of her sister, unlike the class monitor, who had to approach Shi Li and employ manipulative tactics to glean information. Reflecting on this, she felt distinctly different from the class monitor. Both Xue Xuejia and Wei Yi understood the reason behind the class monitor's visit at that moment and tacitly diminished their presence, offering their support. Xue Xuejia, driven by the recent misdeeds of her father against the class monitor's father, was particularly eager to assist. Together, Xue Xuejia and the class monitor lamented their circumstances to evoke sympathy for the class monitor's father, yet Shi Li remained steadfastly indifferent to the anticipated direction of their thoughts. Xue Xuejia acknowledged, "Thank you, I know my father is not a good person. Initially, very few in our class were aware, but now, it seems, no one is oblivious to it." The class monitor responded, "If my father could hear that, he would undoubtedly consider Shi Li a kindred spirit, perhaps even to the extent of establishing a brotherhood on the spot." Although Shi Li inwardly cursed Xue Xuejia's father, her countenance betrayed none of her feelings. The actions taken by her father were indeed wrong, and he deserved the reproach. Upon learning of the incident, she had disapproved of her father's behavior. Yet, Xue Xuejia was merely a student, lacking any influence within the company, rendering her opposition inconsequential. Indeed, the class monitor's father had been rather unfortunate. The mastermind behind the Hongchuan case had not committed a crime in nearly a decade, and upon resurfacing, he encountered the class monitor's father. When Shi Li mentioned the Hongchuan case, the class monitor clenched her fists. The ringleader of the Hongchuan case was not named Hongchuan. Rather, the first victim of the kidnapping was called Hongchuan. He was a prominent businessman from a neighboring city, renowned 15 years prior, when he fell victim to a kidnapping. Like many such cases, the kidnappers demanded a hefty ransom from his family. The police opposed the idea of the Hongchuan family paying the ransom, believing that upon receiving the money, the kidnappers would eliminate the hostage, thus jeopardizing Hongchuan's safety. Both the police and the Hongchuan family had their reasons, and theoretically, a hostage should remain safe until the ransom was paid. To everyone's astonishment, the kidnappers executed the hostage before the payment deadline, having received not a single penny. Consequently, the mastermind became infamous as the madman, frequently targeting wealthy individuals thereafter. Following Hongchuan's ordeal, families of hostages grew increasingly wary, realizing they could not guarantee their loved one's safety until after the ransom was paid. Whatever the madman demanded, the families complied. After Hongchuan, due to the family's cooperation, hostages were often released alive, albeit often lacking something essential compared to ordinary individuals. The madman was indeed a lunatic. Those he chose as hostages would suffer greatly. Upon hearing about the Hongchuan case, the class monitor felt a weight in her heart. In truth, if the madman were involved, there might be no way to evade him. Perhaps her father should hire a dozen or 20 mercenaries as bodyguards to ensure his safety. There is an old adage that states, "One can only steal for 1,000 days. How can one defend against thieves for 1,000 days? No matter how stringent the protection, there will invariably be vulnerabilities." Wei Yi and Xue Xuejia exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned with a singular sentiment. The class leader's father truly faced a grim fate. If confronted by ordinary kidnappers, there might be a chance of evasion. However, when the adversary is a madman, the outcome becomes uncertain. The deep shadows cast by the deranged upon the populace left the class leader utterly perplexed about the next course of action. The class leader's father seemed destined for misfortune, as the villain initially aimed to abduct the CEO of the Purple Legend, but the class leader's father had prior commitments to discuss matters with Mr. He. Whether one abducts one or two, the class leader's father was inadvertently ensnared. The class leader pondered the phrase, "When the mountains are heavy and the waters are deep, one may find a path where none seem to exist," realizing that the target was not his father after all. The others remarked that the class leader's father truly was a victim of circumstances, an unfortunate soul indeed. Elated and astonished, the class leader reveled in the realization that his father was not the madman's intended target. This indicated that as long as his father refrained from further dealings with the CEO of the Purple Legend, he could sidestep this calamity. In the realm of business, avoiding interaction with a partner is a challenging endeavor, yet it is far easier when the collaboration has been terminated. As the situation resolved in an unforeseen manner, the class leader turned to Shi Li, his expression blooming like a spring breeze. Meanwhile, the class leader's father and Uncle Feng observed from a discreet corner, witnessing the rapid shifts in their son's demeanor within mere minutes. The class leader's father murmured to himself, "Is my son suffering from schizophrenia or some psychological disorder? I have never seen anyone's expression change so swiftly without reason." While he grappled with concern over his son's mental well-being rather than his romantic inclinations, Uncle Feng nudged him, admonishing, "What kind of father speaks of his son in such a manner? You should be ashamed." The class leader's father reflected that a stepfather would never utter such words. Uncle Feng added, "Children in their adolescent years often require guidance. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult a psychologist." The class leader's father was rendered speechless, realizing that even his friend suspected something amiss with his son's psyche. Meanwhile, Shi Li remained absorbed in her own thoughts, oblivious to the fact that the class leader had just performed a traditional face-changing act from Sichuan opera right before her eyes. Our intangible cultural heritage artist was engulfed in uncontainable joy, patting Xue Xuejia on the shoulder, urging, "Do not feel guilty. Please thank your father for me. He has done a good deed." Shi Li's train of thought was interrupted by the class leader's mention of Xue's father's benevolence, prompting her to gaze at Xue Xuejia in confusion. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Yi discreetly gestured for the class leader to exercise caution and not reveal too much, then interjected, "What the class leader means is that sometimes misfortune can lead to unexpected fortune. Perhaps this is indeed a blessing in disguise." Shi Li regarded the class leader with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. The class leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, what may appear as a misfortune now could very well transform into a fortune in the coming days. Shi Li subtly reminded the class leader, "You may be right. Perhaps destiny is steering your father away from the Purple Legend because it is deemed an unsavory enterprise." She spoke with a weighty sincerity. "I am serious. This is truly a reminder from the heavens for Uncle to steer clear of the dark forces for his safety." The class monitor wholeheartedly believed Shi Li's words and would undoubtedly convey them to her father. Unbeknownst to Shi Li, her heartfelt sentiments would be heard, and the monitor's easy agreement made her feel somewhat dismissed. How could the class monitor possibly dismiss Shi Li? At that moment, he yearned to lay bare his heart, to show Shi Li his genuine intentions. It was only Xue Xuejia and Wei Yi who rescued the monitor from his turmoil, assuring him that he need not worry. When it came to matters concerning Uncle Lin, the class monitor would certainly take it to heart, as his family held a strong belief in the supernatural. Only then did Shi Li relent. In truth, the monitor did not fully comprehend why his father would seek out the dark forces after having severed ties with them, thus inviting trouble upon himself. While urging his father to distance himself from these forces, the monitor finally grasped Shi Li's feelings. He feared his father would treat his concerns lightly and not regard the matter with the seriousness it deserved. The difference lay in the fact that this was his biological father, with whom he could be persistent, whereas Shi Li, as an outsider, could only hint at her worries. Upon hearing his father's assurances, the monitor felt a slight sense of relief. Understanding Shi Li's emotions, he resolved that after the school reopened on Monday, he would update her on the progress to alleviate her concerns. When the monitor sought out Shi Li, Xue Xuejia was seated beside her, her eyes red from tears as she lamented, while Xue Xuejia expressed her grievances. She could not help but harbor resentment for Shi Li's failure to have forewarned her about the situation. Had Shi Li given her a heads up, she could have prepared in advance. Chapter 50. That is not your father's blood. At this moment, he was undoubtedly displeased, and it was best not to engage in bothersome matters. Xue Xuejia lamented to Shi Li, clearly driven by a purpose. "You might not know this, but my father has always favored sons over daughters, urging my mother to bear male offspring. It may sound absurd, but my mother, unable to oppose him, continued to have children. Yet, she only bore daughters, and when my younger sister was born, my mother nearly lost her life and had to undergo a hysterectomy, rendering her incapable of further pregnancies. We sisters believed that after this, my father would finally relent, considering my mother could no longer bear children. Who could have anticipated that he would seek out mistresses to bear him sons? What was even more infuriating was that my father had been keeping a mistress for quite some time, yet she had not produced a son. As Shueishuejia spoke passionately, her hands trembled slightly on her lap, a manifestation of her anger towards that scoundrel of a father. Shirley had heard whispers of Shueishuejia's family troubles in her previous life. Her father was indeed a wretched man, duplicitous in business and biased towards sons in the home, relentlessly pressuring his wife to bear him sons, regardless of her advanced maternal age and the risks involved. To him, his wife was merely a vessel for procreation. After she lost her ability to bear children because of him, he felt no remorse. Instead, he deemed her a useless entity. For him, a woman who could not bear children was rendered worthless. Shirley listened to Shueishuejia's grievances, her expression one of profound sympathy. How could I possibly voice such sentiments? As the heartfelt words of Shirley resonated, Shueishuejia's hand, which was wiping away her tears, paused momentarily. It was as though she had not heard anything and continued her act of dabbing at her eyes. Shueishuejia's father's precious son is not actually his son. Shueishuejia. Onlookers. What on earth is it the meaning we think it is? It is the child born to his mistress with another woman. Shueishuejia and the crowd. Wow. He fails to consider that whether a child is a boy or a girl is determined by the man. Shueishuejia's father can only father daughters with his wife, yet fathered a son with another woman. Shouldn't he ponder the reasons behind this? To say that Shueishuejia's father was among the first to attend university post-liberation, having received a modern education. His principles of conduct are akin to those of the Qing dynasty, steeped in antiquated customs. Shueishuejia. Well said. Class monitor, I echo my father's sentiments. Well said. The class monitor, aware of his father's disdain for Shue's father, decided to share this news with him in a few days to brighten his spirits. Shueishuejia wished to squeeze out a few more tears to mask her true feelings. Her mood had lifted to the extent that she felt compelled to burst into a song about the Qinghai Tibet Plateau to express her emotions. Yet the tears would not come. Should I remind Shueijia that her father has become a laughingstock? Shueijia. Thank you, but I already know. No need to remind me. Thus, a man who mistreats his wife and children will not meet a favorable end. The crowd, the last scoundrel who kept a mistress, has now turned to ashes. He could have salvaged his fate, but who told him to take on a concubine? It is indeed strange. Why not conduct a check before acknowledging one's roots? This would have spared much subsequent trouble. Shirley was perplexed, yet Shueijia understood the reason, which was that this woman had been long supported by her father in an illicit relationship, and he had never suspected his mistress's fidelity. Shueijia embraced Shirley, planting a kiss on her cheek. Thank you, Shirley, for your comfort. I feel much better now. Suddenly enveloped in a fragrant and soft embrace, Shirley felt a warmth rise to her face. Stunned, she thought, did I just comfort her? If I recall correctly, I didn't even speak. Gu Yuqing, witnessing the scene, nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Shueijia had a knack for playing the victim and seeking sympathy. The weary onlookers silently cursed Shueijia, all too aware that Shirley had a vivid imagination and was engaging in actions that would surely perplex her. Gu Yuqing unreservedly stated in the class group, Shueijia, while you and Ali are both girls, you must still respect appropriate social distance. Your actions can easily lead to confusion. Shueijia retorted, don't delude yourself into thinking you're Ali's mother. Some things are just for self-deception. My actions are none of your concern. Gu Yuqing replied, your behavior causes Shirley to overthink during class, affecting us all. With the tension between the two escalating, the class monitor, taking on the role of a mediator, felt compelled to intervene. Shueijia, you're simply too emotional. Your feelings are understandable. Yuqing's concern for Shirley is entirely understandable. After soothing both of them, the class leader felt utterly exhausted. Being an ordinary class leader was already a taxing endeavor. With the uncertain factor of Shirley looming in the classroom, her mental fatigue surged to an entirely new dimension. Shueijia, in a cheerful mood, found it beneath her to quarrel with Gu Yuqing, who equally felt that engaging in conflict with Shueijia was beneath her dignity. Thus, their argument ceased, and their good spirits abruptly dissipated, not due to the sight of something bothersome, but rather, a sudden surge of competitive spirit enveloped them. Her gaze swept over the woman cradling a child. Whether it was the excessive warmth of the room or some other reason, the child was not wearing a diaper, and a certain part was directed towards Shueijia. This sight repulsed Shueijia immensely. Since the woman moved into the villa, Shueijia had always met her with a cold glare, but now she offered the woman a smile that could be deemed unexpectedly amiable. Xue Xuejia considered herself quite gracious, believing that in the face of a loser, she displayed a commendable demeanor. However, this smile, in the eyes of the woman, appeared rather sinister, as if Xue Xuejia were plotting something nefarious. Indeed, a paternity test was necessary. The woman tightened her hold on the child, for this child was her foundation in the wealthy family, and she must protect him at all costs. Xue Xuejia was not an impulsive person. She would not simply stand up and declare that the child was not the old man's biological son just because Shirley said so. Although Shirley's words had never been false, each claim had been substantiated. The transformation of Gu Yuqing, who had previously treated Shirley with disdain, now wagging her tail like a devoted puppy, revealed from whom the Gu family had received news regarding their missing daughter. Nevertheless, Xue Xuejia chose to wait, to see the results of the child and her father's paternity test before making any assertions. Yet, it seemed that the woman, perhaps feeling guilty, was particularly wary of her, unwilling to allow her close. As the elder sister, Xue Xuejia sought to draw nearer to her brother, which served as a convenient excuse. Father Xue hoped that his daughters would accept their brother, yet he found it displeasing to witness the third child treating his daughters like intruders, considering the mother to be of little standing. As his son was destined to inherit the family business, it was imperative that he not be raised by his biological mother, but rather by his wife. Mother Xue hailed from a prominent family. Although she was merely a collateral relative, she possessed a strong upbringing, and her daughters had been well educated. Gu Yuqing remarked, "Xue Xuejia has raised her daughters well? You must be blind. No wonder she can raise someone else's child as her own. If only her eyesight were a tad better, she wouldn't have committed such an act." Despite her daughter's occasional capriciousness, they understood propriety. The second daughter, who had initially held a poor attitude towards her brother before starting school, had now come to terms with the situation and was willing to coexist harmoniously with her brother and stepmother. The third child, after receiving a lecture from Father Xue, felt quite displeased, believing that her father, having never endured the pain of pregnancy, could not comprehend her feelings as a mother. Yet, she knew she needed Father Xue's support to establish her place within the family, bound to heed the words of Xue's father. Xue Xuejia found herself compelled to draw closer to his beloved son. All she required was to obtain a few samples from the child for examination. This investigation, which Xue Xuejia arranged through her own contacts, was not conducted with great urgency, and it took 3 days to yield results. Upon receiving the findings, a sense of assurance enveloped her. Seated beside her mother, Xue Xuejia was flanked on the other side by her younger sister, who was in kindergarten and had nearly cost their mother her life during childbirth. Opposite the youngest sister sat the illegitimate daughter of Xue's father, now a middle school student. Upon her arrival, she had been brought into the fold alongside her elder sister. As this illegitimate daughter was a girl, Xue's father paid her little mind, prompting her to eat with a degree of caution. At this time, Xue's cherished son was still an infant, being attended to by a nanny and not yet ready to join the table. The atmosphere during the meal among the Xue women was warm and inviting. However, the presence of Xue's father marred this warmth, infusing the air with a seriousness, while the inclusion of the third daughter and her mother rendered the ambience rather peculiar. Although the youngest sister was merely in kindergarten, she was already capable of eating independently, albeit with some difficulty as she struggled to grasp the vegetables with her small bowl. Xue Xuejia, as the elder sister, promptly assisted when her sister found herself unable to reach the food she desired. She had not intended to bring up such matters during the meal to avoid disrupting the gathering. After only a couple of bites, the youngest sister set down her chopsticks, declaring that the food was unsuitable for her as a postpartum mother and that her inadequate diet would adversely affect her milk supply. She questioned whether the lady of the house found her presence bothersome, suggesting that it was deliberate humiliation. Aware that they harbored disdain for her and her child, she lamented that while she could endure mistreatment, her son, Yaozu, was the legitimate offspring of their father. Xue's mother wore an expression of discontent. The presence of her husband's mistress and illegitimate child within their home was a source of deep humiliation. Yet, with 3 daughters to consider, she refrained from confronting her husband, lest it benefit the mistress and the illegitimate child. Thus, she maintained a facade of silent endurance while discreetly engaging a lawyer to secure her interests. Xue Xuejia leisurely placed a serving of vegetables on her younger sister's plate, remarking, "Is he truly my father's biological son? That is uncertain. While he may have emerged from your womb, it only attests to his relation to you, not necessarily to my father." The younger sister's complexion paled at her words. "What do you mean, second miss?" She was acutely aware of her own actions and the ambiguity surrounding her child's paternity, knowing that only the birth of a son could yield greater favor from Shue's father. She had diligently sought to ascertain the child's gender during her pregnancies, yet all had resulted in daughters. She had at times speculated that Shue's father's lineage was the reason for her inability to bear a son, as his legitimate wife also bore only daughters. Consequently, alongside her unions with Shue's father, she endeavored to procure seed from younger men, leaving her uncertain of the child's true parentage. Though she harbored a tacit understanding that the likelihood of the child being Shue's father's was slim, tears streamed down her face, rendering her a pitiable sight. Yet, no one at the table offered her any sympathy. Shuejia, having previously withheld her thoughts from Shue's mother, now observed the scrutinizing gaze of her mother directed at the youngest sister in light of her remarks. Shuejia let out a cold sneer. "Father, I mean no offense. I merely fear that you might unknowingly wear the green hat of infidelity." Shue's father slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding noise. "Nonsense. Yaozu is your biological brother. How can you say such things?" Shuejia smiled at her father and asked, "You are so certain he is my brother? Have you conducted a paternity test?" Shue's father faltered. Naturally, he had not done so. Could he truly suspect that his partner would betray him? He was a man of great confidence in himself, never doubting the fidelity of the woman he supported, nor considering the possibility that the child was not his own. Upholding the dignity of a father was paramount. He could not admit to having been hasty. He reprimanded Shuejia, insisting, "Stop speaking nonsense. Yaozu is indeed your brother."
Yet,
He mused, considering that Yaozu was to inherit the family fortune, perhaps a paternity test should be conducted after all. Upon hearing her father's defense, Sanner felt a surge of confidence and rolled her eyes in Shuejia's direction. As his own daughter, Shuejia understood her father well. After her reminder, it was impossible for him to harbor no doubts. Once suspicions arose, he would certainly investigate. The outcome of such an inquiry would fortuitously align with Shuejia's utmost confidence. Shue's parents, as a couple, were in sync, making the same decision simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Shue's mother, who was unaware of Shuejia's concrete evidence proving the child was not Shue's father's, she chastised Shuejia to preserve her husband's reputation. "Enough. While your warning is well-intentioned, such matters should not be spoken of lightly." Shuejia surveyed the three adults around the table and smirked. "I understand, mother." After dinner, Shuejia deliberately visited her father's study to apologize. "Father, I mean no harm. I worry that you may be raising someone else's child. Yaozu does not quite resemble our family, so you should investigate thoroughly. I sincerely hope for a brother who could support us sisters in the future. But again, our bloodline must not be muddled." Shuejia knew what her father valued most, the untainted lineage of their family, and she approached him from that perspective. As his own daughter, she was well aware of Shue's father's character. Capable yet morally questionable, vengeful and cunning, a quintessentially treacherous individual. He could not endure being deceived. Her beloved stepmother might have played him once, but she could not deceive him a second time. They had little interaction at school, and the class monitor was quite taken aback by Shuejia's direct phone call. "Hello, is there something you need assistance with?" Shuejia cut to the chase, saying, "Could you please inquire with Uncle Lin about when, according to his thinking, he might approach the enigmatic black boss of the Purple Legend?"
"Oh, certainly.
Thank you for your help." Once the call ended with a busy tone, the class monitor slowly set down the phone, contemplating a single thought. Shuejia was indeed a formidable force. Chapter 52. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is not difficult to surmise that although the class monitor's father had terminated his cooperation with Black Boss, he would nonetheless seek him out, likely in hopes of rekindling the partnership. The failure of this business transaction has significantly impacted the company of the class monitor's father. The abrupt breach of contract by Mr. He is likely due to the greater benefits that Shue's father can provide or perhaps some leverage he holds over him. This is not difficult to deduce. The class monitor's father is a rather laid-back boss, content with a regular schedule and seldom working overtime. He prefers to dine with his wife and children after work. The class monitor is aware that his father refrains from discussing business at home to spare his mother's worries. He deliberately avoids mentioning the matter at the dinner table, choosing instead to approach his father's study after the meal. Upon entering, he finds his father engaged in a video conference with the company's legal advisor. The class monitor quietly takes a seat opposite his father, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their meeting. The conference drags on for over an hour, yet the class monitor finds the conversation engaging rather than tedious. When his father finally closes his laptop and removes the somewhat incongruous golden-rimmed glasses from his face, he asks, "What brings you here?" The class monitor offers a sheepish smile, remarking, "Life is fleeting and unpredictable. I simply wish to check in on you." His father, amused, retorts, "You cheeky rascal, speaking as if you believe my time is short." However, the exchange of such sentiments between father and son is rarely verbalized, often feeling overly sentimental. The father, too, is unaccustomed to this rare display of concern, interpreting it as a prelude to some ulterior motive. "Speak. What mischief do you wish me to undertake?" "I genuinely wish to inquire about your well-being. I heard that a significant contract was snatched away from you. Will this greatly affect the company?" The class monitor, unaware of the situation until he overheard Shi Li's thoughts, broaches the topic cautiously. His father's expression darkens slightly, revealing the discomfort of exposing his struggles to his son, especially with the new year approaching, which could potentially have repercussions. The first words of consolation warm his heart, prompting him to think, this child has indeed matured and become more considerate. However, upon hearing the second remark, he feels as though he has been insulted. Does his son truly think he is the type to despair in the face of adversity? The person the class monitor refers to remains, but the interpretation his father has is entirely different. The class monitor understands that Shuejia's intention is to abandon her biological father. For her, once that person is gone, everything is lost. In a sudden fit of irritation, his father grabs a nearby book and tosses it at him, exclaiming, "Go away. If you have too much time on your hands, read a book instead of wasting my time with contracts. I have something important to discuss with you." The class monitor insists. Noticing his son's serious demeanor, his father relents. "Speak. It is regarding the possibility of approaching Mr. He from Zai's Tuanqi once more to negotiate a collaboration." The father's expression shifts to one of discomfort. He stoops to ingratiate himself to others outside, but is reluctant to let his son see this side of him, fearing it might tarnish the imposing image of his father. Though he originally considered this approach, the nearly 6-foot-tall man, who could easily intimidate a group of ruffians with just his presence, now feels as if he has been caught in a compromising situation. He remarked, "I believe you are correct. He is indeed untrustworthy and not a person of integrity. Collaborating with him may yield short-term benefits, but in the long run, it could jeopardize our interests. This is a warning signal from the heavens for our family. My son, remember this. When heaven does not take, it brings calamity upon itself. If the time is not right, it will bring misfortune. Based on my years of experience in business, if numerous obstacles arise when attempting to accomplish something, it indicates that the heavens are preventing you from proceeding, and it is better to refrain from action." The class leader discreetly rolled his eyes. It was he who had initially advised caution, yet now it seemed he was being lectured. The class leader's father genuinely contemplated approaching he again to negotiate further, but his son's words lingered in his mind for a considerable time. Ultimately, what solidified his resolve was a consultation with the master, who also advised him to go with the flow and not to force matters. Business people are notoriously superstitious. He promptly changed his mind and sought alternative means to navigate this challenging situation. "I have abandoned that idea," he stated. "I understand, but please contemplate this issue and provide me with an answer," his son replied solemnly. The class leader's father dared not be vague. He picked up the calendar and considered his arrangements over the past few days. If he did not intend to abandon the course with when would he go to seek him out? Ultimately, he inscribed 3 dates on paper according to his own schedule. After dialing a series of numbers on the phone, he briefly conversed with the person on the other end before hanging up. He then circled the middle date and jotted down an address beneath it. "Here. This is what you wanted. Just ensure you do not engage in any illegal activities. I cannot bear the consequences." The class leader's father did not inquire about his son's intentions for the information, recognizing that he was a young man and it was natural to have secrets. The class leader glanced at the circled date and address, committed the details to memory, and casually disposed of the paper in a nearby shredder. Observing this sequence of actions, his father could not suppress a raised eyebrow, bemused by his son's enigmatic behavior. As the class leader approached the study door, he turned to the person at the desk and said, "Please, do not do anything that would betray my mother. Treating your wife well will ensure smooth sailing and avert misfortune. Your integrity has saved you. Someone else's indiscretions are about to lead to disaster." A book that had been hurled at the class leader landed heavily against the door, but he managed to evade it swiftly. The class leader's father stared at the firmly shut door, exasperated by his son's antics. After a couple of rings, the phone was answered. The class leader did not engage in small talk with Xue Xuejia, but instead relayed a series of times and locations that precisely matched the details circled by his father on the blank sheet. Xue Xuejia was taken aback by the class leader's efficiency. "All right, I've noted this down. Thank you for your assistance." "I owe you one," she replied. "No need for thanks. We are classmates, and it is only right to help each other." As he surveyed the open exercises before him, the corners of the class leader's mouth curled slightly upward. His willingness to assist Xue Xuejia stemmed not from altruism but rather from an opportunity to avenge his father by eliminating a rival. Such an opportunity was too enticing for him to refuse. He was not one to repay grievances with kindness. Father was bullied, and, at this moment, if he does not take action, it would be a disgrace to be his son. Chapter 53. It's nothing serious. My dad has just been kidnapped. Xue Xuejia circled a date on the calendar, and it was not far from this day. She needed to hasten her progress. The connections of Xue's father and mother were evident, and the paternity test samples they submitted soon yielded results. Upon seeing the black and white results, Xue's father turned as furious as a ripe eggplant, transforming into a master of desktop clearing, indiscriminately sweeping away everything on the table, regardless of its value or utility. The secretary, hearing the commotion outside, presumed that the boss had suffered a stroke and collapsed, unconscious on the floor. In a hurry, he pushed open the door, only to find the boss not incapacitated, but rather exuding a battle prowess rivaling that of a super scion, ready to perform a one-man show of tearing apart enemies. Clearly, he ought not to have appeared at this moment. At this time, the secretary's brain was operating at a speed surpassing that of a calculator. If he could not provide an answer that would satisfy President Xue, he would find himself dismissed for stepping into the company with his left foot the following day. The secretary, maintaining his usual professional tone, asked, "President Xue, will you attend the meeting presided over by President Su in 15 minutes? "Apologies, President Su, but let you bear the brunt of President Xue's fury. I will not go." The secretary lowered his gaze to the tips of his shoes, pretending not to notice the chaos within the room. "Very well, President Xue, I shall inform President Su." Just moments after the secretary resumed his duties at his workstation, the super scion-like President Xue burst from his office, demanding, "Go tidy up my office." The secretary looked up, only to see a figure radiating fury. In his mind, he mused that President Xue seemed as though he were about to catch someone in the act of infidelity. Following President Xue's orders, he began to organize the desk that had been cleared in an instant. As he meticulously arranged the documents, a paternity test report suddenly caught his eye. The secretary thought, "I believe I now understand the source of President Xue's anger." Upon seeing that one sample belonged to President Xue and the other to his beloved son, the secretary comprehended the depth of Xue's father's fury. His boss, who placed immense value on the continuation of his bloodline, had inadvertently become the subject of ridicule by many. What could possibly sustain his boss's disregard for external criticism? It was the prospect of an heir. Now it was revealed that his cherished son was not biologically his. What a substantial blow this must be for his boss. The secretary suppressed the urge to capture the moment and share it with colleagues. The office was under surveillance, and he dared not take pictures. Holding onto such explosive news without the ability to share it was a torturous experience. Being cuckolded is something no normal man could endure. Yet, President Xue, truly deserving of his position, bore what others could not. He was indeed a real man. However, given the fierce demeanor of his boss, the likelihood of patience running thin appeared minimal. In the end, the steadfast and true man that was the secretary's boss could not endure any longer. After all, they had been a couple for over a decade, deeply understanding one another. A sharp slap resounded, followed by a woman's voice calling out to a crying child, as Xue's mother tightened the shawl around her shoulders, standing by the stair railing. So be it. Let that old fool investigate for himself, thus sparing her the need to waste her breath. She understood that her father must have obtained the results of the paternity test. Xue Xuejia discreetly inquired of her mother, curious about the whereabouts of the three women. Her mother, instead of providing an answer, remarked, "You were indeed correct. Yaozu is not your father's biological son." Xue Xuejia exaggeratedly responded, "Well, that is truly unfortunate news." Yet her expression and tone belied her words. Her mother patted her head gently, cautioning, "This revelation is a significant blow to your father. You must not provoke him." Recalling her childhood experiences of being whipped by her father, Xue Xuejia smiled faintly, assuring her, "Rest easy. I shall not act foolishly. As his daughter, it is my duty to comfort him." Her mother smiled with relief, acknowledging, "You are becoming more considerate. After all, your father is the head of the household, and defying him will only bring you misfortune. Shue's father was in a foul mood and did not come downstairs for dinner that evening. The housekeeper, having witnessed his fury earlier that day, dared not deliver his meal. As a devoted daughter, Shue Xuejia ascended the stairs with a few simple dishes, determined to bring them to her father's study. Given his current state, she knew her presence was not welcome, but the impending date loomed closer, necessitating her action. Upon entering the study, her father did not greet her with warmth. Yet he refrained from ordering her to leave. Shue Xuejia restrained her temper remarkably well, presenting herself as a dutiful daughter concerned for her father's well-being. They conversed for several hours, and by the time she departed, the tray of food had been entirely consumed by him. Satisfied with her achievement, she descended the stairs, a content smile gracing her face. Both her mother and the housekeeper believed her joy stemmed from successfully persuading her father to eat. "Has your father eaten?" It seems anger can be quite exhausting, she thought, yet refrained from voicing it, for she wished to maintain her image as a devoted daughter. Even in the presence of only her mother and the housekeeper, she remained discreet. As the fateful day approached, an unusual calm enveloped Shue Xuejia. Others remarked that she bore little resemblance to her father, being an exceptional offspring from a flawed lineage. Yet only she realized the truth. Her cold-heartedness and unfeeling nature mirrored her father's all too closely. Shue Xuejia was certain that her scheme had succeeded. Her mother, believing her husband to be with a mistress, had no inclination to contact him. She had long given up on her husband, unwilling to divorce solely to secure greater advantages for her daughters. Though her husband was a scoundrel, he was a profitable one. Since their marriage, their shared wealth had been steadily increasing. With no emotional ties to him, she remained indifferent to his potential infidelities. Her only concern was to prevent the birth of an illegitimate child, which would jeopardize the tangible interests of her 3 daughters. During class, Shue Xuejia received a phone call from her mother. Signaling to her teacher that she needed to step outside, she quietly left the classroom. On the other end of the line, her mother's voice trembled with urgency. "What should we do? Your father has been kidnapped." Shue Xuejia. What else can be done? Naturally, we should step outside and set off some firecrackers to celebrate. At that moment, the mathematics teacher had ceased his lecture, allowing students to read the questions while he took a sip of tea to rest. Just then, Shue Xuejia entered from the corridor, prompting him to casually inquire if there was an urgent matter at home. Typically, if there were no pressing family issues, a student would not interrupt the teacher's lesson to take a call in the hallway. "Mathematics teacher, are you certain that it is your father who has been kidnapped, and not your enemy?" A multitude of thoughts raced through the teacher's mind. Ultimately, he arrived at one conclusion. Indeed, the students in this class must all be possessed. Chapter 54. Kidnapped. Shi Li, who had a keen insight into the developments of her past life, felt an overwhelming urge to cry out. This change is too drastic. It should have been the class monitor's father who was kidnapped, yet now it has transformed into Shue Xuejia's father being taken. Is the class monitor's father safe now? Surely, another wave of kidnappers has not emerged on top of the crazed individual, has it? Or perhaps the madman has struck gold, taking away 3 people at once. Shi Li began to doubt herself. Surely, it cannot be my butterfly effect that has caused this. The crowd, no need to question, it's you, and still you. During the weekend gathering, the classmates heard Shi Li's innermost thoughts, mirroring her confusion. They could not comprehend why the class monitor's father had escaped peril, only for Shue Xuejia's father to take his place. At that moment, they were unaware that Shue Xuejia had given her father a firm push. Only the class monitor was privy to the connection with Shue Xuejia, though he would never disclose it. He maintained a basic sense of professional ethics in his dealings. When the classmates learned of Shue's father's kidnapping, their gazes instinctively turned towards the class monitor, as if sensing an unspoken truth between the two. The mathematics teacher stood at the podium, observing everything that transpired among his students. He noted that when Shue Xuejia announced her father's abduction, all eyes were directed at the class monitor. The mathematics teacher found himself perplexed. Was it the class monitor who orchestrated the kidnapping of Shue Xuejia's father? If it wasn't him, then why were they all looking at him? Truly, the students of this class must be unwell, considering the significant impact of a student's father's kidnapping on her. The teacher realized that even if lessons were to continue, her state of mind would likely be poor and her efficiency diminished. He did not believe that a high school student like Shue Xuejia could offer any assistance. Shue Xuejia. That may not be the case. Without me, my father would not have met such a fate. Thank you, teacher. My family shares the same sentiment, Our bodyguard and driver will arrive in approximately half an hour. Unbeknownst to Shue's mother, Shue's father had inadvertently stumbled into the hands of a madman. Fearing that the lunatic was targeting their family and concerned for her daughter's safety, she had instructed the bodyguard to pick up her daughters from school. Shi Li fixated on the mathematics teacher's balding hairstyle, her thoughts drifting from the Pacific to the Mediterranean. If I were to suggest sacrificing Mr. Shue to apprehend the murderous madman, would that not be a worthwhile exchange? Shi Li quickly dismissed her thoughts. After all, he is Shue Xuejia's father. That would not be appropriate. Shue Xuejia, there is nothing particularly troubling. My father possesses a spirit of fearless dedication and is more than willing. Shue father. Shue Xuejia approached and embraced her mother, saying, "Mom, please do not worry too much." Seeing both daughters safe, Shue mother felt a sense of relief. "Jiejia, take your sister upstairs to play. You need not concern yourself with these matters." Shue Xuejia entrusted her younger sister to the nanny, instructing her to take the child upstairs. She then sat beside her mother, inquiring about the current situation. "At what time did the kidnappers call, and what demands did they make?" "I received the call at 10 o'clock, demanding 50 million cash within 2 days. Otherwise, they would execute the threat. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the cash." The next time the kidnappers called, they instructed Shue mother to deliver the money to a designated location. Shue Xuejia seized her mother's phone to communicate with the kidnappers. The details of their conversation remained unknown to outsiders. In a brief span, the Blue City police apprehended a criminal gang that had been evading capture for over a decade, responsible for more than 20 crimes. The leader resisted arrest and was shot on the spot, while the remaining members were swiftly captured. The ominous cloud that loomed over all the wealthy was dispelled, and families of previous kidnapping victims who had suffered tragic losses presented banners of gratitude to the police. Bringing the madman and his gang to justice seemed exhilarating. However, the only blemish was that of the 2 hostages abducted this time, one was found severely injured, while the other, in a more critical condition, was discovered clinging to life and succumbed during transport to the hospital. The police expressed their deep regret regarding this outcome. In the 21st century, the internet is highly developed and secrets are scarce. News of the suspected kidnapping of the president of the Shue Group, who had lost his life during the rescue, made headlines in tabloids. Without official confirmation, the public dismissed the reports as false, vehemently criticizing the tabloids for chasing clout, questioning how they could so casually wish death upon someone, and asserting that even rumors require a credible basis. Claiming someone was kidnapped and executed seemed utterly absurd. How could the dignified president of the Shue Group meet such an undignified end? Many netizens tagged the official media of the Shue Group in the comments, urging the legal department to take action. At that moment, someone noticed that the official website of the Shue Group had turned gray. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. Who could have imagined that the president of the Shue Group, in the prime of his life, had simply vanished? Even more astonishing was the manner of his demise. Just as the tabloids had reported, so utterly disgraceful. Shi Li, a surfing champion, was taken aback upon seeing this news on his phone. It was one thing for the lives of his classmates to differ from their past lives. But now he was told that the madman had been shot dead by the police, despite not being a significant character in this narrative. Yet, he was destined to fulfill a crucial and irreplaceable role, the kidnapping of the female protagonist, thereby intensifying the relationship between Liang Rongrong and Feng Yunhe. With this man's demise, who could possibly abduct Liang Rongrong? Surely, she could not do it herself. After reading the entire news article, Shi Li learned that Shue Xuejia's father had tragically lost his life during the kidnapping. The report stated that another abductee had been transported to the hospital and was now out of danger. If all went as expected, this other victim was likely Boss He. The fate of Boss He mirrored that of a previous life, while Shi Li found herself questioning whether her memories had become distorted when considering the fates of others. In her past life, it was the class leader's father who was kidnapped. This time, it was Shue Xuejia's father who met a dire end. Shi Li couldn't help but ponder what this unfortunate man had done to the kidnappers that led to his demise. The Shue family seemed intent on keeping the details of Shue's death from becoming public knowledge. As her sworn enemy, the class leader's father was acutely aware of Shue's situation. The sudden news of his adversary's death elicited a feeling of shock that outweighed any sense of joy. It was a surreal sensation that was difficult to articulate. The class leader's father had envisioned countless scenarios in which he triumphed over his rival in the business world, yet he had never imagined that before he could act, his opponent would simply vanish from existence. Chapter 55, A Second Banquet. This event profoundly impacted the class leader's father, offering him clarity on numerous matters. Approaching middle age, he realized the importance of maintaining his health. Regardless of how prosperous one's business may become, the inevitability of aging and mortality looms. At his age, the competition was no longer about who could amass wealth, but rather who could endure the longest. Thus, he resolved to take care of his health, determined to outlive all his enemies. He learned the specific time and place of Shue's abduction, which had occurred alongside Boss He. Turning his gaze towards his son, he scrutinized him with a piercing look. The class leader felt a chill run down his spine under his father's intense scrutiny. The class leader's father examined him from head to toe, concluding that he bore no signs of association with influential figures. Yet this boy had written down an address and date, coinciding with the day his rival had faced calamity. Had the lad unwittingly become embroiled in illicit activities? With most of the kidnapping gang apprehended, was there a chance they would implicate his son? If his son had indeed broken the law, would he choose to uphold familial loyalty or adhere to a higher moral obligation? Unbeknownst to the class leader, his father's thoughts were already veering towards the latter. The class leader's father hesitated to consult the legal department of his company, for family shame should not be aired publicly. The consequences of legal infractions were severe and unforgiving. After contemplating the situation, he could envision a future for his honest yet misguided son behind bars, filled with regret. When alone with his son, the class leader's father earnestly advised him, "Son, you are still young, not yet 18. If you confess, the judge might show leniency." The class leader was taken aback, thinking, if only my father could speak in a way I could comprehend. However, being his father's son, he quickly grasped the underlying message. He stormed out, leaving his father staring at the empty space in disbelief. This insolent boy, how could he communicate in such a manner? Nevertheless, judging by his reaction, the class leader's father hoped that his son had not engaged in any illegal activities. As for anything else, he resolved not to inquire further. Shi Li and her classmates received an invitation to attend the funeral of Shue's father. Being invited to a funeral for the first time felt rather peculiar. Shuejia remarked, "Have you forgotten when we attended Wei Yi's father's funeral?" Shi Li replied with a chuckle, "Well, that was my own volition, it's different." The funeral of Shue's father bore similarities to that of Wei Yi's father, both conducted in an extraordinarily hasty manner. The body was swiftly sent for cremation without the elaborate rituals customary in traditional funerals. The individual who once lay in the casket had now been reduced to a mere urn of ashes. Shuejia, having learned from the experience of Wei Yi's father's funeral to avoid any potential disputes over illegitimate heirs, opted for a decisive resolution by directly opting for cremation. This strategy proved effective. During the ceremony, several young women arrived with their daughters, seeking a share of the inheritance. Much like at Wei Yi's father's funeral, Shuejia exhibited formidable prowess in verbal conflict, easily overpowering the women with minimal effort, compelling them to retreat in defeat. Shi Li, who observed the entire exchange, could not help but muse, what a thoroughly invigorating discourse. To which others retorted, "Is this what you call a cordial exchange with ancestral insults?" Once the ceremony concluded, Shuejia, following in Wei Yi's footsteps, treated everyone to a meal. Reflecting on their last gathering, which also took place due to Wei Yi's father's death, Shi Li offered a heartfelt wish, akin to a prayer for world peace. "May our next class meal not be prompted by a misfortune." The group replied in unison, "Let us strive for that, though it seems rather difficult." The location was somewhat remote, with public transport being inconvenient and nighttime taxis posing safety concerns. Taking this into account, the class monitor inquired about the home addresses of several classmates, requesting assistance from those whose families lived nearby and had drivers available for pickup. The camaraderie among classmates from different classes was generally lukewarm, leading to potential awkwardness where one party felt hesitant to impose while the other might feel burdened by unsolicited responsibility. However, they shared a common secret, having bonded over numerous experiences in just a few months since the semester began, which fostered a sense of deep connection, akin to family ties. As they sat in the hotel private room, some called out their addresses, while others listened attentively, ready to claim their tasks. Shi Li was no exception. Yet, upon hearing one particular address, she suddenly felt a surge of unease. If I recall correctly, the others chimed in. Here it comes again. Shi Li's impeccable memory strikes once more. Let us see who the next fortunate soul will be. The faculty dormitory of the university had a pervert stealing underwear just before the winter solstice. This bizarre and repulsive news was hard for Shi Li to forget. She thought to herself, "Surely, I cannot be that unlucky to have been the one whose underwear was stolen." The pervert had pilfered the underwear of all first and second floor residents hanging on balconies throughout the community. The notoriety of this incident made it unforgettable for Shi Li. Given its sheer absurdity, Duan Yaojing's gentle smile froze upon hearing the news. She lived on the second floor. Shi Li proactively suggested, "My home is quite close to the university community. Allow me to escort you." Duan Yaojing's parents were working away from home, leaving her to reside with her grandparents in a dilapidated building that had stood for 50 or 60 years. When it was constructed, security concerns were not taken into account. Furthermore, her grandparents, now advanced in age, had never contemplated the issue of theft, believing that living on a university campus, surrounded by students, was inherently safe. Grateful for Shi Li's kind offer, Duan Yaojing responded, "Thank you. I shall certainly remember your suggestion to install security bars when I have the time." Unable to resist the insistence of the elderly couple, Shi Li ultimately descended with a jar of pickled radishes, lovingly prepared by them. Her classmates pinged her in the group chat, inquiring about her thoughts on the matter. Following one classmate's comment, the discussion veered entirely off course. "Does your security bar provide electric fencing? You know, the kind that shocks at 100,000 volts? That's typically for prisons or specialized facilities. It wouldn't be suitable for a home, would it?" Others chimed in with more reasonable suggestions based on the previous discussion. Jing. You could have your dad wait with a baseball bat for the pervert. Exactly. If that pervert dares to show his face, he'll get a whack. Duan Yaojing appreciated her classmates' goodwill in brainstorming ideas. "Thank you all for your kindness, but my parents are away, and I live with my grandparents. Nighttime theft may not be the most suitable concern for our elderly household. Your parents are away, but we are here. Yes, we can help you catch the thief." Duan Yaojing was left bewildered. What are you all talking about? Chapter 56. Carrying a baseball bat seems reasonable. Now, a sudden scandal had quite literally fallen upon her, creating a distinctly different sensation. Moreover, if this predicament were solely her concern, it might be manageable. However, the presence of her classmates, reveling in the chaos, exacerbated the situation. For her, installing security nets on the balcony seemed a straightforward solution, yet her well-meaning classmates had opted for the most convoluted approach, waiting for the pervert to strike. After that classmate's suggestion, an overwhelming enthusiasm for capturing the perpetrator surged among everyone. Clutching her phone, Duan Yaojing stared at the incessantly refreshing messages, feeling tears welling up. Were all children from affluent families this eager to help? Her grandparents, university professors, had cultivated an environment that fostered excellent academic performance. Gaining admission to Qianpu Middle School through her scores, her family had worried that she, as a child from an ordinary background, might be bullied by her more privileged classmates. However, it seemed that bullying was out of the question. On the first day of school, upon entering the classroom, she immediately spotted the regal and aloof Shi Li. Shi Li emanated an aura that unmistakably marked her as a child raised in affluence, seemingly unapproachable due to her striking appearance. This initial impression, however, was far from unfavorable. In contrast to later perceptions, this first impression was truly delightful. All the beautiful filters she had placed upon Shi Li shattered in an instant upon hearing her true thoughts. Rather than a diminished impression, if one were to describe her feelings, it could be summed up as down to earth. Indeed, it is grounded in reality. Once, the enchanting fairy that resided in her heart must have sipped on dew. Then one day, she encountered someone with a fairy-like visage, seated at a roadside stall. One hand grasping stinky tofu while the other held a skewer of large intestine wrapped in green onion. It is not that she harbors disdain for stinky tofu or large intestine. In fact, she relishes them. However, the juxtaposition of a fairy-like face indulging in such fare left her with a profound sense of disillusionment. Shi Li maintained an expression of noble elegance. Yet, internally she cycled through a myriad of curses. Had this person ever considered the feelings of their little admirers? Her fragile heart shattered into countless pieces. In her mind, they ought to be exchanging laughter on the golf course or at the equestrian center, discussing the fluctuations of their stocks, international relations, and the fierce competition in the marketplace. Which affluent second-generation heir prowls the night to apprehend perverts? Apologies, but that belongs to their class. Each of them, when viewed independently, possesses a striking demeanor. Yet they engage in behaviors that elicit exclamations of incredulity. How can she ever face Mary Sue novels again? While Duan Yaojing had yet to agree, others were already debating what legal self-defense tools to bring that evening. Her opinions fell on deaf ears, yet she felt no offense. Our residence is an older complex with limited space, perhaps not accommodating enough for many guests. Moreover, I live with my grandparents. The thought of confronting a thief in the dead of night might frighten them. I appreciate everyone's good intentions and willingness to assist. Young people of 15 or 16, brimming with fervor, are particularly intolerant of the injustices in the world. Such trivial matters cannot possibly daunt them. Duan Yaojing observed in silence, bemused by the lengths to which her peers would go for the sake of excitement. However, she did not feel as though they were merely seeking entertainment at her expense. Instead, she sensed the emergence of an unexpected support system. Upon first hearing of the pervert who steals undergarments, she felt an overwhelming mix of shock and anxiety. It was a repulsive matter that she wished to avoid. Beneath this emotional turmoil, her suppressed anger yearned for the opportunity to confront and punish that deviant. Yet, as an underage girl, society had relegated her to the role of the weaker party, devoid of any physical means to contend with men. She could wield a weapon against the pervert, but she feared the potential harm she might face alone in such an encounter, and was even more terrified of encountering other uncontrollable circumstances. With her vigorous parents absent, she was left with only her elderly grandparents. While they could provide her with emotional support, they were unable to offer her any physical assistance. This is why she instinctively chose to evade the possibility of encountering a pervert. Yet, deep down, she longed to confront the villain head-on, to deliver a beating to that deviant and capture him, rather than retreat into her shell, hoping that as long as she remained unscathed, everything could be dismissed as if it never occurred. Duan Yaojing did not wish for that. Though her classmates' suggestions seemed absurd, they inexplicably filled her with anticipation. She thought that even having a few more girls by her side would embolden her to stand up and act. Duan Yijing's classmates brought forth an abundance of surprises, far exceeding her expectations. She found herself momentarily stunned, questioning whether her modest 70-square-meter home could accommodate more than 20 individuals. Furthermore, in comparison to the opulence of her peers' residences, where even the washrooms surpassed the size of her own, she wondered if it would be too much of a squeeze for everyone. Once again, Duan Yijing delicately expressed her concerns in the class group chat, stating, "Our home is quite small, unlike those of my classmates, which have many guest rooms. I wholeheartedly welcome everyone's assistance in dealing with the intruder. But there's simply isn't enough space for everyone to rest comfortably, which is rather inconvenient." Following her message, the group chat fell into an extended silence. Duan Yijing gazed at the quiet conversation, her feelings a blend of anxiety and uncertainty. Dealing with the intruder doesn't require the entire class to mobilize. I can manage it alone. To which her classmates responded, "Are you suggesting that our sense of justice is so overwhelming that our primary goal is to catch this intruder?" Well, that is indeed one of the reasons. However, the more significant motivation is, of course, the experience. In one's lifetime, how often does one have the opportunity to confront an intruder as a group? If we miss this chance, who knows when it will arise again? For a brief moment, the expressions of the majority were tinged with sarcasm, yet it mattered not who was involved. They were all eager to join in the excitement, or rather, to assist their classmate. As the class monitor, it was his duty to assume the responsibility of a guardian. He delivered a speech that not only encompassed the broader perspective but also took into account the feelings of the few. Reflecting on this, the class monitor couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, "This intruder, daring to act in the dead of winter, must not mind the cold."
Indeed.
The frigid weather rendered the feasibility of their plan questionable. "If your home cannot accommodate us, we could always sleep on the floor." To partake in the excitement, sleeping on the floor is hardly a hardship. This notion of sleeping on the floor received an enthusiastic reception from all. Precisely, we can indeed sleep on the floor. Not everyone needs to rest. Many of us are night owls, so staying awake all night is not an issue. Besides, with everyone focused on waiting for the intruder, how could anyone possibly sleep? Before Duan Yijing could voice her thoughts, her classmates had already finalized their plans for the day. This arrangement would also spare the elderly from being startled during their confrontation with the intruder. A casual meal at a classmate's home seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? After dinner, engaging in card games and other activities until the early hours of the morning was perfectly acceptable, right? The male classmates planned to play baseball the following day, and thus, they packed baseball bats in their bags. This was entirely sensible. As for me, I will be playing golf with my father the next day. So I have a golf club in my bag. That is perfectly reasonable. The collective response was, "Just listen to yourself." Is that even a rational statement? Disappointment was palpable. Once all matters had been discussed, one crucial question remained. Should they invite Shirley along? Chapter 57. To invite Shirley or not? The decision of whether to include Shirley in their plans posed a dilemma akin to Hamlet's existential question of to be or not to be. Regardless of the decision made, it appeared justifiable. Gu Yuqing, who advocated for inviting Shirley, began to articulate her perspective. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. In due time, Shirley will surely discover through certain channels that we visited Jingjing's home without her, and without even soliciting her opinion. At best, she may feel ostracized. At worst, she might question our intentions. I believe that neither outcome is desirable for any of us. Gao Yun spent an entire day immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, missing both Shuejia's father's farewell party and the group dinner. After the class concluded, she could only glean fragments of the day as happenings through the chat group. Upon seeing Gu Yuqing's message, Gao Yun silently pondered why it was stated that only Shirley did not attend, when she too was absent alongside her. It was evident that she had missed out on more collective activities due to her tutoring sessions, and she couldn't help but feel neglected. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about that scoundrel. The only thing weighing on her heart was the thought of not having classes one afternoon. Gu Yuqing's comments received unanimous agreement. The initial reluctance to invite Shirley stemmed from an underlying insecurity, fearing Shirley's suspicions. Gu Yuqing was indeed correct. Concealing matters only breeds more doubt. By laying everything bare and acting with transparency, even if Shirley were to suspect us, it could merely be dismissed as coincidence. My grandparents have gone on a trip, leaving me alone at home. I thought to invite a few friends over for a gathering to liven things up. Recently, my uncle visited and brought along 2 bags of handmade hot pot base, which smelled delightful. I envisioned how pleasant it would be to enjoy hot pot together during winter. Would you like to join us? Shirley, with her inherent love for lively gatherings, was naturally eager to partake upon hearing the news. That day, I fear I might be pressed for time, I remarked. You must come, no matter the obstacles, she insisted. That night, I will surely be unable to handle my liquor, and will have to stay over. Duan Yaojing interjected, there's no need to be so excited. Really, it's not that serious. Gu Yuqing replied, it seems she truly wishes to go. I had guessed correctly. For the sake of Shirley's overnight stay, should I bring a couple of cans of alcohol? Yet, drinking is not good for her health. At her age, it's not impossible that she might react poorly to it. Except for Gao Yun. All the classmates had informed their families the previous day that they would be dining at a friend's house and might stay overnight, requesting not to worry and to refrain from sending a driver after school. Duan Yaojing had exerted considerable effort days prior to persuade her grandparents to go on their trip. She had also prepared fresh hot pot ingredients and ample utensils in advance. There was no choice. The excuse for inviting Shirley was hot pot, she lamented. Everyone from the class had to come. The last time I saw 30 sets of chopsticks was during a banquet in the countryside. It was indeed a sweet burden. Upon entering, Shirley retrieved a small box from her backpack. The others understood the reason behind her gesture and did not feel envious for not bringing gifts themselves. Instead, they found her thoughtful. With a camera installed, they could keep an eye on any unwelcome intruders while remaining discreet in the bedroom, avoiding the need to turn on the lights in the living room, which might deter any potential intruders. Everyone, we have also brought gifts, each person a baseball bat. Duan Yaojing. Enough, let us put away your tricks. Everyone was concerned that someone might forget, so just in case, even those who didn't have the task of bringing baseball bats carried one. Chapter 58. What is she still expecting? Naturally, no one dared to take out the small gift they had brought just yet, fearing it might startle Shirley. The living room could barely accommodate a class of students. You all start your homework. I've ordered drinks that will be delivered shortly. As the hot pot was plugged in, the fragrant and spicy aroma began to permeate the room. There were not high expectations for tonight's meal. The quality of a hot pot hinges on 2 things, the richness of the broth and the freshness of the ingredients. The importance of the broth even surpasses that of the ingredients. As the enticing scent wafted from the pot, everyone knew that they had made the right choice for dinner. Just the promise of this hot pot was worth it. The appetizing smell in the living room was enough to stimulate the salivary glands. It smells so good. One student voiced the thoughts of all present. Forget the milk tea. Don't bother with homework. With this aroma, I can't focus on anything else. Duan Yaojing hesitantly suggested. Shall we eat first? That was the cue everyone had been waiting for. As soon as her words fell, they pounced on the dining table like hungry tigers. Their camaraderie had grown strong, and no one cared to sit next to their best friends. They were all besties after all. Following the principle of proximity, they settled near their favorite ingredients. Shirley chose to sit next to her beloved potatoes. Gu Yuqing had already taken a seat, but Upon noticing 2 empty spots next to Shirley, stood up to change her position and join her. However, Shueishuejia had already claimed the seat to Shirley's left. No problem, there is still the spot to her right, Gu Yuqing reassured herself. Just as she prepared to move over, that seat was also taken. Shueishuejia. You sly one. Sun Yiling, always stirring up trouble. As a strange force of circumstance intervened, he sat down first. Having taken a seat, it felt awkward to stand up again. Sun Yiling achieved his objective, grinning like a mischievous little mouse, sitting directly across from Shirley. Once seated, Sun Yiling picked up his phone with a serious demeanor, casually opening the camera app. A common urban habit. Before eating, one must first capture the moment on their phone. His camera seemed to be focused on the hot pot, yet he was secretly taking selfies. All of this was witnessed by Gu Yuqing, who had been coveting the seat. Shirley was oblivious to it all, her entire focus on the enticing red pot before her. It truly smelled wonderful and delicious. Everyone was engrossed in their meal, the only sounds in the room being the bubbling of the broth and the soft chatter among friends. The previously serene atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by raucous noises from outside the building. The old building had poor sound insulation, and indistinct shouts from the hallway filtered in. Duan Yaojing wore an expression tinged with embarrassment as she explained, "It's just some domestic matters with our neighbors. It can get quite noisy, can it? I merely turned on the Bluetooth speaker, and with some music playing, we can hardly hear it." Clearly, such disturbances were a frequent occurrence, and she had long since grown accustomed to them. In her bedroom, Duan Yaojing retrieved the Bluetooth speaker, and the sound of a successful pairing soon emanated forth. Just as she was about to play the music, the person nearest to her, with remarkable quickness, pressed down on her. "No need to rush. It's merely noise. There is no hierarchy in sound. First, tell us why there is such a ruckus outside." Duan Yaojing replied, "In my opinion, the notion of no distinction is false. Your gossip is all too real. People hold varying attitudes towards different sounds. For instance, noises associated with renovations are often collectively deemed as mere noise. The commotion outside, while not entirely discernible, allowed everyone to glean from the vague snippets of conversation that a fierce argument was unfolding. It seemed that the children of the late Mr. Sun's former partner had come to pay a visit. Indeed, the relationships here are quite complex, one remarked. What I know may not necessarily be the truth. It's what my grandmother shared with me. This Mrs. Sun had initially worked as a caregiver for the elderly gentleman and his wife, who was unable to care for herself. After the lady's passing, Mrs. Sun began a relationship with the old man. Though they never formalized their union, she had spent a considerable amount of his wealth. However, his children were displeased, feeling that their father's money was being squandered on another woman. Consequently, when their father became ill, they were left to take on the burden of his care. The daughters, harboring feelings of resentment, frequently visited Mrs. Sun's home to create a scene. Duan Yaojing lived with her grandparents in an old-style tenement building where a few normal individuals resided, but the eccentricities were more abundant. Extraordinary events transpired from time to time, and she had long since acclimated to the chaos. Ultimately, she concluded, it's just the trivialities of familial disputes, quite loud indeed. "Which song would you all like to hear? I shall play it." Shirley was positioned quite close to the security door. She stealthily approached the entrance and, with the slowest movements imaginable, gently opened the door. A narrow gap emerged, allowing the sounds from outside to penetrate more clearly into the room, reaching every ear present. Well, I knew everyone would behave this way. What was I expecting? Chapter 59, Mrs. Sun. Someone has stolen your underwear. Mrs. Sun was indeed quite formidable. From the sounds, it was evident that more than 2 well-trained women were embroiled in the argument across the way. Facing 2 adversaries, Mrs. Sun displayed no signs of weakness. When the other side attempted to reason, she resorted to insults. When they hurled insults, she retaliated with indignation. Mrs. Sun exclaimed, "Your father is not my husband. We are not legally married. If you expect me to care for him, you are living in a fanciful dream." The old man's children retorted, "Our father has shared his life and resources with you. Now that he is ill, you wish to cast him aside? That constitutes abandonment, which is against the law." Mrs. Sun shot back, "I implore you to familiarize yourselves with the law. Your father has no financial ties to me. You are his biological children. Yet you wish to offload him onto an outsider. It is you, the unfilial ones, who are guilty of abandonment. Do you believe I want to call the authorities to report you?" As everyone gathered around the hot pot, they were left speechless. Although raised with a silver spoon, one must grasp that for ordinary individuals, 500,000 is a sum amassed over a lifetime. Particularly for the elderly, Such an amount is indeed the result of frugal living, painstakingly saved. It is not just the children of the old man who are incensed. Even outsiders feel a surge of indignation. The man's wife, who endured hardship alongside him throughout their lives, sees their savings squandered on outsiders. The quarrel between Aunt Sun and the old man's children rages on. Do not slander me. Your father compensated me for my work as a caregiver, and that is my legitimate income. Moreover, the total wages he provided do not amount to 500,000, she exclaimed, surveying the old man's children with a piercing gaze. It could very well be one of your own who squandered his money and seeks to lay the blame at my feet. After all, your father is unable to speak now, so you believe you hold all the cards. From an observer's perspective, Aunt Sun's arguments seemed quite reasonable. With the old man rendered voiceless, who could assure that his children were not seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation. One could hardly trust their words entirely. In an effort to avoid disturbing the escalating commotion outside, everyone at the table restrained their eating, careful not to make too much noise. Unfortunately, the external clamor was leading to the outcome everyone dreaded. The noise gradually subsided. With a decisive bang, Aunt Sun shut the door, leaving the old man's children outside. Naturally, they were unwilling to relent, banging on the door in frustration. The security door was robust, and their futile attempts left their hands sore, yet Aunt Sun remained resolute, refusing to open the door. As footsteps faded into the distance, silence enveloped the space. The diners exchanged glances, silently questioning whether the old man's family had indeed departed. Yet no one dared to approach the door, fearing that they might still be present, resulting in an awkward stalemate. That camera should not be installed on the balcony. It ought to be positioned outside the door, someone remarked. Otherwise, we could have witnessed the unfolding scene. The group chimed in, expressing their unvoiced sentiments. But one individual reminded them, have you forgotten that you brought the camera to catch perverts? Shi Li, raising her hand like a schoolgirl, suggested, you can't lift it alone. Let me assist you. He, this way we can see what's happening. I really am quite clever, she thought, silently applauding her own quick thinking. With all eyes upon her, Shi Li boldly swung open the door. To her astonishment, the old man's children had vanished, leaving instead a wheelchair at Aunt Sun's doorstep, where a frail old man reclined. This unexpected revelation took everyone by surprise. My goodness, they abandoned their own father at Aunt Sun's door. They truly have no shame. Shi Li's thoughts echoed like a live broadcast, conveying the scene outside to those within. Though they had not witnessed it firsthand, her vivid description provided them with a clearer understanding of the situation. The old man's children appear humble, dressed plainly, indicative of laborers who struggled to make ends meet. The campus of the university was quite expansive, and it took a quarter of an hour to traverse from the family quarters to the student living area. Leaving the warmth of the heated room, Shi Li was met by a biting cold wind that swept through her. She quickened her pace, yet her unfamiliarity with the route led her to take many unnecessary detours. Duan Yaojing remained oblivious to the appetite of the young men. Her prepared ingredients had long since been exhausted. The others, feeling awkward about being mere freeloaders, hesitated to voice their hunger. Do you think that old man will still be lingering at the neighbor's door after we ascend the stairs? Shi Li mused, for she was no miser, unwilling to burden him with all the heavy lifting. No wonder he cannot be the male lead. If it were Feng Yunhe, he would retort, what business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Shi Li felt a surge of irritation. Although the bickering above persisted, it was merely the affairs of Aunt Sunday. Yet, in all fairness, the old man was not stationed at the door. The individuals arguing with Aunt Sun appeared to have changed. They were not the faces Shi Li had glimpsed earlier. The far-side Aunt Suns had escalated from a mere verbal dispute to a physical altercation. One aunt was grappling with two middle-aged men. The scene was quite a spectacle. What on earth is happening now? Thankfully, it was winter, and everyone was bundled in layers. Or else those two men might have been left in a state of undress. Shi Li found herself oddly impressed by Aunt Sun's audacity to engage in combat with two burly men without a hint of fear. Naturally, the classmates who rushed out were treated to a live broadcast of the commotion. As they burst through the door, it swung wide open, granting the others a chance to witness the spectacle rather than merely hear about it later. Aunt Sun's late husband had left a will dividing their property in her favor. Her husband's son was not pleased, unwilling to see their family home bequeathed to an outsider, especially since it was a coveted property within an excellent school district. The disputes had been ongoing for years. Shi Li couldn't help but reflect, Aunt Sun's life is truly a remarkable tale. Duan Yaojing weakly defended herself, stating that although their home was a bit run down, it was never this chaotic. You're fortunate to have arrived during one of the 2 rounds of chaos.
Indeed.
It was a stroke of luck, considering they were also on the lookout for an odd character. Thus, the group gathered to complete their homework and play games, eagerly awaiting the sacred moment of the night. As the hours passed and the clock approached midnight, the intruder finally emerged. A notification from the surveillance software alerted them to movement, and everyone received the same pop-up simultaneously, just as they were about to retrieve their baseball bats from their backpacks. Shi Li's voice erupted, startling half the residents in the vicinity. Aunt Sun, someone is stealing your underwear. Chapter 60, Aunt Sun's ferocious assault on the panty thief. Shi Li's voice soared into the night sky, revealing to her classmates the true power of her vocal prowess. Upon receiving the alert, her classmates instinctively reached for their baseball bats, but Shi Li's outburst interrupted their actions. In that moment, they were engulfed in a sense of bewilderment, pondering their identities and intentions.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I to do? Oh, right, I need to retrieve my bat to confront the intruder. However, at that moment, Li had summoned the formidable warrior, Grandma Sun, rendering our intervention seemingly unnecessary. As we exchanged glances, each of us sought a solution reflected in the other's eyes. Before any of us could devise a plan, Grandma Sun's robust voice resonated from within the room. Which little scoundrel dares to steal my underwear? As we locked eyes, a realization dawned upon us. The baseball bat was useless. One Grandma Sun was worth 1,000 soldiers, rendering our efforts as mere trifles. Far across in America, General Douglas MacArthur once proclaimed, "If God were to send me against Grandma Sun, I would rather take arms against God." Awakened by the commotion, Grandma Sun was initially poised to unleash a torrent of curses upon the night-s intruder. But as the implications of the cries sank in, clarity struck her. So there are little thieves who dare to pilfer my garments. Drawing upon her extensive experience in confrontations, she understood that before a fight, one must issue a challenge to establish dominance. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the balcony door. The winter chill was indeed biting, intensifying her disdain for the audacious thief. I wonder which shameless old man it could be. If he harbors affections for me, he should simply confess instead of resorting to such disgraceful antics. I shall see which of the old men it is. Whether it be old Li, old Zhao, or old Wang, she often noticed many elderly men casting furtive glances in her direction. Though the baseball bat she wielded seemed unnecessary, it did not diminish her worth. A couple of male classmates dashed to the balcony, overpowering the startled thief who had intended to escape to another balcony. The boys, upon spotting Grandma Sun next door, exclaimed, "Grandma, we have caught the pervert who stole your underwear. He just fled from your balcony, and we have him subdued." "Thank you," she replied. "No problem. As neighbors, it is our duty to assist one another." This old building, with its age, had evidently not been designed with security in mind. Grandma Sun confidently stepped across the balcony, and upon her arrival, the boys made way for her. As the 3 boys restrained the thief, a collection of vividly colored fabric tumbled from his pockets. The onlookers averted their gazes in embarrassment, but upon seeing the fallen items, Grandma Sun's fury ignited. The earlier cries had not been exaggerated. This pervert had indeed stolen her underwear, and not just that, he had pilfered her bras as well. While I can endure, Grandma cannot. Unlike the skirmishes of young girls, Grandma Sun's approach to combat was entirely different. She did not tug hair or scratch. With the force honed from over 30 years of chopping pork, she relentlessly struck the vulnerable areas of the thief. As she targeted his sensitive spots with practiced precision, the boys watching felt a sympathetic ache. If the spectators were affected, how much more so was the unfortunate soul pinned beneath Grandma Sun's relentless assault. His cries echoed, matching in volume the earlier summons of Grandma Sun by Li. The entire building was roused, half by the piercing cries of Shi Li, and the other half by the chilling wails resembling a wolf's howl. On this wintry night, such mournful sounds were particularly unsettling, evoking thoughts of a wolf's arrival. The balcony door stood ajar, allowing the cold wind to sweep in, compelling those gathered in the living room to don their down jackets. Shi Li witnessed the male pervert being assaulted by Aunt Sun, and he couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a twinge of pity. Aunt Sun was truly formidable. It is worth noting that the man pinned beneath her was not without thoughts of resistance. After all, he was a man, and Aunt Sun was merely an aging middle-aged woman. If it came to a physical confrontation, he could easily inflict harm upon her. However, Aunt Sun was a seasoned fighter. When several male classmates handed him over to her, she first targeted his vulnerable spots, ensuring he was rendered incapable of retaliation. leaving him in agony before she unleashed her full fury. Subsequently, her attacks were quite merciless. In a brawl, it is the ferocity that counts. Better for you to perish than for me to suffer. How shameless to dare steal my underwear. Aunt's son delivered swift slaps to the man's face, causing him pain, though it paled in comparison to the agony below. While he felt the sting on his face, he thought to himself, "At your age, how could I possibly be desperate enough to steal from you?" He had merely passed by Aunt's son's balcony and noticed the large red panties hanging on the clothesline, ultimately deciding against taking action. "Let me see who is audacious enough to commit such an affront," Aunt's son mused. In truth, as she struck the pervert, she realized he was not an elderly man or even middle-aged, but rather a young lad. With that, she tugged at his hair, forcing his face upward to expose him to the onlookers on the balcony. Examining his injuries, it was clear that Aunt's son had not struck him too harshly, as his face bore only 2 distinct handprints. The pervert scoffed. "Just 2 handprints? Do you truly believe that is a considerable injury?" In contrast to the aftermath of a typical brawl depicted on television, where faces are often bruised and battered, his 2 handprints hardly constituted severe damage. He added, "What you don't realize is that she aims for the covered areas." With only those 2 marks, it was evident that his face was rather handsome. As Shirley observed the man pinned on the balcony, he found him somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Aunt's son's expression faltered. Regardless of age or gender, no one is immune to the desire for beauty. Aunt's son had expected the pervert to possess a repugnant appearance, only to discover that he was, in fact, quite presentable. However, despite finding him somewhat attractive, Aunt's son could not forgive his thievery. Neighbors, awakened and dressed, peeked out onto the balcony to ascertain the situation. One woman inquired, "Andy, what has happened?" Aunt's son, sensing an ally, indignantly replied, "A pervert has stolen my underwear. Do check your own clotheslines to see if any of your undergarments are missing." The neighbors immediately began their inspections, and those who found their lingerie missing were filled with righteous anger. Especially lost were the little garments of the daughter at home, and one could hardly suppress the urge to roll up one's sleeves and join Aunt's son in confronting this pervert. Aunt's son, quite formidable in her demeanor, extracted a piece of fabric from the pockets of the pervert's down jacket. "Look at this scoundrel, stealing so much. Who knows how many families he has violated." Although the dim lighting of the night obscured the details of what Aunt's son held, it was evident to all what it was, igniting an even greater fury among the onlookers. In that moment, it felt as though only by rushing in like Aunt's son to deliver a good beating to this deviant could one quell the anger bubbling within. To ensure the safety of the students and faculty, a police station was conveniently located within the university campus. Being a community of university students, it was generally a manageable group, rarely necessitating police intervention. Even the frequent incidents of stolen takeout were typically resolved by the campus security, rendering the involvement of the police unnecessary. However, at this juncture, the proximity of the police station proved advantageous. A mere few minutes on foot would lead one directly to the station. Inside, the on-duty officers were dozing when suddenly a throng of people burst through the door. Indeed, it was a multitude. Chapter 62. The Absence of Maternal Love. Sun Yiling's father was among the pioneers in establishing entertainment companies in the country, and the family's influence within the industry was profound. Countless international stars and acclaimed actors had once been affiliated with Sun's company, and even those who later established their own studios often had the backing of the Sun family. Due to her family's background, Sun Yiling developed an intense passion for the entertainment industry. People do not simply fall from grace. Some fans attempt to absolve him, claiming that this scoundrel was corrupted by the entertainment industry's toxic environment. The entertainment industry may indeed be a corrupting influence, transforming one's brother from darkness into a kaleidoscope of black. The individual in question, originally named Lu Jianquan, adopted a hip-hop-inspired stage name upon entering the entertainment realm. However, after being apprehended for the heinous crime of assaulting a minor, the police released his real name in a public announcement. Initially, only fans and bystanders recognized him by his stage name, but following that report, his actual name surged to the top of trending searches. Lu Jianquan was captured.
Lu Jianquan.
Who is Lu Jianquan? Shirley, who seldom followed the entertainment scene, found it challenging to recognize faces that all bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus, upon glimpsing the face on the balcony, she felt a sense of familiarity, but no other emotion. Yet, the name Lu Jianquan was all too familiar to her. When the police heard Lu Jianquan provide his identification number, they could not help but furrow their brows. "You are still a minor?" The birth year on the ID made the officers particularly sensitive to the age of minors. Lu Jianquan flashed a disarmingly innocent smile at the officers, affirming, "Yes. I have yet to turn 18 this year." This was also the reason Lu Jianquan entered the police station with an air of unwarranted confidence. Being a minor would likely result in leniency in sentencing, and given the relatively small amount he had stolen, he would probably face nothing more than a reprimand. Thus, the juvenile protection law is also known as the protection of minor scoundrels. Just as an inappropriate remark was about to escape, Shi Li could no longer contain herself and instinctively moved to cover Shi Li's mouth. Fortunately, at a critical moment, she promptly silenced herself. Hearing that this was a minor, the residents who accompanied her to report the incident began to murmur among themselves. Aunt Sun scoffed lightly, remarking that if a minor could steal someone's underwear, who knows what heinous acts they might commit as adults. Shi Li could not help but silently retort, "Auntie, you have hit the nail on the head." The crowd gasped, will he really resort to murder and arson in the future? From stealing needles as a child to pilfering gold as an adult, when a minor steals undergarments, what awaits them in adulthood? Predatory behavior, perhaps? The crowd responded, expressing their disdain for such individuals. Rapists in prison are regarded as the lowest of the low, not to mention in everyday life. Officers, they urged, you must not let his youth sway your judgment. Only by imparting a stern lesson can he hope to reform. When it comes to minors, parents must be contacted and guardians summoned. This situation also involves civil compensation, as Lu Jianquan has stolen personal garments, which the victim will undoubtedly refrain from wearing again, necessitating restitution. Half an hour later, Lu Jianquan's father entered, accompanied by a gust of cold air. The police had already briefed him on the situation over the phone. Upon entering, the man bowed deeply to everyone, apologizing profusely for his failure to raise his child properly and for the trouble caused. This was far beyond mere inconvenience. The act was utterly repugnant. Even if he had merely stolen a small sum from us, while theft is indeed a crime, it would have inflicted far less harm upon us as victims. This was simply too distressing. He even acknowledged his failure as a parent, prompting a few sarcastic remarks from the crowd. Lu Jianquan's father continued to express his remorse, bowing repeatedly, I apologize to you all. When my son was very young, his mother ran off with another man, leaving us to rely solely on each other. I have been preoccupied with work at the construction site and have had no time to find a proper partner. This child's actions stem from a lack of maternal love, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. The residents of the building, comprised largely of university faculty and students, possessed strong empathy and were prone to compassion. Some women, upon seeing the weary father's visage and hearing of Lu Jianquan's tragic upbringing, felt a pang of sympathy and considered letting the matter go, unwilling to scold a mere child. However, Shi Li possessed a heart of iron and stone. Upon hearing the father's tale of woe, she could not help but scoff internally. If that is the case, Gao Yun, having lived with her mother, must have been severely deprived of paternal affection. She didn't go out on the street to undress handsome men, claiming to want to see their abs. Gao Yun, her face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, is this really allowed? I am fully prepared. Indeed, I have laid my cards on the table. I lack paternal love, desperately needing the comfort of a handsome man's abs to fill that void. She's merely a bit infatuated, only harming herself, yet not others. Fortunately, Gao Yun was not present at that moment, otherwise, Shi Li would have had to console her wounded heart. Truly, the nature of one's parents shapes the character of their offspring. This old man, appearing so docile, does not seem to be a good person at all. Shi Li has always been forthright and sharp-tongued. Since you, as a father, have acknowledged your son's lack of discipline, perhaps a brief stay in prison would serve as a fitting lesson for him, allowing the state to assist in guiding his behavior, lest he grow into a menace to society. Shi Li, akin to Shi Li yet distinct, prefers to voice her thoughts openly rather than harbor them in silence, relishing the opportunity to put others in an uncomfortable position. No matter what was said, Lu Jianquan's father refrained from contradiction, silently accepting the situation, while still striving to advocate for his son. Rest assured, I will ensure he is properly educated. Such issues will not arise again. He lamented, my son is still young. If he is imprisoned for this, his life will be irrevocably ruined. I implore you, show him mercy. Some in the class, possessing a softer heart, might have considered sparing this unfortunate boy had they not heard Shi Li's warning about his potential future crimes against innocent girls. To pardon this scoundrel would be to forsake the plight of the poor girl. The tears of this sorrowful father, witnessed by all, were akin to crocodile tears. Shi Li scoffed, Come now, sir. After raising him for 16 or 17 years, you have failed to instill any sense of decency in him. Perhaps it would be best to let the state take the reins in his education. Lu Jianquan's father was baffled by the existence of such a callous girl. His son had previously escaped punishment for similar transgressions, as those he encountered were often kind-hearted, willing to offer forgiveness with but a plea. A portion of the victims, swayed by Lu Jianquan's father's display of despair, felt their resolve weaken, but upon hearing Xue Xuejia's logic, they recognized the validity in entrusting the state's guidance for his upbringing. Shirley scratched her head, somewhat perplexed. Lu Jianquan dropped out of middle school. Whether he works in a factory or pursues a career as a rapper, he wants to require a clean criminal record. Sun Yiling interjected, in the future, he will indeed need such a record. Chapter 63. Who is speaking? What exactly is his father so conflicted about? Surely we cannot expect a son who hasn't even graduated middle school to aspire to public service. The crowd chuckled. Your imagination is rather vivid. How could that possibly be? The on-duty officer, abruptly awakened from slumber in the wee hours, was dismayed by the sight of two groups engaging in a debate, finding the experience rather unpleasant. Lu Jianquan's father mistakenly believed the officer's comments suggested leniency towards his son, his face lighting up with hope. All right, you tell me how I should compensate. I am at your service. However, upon inquiring about Shi Li and her companions, it soon became evident they were not victims. The police, at a loss for words, wondered why these individuals, seemingly unconcerned, chose to linger in the station at such a late hour, watching a spectacle of depravity. Observing their youthful countenances, it was clear they were still children, either middle or high school students. At 2 a.m, they remained in the police station. Did they not have classes to attend the following day? Shirley timidly explained, the deviant intruded upon our home. We could not simply ignore it. We must not adopt an attitude of indifference simply because the matter does not concern us directly. We are the young stewards of this nation, and we ought to be attentive to every event unfolding around us. As she spoke with increasing fervor, it seemed as though her entire being was infused with strength. The police officer remarked, indeed, with young leaders like you, how can our nation not swiftly achieve the modernization of socialism? The officer was momentarily at a loss for words, observing the group of 2 or 3 dozen individuals, including more than 10 young men, and questioning their fears of encountering nefarious characters. In fact, they were more likely to confront the true dangers posed by deviants. Lu Jianquan's father proceeded to compensate each victim present, feeling a pang of pain as he dispensed the funds, yet determined to endure for his child's future. He believed that, by paying the compensation, he could secure his son's release. However, he was met with the officer's words, you will be detained for 15 days. Return in 2 weeks to retrieve him. Both Lu Jianquan and his father were left dumbfounded, under the impression that their willingness to compensate would lead to leniency from the police. They were taken aback by the prospect of a 15-day detention. Merely stealing a few pieces of underwear, it is not as if they committed an atrocious crime. Why must they be detained? The earnest expression on Lu Jianquan's father's face faltered for a fleeting moment as he implored the officer, Comrade, we have already compensated the victims. Must we still face detention? The officer stifled a significant yawn, affirming that their act of compensation indicated a recognition of their wrongdoing. The 15-day detention was, in fact, an exaggerated consequence they had managed to negotiate. Your son has disrupted public order, a serious charge indeed. He should expect a stay of at least 1 month to 6 months. The tedious affair dragged on until the early hours of the morning, and his patience was waning. What, do you find 15 days insufficient? Lu Jianquan's father still believed there was room for negotiation, fearing that the officer might impose additional days, leaving his son to spend the new year in detention. He quickly waved his hands. No. We defer to your judgment. 15 days is ample. This bodes ill for his grandson's prospects of civil service examinations. Nonetheless, it was already past 3 a.m, and dawn would soon break. Had someone expressed such sentiments on social media previously, she would have vehemently criticized them for prioritizing views over dignity. It dawned on her that she had been narrow-minded. Her classmates shared a bittersweet smile, their foreheads resting in exasperation. Having only slept 4 hours the previous night, they found themselves struggling to stay awake in class, while the teacher lectured and students dozed at their desks. Even Shi Li, who never dozed off in class, felt the weight of fatigue. Remarkably, the sole student who remained awake and diligently took notes was the ever-exemplary Gao Yun, who consistently topped the class. The world seemed utterly mad. Teacher Zheng had every reason to suspect that these two alert students had cast a spell of drowsiness over the entire class. The startling sound of the blackboard being tapped roused everyone from their slumber, and they opened their eyes in unison. One must admit, there is nothing quite as refreshing as a nap during class. Shi Li, returning to high school for the third time, mused. Upon seeing everyone awake, Teacher Zheng inquired, "What on earth were you all doing last night, engaging in thievery?" The students replied, "No theft occurred. We were merely righting wrongs against deviants." However, they were not the agents of justice, but merely witnesses to it. Shi Li begrudgingly thought, "We all slept at the same time. Why is it that he is not fatigued?" The rest of the class echoed, "Indeed, why are you not asleep?" Gao Yin responded, "Huh?
Not me.
Sisters? What transpired last night while you two were sleeping together, unbeknownst to me?" Teacher Zheng uttered this intimidating remark, achieving the desired effect of rousing the students, and then continued with the lesson. Regardless of the student's nature, the authority of the homeroom teacher surpasses that of the substitute teacher and subject instructors. Although Teacher Zheng managed the class competently as a substitute homeroom teacher, he ultimately lacked the strictness of the actual homeroom teacher. Since the commencement of the school year, the true homeroom teacher had not been seen. It was solely Teacher Zheng who assumed that role. Curiosity regarding the absent homeroom teacher piqued among the students, leading some to consider inquiring with Shi Li about his character. After a classmate mentioned this thought, another idea emerged. Do you think the homeroom teacher can hear Shi Li's innermost thoughts? Surely not. The political, math, and history teachers were unable to hear them. So he should not be able to either. It seems that only our classmates can perceive Shi Li's thoughts. However, uncertainty lingered, prompting the use of the word possibly. It had been 2 months since they could hear Shi Li's thoughts, yet they remained perplexed about why they could, and whether others could as well. Thus, we shall prepare for the worst, while hoping for the best. Teacher Zheng did not deceive them. Upon returning to school on Monday, a stranger, a tall young man with medium-length hair tied back, stood in front of the classroom. In an instant, everyone recalled Teacher Zheng's words from last week. This must be the homeroom teacher who had been away for most of the semester. With a stern expression on his face, the homeroom teacher commanded an unusual silence as the students entered the classroom. Shi Li, being somewhat familiar with him, sensed his intentions merely by his demeanor. Leaning on her hand, she mused, "Oh no, he is about to lecture us." In the hushed classroom, her voice rang out distinctly.
Who spoke?
Chapter 64, please proceed. Accompanying the homeroom teacher's voice, 7 or 8 students stood up from different corners of the classroom. Shi Li, puzzled, asked, "Did someone say something?" The others replied, "All right. Just be quiet. It was you." The frown on the homeroom teacher deepened. Despite his warnings against talking, someone dared to speak. Did they not regard him as their authority? Moreover, why had 8 students suddenly risen? Were they forming a protective circle for the one who had just spoken? Or were they establishing their dominance upon his arrival? The homeroom teacher contemplated various possibilities, recalling a prior phone call from the math teacher who had warned him about the class being haunted, suggesting he carry a talisman for protection. He dismissed the notion of haunting with a laugh. In his view, it was not supernatural, but rather a matter of human folly. He thought to himself, this unruly group of students truly lacked respect, not only teasing the subject teachers, but also attempting to toy with him, their homeroom teacher. It was time to teach them a lesson. The other students remained unaware that the homeroom teacher suspected a collective prank orchestrated by the entire class. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's inquiry about who was speaking, the 8 great kings felt a wave of dread wash over them. True to Murphy's Law, events unfolded in a manner that everyone dreaded. They could not allow the teacher to expose their mischief, so, in perfect synchrony, they all stood up the moment the teacher finished speaking. As for what to do after standing, they would figure that out later. "Teacher, I have something of great importance to discuss with you," the class leader declared with a serious expression, lamenting inwardly about the burdens of his position. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, still unfamiliar with the class representatives, observed the class leader's expression of impending sacrifice. Reluctantly, the teacher replied, "Speak. Let's discuss this outside," the class leader suggested. The teacher retorted, "Don't go too far. Do you know what your behavior is called? You are overstepping your bounds. Is there anything you cannot say in front of the whole class?" "Yes, there are some matters that are not suitable for the entire class and must be discussed privately," the class leader insisted. So the class leader has a little secret to protect from us." The gazes of the classmates conveyed sympathy for Shi Li, as if he were the only one to be wary of. The homeroom teacher, still present in the classroom, overheard Shi Li's inner thoughts and mused about the students' lack of decorum and their penchant for interruptions. Such behavior would be unbecoming even for elementary school students. Yet here was a high schooler engaging in it. Am I wrong for merely thinking to myself? Shi Li muttered. Pushed into a vacant office near the classroom, the homeroom teacher felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance, suspecting that this male student might harbor ill intentions. Boys must learn to protect themselves, the teacher thought. Indeed, teacher. I have something significant to discuss with you. Please remain calm and do not be alarmed by what I am about to say, the class leader began. Sensing the teacher's skepticism as he crossed his arms, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Don't underestimate me. You will soon realize the gravity of the situation. The class leader thought to himself. Did you not hear someone responding to you, which prompted your question about who was speaking? Indeed. What is it you wish to convey? The teacher inquired. Was that a female voice? The class leader pondered, feeling somewhat hesitant to address such an unscientific notion. The person speaking was our classmate, Shi Li. The homeroom teacher, having reviewed the class roster and performance records, was well aware of the students' standings, especially the outstanding Shi Li, who left a deep impression on him. Observing the class leader's expression of impending doom, the teacher's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this student, Shi Li, harbored some unspeakable secret? It was indeed puzzling. Why would a normal person suddenly interject at such a moment, particularly with such impolite remarks? This clearly suggested a disturbance in mental equilibrium. You're the one with mental issues. Your entire family is troubled, Shi Li retorted, feeling the weight of being the top student and a competition contender. The homeroom teacher would rather the problematic individual be himself than lose his prized first-place student. He pondered to himself, if that were the case, everything would indeed make sense. On the contrary, he found the actions of these children quite heartwarming. They assisted one another, willing to shield a classmate with mental health issues. Furthermore, this male student had mysteriously summoned him to the office, ostensibly to protect a fellow student, fearing that exposing the matter publicly would bring embarrassment. The homeroom teacher constructed a complete logical chain, yet what the class monitor subsequently conveyed left him utterly astounded. He remarked, what you heard was not merely Shi Li speaking. Rather, it was the voice of her heart, the homeroom teacher thought. Did he truly believe him to be a mere child of 3? Speaking of heart voices, this wasn't a world of immortals. How could he hear others' innermost thoughts? The teacher, bewildered, mused. Did they think they were filming a segment of Closer to Science? Why was this robust youth frequently coughing up blood? It turned out to be merely gum bleeding. Could falling blue ice extend life? In reality, it was the excrement of passengers on the plane. What was the theme of our class? The frequent hauntings at Qianpu Middle School, with students claiming to hear their classmates' heart voices. Based on the absurd news featured in Closer to Science, the homeroom teacher had every reason to believe that this group of little rascals was merely playing tricks on him. He had not heard any other subject teachers mention this matter previously. However, Teacher Xu had once remarked that Class 1 had poor feng shui, with students seemingly possessed. The homeroom teacher did not subscribe to such mystical notions. He had always believed in science. From a young age, his grandfather had taken him to watch Closer to Science, and he could recite the documentaries aired by the show. Typically, such mystical events would culminate in a revelation of an elaborate misunderstanding, all of which could be explained scientifically. In his view, it was not bad feng shui, but rather this group of mischievous children teasing their teacher. The class monitor had long anticipated that the homeroom teacher would not believe his words. Indeed, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would have found it hard to accept. Chapter 65. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there will be no surprises. The class monitor adjusted the progress bar to a moment just after the self-study bell rang, and the events from a few minutes prior unfolded before the homeroom teacher's eyes. He saw himself standing at the podium for only a short while, having yet to speak, when the 8 formidable figures of the class rose almost simultaneously from various corners of the room. The homeroom teacher instinctively clenched his fists, for he realized he had heard noises mere moments ago, yet now there was an eerie silence. His gaze remained fixed on the phone screen until he saw himself being pushed out of the classroom in the surveillance footage. In a daze, he recalled the class monitor's words during their private conversation in the small office not long ago. You may remain skeptical of my words, but we hope you'll keep this matter confidential, not letting anyone else know. Shi Li's heart voice can sometimes be quite noisy, yet it has greatly assisted us. Her heart voice can reveal future events, from which many of us have benefited. Gu Yuqing was able to locate her missing sister thanks to Shi Li's heart voice. According to the homeroom teacher's original plan, Upon first meeting the students, he intended to introduce himself, followed by a show of authority to instill a sense of respect, thereby enabling him to better manage the class. However, the commotion caused by Shi Li and the class monitor left only a few minutes before the early study session concluded, making it impossible for him to execute his original plan. He could only devise new strategies, and at that moment, his mind was in a haze, leaving him devoid of the energy to carry out his intentions. The homeroom teacher briefly introduced himself and urged everyone to pay attention in class. He was also concerned that the students might have tampered with the surveillance beforehand. However, regardless of the source, the footage revealed no sound from Shi Li, enlarging the image. It was evident that her lips had not moved. The homeroom teacher felt a flutter of anxiety. Could it be that the class monitor was indeed telling the truth? Although he did not fully believe it, a nagging doubt took root in his mind, overshadowing his skepticism. Having grown up watching scientific explorations, he momentarily found himself swayed by the notion of the supernatural. Unable to suppress a light knock to his own head, he questioned whether the pressure of assuming a new class had left him in a state of bewilderment, still dreaming. The security guard, who had accessed the surveillance footage, stood by, observing the inexplicable behavior of this young, handsome teacher, and began to wonder if the man was unhinged. He thought to himself that if the teacher was mentally unstable, he might pose a risk to the students, warranting close scrutiny and immediate reporting to the principal should anything seem amiss. The homeroom teacher felt an ache in his body, but remained ensnared in his dreamlike state. The security guard, witnessing everything, suspected the teacher might have self-destructive tendencies and resolved to inform the principal. The homeroom teacher had to confront the reality that he was not dreaming. Everything was indeed real. The entire day had been thrown into disarray, and his emotions were rendered quite complex by the morning's upheaval. Yet life must go on. By the afternoon, he managed to somewhat organize his heavy heart. For the next 2.5 years, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would serve as the homeroom teacher, guiding these students into the realm of higher education. Shi Li's inner voice echoed, and the teacher paused momentarily with the chalk in hand before resuming his writing on the board, detailing his contact information. She had arrived again. Speaking once more. Upon hearing Shi Li's thoughts, the other students focused their attention entirely on the homeroom teacher. Following a detailed discussion between the class monitor and the teacher that morning, the monitor had conveyed the teacher's suspicions regarding the veracity of the events. The students were apprehensive, fearing the teacher might confront them directly. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher had experienced enough to know how to navigate such situations. Regardless of his internal doubts, he simply needed to avoid exposing the issue. After finishing, he turned to face the students, stating, "This is my contact information. My phone is on 24/7. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out. Let bygones be bygones. I do not wish for any student to be absent without prior notice. Nor do I want a situation where the entire class skips school together." During the handover of duties, the political science teacher vented extensively in front of the homeroom teacher, who could clearly sense the resentment the political teacher harbored towards the students in his class. Initially, the homeroom teacher regarded Mr. Zheng as overly dramatic, pondering how much mischief a group of 10-year-olds could possibly conjure, perhaps merely neglecting their homework or dozing off in class. Mr. Zheng, a seasoned educator with over 30 years of experience, seemed unlikely to quibble with children over trivial matters. However, when he heard Mr. Zheng mention that the entire class had skipped school for half a day without justification, the homeroom teacher was rendered speechless. He suddenly grasped Mr. Zheng's sentiments. No matter how many years one is taught, encountering an entire class playing truant was an unprecedented scenario. In other classes, there might be 1 or 2 troublemakers, but the rest, regardless of their personalities, would refrain from instigating trouble. Yet in this class, the entirety seemed to embody defiance. He seriously suspected that fate, seeing him live too comfortably, had conspired to add to his woes. Now, the emergence of the enigmatic Shi Li, whose presence defied scientific explanation, made the notion of an entire class being unruly seem less daunting. He wondered whose class could possibly produce such a prodigy. He dared to declare that his class was truly unparalleled. Let bygones be bygones. Henceforth, he urged them to behave. Observing the pencil markings on the blackboard, the homeroom teacher deliberately noted his contact information, emphasizing that he would remain available around the clock. Shi Li mused while I received messages inquiring, "Teacher, why hasn't he my child Zihan participated in the competition?" The others chimed in, "We've learned our lesson. We'll send it out tomorrow." They harbored reasonable suspicions about him being in cahoots with someone, yet refrained from voicing it. The homeroom teacher pondered, Is this truly the inner world of my precious top student? Has she truly clinched the gold medal in the competition? Ultimately, he had subconsciously accepted it all. He had perused everyone's report cards beforehand and, truth be told, their grades were quite dismal, with the average scores from several monthly tests languishing at the bottom of the entire grade. Only students with commendable results dared to skip class, and given their performance, he could only shake his head, feigning a reluctance to dwell on the matter. He just mentioned moving on and not bringing it up again. What a deceiver. The exposed homeroom teacher cleared his throat, feeling awkward, especially as it was his top student who had inadvertently undermined him. Moreover, she had not intended to do so. How could she have known her thoughts were audible to others? It certainly was not her fault. Upon hearing Shi Li's unintended revelation, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched with suppressed amusement. The homeroom teacher, witnessing the students' barely contained smiles, realized that maintaining his dignity as a teacher necessitated setting rules in front of the entire class, yet this was evidently susceptible to Shi Li's playful disruptions. According to the rankings from the last monthly exam, Shi Li held the first position. The thought of having a one-on-one discussion with her made his head throb. He could almost hear the students internally berating him. How troublesome. I'm waiting online, and it's quite urgent. Chapter 66. Gao Yun's Half-Mother. Based on the report card, the first to be called out was Shi Li. The homeroom teacher found little to say to her, as her grades were exemplary. They engaged in a brief discussion about life and aspirations, during which the teacher also received some candid feedback from Shi Li. Shortly after the second-ranked Gu Yuqing took her seat, a knock resounded from the office door, and a young, handsome male teacher entered after pushing the door open. Teacher Ban. Principal L requests your presence. Principal L, whose full name is Vice Principal L, oversees the school's personnel affairs. Ordinarily, when a leader summons one, a sensible individual would eagerly comply, seizing the opportunity to foster rapport and create a favorable impression for potential promotions or salary increases. After all, with so many educators at the school, what merit would one have for advancement? However, Teacher Ban harbors an aversion to such practices, contemplating the lack of necessity in reporting to Principal L. Their interactions should, in principle, be minimal, yet since Teacher Ban's arrival at Qianpu Middle School, Principal L has frequently summoned him for discussions. If these conversations were laden with substance, one might tolerate them. However, they often revolve around trivial and unproductive matters. Lacking ambition for promotion, Teacher Ban feels no compulsion to curry favor with his superior and thus perceives these summons as burdensome. Whenever possible, he attempts to decline. Now, however, he finds himself with a valid excuse to avoid facing Principal L, which he intends to leverage. With a smile, Teacher Ban replies, "Is Principal L in a rush? I am currently engaged in conversation with my students, and it would be improper to abandon them. After all, students are our source of livelihood, as well as that of the principals. Choosing students over the principal is undoubtedly a decision without error." The affable male teacher readily responds, "Very well. I shall convey your message to the principal." Upon reaching Principal L's office, he not only relays Teacher Ban's words, but also conveys their underlying implications. Teacher Ban is occupied and has expressed that he lacks the time to meet with you. Upon hearing this, Principal L adjusts his black spectacles, his demeanor growing dark. The male teacher, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, refrains from embellishing the account further and remains silent. He is acutely aware of the art of sowing discord. Speaking half-truths to ensure the authenticity of his words remains unquestioned. Meanwhile, Teacher Ban remains blissfully unaware of the machinations at play, continuing his discussions with his students. Among his pupils, Shi Li stands out as a versatile scholar, excelling across all subjects, which leads their conversations to revolve around aspirations and future career paths. In contrast, discussions with other students can focus on strategies for improving specific subjects, addressing areas of weakness, and methods for swiftly enhancing their rankings. At the start of the academic year, the school conducted a survey regarding students' family backgrounds, and Teacher Ban recently reviewed the report. For those with particularly complex family situations, he makes it a point to inquire, acting as a mentor in their lives. One such case is Gu Yuqing, whose family circumstances are notably intricate. Her sister has been abducted, and her mother suffers from mental distress. Even with both parents present, the complexity of her situation surpasses that of both single-parent and blended families. Consequently, Gu Yuqing has become a focal point of concern for Teacher Ban. After a lengthy and disorganized conversation, the truth was finally revealed, and he inquired, "What led your family to eventually find your sister, who has been missing for 7 or 8 years?" She refrained from disclosing the reasons behind her family's success in locating her sister, yet it seemed she conveyed everything. The homeroom teacher found himself at a loss for words. The initial tone of inquiry shifting to discomfort, his own doubts laid bare in an instant. Gu Yuqing let out a light laugh. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Neither Shi Li nor Gu Yuqing took much time. Meanwhile, the other classmates engaged in lengthy discussions with the homeroom teacher, each conversation dragging on longer than the last, as issues concerning their studies and various minor complaints from subject teachers accumulated. As one of the lowest performing students in class, she would ultimately be among those leaving school alongside the homeroom teacher. Just before the school bell rang, a notification from Shi Li popped up on her phone. She had expected her good friend to either offer comfort or to stand in solidarity with her. "You probably won't be able to attend tonight. I'll ask teacher Xiao Huang for you." Gao Yun's mother was perpetually busy, wanting to show concern for her daughter's studies but feeling powerless. In terms of academics, Shi Li effectively acted as Gao Yun's second mother, arranging for tutoring and maintaining communication with the tutor regarding Gao Yun's progress, discussing how to tailor her lessons based on her needs. Gao Yun's requests for leave were often dismissed by the tutor, but Shi Li's requests proved effective. This had been prearranged with the tutor, who was wary of Gao Yun's potential defiance, fearing she might skip class to pursue a romantic relationship. Isn't this akin to parental involvement? Some classmates engaged in considerable gossip, hesitant to ask Shi Li to request leave on their behalf, which led to Gao Yun missing out. Although it wasn't the companionship Gao Yun had envisioned, having the day off from classes was nonetheless a cause for celebration. However, her joy was short-lived as Shi Li's next message arrived. "I wasn't worried at all," Gao Yun replied, mechanically practicing problems. As Shi Li exited the classroom, she was called by Gu Yuqing. "Ali, do you have plans for this evening?" Knowing of Shi Li's kind nature, she seized the opportunity to share her plight. "My little sister has never been to a study room in the village, and I intend to take her to that well-known study room near the school so she can experience it. Would you like to join us? She is quite fond of you, and your presence would surely delight her." The study room offered a better atmosphere for learning, allowing for milk tea to be enjoyed while reading, and there were local eateries nearby for dinner. Upon hearing the temptation of delicious food, Shi Li felt an undeniable stir of excitement. Having longed for certain culinary delights that she had missed out on, the haunting memory of an encounter with a rogue had left her with lingering psychological shadows, making her hesitant to visit the food street alone. Accompanying Gu Yuqing and her sister, however, promised a degree of safety. Shi Li nodded. "All right, let us go to the study room together." She believed she had successfully concealed her persona as a diligent student, unaware that her true sentiments had already been revealed. Chapter 67. Why is it always you, Feng Yunhe? Qianpu Middle School comprises both junior and senior high divisions, with Gu Yulan enrolled in the junior high section. The two divisions are situated quite far apart, owing to the heightened academic pressures in senior high, necessitating a serene educational environment. The senior high section is positioned further from the school gate. By the time Gu Yuqing and Shi Li reached the entrance, Gu Yulan had been waiting for quite some time. Despite her adoptive parents' mistreatment, her adoptive father merely gazed at her with envy, refraining from any overt aggression, leaving her unburdened by the weight of human lives. It remains uncertain whether her heart would once again fall hopelessly for Feng Yunhe upon their encounter. At this moment, the concerned elder sister furrowed her brow, the depth of her frown rivaling that of the Mariana Trench, capable of submerging 613 stacked Feng Yuns, one atop another. "Feng Yunhe? Why is it always you? Feng Yunhe? What charm do you possess that leaves so many enchanted? Shi Li is willing to live and die for you, even to the extent of recklessly throwing herself against walls. Surely that should suffice. And now, you must also afflict my sister? A modern-day male seducer, is it?" Feng Yunhe has now become her foremost adversary. She felt a twinge of shame for having once pursued him in her youthful folly. Upon their first meeting, she thought him strikingly handsome, the most attractive boy she had ever seen. His demeanor was particularly ostentatious, which she had admired at the time. However, the most significant aspect was that her rival, Shi Li, had harbored an infatuation for Feng Yunhe for many years. If she could win the affections of her rival's beloved, it would be a testament to her superiority over Shi Li. Outshining Shi Li held far more allure than winning Feng Yunhe's heart itself. Feng Yunhe's disinterest in women thwarted Gu Yuqing's initial attempts at courtship, leading her to abandon her pursuit after merely 2 days. She mused that if Feng Yunhe were to be with Shi Li, it might serve as a form of retribution against a rival. If asked to choose between a mere 5 cents or the chance to hold hands and kiss Feng Yunhe, she would undoubtedly select the 5 cents without hesitation. To linger even a moment longer would be a disservice to Feng Yunhe's dignity. Gu Yuqing could not help but reflect on the passage of time, noting how, in just a month, her mindset had undergone a radical transformation. Once fervently wishing for Shi Li to remain eternally infatuated with Feng Yunhe, she now found herself wishing to shatter her head with a hammer to cleanse her of her romantic delusions. Shi Li's affection for Feng Yunhe was already alarming. Yet even more so was Shi Li's assertion that her younger sister would soon share the same sentiment. What kind of farce was this? Two women vying for the affection of one man. Not quite, for the number of girls enamored with Feng Yunhe could fill several freight cars. Feng Yunhe was indeed her second calamity. Gu Yuqing, although, in truth, you're not like that. The heartfelt musings of Shi Li can deliver a heavy blow to those who overhear them. The three of them walked to the study room near the school, with Gu Yuqing still appearing lost in thought. This Pearl study room, favored by the students of Qianpu for its exquisite decor and pleasant ambience, was bustling with activity upon their arrival. Shi Li chose a seat by the window, with Gu Yulan sitting closely beside her. Throughout their journey, Gu Yuqing remained oblivious to the conversation between Shi Li and Gu Yulan. Shi Li felt a pang of sympathy for this girl, who had endured much hardship, and was inclined to spend more time with her. As Gu Yuqing settled next to Gu Yulan, she gazed dreamily out the window at the passers-by. She pondered that since Feng Yunhe was a troublesome character, and both Shi Li and her sister were fond of him, perhaps it would be best for him to resolve matters once and for all. He had refrained from including their homeroom teacher in the previous group chat, likely out of consideration for maintaining some degree of privacy. This group message was indeed quite tedious, Gu Yuqing thought, pursing her lips. Her phone was inundated with chat groups. Far too many to count. Not long after Shi Li opened her workbook, her attention was drawn to a cup of milk tea on a nearby girl's desk. This milk tea was renowned for its delightful taste, beloved by the students of Qianpu, though it was regrettable that it could only be ordered on-site and not delivered. Coincidentally, the milk tea shop was a mere 50 meters from the study room. In the cold winter, cradling a steaming cup of milk tea in one's hands was a truly blissful experience. Gu Yuqing wished to accompany Shi Li, hoping to strengthen their bond along the way. During their conversation, she donned her down jacket and tucked her phone into her pocket, reflecting on the proximity of the milk tea shop. Gu Yuqing felt apprehensive about leaving her recently found sister alone in an unfamiliar environment. Despite her sister now being in middle school, taller than herself, she was no longer that vulnerable little girl who could easily fall prey to traffickers. Yet, the scars of past trauma remained. Concerned for her sister's safety, their parents insisted on video calls every 3 hours. Prolonged absence would incite worries about her encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Inside the study room, the warmth was comforting. But upon stepping outside, Shi Li wished she could bury her entire face in her down jacket. The north wind whipped against her cheeks like a knife, and she faintly heard what seemed to be a quiet whimpering amidst the gusts. The hat shielded her from the cold, but it also muffled some external sounds. Removing part of her hat to expose her ears, the faint cries became clearer. It sounded like the feeble voices of animal cubs. Alarmed, Shi Li thought that in such frigid weather, while adult cats and dogs might endure, helpless young ones could succumb to the cold. Exposing her ears to the brisk air, she followed the sound's direction. 5 minutes later, she discovered the source of the cries in a sheltered corner, a litter of kittens, still unable to open their eyes. By Shi Li's estimation, these kittens were born recently. Huddled together for warmth, she counted 3 tiny creatures, and her heart softened at the sight. Feeling a pang of pity for the 3 kittens braving the cold. "Where is your mother?" she wondered. "Have you gone out to seek food?" A melodious male voice resonated from behind her, laced with a hint of curiosity. Shi Li, lost in her thoughts, had not even noticed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, she was met with the familiar countenance of a friend. At his feet, a tabby cat glared at her with an air of indignation. Clearly a mother cat whose kittens had been stolen. Chapter 68. Fu Huixing, is his nickname really that cute? In her hands, Shi Li clutched the evidence of her misdeed. And the tabby cat seemed even more ferocious. Her original intention had been to help the helpless kittens warm up. But now she felt as though she were a cat trafficker. A sigh of relief escaped Shi Li's lips. Thank heavens, he misunderstood. This matter can be clarified. Dressing to impress, Shi Li had donned a white down jacket for her outing. Yet, having used it to cradle the recently born, unbathed kittens, the jacket now bore a considerable stain. Prolonged exposure to the cold air had rendered her once fair hands a vivid red. More critically, her hands had numbed to the point of losing sensation, and she desperately needed someone to share the burden. The warmth emanating from his palm was almost scorching, causing Shi Li to hastily retreat her hands into her pockets. Frustratingly, the mother cat responded to him with a flirtatious trill. What a blatant display of favoritism. Why does she purr for him and not for me? It was infuriating. Shi Li, perplexed, accepted what he handed her, wondering what it could be. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a cat treat. Cat treats? These two items seemed utterly incongruous. Not only did the school bully lack any weaponry, but he also carried cat treats. What was the purpose of that? Was he bribing the feline squad in anticipation of a brawl, hoping to summon them to his side? In an instant, Shi Li grasped his intention. He was using the cat treats to exonerate her from the suspicion of being a cat thief. She crouched down and tore open the packaging. The cat's keen sense of smell quickly caught wind of the enticing aroma wafting from the open treat. Still harboring resentment towards Shi Li for her earlier transgression, it hesitated before cautiously approaching to nibble on the treat. With the fluffy creature so near, Shi Li could hardly resist. She reached out and affectionately stroked its head. The tabby cat flinched momentarily, but ultimately surrendered to the allure of the treat, permitting her actions. Perhaps it was quite hungry, for it devoured the treat with great zeal. Soon, it finished one and meowed at Shi Li, its intentions clear. It desired another. After a couple of plaintive meows, the cat soon realized Shi Li was not a wealthy benefactor and shifted its focus. Here, this is the last one for you. The cat, oblivious to human language, naturally would not forsake its golden opportunity. It settled at his feet, meowing in an effort to elicit sympathy from the human. Shi Li stood by, arms crossed, waiting to witness his folly. Cats are inherently lazy creatures. She understood that if her attempts at charm and cuteness did not yield food, they would simply give up. Shi Li mused to herself, cats, too, are creatures that fear the strong and bully the weak. When the kitten was in her hands, the mother cat wailed heart-wrenchingly. Perhaps she believed that her offspring would be warmer in her grasp than huddled within a cardboard box. Despite her dissatisfaction with the kitten's antics around the food dish, she still worried about how these fragile creatures would survive the impending winter. With the cold season approaching, the three little ones would undoubtedly face peril outdoors. A thought struck Shi Li. She could find a loving home for the three kittens, alleviating her concerns about them freezing in the sub-zero temperatures. However, she was still apprehensive. Would the mother cat allow them to take her kittens away? It seemed improper to snatch away someone else's children right in front of their mother. Yet Shi Li was also puzzled, pondering how to manage to take them all without the mother cat noticing, as she was not the type to passively wait to be captured. Would this be considered a kidnapping? The mother cat had not yet satiated her hunger, and now her young ones were about to be whisked away. If only she could have been fed adequately, or if a couple of her kittens were left behind, she might have turned a blind eye. This area was devoid of any merchants and was a corner Shi Li would typically not venture to while shopping. Approximately 50 meters from the alley's turn, there was a modest pet clinic. This clinic was distinctly different from the ones Shi Li had seen before. Its secluded location was one thing, but its stark, minimalist decor set it apart from the usually cozy ambience of pet hospitals. Following a person and a cat into the clinic, Shi Li felt a twinge of unease. Goodness! Is that a duster come to life? The duster-like figure was chatty, droning on as though he were conducting business. Shi Li's comparison to a duster was no exaggeration. His vibrant grass-green hair was interspersed with strands of purple, and the tousled length of his hair resembled a duster even more. What a beautiful young lady. You look so familiar. Have you starred in a drama? This was a compliment suggesting Shi Li resembled a celebrity. However, he misinterpreted her looks, asking if she was the girlfriend of a figure named Xingxing, claiming they made a handsome pair. Chapter 69. The Hatred of a Stolen Wife. This grudge shall not go unavenged. As he stepped down, he pretended to wince in pain. Xingxing is truly remarkable, returning with 3 kittens. Stop fooling around. There's a nest of kittens here that needs checking. Oh, and such a beautiful tabby. You have quite the haul today. Cats are remarkably perceptive beings. When the duster praised the tabby, it seemed to comprehend and sprawled on the floor, flaunting its physique to the 3 humans present, much to their amusement. Despite his nonsensical chatter, the duster was quite reliable in action, placing the 3 kittens into an airline crate and bending to scoop up the posing tabby. Carrying the mother and her young into the examination room, Shi Li nodded, understanding the unspoken words of the duster. Silence hung in the air, creating an uncomfortable tension. And as Li feared that she might lose control over her unfiltered tongue and her gossipy instincts, she resorted to scrolling through her phone, crafting the illusion of being preoccupied and thus evading the awkwardness between them. The marvels of technology. Upon unlocking her device, she discovered an unread message from Gu Yuqing, inquiring whether the bubble tea shop was crowded, which explained her prolonged absence. It dawned on Li at that moment that she had ventured out for bubble tea. The sound of a mewing kitten had distracted her, causing her to forget her original purpose. She lamented her misfortune, reflecting on how, even near the school, she couldn't counter a robber. Truly, her luck was dire. "Can this be considered my fault?" Li exclaimed, transforming into a cartoonish character of disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Yuqing awaited a response on the other end of the line, already prepared to alert campus security to search for her. Then came Li's message. "So, you went with him? Are you together with him now?" The weight of guilt settled on Li, acknowledging her role in the matter. "I stumbled upon a nest of newborn kittens and worried they might freeze outside. Coincidentally, I met him and we took the kittens to the veterinary clinic together." Gu Yuqing, feeling like a betrayed spouse, couldn't absorb Li's explanation. Having watched numerous dramas about infidelity, she pondered her next move. Yes, she needed to pursue Li, but must remain calm. Escalating the situation would only push Li further away. What was Li's Achilles heel? Gu Yuqing recalled Li's fondness for boiled xiaolin. Xiaolin boiled? How delightful. "If you do not intend to keep them, the veterinary clinic will adopt the 4 kittens, ensuring they do not suffer in the cold." The prospect of adopting the kittens stirred something within Li. "Oh no, my heart is fluttering unnecessarily. Twice in 1 minute. Which one shall I choose? 1 or 2? Regrettably, I did not observe them closely enough. They all seem wonderful. If you wish to adopt, you can select a kitten after they have been examined." The pang of jealousy surged within Gu Yuqing, swearing to avenge this perceived betrayal. "You'd best keep one eye open while you sleep tonight." Noticing the heavy breaths beside her, Gu Yulan looked up to find her elder sister and inquired, "Sister, are you angry? Did someone upset you?" Gu Yuqing's eyes widened. "I am not angry. But sister, your nose seems to be smoking. Is that not a sign of anger?" Chapter 70. The Benevolent Fu. Gu Yuqing contemplated seizing the opportunity to impart some wisdom to her younger sister. Since Li had mentioned that her sister would eventually become consumed by the whims of romance, it was imperative to instill subtle lessons at this early stage. Educating children must begin from a tender age, starting with the small things. As they made their way to dinner, Gu Yuqing earnestly addressed her sister. "Dear sister, let me impart some wisdom. No man is to be trusted. You must be cautious of them. Their intentions are often self-serving." "I understand," Gu Yulan replied. "It has come to my attention that Sister Shi Li has likely been spirited away by a young man." While waiting for the cat to check the time, Shi Li felt remorseful about having flaked on the Gu sisters. Consequently, she sent a message of apology, suggesting that they visit the study room together next time. She also extended an invitation for a meal with both sisters. Upon hearing Shi Li's promise of another opportunity to study together and the offer of a meal, Gu Yuqing's irritation dissipated instantly. Gu Yulan, having witnessed her sister's sudden change of demeanor, couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly her mood had shifted. The tabby cat, perhaps due to prolonged hunger, indulged heartily in its cat food, embodying the essence of a devoted mother. Among the 4 cats, it was the one that seemed to harbor the least affection for me. Unbeknownst to the tabby, as it savored its meal, it remained oblivious to the human intentions and ulterior motives at play. Shi Li pondered and inquired about the fate of the remaining 2 kittens she had selected. The duster, unconcerned, waved dismissively, stating that with so many cats already in their household, the addition of 2 more would pose no trouble. Shi Li, however, harbored numerous reservations and questioned whether taking away the mother cat shortly after the kitten's birth would complicate their future care. Otherwise, she would consider adopting all 4 kittens herself. Their villa was quite spacious, more than capable of accommodating several cats. The duster dismissed the notion that raising 2 newborn kittens would be a burden, asserting that he and his colleagues were quite idle and could easily care for the weaning kittens. Furthermore, they had adopted many kittens, some of which had experienced motherhood and could assist in nurturing the newborns. Additionally, newborn kittens are prone to illness, and with a professional veterinarian nearby, any discomfort could be promptly identified, unlike at home. This veterinary clinic is conveniently located near the school, making it easy for Shi Li to visit the cats after class. Previously, there had been assumptions about his speech impediment, as he would often remain silent without displaying signs of distress, a behavior that the duster found perplexing. However, seeing him articulate normally now, he spoke quite well. Shirley considered this suggestion to be excellent, given her lack of confidence in caring for newborn kittens. The presence of professionals would certainly provide her with peace of mind. This marked the first instance of earning money since their establishment half a year ago. When it came time to collect payment, the duster acted quite flustered, nearly fumbling his payment code. As for the amount to charge, he was at a loss. Having never anticipated making a profit and lacking any established pricing standards, he could only say, "You decide the amount." Shirley was taken aback by this unusual business approach, questioning how one could simply leave the payment up to the customer. She mused whether a single dollar would be an acceptable amount. Having gone from zero income to even the receipt of a single dollar could uplift the spirits of all the employees for an entire day. The duster, however, did not wish to overcharge. He simply did not know what amount was appropriate to request. Shirley pondered for a moment before transferring a sum of money to the other party, stating, "Here is a portion for you. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." Upon seeing the amount, the feather duster nearly leapt from the stool in astonishment. So much money! Surely, this is more than necessary. Although Shirley was unfamiliar with the pricing standards of other veterinary clinics, she mused that 100 yuan could hardly suffice for a cat's stay of several weeks. Was this a rural veterinary station? Even a veterinary station would surely not operate under such constraints. It is often the case that individuals harbor contradictory sentiments when faced with expensive items. They wish for them to be priced as affordably as cabbage, yet worry about the quality of items priced as such. This outrageous fee filled Shirley with concern. Might this pet hospital be involved in the trafficking of kittens, or perhaps mistreating them, or feeding them low-quality, toxic cat food? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she half-jokingly, half-skeptically voiced her concerns. "With such low charges, are you not undermining your operational viability? Please, do not compromise the cat's welfare by feeding them poisonous food." The feather duster could not abide such an accusation and quickly retorted, "Such occurrences absolutely will not transpire. We, as colleagues, are devoted to the well-being of both cats and dogs. They consume the finest products available on the market." He continued, "You need not fret over operational costs. Our boss is affluent and ensures we receive our salaries, along with providing medications and cat food. Our Miss Gua is a kind-hearted individual, which is why she is willing to offer you such a generous discount." The feather duster mistakenly believed Shirley was praising him, swelling with pride at being regarded as such a commendable employee, a boon for their boss. Currently, with only 3 of them present and the boss absent, Shirley refrained from internal criticism and instead expressed her thoughts aloud. "Your boss truly seems to be a fool for generosity. Employees who do not strive to generate benefits for their employer but instead take advantage of them in such a manner." For Shirley, as a consumer, she indeed considered him to be a good person. The feather duster was taken aback, realizing that Shirley's earlier comments were not flattery directed at him. In truth, had the boss been absent, he would have certainly agreed with her assessment of their employer as a fool for generosity. However, with the boss present, despite being younger and treating them without the airs of authority, it was unthinkable for the feather duster to speak ill of him in his presence. In a moment of unexpected emotional intelligence, he recognized this as an opportunity to endear himself to his superior. Chapter 71. Principal L was entangled in inappropriate relationships with various teachers. Shirley had become somewhat numb to the situation, listening to what could only be described as a moving award speech, as a towering figure appeared before her. "It is their loss for not inviting you to draft the speech for the Touching China program." In response to his somewhat nonsensical remarks, Shirley, raised with proper etiquette, refrained from interrupting. Yet she found herself increasingly bored. During school assemblies, when the principal or other students spoke, she often allowed her mind to wander to other matters. This imposing figure had come to embody a rather dim-witted persona in her eyes. Outside, the sky had darkened considerably. It was time to prevent him from continuing with his superfluous discourse. The feather duster lamented, "You truly are as beautiful as you are kind-hearted.
Come.
Let us exchange our contact information so that any subsequent issues can be addressed through this number." Once everything was settled, Shirley prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she affectionately petted the mother cat, inadvertently waking the slumbering tabby. The tabby lazily glared at her, then turned its head away, seeking to resume its nap. Unfazed by disturbing the cat's dreams, Shirley burst into laughter. She glanced ahead, the cool, white light of the room illuminating her features, allowing her to clearly appreciate the sharp contours of his face.
Thank you for today.
As soon as he was about to reply with a "No need to thank me," Shirley interjected, "I plan to have boiled vegetables for dinner. Would you care to join me?" "Go on, go." She promptly dismissed the notion of parting ways. To assert that she was not merely a food-obsessed glutton, she added, "This time it's on me. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance. You ought to be grateful. Banners and gold medals," he quipped, and with that, Shi Li dashed into the study room like a gust of wind, leaving behind a final remark that floated into his ears. "Wait for me a minute. I'll just grab my backpack." The Gu sisters had already vacated the study room, and where they had once sat now occupied a young couple. Gu Yuqing had initially come for Shi Li. With her departure, she naturally would not linger. Having promised to join Gu Yuqing for the next study session, she sincerely arranged to meet the following evening. Gu Yuqing had no other commitments that night. Even if she had, she would have postponed them. After all, it was Shi Li who had taken the initiative to invite her, a rare occurrence in the past. Even though this invitation was a means for Shi Li to atone for having stood her up the previous day, Gu Yuqing's heart swelled with joy. After school today, she intended to treat the Gu sisters to dinner, which might take considerable time, so she hoped to resolve as much homework as possible at school. However, fate had other plans. Merely 10 minutes into the study period, the intercom blared to life, the voice of Director Zhu echoing through the speakers, carrying with it an unmistakable scent of oil. The content of the announcement was utterly useless, filled with bizarre regulations about not having trash in the bins or books on the desks. While Shi Li worked on a math problem, the intrusive broadcast penetrated her ears, and she could not help but overhear. Rolling her eyes dramatically, she internally scoffed, "Who on earth, I wonder, was kicked in the head by a donkey to come up with such rules?" The sentiments of the class echoed her thoughts. The monitor, who was reciting ancient texts, found the broadcast intrusive and, quite irked by its ridiculousness, rose from his seat in the back to silence the intercom. At last, the classroom fell into a hush, allowing only the faint sounds from the corridor to be heard as everyone donned their headphones to block out the irritating noise.
Shi Li mused in exasperation.
Although this is a private school, the principal exhibits a bureaucratic demeanor akin to that of a public institution. She attended the finest public junior high school in the city, and based on her academic performance, she could have advanced to the best provincial key school. However, unable to endure the demeanor of certain individuals, she ultimately opted for Qianpu. The consensus among her peers supported this sentiment. As discontent with Director Zhu was palpable, it was no trivial matter. His periodic irritations did not stem from a frequent presence among the students, thus sparing them from any substantial harm. And no one felt compelled to lodge a complaint against him. After donning her headphones, she isolated herself from the external clamor, allowing the incident to fade away until the end of the school day. Even the teachers refrained from enforcing his so-called regulations upon the students. No one anticipated that the homeroom teacher would be reprimanded by Director Zhu during the grade meeting for such trivial matters. It was only when Sun Yiling happened to pass by the conference room that she overheard Director Zhu's furious voice. Amused, she pondered who the unfortunate soul was that had incurred his wrath, only to be taken aback moments later when she heard him call out her homeroom teacher by name. Sun Yiling's smile instantly vanished. Though her time with the homeroom teacher had been brief, he was still one of her own. How could he be chastised by that pig-headed director in front of all their colleagues? Such humiliation was unbearable. Driven by curiosity regarding the reason behind Director Zhu's reprimand, Sun Yiling stealthily approached the door. After listening for a few minutes, she discerned that it was related to a new regulation announced over the loudspeaker during self-study class a couple of days prior. Her class had left their books on the desks after the bell rang, leading to the homeroom teacher's public censure. "I just passed the conference room and heard that pig-headed director scolding our homeroom teacher for the books being left on the desks after class." The others were left bewildered, questioning the logic of such a reprimand. Observing her classmates diligently studying, Director Zhu felt a twinge of satisfaction. However, this attitude only served to spur Sun Yiling, who had just fabricated a story, to prove herself. Therefore, before the homeroom teacher departed, she asked, "Teacher, were you just scolded by Director Zhu?" Upon hearing her, Shi Li couldn't help but cover her face, thinking, this silly child has never encountered such earnestness. The homeroom teacher, maintaining his composure, replied, "It's nothing significant. Just some work-related matters." A rather diplomatic way to put it, considering it was actually Director Zhu's habitual outbursts. As a teacher, he had to uphold his authority in front of the students, suppressing his laughter, which proved quite challenging. The frustration from being unjustly scolded dissipated in an instant. Is there anything more gratifying than hearing someone berate a tyrannical superior? Certainly not. Shi Li rested her chin on her hand, casting her gaze over the homeroom teacher from head to toe. "I never noticed before. He's rather handsome. Look at those long legs." Just as the homeroom teacher basked in a moment of self-satisfaction, one of his students complimented his physique in front of their peers, causing him to blush furiously. He thought to himself how bold these children were. He remembered a time when he would never have dared. Director Zhu is the brother-in-law of Principal L. Within the school, this matter was hardly a secret. This was also why Director Zhu, despite his poor rapport with the faculty and questionable management skills, managed to secure the position of grade director, thanks to a well-connected brother-in-law. The principal, Lu, has been entangled in improper relationships with several teachers at our school. The class teacher exclaimed, "Oh, is this true?" Upon learning of the secret, he realized he could bring down Principal Lu. With the collapse of Director Zhu's support, his prospects at the school would be grim. Shi Li, a truly understanding child, delivered the crucial information he needed at that moment. The class teacher, still youthful, was taken aback. Rather than truly knowing Shi Li, the classmates had merely glimpsed the depths of human nature through her. There seemed to be an abundance of hidden meanings in her words. Those teachers, though handsome and well-groomed, why would they willingly be involved with Principal Lu? The class teacher pondered. Wait, what did you say? Why describe them as handsome? Could it be, as I suspect? The others responded as expected indeed. In Chapter 72, there are remarkable aspects. For an average bystander, hearing of the male vice principal of Qianpu School being involved with male teachers would certainly be shocking. The students and teachers within the institution were even more astonished by this explosive revelation. They could scarcely fathom how much secret gossip Shi Li was privy to. It was as if they wished to mentally revisit everything she knew on a particular day. They weren't merely eager for gossip, they genuinely cared for those around them.
Truly.
They could hardly imagine the joy Shi Li must feel knowing so much. However, Shi Li was not the omniscient figure they envisioned. Her knowledge of this scandal stemmed from memories of a past life. After graduating and visiting her uncle's home during the new year, her cousin had shared the gossip with her. The Shi family held shares in Qianpu, and her cousin was equally astonished upon hearing her mother mention the vice principal's conduct at the dinner table. In truth, Shi Li's parents were aware of the situation but found it too revolting to discuss with their daughter. The saying anti-corruption relies on the wife holds true. Principal Lu's misdeeds were ultimately revealed by his wife. She inadvertently discovered her husband's affair with a man and, grappling with the reality that her partner secretly preferred men, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. To make matters worse, her own brother was not only aware of this, but was also complicit, acting as a pimp for his husband. In an instant, she faced betrayal from both her spouse and sibling. With little regard for the consequences, she reported the matter to the Board of Trustees. As for the futures of her brother and husband, she had already contemplated the potential destruction. In times of extreme anger, the mind remains surprisingly composed. She wished nothing more than to see the two men suffer, and regarding their futures, she saw no fault in her actions. They deserved it. Upon hearing this, Shi Li was nearly rendered speechless, her jaw dropping in disbelief, until her cousin helped her regain composure. Shi Li's reaction was one of shock. And one could only imagine the responses of others, particularly the class teacher, who had nearly become embroiled in the scandal herself. He is no longer preoccupied with the notion of indulging in a sweet treat, but rather finds himself on the verge of becoming a victim in the very center of the scandal. The homeroom teacher recalls how Principal L often summoned him to his office, never to discuss any serious matters, yet always attempting to engage him in lengthy conversations. However, he is not particularly adept at social interactions and invariably leads the discussions into dead ends, resulting in the topics concluding rather swiftly. The teacher can distinctly remember the unpleasant expression on Principal L's face each time he departed. A certain suspicion is beginning to surface. Considering how close he came to losing his dignity, the homeroom teacher instinctively supported his waist. The homeroom teacher is quite handsome. He possesses both looks and physique. Despite receiving compliments about his appearance, he felt no joy within. The teacher retorted, "I am not handsome. Please refrain from such flattery." Did that lecherous Principal L ever take a liking to him? The teacher insisted, "I am not involved. I have nothing to do with that." Especially under the gaze of over 30 curious pairs of eyes, which made him feel utterly despondent. Question: what is more terrifying than being the object of attention from a foul male superior? Answer: the knowledge that this matter has reached the ears of his students. What does it mean to experience a moment of social death? What does it mean for one's authority to be diminished? He feels as though he can never again hold his head high in front of this group of students, nor maintain the dignity of a teacher. Oh dear. Being a homeroom teacher is exhausting not only physically but also emotionally. He was aware that being a teacher might entail a plethora of administrative duties. And when he chose this profession, he prepared himself both physically and mentally. Yet he never anticipated that, as an ordinary teacher, he would also have to worry about preserving his dignity. Although this matter has, up until now, had no bearing on him, he feels as if he has become an unwilling participant in the unfolding drama. Is there a relationship between the homeroom teacher and Principal L? The teacher knows that once the speculation of a connection arises, the next step will inevitably involve questioning whether their relationship is inappropriate. It is not only Shirley who would think this way, anyone would. Surely not. She dismisses her own conjecture. The homeroom teacher seems like the type who would not tolerate such situations. Although she is unsure of the character of the person she refers to, she is moved to tears by this acknowledgement of his integrity. If they were indeed involved, it would make sense for Principal L to offer the homeroom teacher a different position. This thought becomes increasingly convincing to Shirley. At Qianpu High School, there are designated teachers who serve as homeroom instructors, regarded as the caretakers of the class, responsible for all trivial matters. The status of homeroom teachers in other schools may vary, but at Qianpu, they are considered the lowest tier of educators. Few are willing to undertake this role, as managing a group of unruly students is a daunting task. To do it well is merely fulfilling one's duty. But failure to meet the expectations of the class can lead to dismissal. The turnover rate is high, and the numerous mundane tasks involved deter many from accepting this position. Only new recruits or teachers nearing retirement tend to fill this role, and even among newcomers, there is a hierarchy. The homeroom teacher stands out among the cohort of new staff members, possessing an impressive educational background. Upon his entry into the school, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, leading 2 consecutive classes of high-achieving senior students in mathematics, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their academic performance. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be reasonable for him to either continue guiding the seniors or transition to instructing a top-tier class or competition students in the first year, or even to contribute to the research office by drafting examination papers. However, he was assigned to the first year as an ordinary homeroom teacher. At that time, the administration painted a rosy picture, suggesting this role would provide him the opportunity to connect with the students. While he excelled in teaching, he seldom had the chance to engage with the students, which was ostensibly designed for his future career development. As a homeroom teacher, he accepted the school's arrangements without question. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for the mention that Principal L favored men, he would have struggled to deduce that his demotion to the first year was a consequence of offending Principal L. Observing this shift in his position, it was evident that he had made enemies and was being deliberately targeted. It was clear he was someone unaware of having cross-leadership, and I found it hard to believe such a person could ascend to a position of power. The homeroom teacher remarked, "Though you seem to be scolding me, I am not offended." Within the school, there were 7 or 8 male teachers who had been involved with Principal L, including Teacher Hong. The homeroom teacher was astonished, exclaiming, he would actually engage in such behavior. The others responded with awe, and Teacher Huang as well. He continued, to which the group reacted with incredulity. It seems Teacher Fong might also be involved. The homeroom teacher felt a wave of mixed emotions upon realizing that several colleagues were entangled with the administration. However, when he discovered the specific individuals involved, his feelings transformed once more, akin to the sensation of uncovering a hidden secret among those around him. After we agreed to remain complacent together, you chose to secretly engage in such activities behind my back. Moreover, both Teacher Huang and Teacher Fong were married men. The previous winter, he had celebrated Teacher Fong's wedding. Did Teacher Fong's wife know of her husband's clandestine affairs? In that moment, several of the homeroom teacher's doubts began to unravel. For instance, why was Teacher Fong, whose abilities and academic credentials were unremarkable, able to secure a position at Qianpu, which required exceptionally high qualifications? Many had speculated that Teacher Fong possessed some undisclosed talents. Now, it appeared he indeed had certain advantages. Chapter 73. Principal L is looking for you. During this study session, everyone left with a wealth of knowledge. However, Sun Yiling began to entertain other thoughts. After school, she insisted on clinging to Shirley, expressing a desire to dine on lamb hot pot, lamenting that her family was unavailable and her classmates were all preoccupied, leaving her to eat alone, which she deemed quite pitiful. One classmate retorted, "Have you even considered our feelings?" Yet, she persisted in demanding Shirley's company, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Help! We're not that close, are we? However, within the class, Sun Yiling was not the only one inexplicably attached to him. There were several others who had similarly formed attachments. She had grown accustomed to such familiarity among her classmates. That evening, being invited by Sun Yiling to indulge in hot pot was met with surprisingly little resistance. She readily acquiesced. In the frigid embrace of winter, with snowflakes gently descending from the heavens, it was the perfect occasion for savoring lamb hot pot. As for the burden of homework, it paled in significance. When delectable food beckons, all else can be set aside. Once Sun Yiling boarded the vehicle, she seamlessly began to extract information from Shi Li, feigning nonchalance. She opened a video, adopting a half-promotional tone as she declared, "This is my new idol. I find their dancing captivating, and their singing is simply delightful." Enlarging the face of one individual among the group, she exclaimed, "He is my favorite, truly handsome." His eyes seemed to speak volumes. Within their class, Sun Yiling's persona as an ardent fan was well established, and Shi Li felt no surprise at her eagerness to advocate for her beloved stars. Even though Shi Li had no interest in others' recommendations, she graciously drew closer as a gesture of respect towards Sun Yiling. A kaleidoscope of vibrant visuals erupted before Shi Li's eyes, while heavy metal music bombarded her eardrums. This was a style that did not resonate with her, yet she persevered through the experience. Internally, she lamented, "Had I known she intended to promote her idols, I would have declined the invitation to hot pot." Sun Yiling, too, bore her own unspoken troubles. Though she was passionately devoted to her idols, she never imposed her enthusiasm on others, embodying the essence of a respectful fan. She had never interfered with her idols' lives. Sun Yiling's approach to Shi Li was not merely for the sake of recommendations. There was a particular reason behind it. Her father's company, a venerable entertainment agency, faced challenges in the rapidly evolving digital landscape, with several prominent artists choosing to sever ties and establish their own studios. Sun Yiling recalled the potential disaster posed by Lu Jianquan, a ticking time bomb that nearly infiltrated the company, an outcome she could not abide. Concerned about the myriad issues that might arise with the newly hired young stars, she sought to gather intel from Shi Li in advance. Every face on the stage was adorned with heavy theatrical makeup, and Shi Li, being somewhat face-blind when it came to male celebrities, struggled to identify anyone. It was not until the performers introduced themselves in unison, proclaiming, "We are the Seaweed Meat Floss Group," that Shi Li fell silent, ultimately offering a solitary remark, "Quite good." As her words faded, her inner voice echoed, "You do possess a discerning eye." This must surely be the only group in which all members were lacking in appeal. Sun Yiling responded with surprise, "Is my father's judgment truly so astute?" The captain of the group had 3 ordinary sisters-in-law, while the remaining 8 members included one who had engaged in school bullying from elementary to middle school. As for why there were no such incidents during high school or university, it was certainly not due to reformation. Rather, it was a result of benefiting from 9 years of compulsory education. Without that, his educational attainment might have been limited to elementary school graduation. Shi Li's gaze landed on the blue-haired individual on the screen, whom she could not quite recognize until he introduced himself, at which point she could finally match the face to the name. "This guy is involved in fraud, having swindled fans out of over 5 million. How disgusting. He's something else, having deceived several girls into aborting. This gentleman was caught in the mountains by a reporter while indulging in some outdoor antics. He has a child who is rather inconsequential. Yes, he once had a fling with his roommate's girlfriend. Furthermore, he has made some rather inflammatory remarks." Sun Yiling exclaimed, "Goodness, let it all be destroyed. I have serious doubts. If one signs with this group, her father's company is doomed." Sun Yiling intended to disguise her promotion of Shi Li as a mere recommendation, yet upon overhearing so much damaging gossip, she found it impossible to continue with this charade. Is it too much to ask for at least one male artist among 9 in the group who is devoid of a scandal and can exercise self-control? The answer is regrettably no. It is akin to searching for 11 competent football players among a population of 14 billion in China. Both scenarios are equally improbable. Shi Li observed that those who had been lively moments ago suddenly appeared dazed, as though struck by a heavy blow. Sun Yiling remarked, "Isn't it true? If it were you, you'd be just as stunned and devastated." Ironically, although Shi Li had mentioned 9 individuals, the one who engaged in outdoor antics was the most vividly etched in her memory. Not only did she recall him clearly, but the image seemed to materialize before her eyes. She now felt an overwhelming curiosity to identify the one who had been caught in the act. When Shi Li contemplated the reasons for the group's downfall, she did not match names with their respective misdeeds. Thus, she was only aware of the captain's transgressions, while the others remained a mystery to her. She could only recall the reasons behind the downfalls of the remaining 8, but the specifics eluded her. During the remainder of the gathering, and even while enjoying hot pot, Sun Yiling refrained from promoting Shi Li, which was somewhat unexpected for her.
Shi Li musha.
When she isn't promoting, she is quite sought after. Some truths can only be articulated through comparison. Sun Yiling lamented, "Oh, I wish I didn't have to." She realized that her usual reluctance to promote made her all the more valued. As January approached, the teachers busied themselves preparing for final exams. While the students scrambled to meet the impending assessments, the homeroom teacher, originally a mathematics instructor, utilized every self-study session to provide personalized assistance on math problems. A knock sounded at the door as a female student boldly addressed the passionately engaged teacher at the blackboard. "Excuse me, sir, Principal Liu requests your presence in his office." Chapter 74, Defending the Core Values. In an effort to protect his own interests, the homeroom teacher provided an excuse to decline, stating, "I am currently explaining a problem to my students and cannot leave. Please convey a message to Principal Liu on my behalf." The student's face momentarily reflected her dilemma. Being summoned by the principal suggested his esteem for her, yet she felt she had failed to deliver the teacher, which weighed heavily on her conscience. The student's attire hinted at her affluent background, revealing her to be the kind of exemplary student who had been specially recruited due to her outstanding academic performance. Sometimes, one's family background can instill a sense of confidence. He persisted in explaining the problem at hand, having exhausted all other excuses to delay. Despite the student's collective awareness of the true reason for his summons by Principal Liu, he grandiloquently justified his situation to the class. After the teacher left the classroom and made his way to the principal's office, he deftly operated his phone, dispatching a preemptive plea for help to the class monitor. With the phone set down, the only thought occupying his mind before reaching the office was whether the monitor would see the message he had sent. The fate of his posterior appeared to hinge on their response. Fortuitously for the homeroom teacher, with his phone silenced, the monitor would remain oblivious to the incoming message. However, a dilemma arose when the monitor needed to access the internet, prompting him to unlock his phone. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the teacher's message, which was punctuated by 5 exclamation marks, a clear testament to the teacher's anxiety while sending it. The monitor couldn't help but twitch his lips. The situation hardly warranted the term rescue. After all, Principal Liu was a person of stature, unlikely to resort to overt aggression in the bustling office. If he did, the teacher's cries would surely echo through the corridor, attracting the attention of passing students and faculty alike. Moreover, Principal Liu, a man in his 50s, would be no match for the vitality of a 30-something young man who could easily extricate himself if he so wished. Of course, the monitor considered all these scenarios, assuming the teacher was in a lucid state of mind. "Fear not, my dear homeroom teacher," he thought, "entrust this task to me, your devoted disciple. I shall protect your honor." Indeed, he had no intention of merely spectating. Without hesitation, he sent back a lively emoji, confident that as long as the monitor saw the message, he would come to the teacher's aid. It wasn't so much a matter of trust in their student-teacher bond. He understood all too well the monitor's penchant for gossip. In a bid to safeguard himself, the homeroom teacher did not close the office door upon entering. The door remained ajar, a strategic move to ensure his safety. As the saying goes, where virtue abounds, evil lurks. Principal Liu invited the teacher to sit at the tea table, then, as if casually, rose to retrieve a box of tea leaves from the corner refrigerator, inadvertently shutting the door behind him. "This is a fine tea I recently acquired. Allow me to brew some for you." Hearing the door click shut behind him, the teacher's heart sank. One could hardly blame him for being apprehensive. Why close the door under such circumstances? If not for having heard that Principal Liu preferred the company of men and had entangled relationships with many male teachers at the school, the homeroom teacher would not have doubted the principal's intentions. Yet, now seated on the couch, he felt the weight of the principal's presence beside him, alarmingly close. So much so that he could almost detect the scent of age emanating from Liu. "Help," he silently pleaded. "When will the monitor arrive to rescue me?" Merely a few minutes had passed since he entered, and he was already inwardly calling for the monitor to come to his aid. Principal L resembled an amiable elder, treating his subordinates without any pretentiousness. Noticing the tension in Teacher Ban, he gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Do not be anxious. I have told you countless times. You are as old as my son." Teacher Ban silently scoffed. "I am of the same age as your son, yet you shamelessly desire me. How despicable." Her son resided abroad, and she rarely saw him, often feeling a pang of nostalgia whenever she encountered this young man, as if he were a reflection of her child. Teacher Ban continued her steady demeanor. thinking, "How could you dare utter such words, yet still wish to pursue me?" This was the first time Principal L had spoken to her in such a manner. Previously, their meetings in his office consisted only of vague remarks. Despite her compassionate nature, Teacher Ban was aware of Principal L's darker inclinations, which prevented her from feeling sympathy for this pitiful father longing for a son. The class teacher, indifferent to the principal's plight, quipped, "In this age of advanced transportation, you could easily fly abroad to visit him with your wife if you truly missed your son." Principal L, taken aback, thought, "How could I not have considered that?" However, he was not genuinely yearning for a son. He simply desired to cultivate a closer relationship with Teacher Ban. He was well aware that if one wished to see their child, one could simply take a flight. "You know I am quite busy with work, and I hardly have the time to visit him," he lamented. Busy? Teacher Ben found it hard to believe. In her eyes, Principal L seemed rather idle. If he were genuinely occupied, he wouldn't be entangled with several teachers or frequently summon her to his office for tea. To preempt her suggestion of traveling during the upcoming holidays, he cut off any potential openings for such a discussion, stating, "Though we teachers enjoy extended breaks, you know how it is, we can never truly relax." Indeed, he was busy, yet always found time for dalliances with male teachers. For the sake of the school, you truly dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Your spirit is a model for us young teachers. While it sounded like self-praise, there was an oddity to the statement. Had he been in the classroom, demanding adherence to the rules set by his brother-in-law, those little rascals would not have indulged him. And he would probably have endured their wrath. Principal L nearly voiced his incredulity, but managed to suppress it with a couple of coughs. "Transitioning from a subject teacher to a homeroom teacher must come with its challenges," he remarked. Teacher Ben shook her head, "Not at all." She had always employed this conversational tactic to swiftly conclude her chats with Principal L. Frustrated, he thought, "This class teacher certainly lacks conversational finesse." In truth, there were several male teachers in the school who were more handsome than Teacher Ban, two of whom had some connection to her. So why did he remain infatuated with her, despite the presence of more attractive alternatives? This brings to mind an old adage, "A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is not as good as one who cannot be obtained." The class teacher is something he cannot attain, having harbored this desire for several years. This fool seems as if he has never truly matured, lacking the capacity for deeper thought. Principal Liu, at times, finds himself exceedingly vexed by his insensitivity, and at other moments, he is tormented by unfulfilled longing, akin to being incessantly scratched. Having ascended from an ordinary teacher to the position of vice principal, he is undoubtedly cunning. Even if the class teacher persistently declines, he skillfully steers the conversation in the desired direction. Principal Liu remarked, "I have heard that during the assembly for the first-year students, Director Zhu reprimanded you?" To which the teacher responded affirmatively. "He is rather impatient. Matters could be discussed privately. As a leader, he occasionally overlooks certain considerations. Should you encounter any grievances at work, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall advocate on your behalf." He provided an excuse for his statement, saying, "Seeing you reminds me of my son. I constantly worry about him being bullied in the workplace." Anyone unaware of the context would surely harbor resentment upon hearing the principal criticize his direct superior, particularly after Director Zhu had recently humiliated him. One tends to regard a despised individual as a potential ally when their superior chastises them, and in times of discontent, they may recall Principal Liu's words and seek his assistance. However, the cunning old fox would not offer help without a price. He is not a philanthropist who treats you like a son and offers unconditional support. He too has a son, and his assistance is merely a desire for a godson. Contemplating this, the class teacher cannot help but smirk inwardly. Principal Liu indeed perceives him as a naive newcomer, oblivious to the ways of the world. Even if he were unaware of Principal Liu's preferences, he would not comfortably accept the favors bestowed upon him. It is not that he shuns advantages, but rather that his parents instilled in him a principle that seeking small gains often leads to greater losses. Thus he is accustomed to refraining from taking advantage of others. In response to Principal Liu's heartfelt words, the class teacher, resembling a deeply indoctrinated worker, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. The students are delightful to engage with. Being around them rejuvenates me by a decade, and I am truly grateful for the opportunity to serve as their class teacher." Were it not for his role with this particular class, he would not have had the chance to hear Shi Li's innermost thoughts. Although these thoughts can sometimes be exasperating, he cannot do without them. If he were unable to hear Shi Li's sentiments, he would remain oblivious to Principal Liu's inclinations. and would not guard himself against a seemingly amiable elder. He shudders to imagine the consequences of being unguarded in his daily interactions with Principal Liu. Treating him as a family elder, consequences he cannot bear. The class teacher is not one to indulge in pleasantries. His words are sincere. Once resistant to the role of class teacher, he now embraces this reality with gratitude, feeling fortunate to be Shi Li's class teacher. Hearing the flattering words of Teacher Ban, Principal L felt a slight surprise in his heart. Previously, he had assumed the young man was rather one-dimensional and inarticulate, but it appeared he was mistaken. After all, those words were indeed quite eloquent. He affectionately draped an arm around Teacher Ban's shoulders, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear Ban. It brings me great joy to see you think this way." However, in that moment, Teacher Ban's heart seemed to momentarily cease its rhythmic beating. "Ah, remove your filthy hands." Principal L, seemingly oblivious to Teacher Ban's resistance, pulled him closer, as if they were old friends. "Our school needs young individuals like you, who possess ideals and awareness." Feeling the principal's hand, which seemed to slither down his shoulder, Teacher Ban's inner turmoil transformed him into a metaphorical chicken being squeezed. He could easily shake off Principal L's hand, but the dilemma lay in how to explain his actions afterward. This old man was utterly shameless, still fixated on him. Teacher Ban could not swallow this indignity. Yet, releasing the principal's grip could lead to a rupture in their relationship, complicating future actions. Thus, he recalled his assistant, Class Leader Lin, and wondered why he had not yet come to his rescue. This torment did not last long, as the bell for homeroom rang, revealing a call from the class leader. He exhaled a sigh of relief and apologized to Principal L, naturally extricating himself from the latter's grasp. "My dear Class Leader Lin, I hereby declare you the second most valued individual in this class, following Shi Li. You have preserved my dignity, and for that, I am grateful." "Principal, I must take this call. It's the class leader, and it seems urgent." Meanwhile, a classmate, Su Weiwei, who had been diligently writing her assignments, overheard the loud exchange between the class leader and the homeroom teacher. Well, she ought to faint now, she thought. The class leader's voice captured the attention of the entire room, and as they turned to look, they witnessed Su Weiwei, previously sitting upright, slowly collapse onto her desk under the gaze of her peers. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Shi Li exclaimed, "Is there a heads-up for fainting now?" The class leader's voice was loud enough that even Principal L, standing some distance away, could perceive the unfolding situation. A student fainting was indeed a significant matter. Before Principal L could utter a word, he dashed out of the office. The onlookers muttered, "0 points for acting." The homeroom teacher nodded, expressing relief. "As long as you are well, if you feel unwell in the future, please inform the teacher in advance." Saved by the call from the class leader, the homeroom teacher extricated himself from Principal L, yet this did not imply he was a man without temper, willing to tolerate the principal's unwelcome advances. Teacher Ban had studied under a senior at the school, who, after graduation, remained at the institution but held another identity as one of the most notorious hackers on the internet years ago. Chapter 76, A Public Confrontation. The following day, as Shi Li approached the school, he was astonished by the wall of people at the entrance. Students clad in the school uniform of Qianpu were blocking the gate. An unprecedented situation. Despite the security personnel's attempts to disperse the crowd, the students refused to advance toward the classrooms, leaving Shi Li unable to take a single step forward. Standing outside for an extended period, he shivered from the cold, feeling as though he might ascend into the ether at any moment. She felt perplexed, wondering what incident had transpired at school today that led to such a congestion at the entrance. The two classmates standing before her were discussing her confusion. 5 minutes had elapsed, and she had advanced merely 10 meters. 10 meters, each small step for her, yet a significant stride for civility. It was within these brief 10 meters that she discerned the unfolding situation. Near the school gate, a mobile television was broadcasting explicit male-male scenes, and the two protagonists were none other than Principal L, who had called away the class teacher yesterday, and a male counterpart whose identity was less familiar to her. However, she was not the only one unaware. A male student behind her uttered a curse, exclaiming, "Isn't that our chemistry teacher?" Adjacent to the mobile device stood a resplendent woman, impeccably maintained, yet bearing the marks of time upon her visage, suggesting she was of considerable age. The identity of this beautiful lady became evident. She could not be the wife of the young chemistry teacher, but rather that of Principal L. Accompanying her were several elegantly dressed women, likely her sisters or friends, standing protectively behind her. This spectacle severely disrupted the normal order of the school. with students congested at the entrance, making it perilous for a potential stampede. The security personnel sought to disperse the crowd but hesitated to take decisive action. For flanking the group of women were two imposing bodyguards, clearly towering at over 6 feet tall. Moreover, the affluent appearance of these women suggested they were of high status, and the guards were wary of any possible repercussions should harm befall them. Thus, the security resorted to half-hearted verbal persuasion, suggesting that the ladies could address any misunderstandings with the authorities rather than obstructing the entrance. As she finally grasped the scene before her, she understood why the crowd was so slow to move forward. She herself would not wish to depart from the school gate either. As the crowd gradually shifted forward, she seized the opportunity to squeeze into the circle surrounding the commotion. Facing the video display, many had gathered, and among the throng, she spotted numerous classmates. Unable to dissuade the troublemakers, the security personnel turned their attention to the students, employing threats and inducements until normal access to the entrance was restored. Yet, a considerable assembly remained captivated by Principal L's cinematic display. As she surveyed her surroundings, she curiously noted that, aside from a handful of unfamiliar faces, most were her own classmates. Among the students who had already departed, some were genuinely uninterested in gossip, while the majority were simply too embarrassed to stand by and watch, feeling it was beneath them. In stark contrast, her entire class was a collective embodiment of those unashamedly indulging in the spectacle. Embarrassment? What could be worse than missing out on the juicy details? Engaging in such gossip was an essential and irreplaceable attitude towards life. As the crowd watched with rapt attention, Shirley couldn't help but reflect internally. Despite Principal L's age, he certainly knows how to indulge in the wild. The others chimed in with agreement. Principal L's wife had not blurred the video, and certain scenes were rather eye-watering. Soon enough, it became evident that the video featured not just one male protagonist. With changes in the video's backdrop, the leading man appeared with a different face. There was no need for speculation. This was likely one of Qian Pu's teachers, and Shirley found him somewhat familiar. At that moment, someone in the crowd identified him as the physical education teacher from Class 3.
Wow.
The principal is quite the connoisseur. The homeroom teacher, standing on the periphery, smiled subtly. The best defense is a good offense. With Principal L's immediate absence, he no longer posed a threat. Given the magnitude of the incident at the school gate, the administration should have promptly addressed the situation and managed public relations effectively. However, 3 short videos had already circulated outside the school without any official response. It seemed that Principal L was fortunate, as the principal of Qian Pu was away at a conference, absent from Lan City. The other vice principals were present and had already heard the news. The issue was that, as fellow vice principals, they were competitors, and at this moment, they would relish the opportunity for the situation to deteriorate further, making it impossible to resolve. Under such circumstances, this old fellow might be fortunate enough to remain merely a vice principal for the rest of his life. If luck turned against him, he could face dismissal. Should any other acts of negligence be uncovered, it would not merely result in termination but also a referral to law enforcement. With thoughts like these in mind, how could anyone be inclined to intervene? It was as if they hoped for the situation to escalate further. The homeroom teacher was beginning to investigate, wary of being reported by the students.
Shi Li remarca.
The homeroom teacher is right behind us. The teacher felt disheartened. This troublesome child was showing no consideration for his dignity. Thankfully, only his own students could hear his thoughts. It was one thing to lose face in front of his own class. It would be utterly mortifying if students from other classes heard how his own students spoke of him. The crowd gazed earnestly at the class leader, and upon receiving the hopeful looks from his peers, the leader turned to the homeroom teacher. Remarkably, the teacher seemed to comprehend the class leader's complex expression. Don't forget who saved your skin yesterday. After all, he had indeed come to the teacher's rescue the day before. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat and began to negotiate with the security guard. Sir, I am the teacher of Class 1, and these are my students. To prepare for the upcoming final exams, I organized a study session outside the classroom to help them relax and better face the exams in a few days. The security guard replied, I may not be well educated, but don't try to deceive me. To achieve good results, shouldn't they be studying more in the classroom? What is this nonsense about relaxing outside? Even if they need to unwind, they should choose a better environment. It's currently below -10 degrees outside, and it's an icy wasteland. Do you truly believe that this is suitable for students to relax? The security guard merely voiced his thoughts internally, with the head teacher having spoken up. He naturally refrained from making an unwise remark. Thus, he allowed the students to remain. while a few from other classes were fortunate enough to be treated as regular students and not expelled from the school by the guard. One might observe a rotund figure hastening toward the school gate, clad in substantial flesh, none other than Director Zhu. Chapter 78. My husband works as a pimp outside. Director Zhu, in a state of discontent, confronted the head teacher upon seeing the students at the gate, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. The bell for class has already rung. Why are you standing here instead of managing your students? The winter attire of the students, bundled in thick down jackets, hats, scarves, and gloves, rendered him unable to recognize that these were all from Class 1. Before students and teachers alike, he exhibited two distinct personas, submissive to wealthy students while wielding authority over subordinate teachers. This had always been his way. Observing this external teacher boldly standing up to Director Zhu, students from other classes could not help but scream internally in admiration. Is this teacher truly so brave? I like their character. Shi Li marveled to herself. Wow, the head teacher has finally shown some backbone. Hearing Shi Li's praise, the head teacher puffed out his chest with pride, affirming, indeed, I am quite the man. Such compliments can certainly be voiced more often. Of course, his audacity in confronting a superior was not born from bravado or a newfound masculinity, but rather from calculated reasoning. Principal Liu would undoubtedly face expulsion from the school. With Director Zhu losing his only benefactor, being a subordinate to Principal Liu, he too would face reckoning and dismissal. If he did not seize the opportunity to confront Zhu now, he might never have another chance. Having earned respect for many years, Director Zhu could hardly tolerate this affront and was inclined to retaliate against the head teacher. How dare you speak to a leader in such a manner? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Have you squandered your education? The head teacher responded with a subtle smile, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. Director Zhu, perhaps you should attend to your own matters first. There are others awaiting your explanation over there. Feeling humiliated by a subordinate, Director Zhu was displeased. Yet there were more pressing concerns demanding his attention. He believed his sister was making a mountain out of a molehill, insisting on creating a scene over trivial matters, seemingly satisfied only when everyone was left feeling awkward. Principal Liu had embarrassed himself tremendously, unable to face his wife, and thus had to send his brother-in-law to resolve the situation. As Director Zhu would eventually rely on his brother-in-law within the school, he was determined to give his utmost effort. How can you act in this way when it jeopardizes my and my brother-in-law's standing in the school? Mrs. Zhu, having thrown caution to the wind, had also diminished her opinion of her own brother. Upon Director Zhu's approach, she struck him across the face, leaving a long scratch on his cheek, a mark from the platinum ring on her palm. Ms. Zhu's bodyguard was no ordinary man. As Director Zhu reached out, they swiftly restrained his arm, and he received a stinging slap that was far more forceful than the first. Clearly, his sister was incensed by his attempt to strike her. Director Zhu shouted for security to assist him, but the guards were school personnel, not merely at his beck and call. They had no intention of intervening unless the students were harmed. It was evident to all that while Director Zhu held his title for now, whether he would remain a teacher after this day was uncertain. Furthermore, this was a family matter, and it was best for outsiders to refrain from meddling. Unable to escape the grip of the burly man, Director Zhu resorted to vocal protests, questioning how his sister could strike him. Ms. Zhu's friends did not come merely to lend her moral support. Upon hearing this scoundrel insult her dear friend, they could no longer contain their outrage. Taking advantage of Director Zhu's restraint, they struck with a fierceness that far exceeded that of his own sister. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams. Shi Li pondered for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, this Director Zhu possesses a certain charm. The crowd gasped, "Oh, do you have such peculiar tastes? Weren't you just calling him a pig earlier?" He must have been somewhat presentable in his youth, considering how attractive his sister is. As they scrutinized Director Zhu's face, overlooking his greasy demeanor, they found him not entirely unappealing. So, is the relationship between him and Principal Liu merely that of brother-in-law and sister's husband? The crowd marveled at Shi Li's imagination, conceding that they could not match her creativity. Yet, how could this be possible? Their gazes towards Director Zhu were now filled with admiration. He was indeed no ordinary man, being able to lay hands on his own brother-in-law. Is this a decline in moral integrity or a distortion of human nature? Stay tuned for today's moral and legal discourse. After enduring a thorough beating, Director Zhu had shed his initial arrogance and turned to his sisters, pleading for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong. Please tell them to stop." In comparison to her husband's betrayal, her deepest anguish lay in her brother's complicity in the concealment. Her friends understood the source of her fury and struck even harder during their assault on the pig. Throughout the ordeal, Principal Liu remained uninvolved, merely observing the brutalization of Director Zhu. The crowd harbored a disdain for him, and witnessing this spectacle brought them great satisfaction. At the school gate, they relished the unfolding drama, unaware that another significant event was occurring within the teaching building.
Today,
A man who had briefly played the male lead in a video found his wife, also a teacher at the school, passing by. Naturally, she spotted her husband outside, engaging in dubious activities, and the video had been thrust into her face, inflicting considerable emotional distress. This was compounded by the fact that her colleagues were also witnesses. Chapter 79. A little extra for the children. Hai Jiao was the art teacher at Qianpu, hailing from an intellectually esteemed family as their only daughter. From a young age, she delved into the world of art, eventually gaining admission to an art academy. Given her gender, her parents deemed it best for her to pursue a career as a teacher post-graduation, a profession they believed to be stable and leisurely. During her university years, Hai Jiao experienced several accolades in domestic competitions, and her entry into Qianpu was remarkably smooth. Although Qianpu is a private high school, which did not align with her parents' preference for public institutions, they were nonetheless pleased with their daughter's lucrative salary and relatively leisurely work life, often boasting about her achievements in front of acquaintances. With her parents satisfied with her job, they began to express their desire for her to find a husband in professions such as teaching or medicine, believing that would leave them without regrets in their twilight years. As her parents pressed for her to marry, Feng Tai entered the school. With his strikingly handsome appearance, he stood out among his more ordinary male colleagues. He frequently showered Hai Jiao with attention, and his refined demeanor and considerate nature quickly won her over, leading to their marriage. Her parents were delighted with their son-in-law, especially since he was both good-looking and well-educated. Although his family background was slightly less prestigious, they were not the kind of family to barter their daughter away. What mattered most was his kindness towards her. With their only daughter, the couple would one day inherit the fortune that her parents had built. As long as the young couple lived happily, her parents were willing to provide them with additional support. After the wedding, her eager parents began to urge her to have children, mentioning how adorable the granddaughter of Aunt Lu was and how well-behaved Uncle Wang's grandson turned out to be. Unlike her artistic classmates who yearned for freedom, Hai Jiao obediently followed her parents' wishes. After their persistent encouragement, she began to actively prepare for pregnancy, aiming to bring a healthy baby into the world. However, she never anticipated that her husband would be unfaithful. It was one thing for him to cheat. It was another to engage in an affair with Principal LV from the school, leaving her feeling utterly betrayed. In that moment, feelings of anger and nausea surged within her. She observed Principal LV's wife standing beside the mobile projection equipment. Her emotions were tumultuous. The woman appeared to be of a similar age to Hai Jiao's mother, seemingly at that stage in life where one must endure for the sake of family. Yet, she chose to stand up bravely rather than suffer in silence. Raised by her parents to remain patient and composed in challenging situations, Hai Jiao found herself questioning what truly constituted a regretful decision. Uncertain of what the future held, she realized that swallowing her pride and pretending nothing had happened, an approach her parents had always advocated, would be the real source of her regret. Early in the morning, she recorded a video featuring Feng Tai as the protagonist. She sent this video to everyone who knew him, showcasing her significance in his life. When they were dating, Feng Tai had introduced her to his childhood friends. Although Hai Jiao preferred solitude and found the idea of connecting with so many people overwhelming at the time, she now appreciated the benefits of having a wide network of acquaintances. With determination, she tapped away at her phone screen, finally pressing the button to confirm the sending of the message. "Let the wind tremble, you scoundrel." Once she ensured that no one was overlooked, a satisfied smile graced Hai Jiao's face. In the same office, the teachers cast sympathetic glances at her. Faced with such a predicament, anyone would struggle to endure it. They were unsure how to console Hai Jiao, fearing she might perceive their concern as schadenfreude. Nonetheless, they were genuinely worried about her well-being, anxious that she might spiral into despair. Hai Jiao rose from her seat, preparing to teach the art students, her sudden movement startling everyone. When they saw her with her books, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. One female teacher remarked, "Coincidentally, I also need to step out."
Hai Jiao,
"I will accompany you." This was a protective gesture, ensuring that Hai Jiao would not falter along the way. With students in the classroom, her safety was more assured. A gentle smile graced Hai Jiao's face as she replied, "Xia teacher, please rest assured, I am perfectly fine and would never entertain such thoughts. Xia teacher would not admit her concern for her. With a forced chuckle, she said, "Of course, I know you wouldn't. You are an only child. And your parents rely on you. I merely wished to step out." Hai Jiao declined her kindness, but appreciated the reminder. "Oh, right. I only sent the video to my friends in the Fangtai group, and I completely forgot the most important person." In her kindness, she decided to share the video with the family group, letting them see what kind of person Fangtai truly was. Picking up her phone, she continued to forward the video. After completing this task, she felt revitalized. Indeed, rather than driving oneself to madness, it was far more gratifying to expose others. When one abandons their decorum, a smile is the only expression that manifests. The teachers, witnessing the smile on Hai Jiao's face, felt an unsettling chill. In light of such events, her laughter instead of tears was perplexing, though they certainly did not wish for her to weep. It was simply an unusual reaction. Hai Jiao gathered her teaching materials and nodded at several teachers, stating, "I will head to class now." Meanwhile, Fangtai saw the message that Hai Jiao had posted in the family group. The video was all too familiar, having recently revisited it. Ashamed of the embarrassment it could bring, he hid in the restroom stall. As a longtime friend, he could vaguely discern whether the video was doctored. The reality of the video was even more terrifying. His close friend had been reduced to nothing in an instant, and previous intimate gestures were now misconstrued by others as inappropriate advances. How could he even inquire further? Would he dare to ask, "So, you like men?" And follow up with, "You once rested your shoulder on mine. Does that mean you have feelings for me?" Such questions seemed absurd. His friends had already been informed by his wife of his preferences. Everyone was contemplating how to approach Fangtai about the matter, or whether they should even broach the subject at all. Fangtai's aunts were left utterly dumbfounded, having long wished for their sister's family to struggle. Who could have anticipated that their nephew would deliver such a shocking revelation? Aunt Fong, tagging her sister, commented, "Look how tired the child seems. She ought to treat him to something nourishing, perhaps some deer antler or tiger bone to restore his vitality." In Chapter 80, the question that haunted her was, "Is this true?" Without hesitation, she dialed her son's number. Fangtai, noticing the flurry of tags from family members in the group, understood, well, why his mother was calling him. This delicate matter was too difficult for Fangtai to voice, leading him to abruptly terminate the call with his mother. A mother knows her child better than anyone else. Thus, Fangtai's mother instantly recognized the truth of her son's predicament. Deeply entrenched in her own convictions, she incessantly dialed his number, determined to extract answers from him, her anxiety mounting with each call that went unanswered. The incessant illumination of his phone screen drove Fangtai to a state of exasperation, prompting him to power off his device entirely. With her son unresponsive, Fangtai's mother turned her gaze towards her daughter-in-law. It must be the fault of Hai Jiao, the daughter-in-law, for failing to manage her husband properly, which was why her obedient son found himself entangled with others. It was clear that Hai Jiao was inadequate, and her son's relationship with a man, one that could not yield offspring, was hardly a matter deserving of being broadcasted in the family group chat. A woman ought to possess discretion and patience. The dignity of the Fong family had been tarnished by this daughter-in-law. During class, Hai Jiao had her phone switched off, rendering her impervious to her controlling mother-in-law's relentless pursuit. Fangtai and his mother, bound by their blood, never reflected upon their own shortcomings, instead choosing to lay the blame upon others. He failed to consider that if he had not been involved in an affair with Principal LV, his impeccable reputation would have remained intact, thus sparing him from the scornful whispers behind his back. Ironically, he harbored resentment towards Ms. Zhu and Hai Jiao, both victims within this marital turmoil, viewing women as prone to exaggeration. Ms. Zhu was accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards, a deterrent that kept him at bay. Yet Hai Jiao, as his wife, was at his mercy. He lingered outside the classroom, awaiting her release, so he could find a secluded office to speak with her. His plans were meticulously crafted. If he could whisk Hai Jiao away swiftly, they would avoid drawing undue attention. However, the gap between aspiration and reality loomed large. Individuals who had previously been strangers now recognized him due to the video. Upon seeing him, they greeted in unison, "Hello, Teacher Fong." Fangtai retorted, "Have you all suddenly found your voices?" The class teacher nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the politeness displayed by his students, contrasting it with the behavior of those in other classes. His voice was notably loud, echoing through several classrooms in session. During this time, Hai Jiao instructed her classmates to read quietly while she stepped outside to assess the situation. Fong Tai believed he could maintain his composure, yet upon seeing Hai Jiao, he could not restrain himself from grasping her wrist, exclaiming, "How could you?" His words were cut short by a clear, ringing female voice. "Teacher Fong, do not strike your wife. That is illegal." The crowd that had gathered surged towards him, pinning him down. Fong Tai found himself breathless, his mind raging against the absurdity of the accusation. When had he ever struck his wife? He had merely held her wrist, yet it was misconstrued as an act of violence. Their relationship was a private matter, and the interference of outsiders was utterly unwarranted. In the midst of this chaos, a student remarked, "Oh dear," as they pressed down on Fong Tai, delivering a few playful punches. The youthful vigor of the students ensured that each strike was felt, truly enough for teacher Fong to endure. The students of Hai Jiao surged forth in an instant, only to hear someone shout that teacher Hai was being bullied. Under the weight of the crowd, Fong Tai implored, "Is there anyone to speak for me?" Clearly, there was none. It was not until the security personnel arrived that the students finally stood aside, allowing them to escort him away. Fong Tai continually beseeched Hai Jiao to tell the truth, yet she merely smiled in silence. Despite the fact that he had neither lied nor bullied Hai Jiao, no one paid him any heed. Upon seeing the righteous army led by the homeroom teacher, the security staff could not help but internally scoff, wondering how they could always be present, as if students had no classes to attend. The homeroom teacher simply remarked, nothing more than enthusiasm. Teacher Fong was promptly ejected, and Hai Jiao surveyed the surroundings, saying, "All right, everyone should hurry back to class. Thank you all for your assistance just now." Amidst the fervor of the final exam week, the scandal involving Principal LV stirred a significant uproar. However, the school chose to keep such a malicious incident under wraps. Yet, the students were observant. Just days before the finals, they spotted Principal LV traversing the corridor, his face marred with bruises, though this was not the extent of his injuries, as his right hand was bandaged and slung around his neck. The origin of these injuries was obvious, stemming from Mrs. Zhu's discontent. It seemed that that morning, he had sought to evade both his wife and security detail, even pushing Director Zhu out to face a beating, ultimately failing to escape his own fate. The male teachers who had been involved with Principal LV bore varying degrees of injuries as well. Among them, Fong Tai suffered the worst, having been beaten by a group of young men and subsequently confined to the security office, where he awaited family to come and retrieve him. Naturally, Hai Jiao could not come to his aid. 3 days before the finals, the students no longer spotted Principal LV, bandaged and injured, within the school. Along with him vanished his dear little brother-in-law and the other male leads who had participated in creating the short film. While previously the students had not been particularly concerned about these teachers, their newfound notoriety on campus had piqued everyone's interest in their whereabouts. The timing of their disappearance was too coincidental, leading many to suspect that this group of male doves had been expelled from the school. This outcome could be seen as a cause for celebration. After 2 days of final examinations, the students finally welcomed the summer vacation they had eagerly anticipated. A wave of praises for the class monitor's father erupted in the classroom. "Let us express our gratitude to Dad." "Thank you, Dad." The class monitor pointed to his phone, stating, "I will send everyone the specific location. We'll keep in touch." Shirley pondered thoughtfully. 2 days later, on January 19th, the silver tiers of this date are indeed worth attending. Regardless of the circumstances, I must go. I can arrive 2 days early or stay for 2 days. The crowd chimed, "Is this the taste of gossip?" The class monitor responded, "No worries, I will change the time immediately." Chapter 81. The Star's Flamboyant Affairs. The class monitor shared the time and location in the class group, aligning with Shirley's anticipated schedule. Now, Shirley no longer needed to devise elaborate excuses. The homeroom teacher queried, "Why has no one informed me?" Accompanying the class monitor on an outing has its distinct advantages. One need not engage their mind, for the capable monitor will adeptly manage all matters at hand. This is far more reliable than venturing out with a boyfriend, thought Shirley to herself. The monitor is indeed well-suited for leading group travel. The others chimed in agreement. In the future, our class could embark on excursions to more distant locales, creating unforgettable memories during our splendid youth. The remaining classmates voiced their support, while the monitor quipped, "Am I becoming addicted to being the generous benefactor?" The invitation to enjoy a day out stemmed not merely from the monitor's year-end gratitude celebration, thanking classmates for their support over the semester, but primarily to express appreciation for their assistance in helping his father avert a crisis. Shirley, who had provided crucial information, deserved special acknowledgement, though every classmate was equally important to the collective. As a high-end hot spring resort, it naturally offered accommodations. The monitor had prearranged rooms, providing his reserved name and phone number to the staff, who guided the group to their lodging for the night. The monitor had thoughtfully arranged for the boys and girls to stay on separate sides, with each person allocated their own room and key card. After assigning the rooms, everyone was allowed to stow their belongings before enjoying communal meals and activities, respecting each other's privacy, while still fostering camaraderie. Of course, good relationships were a factor, but the most vital element was that the class could not enjoy their gossip without Shi Li present. With final exams behind them and no immediate grades or classes to consider, life felt quite delightful. After resting in their rooms for a few hours, the monitor prompted the group via their class chat to head to the dining area. They meandered there in small clusters, surprised by the monitor's thoughtfulness in pre-ordering dishes tailored to their preferences. As everyone gathered, the meals arrived simultaneously. Shi Li couldn't help but reflect. Such consideration could easily earn him a position as an assistant to a domineering CEO, helping him pursue the heroine and orchestrate elaborate schemes. The monitor replied, "I appreciate your high regard for me." While the resort specialized in hot springs, its culinary offerings were rather mediocre. Driven by a desire to avoid waste, the group reluctantly polished off the dishes, though thankfully, the portions were modest. Otherwise, it would have been a double burden. Following the meal, the monitor suggested they wait a while before enjoying the hot springs to allow for digestion. The group then settled into the cozy game room, engaging in spirited games and card play for several hours. By the time they remembered to soak in the hot springs, it was nearly 9 o'clock.
Well,
Perhaps we should skip the hot springs and continue our fun, they decided. When they finally emerged from the game room, it was close to midnight, and Shi Li, not accustomed to staying up late, was yawning incessantly. The others, reluctant to ascend the stairs, gathered at the elevator, waiting together. At last, the elevator doors slid open, revealing two men clad in masks and baseball caps. Although their faces were shrouded, the crowd quickly recognized one of them. It was none other than the immensely popular male star, Yan Hani, who had skyrocketed to fame a few years prior through a hit idol drama. Despite his subsequent projects failing to garner the same attention, he found a niche as a guest on variety shows, often delivering humorous quips and earning a favorable reputation among the public. 2 years ago, news broke of his secret marriage to a rising young actress, which they swiftly confirmed. Their captivating looks endeared them to the public, yet the fans were divided. The actress's admirers criticized her brother-in-law for lacking acting prowess and relying on her fame, while the actor's fans deemed his wife as having a poor temperament. Despite their mutual support for the couple, these factions frequently clashed in comment sections, creating an ongoing feud. The woman beside Yan Hani, though heavily concealed, was unmistakably not his wife. Yet, the two were entwined in a tender clasp of fingers. Leading one to question the nature of their relationship, friendship seemed implausible. Upon the elevator's opening, the sight of a gathering crowd prompted them to hastily release each other's hands, their actions betraying a sense of guilt. Fortunately, the quick-witted individuals with phones failed to capture the moment in time. The elevator had limited capacity, allowing only a portion of the crowd to enter while the rest awaited the next lift. Among them was Shi Li, contemplating whether this was the scene she had hoped to unveil. It appeared rather mundane. After all, infidelity among male celebrities, while unethical, had become a commonplace scandal. Is that really how Pei Nua's sister looks? She pales in comparison to her sister, some murmured. Others speculated. Are you suggesting that girl is Pei Nua's sister? Pei Nua, far from being a figure of great significance, was simply unfortunate enough to be Yan Hani's wife. Thus, the duo in the elevator, fingers intertwined, comprised one half of Pei Nua's legal union and the other, her biological sister. Surely, this was too melodramatic to be true. Such sensationalism seemed the only thing capable of capturing Shi Li's undivided attention. Yet there lingered a sense that this affair would surely unfold further. The chaos of a celebrity's indiscretion promised an astonishing tale of moral decay. Regrettably, having boarded the elevator early, they felt they had missed a crucial piece of information, though it wasn't a loss they deemed irreparable. Unbeknownst to Shi Li, her classmates spent the night embroiled in passionate discussions regarding the unfolding drama. The following morning, as she enjoyed breakfast, she overheard a server mumbling about Yan Hani and the mysterious woman sharing a hotel room. The room service attendant described the scene as scandalously chaotic, leaving her flushed with embarrassment, as if a film had been shot right there. Shi Li raised an eyebrow. Wow, how intense. Yet, the fervor will soon dissipate, she mused. Others had stayed up late into the night, while some opted to have their meals delivered to their rooms, leaving the restaurant devoid of any familiar faces from her class. It must be said that sometimes the act of choosing is more significant than that of striving. While many toil late into the night in futile speculation, they often fail to accurately predict the correct answer. If someone were to rise early and share a morning tea with Shi Li, gaining insight from her thoughts, they might navigate a path that avoids a decade's worth of missteps. Yet, such fortune eludes everyone. As Shi Li savored a shrimp dumpling, she overheard the hushed murmurs of two waitstaff. One might have thought that Yan Hani merely faltered slightly in his performance, but who could have anticipated that he would betray his wife so brazenly? Indeed, if that lunatic Pei Nua were to discover this, it would surely create a tumultuous uproar. Without a doubt, while other starlets might consider the mutual interests of marriage, Pei Nua is different. Should she feel wronged, she possesses the power to make one's life a perpetual misery. Do you recall the rumor-mongering account that claimed her daughter was sired by a powerful man? That individual was subsequently taken to court, facing financial ruin and a hefty compensation, not to mention being dismissed by her employer in real life. Truly a lamentable fate. Thus, Yan Hani finds himself in dire straits. Yet, one cannot help but think that his inability to control his baser instincts has led him to this unfortunate end. Shi Li smiled faintly, not merely a trivial matter. At this moment, she was not alone. The two waitstaff appeared to be students interning during their winter break, gossiping in a corner until their supervisor caught wind of their chatter. Once they were whisked away by the supervisor, Shi Li was relieved of the background noise of their idle gossip. As she neared the end of her breakfast, she found no need for such distractions. The daytime was designated for everyone's leisure, and Shi Li planned to indulge in a brief respite at the hot springs before retreating to her room for some much-needed sleep. Eager not to miss any significant developments while enjoying the gossip, everyone resolved to remain closely tethered to Shi Li. Strangely, at the hot spring resort, an elegant girl, tall and striking, donned a swimsuit topped with a bathrobe, followed by a throng of similarly attired youths. Were it not for their swimwear, one might suspect the girl was filming a scene for a gangster-themed revenge story. Not only did outsiders find this peculiar, but Shi Li also felt a sense of unease. The promise of free time had turned into a situation where everyone clung to her side. When she soaked in the hot springs, they did as well. Upon her exit from the pool, they synchronously followed her. It felt as though she had unwittingly gained 30 shadowy companions. When she ventured into the sauna, however, this time, the group did not accompany her, and the reason was evident. The sauna was too confined to accommodate 30 individuals simultaneously, unlike a classroom. The male students, wishing to avoid any appearance of impropriety, retreated to a separate sauna. In that moment, the boys lamented their lack of femininity. As Shi Li observed the departing figures of her male classmates, a profound inquiry echoed within her. Does sauna use affect fertility? Others promptly retrieved their phones to search for answers, and the ambiguous results from the search engine left everyone deep in contemplation. Did you hear that, gentlemen? Should we remind them? The penetrating power of Shi Li's voice is universally acknowledged, prompting everyone to selectively feign ignorance to avoid an awkward predicament. As for whether the male students heard Shi Li's words, the sight of their classmates leaving the sauna one after another through the transparent glass confirmed that they undoubtedly did. It is amusing, when certain matters arise, no man can remain indifferent. The female students, having steamed alongside Shi Li for over half an hour, emerged from the sauna in a somewhat disheveled state. At that moment, the considerate class monitor led a group of male classmates outside the door, ready with clean towels to offer warmth, preventing anyone from catching a cold due to the sudden temperature change. Was this not a trifle too ambiguous? Not only would Shi Li have her own thoughts on the matter, but even they themselves must have found this behavior quite absurd. Striving to be a normal person truly seems challenging. Having shared numerous secrets and experiences, the classmates held a profound understanding of one another. With just a glance, Shi Qiuyu and Gao Yun comprehended the unspoken sentiments. After all, they were Shi Li's close friends, and at this moment, they felt compelled to step forward. If not them, who would? It was Gao Yun, who, having enjoyed a brief respite at the semester's end, seized the opportunity to join her classmates in their gossip. Given her limited opportunities to partake in such moments, she cherished each one. She stepped forward, embodying a spirit of selflessness not only for herself, but for the entire class. At this instant, she was not alone. She represented the collective voice of the class. With a stern expression reminiscent of a certain teacher surnamed Tang, she admonished, "At your age, how can you sleep so soundly?" This was a voice message Shi Li had once sent her, suggesting she set it as her alarm.
Shi Li,
gazing earnestly at her, replied, "My grades are good, hence I sleep well." Gao Yun retorted, "That S an affront to our grades. I cannot abide it. Let us find someone else." The others seemed to grasp her intent. "You go ahead and rest. We won't disturb you." The collective response was one of bemusement. Was it truly that simple? Gao Yun felt more like a jester in that moment. After soaking in the hot springs, Shi Li felt particularly fatigued and slept for an extended period. Upon awakening, the room was dim due to the setting sun. She pushed open the bedroom door, startled to discover her classmates still gathered in the living room. Someone was shoving food into their mouth, and upon seeing her, their expression resembled that of encountering a wild creature. Quick-witted Gao Yun poured her a glass of warm water, saying, "You must be hungry. We anticipated you would be when you woke up, so we specially requested the kitchen to send this over." Shi Li remarked, "Prepared for me, yet you all indulged first." Gao Yun chuckled awkwardly and pulled her onto the sofa. "What else do you wish to eat? We can have the kitchen bring you more." As Shi Li sipped the warm water, she couldn't help but acknowledge how essential such a drink was upon waking. Glancing at the wall clock, she mused, "If I'm not mistaken, it will soon be evening, and we should have dinner to avoid feeling famished while gossiping later." Everyone mentally noted this key information, marking the time as post-sunset. "I wonder which room Yanhani is in. It seems we will have to rely on sound to identify that." Accompanying Yanhani in the elevator, the classmates could hardly contain their enthusiasm, almost raising their hands in unison. "I know, I remember." Chapter 83. The melodrama unfolds. Shi Li remarked that the food ordered was not specifically for her, as the coffee table was cluttered with takeout boxes, leaving only a few pieces of fried chicken and sushi. Under her mildly reproachful gaze, Shi quickly clarified, "You were still asleep, and the food that was brought up has gone a bit cold. Eating cold food is detrimental to health, and discarding it would be wasteful. So I called everyone to help finish it." Indeed, that was the rationale. Shi felt increasingly clever, able not only to justify why the food ordered for her was not set aside but also to elucidate why everyone was gathered in Shi Li's room. As Shi Li was gently pressed onto the sofa, several classmates near the coffee table swiftly tidied up the remnants of their meal. Although Shi Li had yet to express her culinary desires, someone had already placed a call to the restaurant, requesting additional food. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. While everyone was busily engaging in light-hearted banter, she momentarily forgot the pressing question in her mind. Why were her classmates lingering in her room? Soon enough, the food arrived, and Shi Li began to comprehend why the living room was filled with people, yet she could sleep soundly in her bedroom, undisturbed by any noise. Everyone was quietly entertained, wearing headphones, engrossed in gaming or watching movies, even striving to make not a single sound while eating. Even upon her awakening, the guests maintained their decorum, attempting to keep noise to a minimum. All were united in purpose, all for the sake of gossip. Yet, some could not resist, feigning a tone of gossip. "Do you all remember that male celebrity we saw yesterday? Is he the one we missed while descending the stairs?" "Yes, that's him. What a coincidence. He lives on the 26th floor, just like us." Most of their class resided on the 25th floor, with a few others accommodated on the upper levels due to a shortage of rooms on their floor. Shi Li mused, "I knew we were lucky. Now we know where he resides. I think I can spend the evening chatting in Weiwei's room." Weiwei, the class monitor's desk mate, was the very student who had followed closely behind just to catch a glimpse of the star. The group chimed in, "I second that." Weiwei replied, "I have no objections." After sharing a satisfying meal in Shi Li's room, when evening arrived, Weiwei proposed they gather in her room for a card game. No one opposed, and Shi Li readily agreed. The room had excellent soundproofing, with the doors and windows shut, no external sounds intruded. Thus, the last person to enter deliberately left a gap in the door. Unaware that the others had left it ajar, Shi Li, in the midst of the card game, excused herself to the door, intending to create a slight opening for air, and felt reassured upon discovering the door was not fully closed. As for the notion of locking doors and windows when venturing outside to prevent danger, while generally applicable, it held little significance in a gathering of over 30 individuals within the same room. Numerous individuals share a state akin to hers. Those who were previously engrossed in watching dramas or playing games with headphones in the afternoon have vanished, replaced by a circle of spectators gathered around the card table, intently observing the game. The players, too, have subdued their voices to avoid disrupting the atmosphere. It could be said that all preparations are in place, merely awaiting the right moment. As the clock approached 10, one of the onlookers, whose attention was entirely captivated by the corridor, suddenly exclaimed, "Did you hear someone scream?" In an instant, all activity ceased, and everyone surged towards the hallway. Shi Li, caught in the midst of the card table, found herself at a disadvantage compared to the students positioned at the periphery. A crowd had gathered in the corridor, and a passing waiter paused to inquire, "Sir, is there a problem?" As the foreign minister of Class 1 in the first year, the class leader felt compelled to speak on behalf of the entire class. "Hello. We seem to have heard a scream from the room. It appears something has happened. Would you like to investigate?" The male waiter responded with a polite smile, "Sir, our hotel is exceptionally secure. The situation you mentioned could not possibly occur." The student's disbelief left them powerless. Just as the waiter was about to depart, he too caught a faint sound. His expression turned serious. For the sake of the hotel's reputation, he refrained from further inquiry. A wave of uncertainty rippled through the group, pondering if their efforts would be in vain. As the class leader, akin to a maternal figure, she was not inclined to indulge in idle gossip, fearing that the individual in question might inflict harm indiscriminately. Concerned for her classmates' safety, she advised against stepping out to satisfy their curiosity. The students muttered in disappointment. The room was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. If sorrow had a color, it would undoubtedly be that of Class 1, Year 3. Shi Li, positioned near the window, dashed over. "Indeed, if the police arrive, we can go take a look, right?" she implored, glancing eagerly at the class leader. Facing the 30 pairs of expectant eyes, the class leader could only gesture, "We shall wait until the police arrive before we venture out." Actually, Pei Nua's target is merely the scoundrel. He wouldn't harm bystanders indiscriminately, someone remarked. "Wait, are you saying that person is Pei Nua?" Upon realizing the identity of the individual, the class leader felt a wave of relief. When the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and she spotted doctors clad in dark green emergency uniforms, followed by police officers, she finally permitted everyone to open the door and witness the unfolding scene. It is well known that the Chinese have an innate penchant for spectacle. By the time they stepped out, several onlookers had already congregated in the hallway. Shortly after the doctor entered the room, a stretcher emerged bearing an individual. The doctors carrying it stained with traces of blood, indicating a violent incident had transpired. The patient on the stretcher, perhaps still conscious and fearing embarrassment, had covered their face with a blanket. Notably, the stretcher itself lacked a covering, and the blanket draped over the patient was evidently from the hotel. Shi Li surmised that when Pei Nua had burst in, he had likely been engaged in a fervent encounter, unadorned, necessitating the hotel blanket for modesty. The departure of the emergency doctor left one pondering whether he took with him the severed item. If reattached, it might still serve a purpose. The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. What could it be? Was Pei Nua truly so audacious as to amputate Yan Hani's finger? The ensuing chaos certainly aligned with Pei Nua's persona as a wild and unpredictable figure in the entertainment industry. He can't control his lower instincts. He deserves this. Let's see how he attracts attention now. Others interjected. Are we to understand that the severed part is not merely a finger, but something else? In Chapter 84, titled The First Eunuch of the Entertainment World, the male students present felt a sharp pang of discomfort below, acknowledging that instances of such pain had been frequent lately. Yet this one felt particularly acute. The thought of something so delicate being so brutally severed sent shivers down their spines. In the eyes of the onlookers, Pei Nua's madness escalated to new heights. Amongst a group of individuals with sound morals, sympathy for the victim was absent. Rather, they found Pei Nua's actions gratifying. This man, unable to govern his desires, cavorting with women indiscriminately, had crossed a line by entangling himself with Pei Nua's sister, an affront that none could tolerate. After all, that part can be reattached. The injury assessment will likely classify it as a minor wound. The judge will take this into consideration during sentencing. One male student remarked, thus, never provoke a woman. Having one's manhood severed is merely a minor injury. Who would one appeal to for justice? If Pei Nua reports herself, it could be considered a confession, which might lead to leniency. If I recall correctly, she claimed it was an act of self-defense. While the scoundrel reaped what he sowed, one could not help but admire Pei Nua's sharp intellect and ruthless nature, cutting off something that could be reattached and reporting herself, all while asserting self-defense. It sparked a thought among the onlookers. Why provoke her at all? After cohabiting for an extended period, one should know her character well. This audience was aware of her volatility. Treating her poorly and engaging with other women, particularly her sister, was tantamount to courting disaster. Pei Nua even claimed to have mental health issues. The crowd murmured. Soon after, the police escorted Pei Nua from the room. Given her status as a public figure and her voluntary confession without any intent to flee, they refrained from applying handcuffs. She was taken away alongside her sister. appearing gravely affected. While the onlookers remained bewildered, the students from Class 1 had already gleaned the full narrative through the insights shared by Shi Li. Was that not Pei Nua being led away by the police? Indeed, her body bore the marks of blood. Something must have transpired. I said she had mental health issues. Such individuals should be banned from the industry. The societal ramifications of a star with her condition could be dire. Indeed, but who was that being carried away? The onlookers swiftly contacted marketing accounts or entertainment journalists to expose the incident. Although the intricacies remained unclear, the fact that Pei Nua had harmed someone was undeniable. Marketing accounts do not possess a sense of social responsibility. They tend to verify the authenticity of events to avoid jeopardizing their credibility. In their quest for attention, these accounts frequently fabricate sensational entertainment news, and given that this time they received submissions from the public, they did not hesitate to act. Some marketing accounts had previously been served with legal notices from Pei Nua's studio, and old grievances surely demanded retribution. Consequently, a torrent of news regarding Pei Nua wielding a knife and injuring someone flooded the internet. Unlike other celebrities who might face backlash from bystanders and fans in similar situations, Pei Nua's reputation was already tarnished, and even her fans seemed to believe that such an act could indeed be within her realm of possibility. While only the police and medical professionals knew the full story, speculation ran rampant online regarding the motives behind the incident. Some fans portrayed Pei Nua as a victim, claiming she had acted out of self-defense against coercive circumstances. Conversely, detractors and casual observers, influenced by a pervasive perception of her erratic behavior, assumed she had simply succumbed to her volatile tendencies. The marketing accounts quickly trended, drawing increasing attention and a cacophony of conjectures, yet no definitive answers emerged. Following the conclusion of their investigation, the police released a statement online the next morning. Upon seeing the location and the name of the suspect, Pei Nua, the public swiftly deduced her involvement, while the victim's surname, Yen, coincidentally led them to conclude that it was Yen Hani. This revelation sparked a fresh wave of discussions across social media. As public interest intensified, a mix of half-truths and revelations began to surface. For instance, it was confirmed that the victim was indeed Yen Hani, and astonishingly, he had not merely sustained injuries, rather, a part of him had been severed. Even his medical records were leaked online, leaving netizens aghast. The notion of their idol being stabbed by his wife was already shocking. But the realization that he had effectively become a eunuch was beyond comprehension. Although numerous medical bloggers emerged to assert that the severed part could potentially be reattached and still function, it was evident that it would never compare to the original. While it remains uncertain if he is the first eunuch since the establishment of the nation, he is undoubtedly the first in the entertainment industry. The once vocal loyal fans who would have defended him now found their affection withering upon hearing of Yen Hani's predicament. Conversely, some fans expressed increased sympathy for him, deeming Pei Nua a madwoman for her actions, especially since they were married. Fans who had previously engaged in fierce disputes with each other now felt a twinge of guilt upon learning that Pei Nua had committed such an act. It was something their idol could indeed do, so it was not entirely unexpected. Silenced by the backlash, they could only endure in quietude, internally grappling with the reality that their idol had caused Yen Hani's loss. If venting their frustrations through insults would bring them solace, they would be willing to bear the scorn. However, the ever-changing tides of the internet are unpredictable. Just a moment ago, the fans of Yen Hani were triumphantly dominating the discussion, vehemently attacking the opposing side's forum and inundating them with private messages filled with vitriol. In the next breath, insiders revealed that Yen Hani was caught engaging in a game of poker in a hotel room with Pei Nua's younger sister, in a state of complete undress. Following this revelation, events transpired that are now widely known. In an instant, both netizens and fans from both factions fell silent. The sheer audacity of playing poker in the nude was explosive enough, especially since the female participant was none other than Pei Nua's sister, who is also Yen Hani's sister-in-law. Chapter 85. The Art of Photography. Accusations flew about Pei Nua being mentally unstable, an indiscriminate killer posing a threat to societal safety, with calls for her immediate incarceration. Such slander was merely an appetizer for the onslaught to come, which included even more scandalous images of Pei Nua behind bars. Her posthumous portrait. It seemed that the only limit to the imagination of netizens was the absence of radical fans. The information divulged by the insider left many in shock. If the claims were indeed true, then Yen Hani deserved every bit of the fallout. A married man who cannot control his desires ought to forsake them altogether. Swiftly, Pei Nua's studio issued a statement, urging netizens to be discerning when choosing partners and to avoid men who cannot manage their impulses. This declaration, though it never explicitly mentioned Yanhani, was nevertheless laden with implications. Amidst the storm, speculation swirled regarding the veracity of the insider's claims, while Pei Nua's studio boldly proclaimed the need for vigilance in romantic pursuits. This was no mere refutation. It was akin to wielding Thor's hammer.
Consequently,
It became evident to all that Yanhani had indeed been entangled with Pei Nua's sister. Longtime supporters of Pei Nua pointed out that her sister was still underage, raising ethical concerns about Yanhani's infidelity with a girl who had yet to reach 18. Just hours prior, the internet had been rife with condemnations aimed at Pei Nua. Now, the tide had turned overwhelmingly in her favor. Pei Nua emerged as the victim in her marriage, brutally betrayed by both her husband and sister. Her actions, it seemed, were not without justification, and netizens began to empathize with her plight. The consensus among the public was that she was justified in her response. Pei Nua was perceived as a formidable figure of vengeance, embodying the aspirations of many. While numerous individuals choose to divorce without hesitation when faced with marital betrayal, few dare to confront their unfaithful partners with such audacity as Pei Nua had, an act of recklessness that garnered respect. Pei Nua, whose public image had previously suffered, found her reputation bolstered by the stark contrast with her husband's actions. Many netizens saw her as one of the rare, authentic figures within the entertainment industry, favoring her genuine humanity over the ethereal personas of distant celebrity idols. Yet, what the studio members did not anticipate was that before they could take action, Pei Nua was detained at the police station, leading to a surge in her popularity across various platforms, with the public rallying in sympathy for her. As for Yanhani, he faced ridicule online, his past indiscretions unearthed, including his most renowned role, which was attained through questionable means, and his antics in the restroom with assistants and various minor influencers for the sake of clout. Studio. One should not attempt to decipher the thoughts of netizens. No matter how much one speculates, the truth remains elusive. Pei's staff need not exert themselves, for the audience invariably aligns with the cause of justice. Finally, the fans of Pei have witnessed their resurgence, transforming from meekness in the presence of Yanhani's supporters to striking back with fervor. In an instant, Yanhani's fans found themselves akin to pariahs, some even facing public shaming for their past allegiance. Henceforth, even if they switch their loyalties, the mere revelation of their previous admiration for Yanhani renders them speechless. The retort, "You once supported the entertainment industry's foremost eunuch. Yanhani's fans, we shall retaliate fiercely. Their adversaries, your former idol's cucumber has been severed. Yanhani's fans, various male relatives have issued warnings. Their adversaries, your former idol's cucumber has been severed. Yanhani's fans, alas, we cannot match their insults. We truly cannot." Through this battle, Pei earned the moniker of Quickblade, while her husband Yanhani, in a bid to compliment her, was bestowed the title of Quickshot. Netizens remarked, "Once reattached, it surely cannot compare to the original. Inevitably, it will last but 3 seconds, hence the name Quickshot." As discussions erupted online, the reality of the situation captivated those in the physical world as well. Those fortunate enough to witness the unfolding drama firsthand found solace in the hot springs, finally able to relax. Yet, amidst their soak, conversations about the incident filled the air. Following the online frenzy, a significant portion of the general populace had become aware of the occurrence, particularly in the hot spring resort where the incident transpired. Among every 10 passers-by, 2 were engaged in discussions regarding the matter. The Silver Tears hot spring resort gained considerable attention, drawing many eager visitors. Although the exorbitant ticket prices deterred some, numerous undeterred patrons arrived with their families, keen to experience the comfort of the hot spring where Yanhani had brought his clandestine companion. The prospect of witnessing the scene firsthand was an alluring thought. In the midst of a grave incident within the hotel, closure for renovations was warranted. However, the financial repercussions of a single day's closure were deemed too significant. The proprietor of Silver Springs, possessing considerable influence, ultimately decided to keep the affected room closed to the public temporarily while undertaking renovations during the off-peak season. Visitors, drawn to the hot springs, were also eager to inquire with the staff about that fateful night. Although the personnel remained tight-lipped, it did not deter the guests from their relentless pursuit of information. Beginning the next day, the influx of visitors to Silver Springs surged dramatically, bringing forth a plethora of challenges. At noon, the entire group convened at the restaurant for a meal. Shi Li ordered a bowl of clear broth noodles, only to be taken aback by the single plate of 6 soup dumplings before him. Typically, one would expect a 17 or 18-year-old boy to possess a hearty appetite, and given his stature, he ought to consume a substantial amount. Yet, it seemed his portion was smaller than his own, prompting Shirley to inquire, "Can you truly satiate your hunger with such a meager serving?" Fortunately, Shirley glanced at the male classmate at the neighboring table, who was presented with a grand bowl brimming with food, seemingly unsatisfied, as he also had a small plate of soup dumplings at hand. "The litter of kittens we found together last time has grown significantly." Shirley picked up her phone and opened the chat with the veterinary clinic. Since she had added their contact information, the clinic, perhaps feeling a touch of guilt for the fees they charged her, sent her numerous photos and videos of the kittens almost every night. The transformation of the little felines was remarkable, almost changing by the day. "Look at how much they've changed," she remarked, although the photos, taken with a feather duster, clearly showcased her lack of photographic skill. Chapter 86. Abs and Silence. The pinnacle of male aesthetic enhancement. He took Shirley's phone and scrutinized the pictures for an extended period. Shirley found herself puzzled as to why he was so captivated by several cats. After she retrieved her phone, she struggled to swallow her noodles and took a couple of sips of orange juice for a reprieve. Indeed, they had changed considerably and put on quite a bit of weight. Shirley nodded. "The pet clinic you recommended seems quite reliable, frequently updating me on the kitten's conditions and sending me pictures daily. However, it is a bit odd. They haven't sent me any images for the last 3 or 4 days." A worrying thought crossed Shirley's mind. Could something have happened to the kittens? Such young creatures are susceptible to illness, and she had read online that cats living together could easily contract feline panleukopenia. "If you're concerned about the kittens, I'll accompany you to the clinic this afternoon." However, Shirley preferred not to burden anyone with her own matters, asserting, "There's no need for you to join me. I can manage on my own." "All right, then I appreciate your help. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as a thank you." Although this little one still resided with someone else, it did nothing to diminish Shirley's maternal instincts. She maintained her position, holding her phone aloft to capture every angle of her beloved kittens. Eventually, there were still 5 or 6 individuals waiting for the elevator, all anticipating a single lift that could accommodate them all. In that familiar location, under the same circumstances, when the elevator doors opened, a young man and woman were revealed inside, with the girl nestled against the boy's arm. Upon recognizing each other, both the individuals inside and outside the elevator exhibited a momentary surprise. The young man was none other than Shirley's cherished Fong Yunha. Upon seeing Fong Yunha, Shirley had already developed a reflex. Her brain had yet to process the sight before she called out affectionately for her Yunha brother. The impact of her words radiated outward from her, causing the nearest individuals to recoil in shock. Their expressions contorted in an instant. Fong Yunha, already fond of Shirley, took the affectionate address in stride, greeting her warmly. "Are you here to have fun too?" "Yes, we're having a gathering for our class." A sense of déjà vu washed over Shirley, not only due to the familiar scene of people waiting outside the elevator, but also because of the intimate posture of the couple inside. The girl had her arm wrapped around Fong Yunha's, yet upon the door's opening, he somewhat hesitantly freed himself from her grasp. The girl, already incited by Shirley's affectionate call, couldn't he afford to appear timid before Fong Yunha, her admirer. So she donned an expression reminiscent of a first wife confronting a mistress, exuding a haughty and somewhat triumphant demeanor. The enchanting lady proposed that the two of them, along with her boyfriend, join her and Yunha for some delightful entertainment, suggesting that a larger gathering would be more lively. Wait, what did she just say? Who am I supposed to be with? Boyfriend? Where did that come from? As they lingered in the elevator, Shirley's mind was consumed by a singular question. Should I clarify that we are not a couple? But if I don't say anything, it could lead to misunderstandings. Yet, if I do speak up, it would seem overly deliberate. The very thought of distancing herself from the relationship felt rather painful. The others thought that, in any case, he and Shirley were entirely innocent. Thus, her desire to clarify their relationship would bear no significant consequence. Coincidentally, they all resided on the same floor. Fong Yunha's room was closer to the elevator, and Shirley reluctantly bid him farewell at her door before joining the remaining 4 classmates. Shirley took little time to pack her belongings, having stayed there for less than a week and not carrying much luggage. Once all her items were stowed away, she noted that there were still 2 hours until the departure time previously agreed upon by the class monitor. Consequently, she lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone, and as the departure time approached, she grew apprehensive about being left behind during the group activity. Preferring to leave early, she decided to wait in the lobby for a while. Though the winter air was frigid, he appeared unbothered by the cold. dressed in form-fitting clothing that accentuated his tall frame, devoid of any bulkiness. "Oh, you're waiting for me outside. How embarrassing. Why didn't you knock? It's so cold out here. I'm only wearing 2 light garments. They offer little protection against the chill. Is it possible that foolish boys possess such vigor? No worries, the hallway has heating, it's not cold." It was somewhat inconvenient for a male to enter a female's room. The suitcase was not particularly heavy. "So I should handle it." "You mentioned it wasn't heavy." The two of them playfully tugged at each other while heading towards the elevator. Suddenly, a door opened behind them, and Shirley assumed it was a fellow classmate. Turning around, she was surprised to find it was Foam Yunha. He donned a loosely fastened bathrobe that revealed the well-defined contours of his upper body. Shirley's immediate thought was, is he truly unbothered by the cold? She couldn't help but muse. Indeed, abs and silence are a man's finest aesthetic enhancements. Chapter 87. The Star Receiving the Good Deed Card. He positioned his pink suitcase beside Shirley's, resting one hand on it while trailing half a step behind her. This posture seemed to envelop Shirley from afar. The soft pink suitcase stood out vividly in the Japanese-style corridor, quickly capturing Foam Yunha's gaze. Shirley's voice was sweet enough to be likened to honey. "What are you up to, Brother Yunha?" Noticing the tension on the face of the young man opposite him, Foam Yunha raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm heading downstairs to soak in the hot springs." Shirley nodded in acknowledgement. "Unfortunately, I have other plans, so I can't join you for the hot springs. The only option for us would be a couple's bath." Truly, she resembled a brazen tease in public, and the smug expression on Foam Yunha's face abruptly froze, cracking like parched clay. This is merely an appetizer, and as an ardent admirer, Shirley finds it entirely reasonable to utter wild remarks. With a shy smile directed at Foam Yunha, her gaze lingers on the part of his chest, not concealed by the bathrobe. "Brother Yunha, I believe you look most splendid without any clothing." Foam Yunha thought to himself that he ought not to indulge her with a favorable expression. Yet he found it difficult to restrain himself. Moreover, teasing the opposite sex in front of classmates was somewhat embarrassing. The students of Class 1 in their first year reassured him, "It's all right. There are far too many awkward moments to count, and this is but one of them." Fixated on her phone, Shirley swiftly liberated herself from the awkwardness. However, contemplating the scene of him running around naked is rather eye-watering. Even when Shirley internally remarked that Foam Yunha was indeed eye-catching, he remained unperturbed. It must be noted that due to Pei Nua's incident a few days prior, the once quiet hot springs resort had suddenly experienced a surge in popularity, resulting in an influx of guests waiting in the lobby. This led to the sofas in the lobby being nearly occupied, leaving only the pair of sofas by the door unclaimed, as they were situated too far from the front desk. "I'm perfectly fine, not tired at all. What a fine young man he is." After all, Shirley's infatuation with Foam Yunha remained unwavering, and despite previous doubts, his melodious address of Brother Yunha at noon had left a lasting impression. Today, the attendant at the veterinary clinic was a bespectacled, diminutive boy, not the one with the feather duster. Upon seeing him, Shirley introduced herself as the owner of the fostered tabby, eager to check on the kitten. The boy, momentarily taken aback by her introduction, nodded and led her to the room where the kittens were kept. One wall of the room was adorned with cats, and, upon hearing the door open, they mistook it for their feeder arriving, meowing with great enthusiasm. Shirley's eyes could focus on nothing else, each reflecting the essence of a meow. "I want to live here." She reined in her excitement as the staff approached an airline crate, opening the door for a plump cat to leap out, followed by several kittens he retrieved. The last time she had seen this cat, it was little more than skin and bones. Now, it was encircled by a layer of fat. The sudden transformation astonished Shirley. Soon, she would witness a cat evolve into a vehicle. Observing the boy's strength in lifting such a hefty cat, she felt a twinge of admiration. How could he bear its weight for so long? Shirley, feeling envious, thought, "Let me pet it. This wild cat might scratch you. Better to pet the little kittens, they won't harm you." Shirley considered this, realizing that an aging, portly cat could not possibly compete with the charm of a kitten. Thus, she dashed over to pet the little ones. She meowed in mild protest a couple of times, but failed to attract the attention of the caretaker, who was busy dispensing cat treats. So, she resorted to her own devices, baring her teeth and munching vigorously. Chapter 88. We cannot share melons together. Upon entering, she found him reclining with his legs crossed, engrossed in the newspaper. Huang Jia and the nanny were busy in the kitchen, and soon, steaming noodles were ready to be served. Shirley was initially seated on the sofa, engaging in conversation with her father when she heard Huang Jia call for dinner. She promptly dashed into the kitchen to assist in serving the dishes. Huang Jie had prepared an array of marinated side dishes, and once they were all brought to the table, a dinner that could rival a national banquet of the Korean peninsula commenced, even if one could not consume much. Simply sitting at the dining table and conversing with her parents was a pleasure in itself. Noodles were Huang Jie's specialty, and after only a few bites, Shirley's father lavished praise, exclaiming that her noodles were truly delectable and that compared to meals eaten outside, this was fit for royalty. Huang Jie was delighted by the compliments, but noticing that her usually hearty daughter was now eating in small bites, she grew concerned and asked if Shirley was unwell and lacked an appetite. Indeed, Mrs. Huang was so confident in her culinary skills that even in the face of her daughter's apparent discomfort, she never considered the possibility that her daughter might not enjoy the noodles she had prepared. Shirley's father was always generous in his praise of his wife's cooking, remarking that her talents were wasted if she did not open a restaurant. Shirley mused that her mother's unwavering confidence in her culinary prowess was likely bolstered by her father's flattery, coupled with Huang Jie's innate self-assurance. Shirley found this inconsequential. If her parents felt it necessary to express their gratitude in person, then so be it. Though she had not been home for several days, she did not feel fatigued. She glanced at her practice exercises, but soon set the book aside, thinking that with the winter break upon her, it was time to indulge in some leisure before addressing her homework, which could wait until just before school resumed. Turning her attention to her phone, she opened her social media feed to discover that many classmates had shared stunning photos from their recent outings. Unsurprisingly, the homeroom teacher was inundated with images of student gatherings, yet not a single invitation had been extended to him. He had assumed they shared a bond, forged through mutual experiences, but reality delivered a harsh blow. Enraged, he felt like a pufferfish, and while scrolling through photos, he inadvertently tapped a little heart on a classmate's post, only to hastily retract it once noticed. This childish act went unnoticed, and he simmered in silence. Later that night, everyone received a notification. The following afternoon, they were to return to school to collect their final exam results. A few students expressed dissatisfaction with the teacher's announcement, but the majority were indifferent, acknowledging their status as high school students and the inevitable nature of exam results. Thus, the next day, in the otherwise deserted Qianpu High School, the entire first-year class gathered to learn about their inaugural final exam scores. The teacher had already stacked the test papers and report cards on the desk, allowing students to see their disheartening results from their seats. Before entering the classroom, the teacher had already heard the chorus of lamentations echoing from within. Suppressing a smirk, he attempted to maintain an air of authority as he entered. The results are laid out before you. You must have seen your report cards by now. To be frank, our class performed exceptionally poorly this time, ranking third to last in the entire grade. The class at the very bottom is the arts class, so we are technically second to last. I cannot fathom how you managed to achieve such scores. This perplexity is genuine. He has always been in advanced classes and has encountered the situation of having the lowest average score for the first time. Examinations, after all, imply that for every student who scores the highest, there will inevitably be those who score at the bottom. This is quite normal. The homeroom teacher remarked, "If this is not your true sentiment, I might suspect you are colluding with me to undermine this group." After all, when a top scorer expresses such sentiments, regardless of the sincerity of their tone, it lacks substantial persuasive power. Sometimes, when Li Xinsong dismantles the facade, the influence of his words diminishes significantly. Most crucially, the subsequent information must remain unknown to Shirley. Thus, he stated, "Shirley, there are rewards for the top performers in the teacher's office. Could you please fetch them?" The homeroom teacher has consistently directed the class monitor, and today, calling upon Shirley for this task took her by surprise. However, she did not display her confusion. She simply noted the location of the rewards and exited. It is essential to understand that once distributed, there would be no opportunity to continue enjoying the gossip with Shirley. The homeroom teacher deliberately exaggerated the severity of the outcome, even suggesting that it might prevent them from hearing Shirley's true thoughts. Chapter 89. Oh no. The school bully has come to consult her about academic matters. Shirley. One does not wish to leave this class or Shirley behind. Not being privy to Shirley's thoughts would mean missing out on the gossip. A profound silence enveloped everyone, struck by the weight of this revelation. What a ruthless method of encouraging study from the homeroom teacher. Indeed, everyone had grown accustomed to Shirley's insights. Having their latent gossip gene uncovered by Shirley, how could they endure the prospect of not hearing her thoughts? If everyone were to share the silence, it would be bearable. However, being the sole individual cast aside due to poor performance, and thus unable to hear Shi Li's voice, was tantamount to a death sentence. The very notion was unthinkable. Shi Li cradled a lottery box in her arms and placed it upon the podium. She found it perplexing why the homeroom teacher had instructed her to retrieve it. This so-called reward for the first place was rather peculiar, resembling a lottery box, which hardly seemed fitting as a reward for her, especially since the homeroom teacher called up students to draw from the lottery starting from the second place, leaving Shi Li conspicuously unacknowledged. Shi Li was utterly bewildered by this development. Once all the students had drawn their prizes at the podium and the lottery box was empty, Shi Li still had not been called up. Each student held a ping-pong ball marked with a number. After drawing a number, the homeroom teacher would write the corresponding number next to their name. Once everyone had participated, the homeroom teacher activated the slideshow on the projector. I have prepared a small token for everyone to celebrate the winter break. The items you hold correspond to the gifts I am offering you. They are modest presents, and I hope you do not find them lacking. Not only Shi Li, but all the students were perplexed by the homeroom teacher's intentions.
Yet,
they all sensed that this might not bode well. The slide presented a table, with the numbers followed by their corresponding prize details. Winter break gift packages. New Year's celebration boxes. It indeed resembled a gesture of gifting to the students. In the depths of Shi Li's heart, a sense of injustice brewed as she pondered why the notoriously stingy homeroom teacher could be so generous. This isn't right. He is indeed a miser. Everyone else receives gifts. Yet I am left empty-handed. The teacher responded, "Patience, dear, you'll understand in due time." Before long, he unveiled a plethora of exquisitely wrapped boxes on the podium, their grand sizes suggesting the treasures they contained must be of considerable worth. Shi Li's discontent grew. It wasn't that she coveted the gifts, but rather the inequity of the situation nagged at her. It was only natural to feel perturbed when everyone else was bestowed with presents except for her. Shi Li, with extraordinary luck, drew the number 1, corresponding to the prize titled Joyful Winter Vacation. Just hearing the name hinted at the delightful surprise awaiting her, promising a joyous holiday. Seated amidst a mountain of gifts, she quickly spotted the substantial number 1 box, and disbelief washed over her at the thought of what splendid items it might contain. As she gradually opened the gift, all eyes in the classroom were riveted upon her, even those of her classmates who were stepping up to claim their prizes. With bated breath, she revealed a thick stack of brightly colored workbooks. Shi Li exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this truly the essence of a joyful winter vacation? Who could find happiness amidst such a mountain of workbooks?" The teacher quipped, "Parents will be overjoyed." The others gasped in shock. Shi Li suddenly grasped why the teacher had stated that the gift intended for her was out of reach, by not allowing her to participate in the drawing. He had indeed given her the most significant gift of all. The student who drew number 3 hesitated, unwilling to rush to the podium. Observing that the second student had also received a box of past exam papers, he raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, may I forfeit my prize and allow another student the chance?" The teacher, with a smile, shook his head, stating, "Once you choose to partake in the game, you must be prepared to play." With tears cascading down his face, the third student approached the front, receiving a gift box even larger than Shi Li's, aptly named Joyful Winter Vacation Deluxe. Upon witnessing Shi Li's gift, he had anticipated his prize would be even grander. Yet, as she unveiled her box of workbooks, dread filled him at the thought of how many workbooks he might receive and the time required to complete them. Thus, he contemplated relinquishing his gift. But the teacher would not permit it, emphasizing the importance of honoring one's commitments. True to expectation, the gift he unwrapped exceeded Shi Li's bounty by a considerable margin. The pace at which the gifts were distributed was swift. Within half an hour, every student had claimed their prize. At one point, the podium stood empty, leaving the remaining few to briefly rejoice at the prospect of no gifts left for them. However, the teacher cunningly dispatched a student who had already received a prize to fetch the remaining gifts from his office, embodying the adage that misery loves company. "Since I have perished, my dear friend, you need not hope to survive. Let us all perish together." The group swiftly moved the remaining gifts onto the podium, ensuring that the progress of their siblings would not be hindered. After distributing the last present, the homeroom teacher stood before the class to deliver a speech of gratitude. "These are some gifts I have personally funded for you all. I hope you do not find them wanting." Shi Li thought to herself, "These are indeed gifts that defy description, yet I am fortunate to be unscathed." The others murmured, "Is it truly appropriate to take delight in their misfortune? Yet, considering their achievements, such gifts seem unnecessary. Moreover, my dear homeroom teacher, Your efforts to earn a living are not without challenges. Risking the scrutiny of your superiors to earn your livelihood is no easy task. Thus, it is unnecessary for you to bear the burden of self-funding your role for our sake. This simply will not do. Truly, it will not do.
Shi Li remarca.
That last statement is the crux of the matter, is it not? The homeroom teacher replied, "You have caught me. It is rather embarrassing." With a sigh reminiscent of a fatherly figure, he continued, "I am merely looking out for you all, hoping you can improve your grades." The rest of the class, excluding Shi Li, thought, "I trust your words are mere fabrications, you cunning old man." When everyone arrived at school empty-handed, they departed laden with gifts. Shi Li nodded, presenting her report card to her parents. The results were in, and the homeroom teacher had called them over to discuss the recent final examinations. Upon seeing his daughter's outstanding report card, her father, Huang Jie, could hardly contain his pride, exclaiming, "My daughter is remarkable. Whatever reward you desire, just tell your father." "No need for rewards. Our homeroom teacher has already bestowed upon me a gift," Shi Li responded. "While the other students received large bundles of practice books for the winter vacation, I have no need to write them." The two were momentarily at a loss for words, and her father proudly declared, "My daughter excels academically, so of course, she does not require practice books to reinforce her studies." The news left Shi Li quite astonished. Heavens! The school bully has come to seek her advice on academic matters. What on earth is happening? Have the Trisolarans come to invade Earth?
It was truly terrifying.
What had transpired in her absence? "My dear homeroom teacher, you possess such potential. It is beneath you to simply serve as a homeroom teacher. You should join the United Front Work Department and persuade the beautiful nation to abandon its hegemonic and racist tendencies, collaborating to establish a splendid blue planet." Even if he had not assisted her directly, Shi Li would willingly offer him her guidance. For someone aspiring to change their circumstances and dedicated to serious study, regardless of their current grades, Shi Li would never look down upon them. Rather, she found such individuals commendable. She requested that he send her his report card so that she might tailor her assistance to address his specific weaknesses and help him improve his grades swiftly. Shi Li had always been diligent, possessing a modicum of cleverness and a penchant for solving problems, which contributed to her current academic success. Each individual's circumstances differ. With her good grades, Shi Li could identify his points of weakness and problem-solving strategies, enabling her to systematically address those vulnerabilities. Shi Li instructed the other party to wait a moment before she meticulously examined his examination paper, subsequently taking out a pen and paper for analysis. Approximately an hour later, having completed her analysis of his primary subject, she grew concerned that he might be impatient and inquired, "Are you still there?" Finding typing cumbersome, Shi Li opted to send him a voice message, providing an in-depth analysis regarding his academic performance this semester, detailing which areas required foundational work and which topics could benefit from advanced exercises. Although her analysis took considerable time, she conveyed the essence in merely 10 minutes, followed by sending her meticulously crafted notes to ensure he grasped the nuances. "By the way, I noticed your humanities scores surpassed your sciences. For your sophomore year, have you decided whether to pursue humanities or sciences? If you have made a decision, I want to assist you with the other 3 subjects." Upon uttering these words, Shi Li felt a twinge of utilitarianism, as if education were solely for the sake of grades. She hastily clarified, "After all, we are high school students. One could eloquently state that we study to enrich our knowledge, yet the ultimate aim is indeed the college entrance examination." The more she spoke, the more pragmatic she seemed, prompting her to abandon further explanations, acknowledging her own utilitarian approach to learning. "Consider your own interests. Pursuing sciences may afford you better employment prospects in the future. But even if you choose a field with a 0 employment rate, I trust your family can support you. Sciences, then, I am reluctant to switch classes." Very well. Having reviewed the primary subject scores, Shi Li had gained considerable experience and was able to analyze the subjects of physics, chemistry, and biology with greater efficiency than before. A sense of excitement bubbled within her. If one desires rapid improvement in scores, I possess effective methods. Take Gao Yun, for instance. After a semester of intense training, she advanced 10 places in her class ranking during the final examination. Should you be willing to consider it? Thank you very much. Not a problem. Shi Li had become quite adept at arranging one-on-one courses and had even coordinated with instructors from a training institution. She shared the meticulously planned schedule with him, along with the contact details for each subject teacher. Shi Li pondered whether he might find the schedule too rigorous and be reluctant to attend classes, noting that one cannot expect to improve with a mindset that shuns hardship and challenges. Thank you for organizing the courses, he hesitantly remarked. I've heard that the schedule you arranged for Gao Yun is quite packed. Can I really improve my scores quickly? Gao Yun's extracurricular timetable was no secret in the class. She had previously shared it in a chat group without Shi Li. Lamenting that Shi Li was a taskmaster with an excessively full schedule, leaving no time for her to relax or join her peers in leisure activities. It was quite peculiar that he was not lamenting the packed schedule. He had only encountered complaints about excessive coursework, never about insufficient assignments. Shi Li clarified. You are not like Gao Yun. Your foundational knowledge is significantly stronger. I'll be candid with you. My arrangement of numerous courses for her was intentional, not just to elevate her scores, but also to immerse her in a sea of knowledge, thereby curbing her infatuation with romantic distractions. By the way, you're not distracted by romance, are you? Shi Li inquired. If you have such a tendency, I can assist you in arranging your courses a bit more fully. Chapter 91. I was merely jesting. Shi Li asked, You're not one of those love-struck individuals, are you? The voice on the phone fell silent for 3 seconds. I don't know. Gao Yun's kind of infatuation is rare. Of course, compared to the protagonists in the original story, her romantic preoccupations are but trivial. He is a prominent figure at school, yet to Shi Li, he is not. He is not a pivotal character in the original narrative. And Shi Li did not pay him much heed. Her question was casual. Her family wanted to inquire on her behalf, but she declined, as it was of no consequence to her. At that moment, she merely thought of him as a classmate. The voice on the line sounded somewhat muffled. Thank you for helping me analyze my grades today. Shi Li replied nonchalantly, It's no trouble at all. After all, we are classmates. And it's only natural to assist one another. Should you encounter any academic difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I shall never refuse if I am able to help. Then thank you. If I face any insurmountable challenges again, I may trouble you. Shi Li, who had merely offered a polite remark, responded, Did you take that seriously? A promise made must be honored, even if it brings one to tears. All right, no problem. However, you all seem rather peculiar today. Many have approached me, expressing a desire to study diligently. You all? The voice on the other end was faint, and Shi Li could not hear clearly. Is that so? Unable to discern, Shi Li retorted, What did you say? I was pondering why Gu Yuqing, whose grades are commendable and whose family can afford expensive tutoring, would choose to work on assignments with you. Shi Li recalled some long-buried speculations. Gu Yuqing had not always treated her this way. The sudden shift was perplexing. Could it be that she intended to target her? Perhaps she aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship first. You scheming man, I'll have you. Shi Li was unaware that her suspicions regarding Gu Yuqing had been overheard by the entire class. She needed to maintain her innocent fa among her peers. She could not allow them to perceive her darker thoughts. Even if she suspected Gu Yuqing's intentions, she could not voice them. To do so would be to expose her vulnerabilities. Shi Li then remarked, Perhaps she believes that a high-priced tutor cannot compare to me? The moment she uttered this rationale, her face flushed with embarrassment. She realized she was not quite so shameless after all. She was merely an ordinary student. How could she presume that a professional tutor would be inferior? In an effort to conceal her inner turmoil, she swiftly constructed a fa of audacity. She was just a student. No matter how exceptional her grades, they could not surpass the expertise of seasoned educators. Knowledge and expertise are cultivated through time, and teachers are trained to instruct. Who gave her the audacity to make such a claim? In contemplating this, Shi Li entertained another possibility. I am but a student, and I cannot be certain of everything. Should my grades decline, please do not hold it against me. Gao Yun, listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed. An old adage states that unintentional efforts can yield unexpected results, while intentional endeavors may falter. To absolve herself of responsibility, Shi Li decided to preemptively address the situation, lest she find herself blaming her own actions later. Upon her inaugural visit to the villa of the school bully, Jin Qi, she could hear the faint sound of laughter from the other end of the phone. He remarked, Your study methods are sound. Any lack of improvement in your learning is solely my fault. His early admission of fault made Shi Li feel somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he was not lacking in intelligence. Despite dozing off in class, his grades were still commendable. She believed that if he were to adopt a more earnest attitude towards his studies, his performance would undoubtedly improve. Any stagnation in progress could only be attributed to a lack of seriousness in his approach. It was certainly not her failing. While she was still awake, Shi Li pondered that someone with such a strong sense of responsibility could never become a teacher. Although the winter break had commenced a few days prior, for Shi Li, It truly began that very night. From that moment on, she could remain cocooned in her home, venturing out only when absolutely necessary until the end of February when school resumed. The rhythms of holiday life differed from those of the academic calendar. Shirley continued her habitual early nights, but indulged in later mornings. With a piece of toast held delicately between her lips, she quietly opened the study door just a crack. Hearing the sound of the door, her father, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Has my daughter come downstairs for breakfast?" Shirley chuckled softly, "Yes, Dad. Why haven't you gone to the office today? Is something amiss?" Upon hearing such ominous words from his daughter, her father retorted somewhat gruffly, "It's Saturday, my dear. I'm on leave. Can't you wish for something good?" Shirley placed the fruit platter she had brought from downstairs onto her desk. "I'm just showing concern for you," she replied. Her inquiry stemmed from the knowledge that the company might face troubles in the future. In the original narrative, it became a stepping stone for Fong Yunha, leading to its acquisition and leaving the Shi family destitute. Shirley had her limitations. In her previous life, she believed that as long as she stayed away from Fong Yunha and refrained from harming the female protagonist out of jealousy, avoiding conflicts with both leads, her family's company would remain unscathed. However, despite her efforts to evade Fong Yunha, the company ultimately encountered difficulties. It became evident to her that such issues were inevitable, much like a crumbling edifice, with Fong Yunha merely giving it a nudge. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had not offended Fong Yunha, who did not take the opportunity to strike while she was down. Shirley constantly reminded her father to take precautions, which led to the company suffering only a few major losses. Though significant, it was not a complete disaster, allowing them to retain their existence. With her father and uncle united in their efforts, they diligently managed the business, resulting in a positive trajectory. By the time Shi Li was reborn, the company had already begun to flourish significantly. Not wishing to discuss the matter further with his daughter, her father abruptly shifted the conversation. "By the way, your mother mentioned last night that I should take you to the Fu family when I have the chance to personally express gratitude to that classmate who helped you." Shirley felt indifferent. If her parents deemed it necessary, then so be it. "All right, have you prepared a gift? We shouldn't arrive empty-handed," she mused, thinking it unnecessary to prepare anything elaborate, as simply bringing along some items would suffice. A considerable array of gifts was piled in the trunk, and in a moment of mystery, Father Shi discreetly presented Huang Jie with a small box, which Shirley perceived to be the pièce d'assistance among the tokens of gratitude. The location of the Fu family villa was in close proximity to the Shi family's ancestral home, both situated in a prestigious residential area. This marked Shirley's inaugural entry into the interior of the Fu family villa. The families had seldom intersected, and Shirley had only glimpsed the villa's exterior during past passings. However, following closely behind her parents imbued Shirley with a sense of confidence. Father Shi and Huang Jie had previously arranged this visit with the Fu family, and upon their arrival, the Fu family awaited them in the living room. Notably absent was the illustrious Fu Shurong. Present were the current head of the Fu family and his wife. "How could we have known that this child had performed such a brave act? If you hadn't mentioned it, we might never have discovered it," one remarked. "Indeed, it is only right," Father Shi responded, expressing profound gratitude for the rescue of their child. Mr. Fu interjected, downplaying the gesture, stating that it was merely a trifling act, something he felt compelled to do, and urged them not to mention thanks. Both individuals excelled in the art of conducting meetings, rendering Shirley drowsy with their discourse. Upon catching sight of him, her heart swelled with emotion, and she greeted her parents. Father Shi began effusively praising her, exclaiming that this child was indeed a rare talent, which made Shirley blush at the mere mention. "We have nothing with which to express our gratitude," she heard her father say, just as he extracted a banner from the small box. Indeed, she could not be mistaken. It was a resplendent golden banner, one she had recently laid eyes upon. Unmistakably, a token of honor. As the banner unfurled, the golden thread embroidered 8 prominent characters: exemplary family tradition, promising offspring. Young Fu, a prodigious talent, was undoubtedly the grandson of the esteemed Mr. Fu. The rescuer and the saved, both pivotal figures, found themselves momentarily silenced amidst the adults' lively conversation, which flowed effortlessly, even bordering on a sense of regret for the time lost in not having met sooner. Shirley felt a wave of tedium wash over her, though she maintained an appearance of keen interest, occasionally pondering deeply and nodding at appropriate intervals. Her gaze remained fixated on the speaker, as if she were listening intently. In this moment, only she could hear the trivial banter that filled the air. while she internally agreed with her uncle and aunt as well as her parents. That the adult conversations were rather dull, she thought they could still continue their discussions. Suddenly, someone called out, "Fu Xingxing, can my dad be any more long-winded?" The parents of the Shi family and the Fu couple engaged in congenial conversation, with the two women discussing jewelry and beauty, while the two men deliberated on business matters, recent regulations, and the potential for future collaboration between their companies. When Shi Li and her parents entered the Fu residence, the sun was still high in the sky. But as time passed, it dipped toward the horizon, casting a dimmer light within the room. The attentive housekeeper switched on the crystal chandelier that hung in the center of the living room. After the winter solstice, the days gradually lengthened while nights shortened. Yet, even with this change, it could not compare to the length of summer nights. As the twilight deepened, Father Shi proactively suggested that it was getting late and they should not intrude any longer, as the guests still needed to have their dinner, urging them not to let his presence interfere with their meal. Understanding her father as only a daughter could, Shi Li keenly discerned that he had no intention of leaving. Rather, he wished to linger for a meal. When the guests expressed their intent to depart, the hosts, of course, insisted they stay. The dishes in the kitchen were already prepared, so they might as well join in the feast, and after dinner, they could continue their pleasant conversation. Upon hearing her husband's invitation, Mrs. Fu echoed his sentiments, stating that the kitchen had indeed prepared a meal for the three of them, and it would be wasteful for them not to partake, which would be quite improper. She had just been engaged in an animated chat with Huang Jie, genuinely wishing for the couple to stay for dinner. Huang Jie and her husband were not truly eager to leave either. After some polite exchanges, they reluctantly agreed, saying it would be a bother to impose. "What bother? It's merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks," came the cheerful response. The housekeeper in the kitchen, eavesdropping on the conversation in the living room, heard that the three of them would be staying for dinner, and naturally, the meal would be more sumptuous than usual. Mrs. Fu's assertion that the kitchen was ready was merely a pretext. In reality, the kitchen had yet to prepare anything. Shi Li never anticipated that it would come to the point of mooching a meal from others. They had not even informed her in advance. Such a step was necessary. Approaching 90, yet still sprightly, he required no cane and moved with remarkable agility. "Oh, we have guests." The Fu family was one of those more traditional households where the elders resided with the eldest son. Upon hearing the reason for their visit, old Master Fu perked up, intrigued by the occasion. The previously stored banner was once again brought forth by Mrs. Fu. "Look at this, a banner presented by our guests." The resplendent 8 characters on the banner came into view once more, proclaiming the family's noble traditions and promising future generations. The old gentleman could not help but read the words aloud, a smile gracing his voice. Very well, very well. This modest token of gratitude, though not extravagant, evidently struck a chord with old Master Fu. Suddenly, Shi Li was caught off guard by the polite greetings exchanged with the elder. Father Shi and Huang Jie had already attained a notable social standing, and when introducing them to the old master, their identities were framed not merely as the parents of a rescued girl, but by their achievements and societal positions. The old master, expressing his warmth through the invitation to stay for dinner, declared that since they were already there, they should not leave until after the meal, insisting the kitchen prepare a few more delightful dishes, as he wished to celebrate the occasion with a drink. Upon hearing that the old master wished to indulge in wine, everyone disapproved. "That one tea do. Have you forgotten what the health doctor said? You must refrain from drinking." The old master, upon being told he could not drink, was displeased and scolded the younger generation for their objections, yet he did not insist on his desire to drink. In the end, he felt a bit aggrieved, asserting that he did not drink every day, and on this joyous occasion, what harm would there be in enjoying a couple of glasses? Old Master Fu resembled a child yearning for candy, ultimately leaving the table unfulfilled. The elderly gentleman had been out for a little over half a day, appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon witnessing him yawn, Mrs. Fu promptly assisted him into the bedroom. After she emerged, she discovered 2 additional individuals in the living room, her own son and a striking young lady she had never encountered before. The beautiful girl was entwined with her son's arm, an indication that they were not merely acquaintances, but rather in a romantic relationship. Chapter 94. At the age of 26, she possessed 2 decades of experience in human trafficking. Otherwise, she and her husband would not have arranged to meet the Shi family today. Regardless, they had to ensure that this time was reserved. The Fu family upheld decorum and had never engaged in such unreliable dealings. The Shi couple were taken aback, pondering if their arrival was ill-timed. "We arrived at the perfect moment," exclaimed one. "I finally got to see the second son of the Fu family and his girlfriend in person." Another chimed in. This trip was indeed worthwhile. The once orderly Fu villa was thrown into disarray with the arrival of an unexpected guest. Huang Jie, as an outsider, noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly intervened. Commenting on the second son, "Is this your youngest son? He truly seems to be a remarkable young man." Unaware of the Fu family's stance towards her son's girlfriend, she refrained from praising both of them but complimented the young man alone. With Huang Jie breaking the ice, Mrs. Fu was able to continue the conversation, introducing her son to the two elders. "Fu Xingxing, you look quite dapper." The second son of the Fu family was witnessing his cousin's normally stoic face turn crimson for the first time, the blush intensifying from the tips of his ears to his cheeks. He felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, reveling in the fact that he could evoke such a reaction from his younger cousin. He really is blushing. The innocent little wolf cub is turning red. I must say, Xingxing has a certain charm. It was only then that the somewhat slow-witted second son of the Fu family realized he had momentarily neglected his girlfriend. He rushed over to her side. "Qian, are you all right?" Everyone present was astute enough to discern the subtle emotions of the young lady, except for the second son, who remained oblivious. Regarding this uninvited daughter-in-law, Mrs. Fu initially harbored only a modicum of discontent, which swiftly escalated to profound dissatisfaction due to her small gesture. What kind of girlfriend has this foolish son found? Even blindfolded on the street, he could have stumbled upon someone better. The second son of the Fu family lives up to his name. He truly is rather simple-minded. Some matters do not require elaboration. Understanding is mutual. The second cousin's lack of insight had seemingly become a well-accepted consensus. The eldest cousin had previously lamented about this younger brother's lack of intellect, suspecting that the doctor had forgotten to equip him with a brain at birth. Now Mrs. Fu viewed her son with growing disdain, mentally cursing the pair, feeling no hesitation to scold her own flesh and blood, though she was loath to extend any courtesy to the two. The presence of guests necessitated that family scandals remain concealed. The son has chosen an unreliable girlfriend, which is already quite embarrassing. However, since she is his girlfriend, the shame belongs to him, and not to her. One must remember that despite the family's origins, it is unwise to let such trivial matters cause a rift with one's son, lest outsiders revel in the spectacle. At this moment, it is imperative to maintain composure. One might as well consider that the child in the delivery room has been swapped. This is no longer one's own flesh and blood. With this perspective, the anger dissipates, allowing for a more serene acceptance of this ill-fated couple. Observing the interactions between the second son of the Fu family and this girl, Shirley could not help but reflect, this girl is indeed adept at masquerading. For instance, the cousin's girlfriend appears to be just that, but in reality, she could very well be of the same gender as her cousin. A commercial spy, a high-level human trafficker. At the tender age of 26, she boasts 2 decades of experience in the trade. Chapter 95, The Love of the Second Son of the Fu Family. Witnessing her son embrace his girlfriend, Mrs. Fu felt an unprecedented level of distress. Even when her husband was openly affectionate with another woman in front of her, it had never been this disconcerting. Yet, she must uphold the dignity of a high society matron and refrain from hysteria. Heaven knows how much she longed to expel this couple from the villa. "Mom, I know you're sensitive to the cold, so I knitted you this scarf while staying up late," the second son of the Fu family said with a hint of grievance. "I haven't received anything from her. She is so biased toward you." Mrs. Fu managed to squeeze out a dry "Well, I truly appreciate her kindness." The girl smiled faintly. "You're welcome, Auntie. I'm glad you like it." The second son, in his obliviousness, remained unaware of the resentment emanating from his mother. Once he learned that his girlfriend was unscathed, he expressed considerable curiosity about Shi Quan's little cousin. "Shi Quan and I are classmates, and my cousin is also in the same class as her. What a delightful coincidence. Truly a case of kinship." Mrs. Fu wished she could hold up a sign. "I do not know him. He's not my biological son, merely a foundling." "Did your Chinese teacher teach you that? You misused such an idiom." The second son of the Fu family believed that upon hearing the romantic tale of their encounter, his parents and those around them would be moved and thus support his relationship with Qian. To his dismay, a glance around revealed not only the adult's indifference, but also the cold expressions of his cousin and Shi Li, their eyes clearly conveying, "Is this it? How could they be so disrespectful?" Such behavior tarnished the purity of his love with Qian.
Shi Li nudda tutfuli.
I am beginning to understand why I cannot find love. Upon hearing her words, the second son mused that only a young girl could truly appreciate the sentimentality of romantic love. Surely, he must have misinterpreted. The look in her eyes was not indifference, but rather a sense of being touched. Finally, someone was cooperating with him. The second son of the Fu family quickly turned to Shi Li, asking, "What should I say?" More than half the people in the villa perked up. While Shi's parents did not oppose early romances for their daughter, they were nonetheless concerned upon hearing that she intended to pursue a relationship. Shi Li wore a countenance reminiscent of constipation, perhaps due to my heavy sense of vigilance, perceiving strangers as potential villains. Unlike my second brother's naive disposition or my sister Qianqian's audacity to trust unfamiliar faces. Second young master of the Fu family. Shi Li continued, "If I were in your position, I would regard the sudden approach of someone offering me an umbrella with suspicion, questioning whether they had ulterior motives aimed at deceiving me. Conversely, if I were Sister Qianqian, I would hesitate to lend my umbrella to a stranger. I would fear they might not return it. After all, while a grown man could merely endure a downpour, I would be left bereft of my umbrella. That said, I might consider lending it to another woman, perhaps." Father Shi and Huang Jie exchanged glances, their expressions conveying satisfaction, as if they felt reassured by their precious daughter's prudent nature, who had even fortified her defenses with metaphorical locks. Shi Li's sentiments resonated deeply with Madame Fu, who thought to herself, "My dear niece, heed your aunt's wisdom. Your perspective is astute. Who can truly discern the depths of a stranger's intentions? A measure of caution is always wise, particularly for families such as ours, who attract the attention of those with ulterior motives regarding our assets." Madame Fu's subtle jabs at someone were unmistakable, yet second young master Fu remained oblivious, interpreting his mother's remarks as mere antiquated advice for the youth. She believed Shi Li embodied the spirit of a modern woman, unlikely to subscribe to her mother's archaic notions. Shi Li nodded, "Aunt, I understand. I attended the wedding of the Lan family, which left a profound impression on me. Hence, I believe that marriage should ideally align with social standing, naturally mitigating many risks and notably avoiding any predatory intentions." Madame Fu nearly regarded Shi Li as a confidant, marveling at how closely the girl aligned with her own thoughts. She pondered how Huang Jie had managed to raise such a commendable child, wishing her own offspring could embody similar virtues. Yet, upon this reflection, Madame Fu chastised herself for such thoughts. It was not that she undervalued her son, but rather that contemplating exchanging her romantic-minded son for a clever daughter seemed unjust to her. "Sister, you are still quite young. Why do you exhibit such antiquated views? Akin to my parents? Such hesitance will surely hinder your chances of encountering sweet romance," she admonished. Madame Fu swiftly interjected, recognizing the merit in the young woman's perspective. "You are correct. Hush now, lest you lead her astray." With a firm slap, she made her point known, causing second young master Fu to wince. "Mother, I am your own son. How could you strike me so?" Madame Fu mused. "Only because you are my son do I refrain from delivering a harsher blow. Otherwise, with my current level of ire, your life would be forfeit." The patriarch of the family, a steadfast anchor, emerged from his chamber, instantly silencing the previously bustling living room. Madame Fu seized the moment to assert, "Given our long-standing fear of grandfather." Second young master Fu refrained from clarifying that this is his girlfriend in the presence of the old man. The quantity of food on the dining table was dictated by the number of diners present, and as it had been a while since the family dined together in such numbers, the patriarch, upon observing the feast laid out before him, instinctively remarked, "In the future, we must avoid extravagance during mealtimes. Simplicity suffices." It is particularly delightful for the elderly to see their younger generations indulge in ample feasting. Upon hearing his daughter-in-law mention that his grandson could eat heartily, the old gentleman was filled with immense joy, as long as nothing was wasted. During the evening meal, he occupied the seat of honor, with the couple from the Fu family positioned to his left, while Shi Fu sat across from them. Although the second young master of the Fu family was indifferent to such formalities, he found his mother's arrangement somewhat perplexing. However, Mrs. Fu provided a reasonable explanation. Shi's daughter, Ali, needed to sit close to her parents, and Qian was placed alongside Ali, allowing the second young master to enjoy his meal face-to-face with Qian, which she deemed beneficial for him. Deeply moved, the second young master felt that despite his mother's sharp tongue, she harbored a tender heart and had long since approved of his union with Qian, even if she had not openly expressed it. Chapter 96. The Cunning Business Spy and the Abduction of Women and Children by Ms. Qian. The second young master of the Fu family was remarkably naive, with his emotions clearly etched upon his face, leaving Shi Li astounded by his simplicity. He wondered how the Fu family could have raised such a charmingly innocent individual. Given the family's stature, the likelihood of producing a sweet yet foolish character was far slimmer than that of a true heir. He had always been puzzled. His cousin was still studying and had not been exposed to the family business, and considering his character, it seemed unlikely that he would engage with the core of the family affairs. Now he understood, within this household, there was likely no one more foolish than his cousin. As for the theft of commercial secrets, it would depend on how the female trafficker proceeded. The Fu family adhered to traditional values, especially with esteemed elders present, valuing silence during meals. Thus, the dinner table was enveloped in an aura of quietude. The female trafficker, however, wished to exchange glances with her boyfriend. But the considerable distance of 2 meters between them, separated by steaming dishes, thwarted her intentions. The second young master of the Fu family, deprived of Qian's electrifying gaze, found himself inadvertently caught in the crossfire of her alluring charm, which radiated around her. Shi Li, seated nearby, was not spared from the effect, feeling a jolt akin to 100,000 volts coursing through him, prompting him to hastily consume rice to steady his nerves. No wonder the second young master of the Fu family faltered. Even I, a mere girl, was stirred by her presence. Under normal circumstances, Mr. and Mrs. Fu would accompany the elderly gentleman for a stroll in the villa area after dinner. However, with guests in attendance, the old gentleman preferred to let his son and daughter-in-law host, opting instead to take a walk with the gardener, old Zhang. The couple had intended to engage in conversation with the elder, hoping to foster goodwill between families. Yet, given the circumstances, they deemed it inappropriate to linger if they had no pressing matters to discuss. Had they not already committed to staying for dinner, they would not have felt at liberty to intrude. While Huang Jie and her husband wished to depart, Shi Li was reluctant to leave the lively atmosphere. It was a rare opportunity for entertainment, and one did not shy away from such occasions. The couple thought to themselves that their daughter, who typically had few interests, relished the gossip, and as parents, they felt compelled to indulge her in this pursuit, even if it involved engaging in activities that might not be widely cherished. The words that had been prepared for departure were abruptly swallowed by the two. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, Mr. Shi steeled himself to engage Mr. Fu in conversation about business collaborations and future aspirations. This otherwise mundane exchange took on a different hue when Shi Li's gaze met by Qian's contemplative eyes, instantly transforming her into a cacophony of alarm. "Dad, you mustn't speak of such matters. Do you not realize who you are dealing with? She is none other than Ms. Bai, the notorious business spy and trafficker of women and children." Ms. Bai, adept at multitasking, swiftly grasped her arm and began discussing topics of clothing, bags, shoes, and jewelry, subjects that would undoubtedly pique the interest of a girl from a wealthy background. Shi Li, resigned, thought to herself, "Whatever, it's of no consequence. My father is merely rambling, as middle-aged men often do, and such idle chatter shouldn't be taken to heart. Who conducts negotiations involving trade secrets in a setting like this, surrounded by onlookers?" She decided to let the two continue their conversation, allowing Ms. Bai to indulge in whatever whims she fancied. Ms. Bai proved to be a remarkable individual, effortlessly balancing small talk with Shi Li while maintaining a significant focus on the commercial discussions at hand. He observed Shi Li's vacant expression while conversing with Bai Qian, surmising that she was reluctant to engage with the girl. Consequently, he deliberately concluded his imaginative dialogue about business prospects with Mr. Fu. "Yes, indeed. We shall continue our discussion another time." Finally liberated, Shi Li rose from her seat and simultaneously, Bai Qian did the same. Taking the initiative, she linked arms with Shi Li, exclaiming, "Chatting with my sister today has been quite delightful. Let's exchange contact information so we can go shopping together in the future." Shi Li thought, "What feels amiss?" Mr. Fu's younger son chimed in, "Exactly. You two young ladies should venture out together. It would be wonderful companionship. Qian has few friends, and the girls around her often harbor jealousy, frequently ostracizing her." Shi Li countered, "Who would dare ostracize her? One glare, and they would fall silent. I seriously suspect that her lack of friends is due to them being trafficked." Mr. Fu's younger son continued, "I sometimes have commitments that prevent me from accompanying her on shopping trips. She has such a pure and gentle nature, it worries me to let her go out alone." Fearing she might be taken advantage of, he added, "You are Shi Quan's sister, and I trust your character. I feel most at ease with you in Qian's company. Your ease is one matter, but my parents will surely worry about me. Ms. Bai's social media QR code was thrust before Shi Li. Mother, help me. Chapter 97. The unassuming girlfriend of a young lady of distinction. After all, adding a contact was harmless. Regardless of Ms. Bai's capabilities, she could not abduct her from afar. With this thought, Shi Li felt a sense of safety. She retrieved her phone and cheerfully replied, "All right. But I'm a high school student and my schedule is quite full. Even after school, I must complete my homework at home. So I may not have much free time to accompany you for shopping or dining." Upon hearing that Shi Li was merely a high school student, Bai Qianqian's satisfaction grew even more. She discreetly scrutinized Shi Li from head to toe, and unbeknownst to Bai Qianqian, her gaze resembled that of a market vendor selecting pork, or akin to an ancient overseer appraising a servant. Had it not been for her clandestine dealings, Shi Li would not have perceived anything amiss in her expression. Now, however, her preconceived notions led her to believe that Bai Qianqian's eyes were rife with ulterior motives. Let me add my own thoughts. How could the ever-opportunistic Ms. Bai refuse an offer so readily presented? The utility of boys is no less than that of girls. Shi Li was taken aback. Witnessing the audacity of those who willingly courted danger, yet remained oblivious to the more insidious intentions lurking beneath. Despite Shi Li leaving the Fu family's villa with her parents, the vibrant atmosphere of the Fu household continued unabated. In the absence of outsiders, Mrs. Fu chose to drop her pretense. The moment Shi Li and her family departed, Mrs. Fu's demeanor sagged. The second young master of the Fu family, blissfully unaware, responded eagerly, "All right, I'll have Auntie prepare a guest room for Qianqian." To this naive son, Mrs. Fu offered no acknowledgement. "Miss Bai is not one of us. You are merely friends. It would be inconvenient for her to stay in our home, as it might invite unwarranted gossip. You, being a boy, may not fear such rumors, but Miss Bai, being a girl, is different. You ought to understand that slander can be lethal. Please ensure the driver makes an extra trip tonight to take Miss Bai home." Mrs. Fu's reasoning was sound, leaving the second young master at a loss for a counterargument. Moreover, the foolish boy believed his mother's rationale to be commendable, as it was purportedly for the sake of his beloved Qianqian. The gentle, demure Miss Bai would, of course, raise no objections. She attempted to convey a look of grievance to her boyfriend, but alas, he remained oblivious. Though her plans had not unfolded as intended, the day still bore fruit. She gleaned invaluable insights into the Fu family's future aspirations, and she had laid eyes on two promising prospects. Overall, it had been a day of considerable gain. Mrs. Fu pondered, could it be that he intended to stay the night? Such thoughts could only remain unvoiced. To vocalize them would suggest a desire to hasten their departure. The second young master, intrigued upon hearing that his cousin wished to discuss matters with his father, approached with curiosity. "What serious business? Let me listen in." This was certainly not knowledge he could be privy to. It concerned him directly, and his cousin was prone to revealing secrets. Eagerly, the second young master rushed forward, but his father forbade him from eavesdropping. Although he was a naive, rebellious youth, it did not imply he had grown up in a liberal household. On the contrary, Mr. Fu and the elder Mr. Fu commanded great authority in the presence of their younger kin, and inviolable respect. Hence, the second young master dared not intrude upon their private conversation. Seated opposite each other, Mr. Fu poured a glass of clear water for his nephew. At his age, consuming tea at night often led to sleeplessness, so even while seated at the tea table, he opted for plain water. Mr. Fu was far from the stern figure he presented to his younger son. He inquired kindly, "Is there something you wish to discuss with your uncle? What troubles you? Do you find something about her amiss?" Mr. Fu felt a warmth in his heart, unexpectedly touched that his seemingly indifferent nephew, who had always maintained a distance from the family, would alert him to the potential issues concerning his simple-minded son's girlfriend. Frankly, within this social circle, encounters of this nature were all too common. He could comprehend the dynamics at play. When two individuals come together, there is invariably a mutual benefit to be sought. You may be drawn to her youthful beauty, while she is attracted to your wealth and naivety. Such exchanges are quite normal. Certainly, if this girl were merely enamored with superficiality, as long as his family maintained its financial standing, she could indeed enjoy a comfortable life with his son. However, should this young woman prove to be more calculating, she might very well see his son as a mere means to an end, planning to claim a share of their marital assets post-divorce. This scenario was not entirely implausible. The sweet promises of love before marriage could swiftly turn to betrayal once the vows were exchanged. Moved by the fact that his nephew did not regard him as an outsider, Mr. Fu contemplated that even if he had been aware of the situation beforehand, he could not afford to undermine the boy's confidence. He resolved to feign sufficient surprise when the moment arose.
Mr. Fu mused.
How is this so different from what I envisioned? Surely the girl's interest in my son cannot be solely motivated by his wealth. Could it truly be love? An appreciation for him as a person? Chapter 98 spoke of separating his son and daughter-in-law, allowing them to live independently. Yet now, the assertion that her motives were not purely financial appeared riddled with contradictions. The usually composed Mr. Fu now wore an expression of profound bewilderment. Compared to his demeanor just 10 minutes later, his countenance at this moment was remarkably serene. Alone in the empty reception room, he revealed the most unsettled expression of his life. The warm water in the teapot had long since cooled. He chose not to reheat it, consuming cup after cup of tepid water. This lukewarm water paled in comparison to the chill settling in his heart. Such a situation was unprecedented. Mrs. Fu, concerned, sought him out and found him downing glass after glass of cold water, reminiscent of someone drowning their sorrows in drink. She comforted him, saying, "I understand your worries. Please do not let this trouble you too much. At our age, our health is paramount, and it is not worth compromising it over that troublesome boy. As long as Bai Qianqian remains interested solely in his money, once we expel Zhang Yang from our home, she will realize she cannot gain anything from us and will part ways with him." Before hearing his wife's reassurances, Mr. Fu had merely felt a sense of cold despair. After her comforting words, he found his hands trembling uncontrollably. Good heavens, he was only 60. His 90-year-old father moved with vigor, unassisted by a cane, while he, provoked by his son, suffered from tremors akin to Parkinson's disease. Of course, facing such a diagnosis in the prime of life was not the most devastating blow. Rather, it was the implications of his wife's earlier words that demanded immediate attention. Mr. Fu looked at his wife, with eyes laden with unspoken meaning. Under normal circumstances, such assumptions would pose no issue. Yet, little did he know, his son's girlfriend, his future daughter-in-law, was far from an ordinary individual. Dare you to expel your son from the home, adopting a stance of righteousness that forsakes familial ties? She will ensure your son is escorted to the technological hub in northern Myanmar to learn the most advanced techniques of telecommunications fraud, or perhaps to become the freshest of living organ donors. Do not speak to human traffickers of compassion and ethical principles. They hold no regard for such notions. Mr. Fu waved his hand, bidding his wife to sit. I have matters to discuss with you. Please take a seat. It must be acknowledged that sometimes having someone to share the burden with alters one's perspective significantly. Mrs. Fu placed the teapot on the stove, admonishing, "Drinking cold water is detrimental to your health. You must refrain from doing so henceforth." Mr. Fu chuckled softly. "I have just received some intriguing news." "What sort of news could warrant such a demeanor?" she inquired. "It pertains to Zhang Yang's girlfriend. Her background is rather complex." "I see. She must be with Zhang Yang solely for monetary gain. Am I correct?" Mr. Fu shook his head. This revelation ignited Mrs. Fu's competitive spirit. "Or perhaps she still has a boyfriend lurking in the shadows, conspiring to scheme against our family's fortune?" This piece of information was inspired by the Lan family. "Enough speculation. Allow me to be direct," he stated. "She is a human trafficker." The kettle soon emitted the sound of boiling water, leaving Mrs. Fu momentarily stunned. Her husband, a man of solemnity, had never jested with her. She found it hard to believe that a man of his age had suddenly unlocked a sense of humor to tease her. It was no wonder Mrs. Fu thought her husband was joking. The news was simply too outrageous. Even if Mr. Fu claimed Bai Qianqian was a fraud, she would not consider it a jest. How could a vibrant young lady possibly be a trafficker? Furthermore, the image of traffickers in her mind was one of stealth and concealment. How could she possibly become her daughter-in-law? Initially, Mrs. Fu was incredulous, even suspecting her husband of jesting. Yet, her husband, known for his seriousness, had not laid out any evidence before her, and inexplicably, she began to accept this unsettling truth. Desperately, Mrs. Fu turned to her husband. "Tell me, is her relationship with our son rooted in genuine affection, or is she merely eyeing his kidneys?" Although being targeted by a trafficker as a boyfriend and being selected as an abduction target are fundamentally similar, both paths lead to the same dismal fate. Regrettably, neither was true, for she was also a corporate spy, tasked with uncovering our company's trade secrets. Mrs. Fu exclaimed, "Where is that quick-acting heart remedy? I could consume an entire bottle." Being chosen by a trafficker merely because he is naive and easily approachable. Suddenly, Mrs. Fu leapt to her feet. What are you doing? You must not inform Zhang Yang. He is too innocent. He cannot keep secrets. If he learns of this, it won't be long before Bai Qianqian discovers it too, which could easily alert them. Mrs. Fu cast a sidelong glance at her husband. Do you think I am that unreliable? Then where are you headed? Mrs. Fu smiled. I shall pluck a hair from that boy's head and send it for testing tomorrow. He is both foolish and dim-witted, unlike you or me. I suspect he was switched at the hospital. Mr. Fu replied, so your plan to test him is indeed a most reliable course of action. Chapter 99. This is your auntie. After leaving the Fu family villa, Ms. Bai Qianqian attempted to arrange a meeting with Shi Li through the internet. However, Shi Li consistently declined her invitations, citing the need to complete her homework at home. Following several rejections, Bai Qianqian ceased her efforts to reach out to Shi Li. It remained unclear whether she had abandoned her pursuit of Shi Li or simply sought an alternative approach. Of course, Shi Li could never accompany Bai Qianqian outside. Did she consider her life to be so lengthy, or did she believe in her kidneys' boundless regenerative abilities, unafraid of being harvested? Since neither was the case, she needed to prioritize her own safety, beginning with rejecting Bai Qianqian. After turning her down twice, a third of Shi Li's winter vacation had passed. Huang Jie and the housekeeper were busy purchasing New Year's goods, while Shi Li and her father adorned their home with festive decorations. As her father climbed a ladder to hang ornaments, Shi Li busied herself on the ground, handing him various items. At that moment, the home phone rang, prompting Shi Li to rush to answer it. After exchanging a few affirmatives, she hung up the phone. Who had called, and what was the matter? Shi Li urged her father to descend from the ladder to avoid any potential mishap should he become overly excited upon hearing the call's content. Of course, we shall go. Absolutely. Her father cast a knowing glance at his wife. Having been married for over a decade, he understood her desire to witness the excitement. Shi Li mused that her penchant for gossip and revelry was not without reason. It mirrored her mother's inclinations. When the family of three arrived at the ancestral home, the afternoon sun still graced the sky. Neither her uncle nor aunt was present, but Grandma Shi sat on the living room sofa, accompanied by a man and a woman, the man being Shi Li's younger uncle. Grandma, I'm here, Shi Li exclaimed excitedly as she entered. Upon hearing her granddaughter's voice, Grandma Shi beamed with joy. Ali, come in quickly. I've asked Cui Jie to prepare your favorite sweet soup. You must have some to warm yourself. The woman referred to as Sister Cui took the coats that Shi Li's family offered, her voice filled with warmth. The soup is in the kitchen. Ali, go fetch it and bring a bowl for your parents.
All right.
The sweet soup had been simmering in a clay pot, too hot to be consumed immediately. Shi Li cradled the porcelain bowl to warm her hands, stirring the contents with her spoon, aiming to achieve a palatable temperature swiftly. Grandma Shi looked kindly at her granddaughter. Is it very cold outside? Your parents should have ensured you wore more layers before heading out. Shi Li gazed at her grandmother with a hint of exasperation. Grandma, I am no longer a child. I can dress myself. Oh, indeed. Your parents should be more diligent in ensuring you wear adequate clothing. Such negligence. Shi Li playfully pouted at her grandmother.
I am perfectly fine, grandma.
I don't feel cold at all. Her father and Huang Jie exchanged glances, exasperated. Surely, the elderly lady's favoritism could not extend this far. Upon her arrival, Shi Li greeted her younger uncle, who sat beside Grandma Shi. Uncle, it's been a while. It truly has been a long time, her uncle replied, momentarily lost in thought. After all these years, Ali has blossomed into a young lady. 4 years younger than her father, Shi Li's uncle appeared considerably older, resembling more of an elder brother than a younger sibling. Standing side by side, the younger uncle and the elder uncle might easily lead one to mistake which is the elder brother. The changes etched upon his face reveal that the past 3 years have not been kind to the younger uncle. Back then, he insisted on divorcing Aunt Shi Li, determined to marry another woman. Aunt Shi Li, innocent of any wrongdoing in their marriage, had her occasional temper but was fundamentally a good person, maintaining harmonious relations with both her sisters-in-law and mother-in-law, leaving no room for criticism. As the cherished daughter of the family, it was entirely natural for her to exhibit some small frustrations. The family opposed the younger uncle's decision to divorce Aunt Shi Li, yet he remained resolute. Aunt Shi Li, not one to cling desperately, could not endure the disdain from her husband and decisively chose to end the marriage. The divorce was a public spectacle, met with considerable disapproval from her family. Furthermore, the younger uncle aspired to marry again, this time to a woman of no notable lineage, a divorcee who was an orphan. Even if his new fiancée hailed from a prestigious background, the Shi family would never consent, especially given her complicated identity. When the family refused to support their union, the younger uncle severed ties completely. This incident rendered the Shi family a subject of ridicule within their circle. Over the past 3 years, the family occasionally received updates about him, primarily through the inquiries of Grandma Shi, who harbored concerns for her son. The rest of the family, however, remained indifferent to his plight. Shi Li's perception of her uncle was solely shaped by her parents, who did not hold him in high regard, and she mirrored their sentiments. Yet, this was not simply Grandma Shi's affection for her son. The family feared that the elderly matriarch would worry unnecessarily. Compounding matters. The younger uncle was involved in a car accident this year, resulting in the loss of a leg. Previously pampered and well-groomed, he had darkened considerably during his years away, with more wrinkles adorning his face. His smile, once charming, now bore a certain simplicity, devoid of its former flamboyance. Ali, allow me to introduce you to Hong Yan.
You may call her aunt, he said.
The younger uncle was not attempting to present a wife to his niece, but rather to introduce her to his elder brother and sister-in-law. He reasoned that if his niece referred to her as aunt, it would signify the acceptance of Hong Yan as a spouse by his brother's family. However, Shi Li had never favored this woman, and it might prove challenging for her to address her as such. With a cheerful smile, Shi Li extended her right hand, palm upward, mimicking a gesture that implied a request for a monetary gift, a form of compensation for the name change. Chapter 100. Transferring schools to be classmates with you. Shi Li's parents, observing their daughter's actions, stifled their laughter as they witnessed her request for compensation. They felt reassured, knowing their daughter would not be bullied after stepping out into the world. In modern times, it is uncommon for individuals to carry cash or red envelopes, particularly since the younger uncle had not fared well after leaving home. His capabilities were modest, and the support he received from his family and father-in-law during his first marriage did not translate well into independence. Shi Li had heard from her aunt that Grandma Shi often discreetly provided financial assistance to her younger son. Both the elder uncle and his wife were aware of this, but chose not to confront the matriarch, fearing the consequences of the younger uncle's potential demise in the outside world. Uncle Shi, lacking the ability to earn, had been accustomed to a lavish lifestyle for nearly 40 years, which fostered in him a propensity for extravagant spending. After being cast out, even the occasional financial assistance from his grandmother was meager. Shi Li reached out, intending to ask for a change fee, but her uncle not only lacked cash, but was also unable to facilitate a transfer. He gestured towards his pockets and said, "Ali, I left in a hurry and did not bring a red envelope. Would you be able to wait until I can repay you later?" Having been married for many years without children, he had always been kind to the children of his brother and sister-in-law, hoping to cultivate a bond with Shi Li and perhaps smooth over the situation. Whether he could manage to do so depended entirely on Shi Li's willingness to be lenient. Unfortunately, Shi Li chose to adhere strictly to her principles. Rising to her feet, she bowed deeply with sincere apologies, stating, "I cannot provide a change fee, so I must respectfully decline." "Good day, Mrs. Hong." This elicited genuine laughter from Shi's parents, who were taken aback by their daughter's sharp tongue. Seated beside Uncle Shi, Hong Yan's expression twisted in irritation. This young lady, who was clearly of noble birth, spoke with an air of vulgarity, her conversation dominated by matters of money. She did not resemble a second-generation rich individual, but rather a calculating middle-aged woman from the marketplace. Shi's grandmother held a strong disdain for the woman who had taken her grandson away. Yet Shi Li's disregard for Hong Yan's status inadvertently pleased her grandmother, who pretended not to notice. Thanks to Shi Li, Hong Yan had acquired the title of Mrs. Hong within the family. While she referred to her husband as uncle, in her presence, he became simply Mrs. Hong. This marked her as an outsider. Having spent 3 years away, Shi Li had learned to navigate social cues and understood the importance of subtlety. As mealtime approached, Uncle Shi and Auntie Shi returned home hand in hand. Shi Li sensed that their absence was not due to company matters, but rather their reluctance to witness the interaction between Uncle Shi and Hong Yan. The cousins from Uncle Shi's side were also at home, descending from the upper floor just as dinner was served. Shi Li found herself engaging in more lively conversations with her cousins, discussing the antics of her foolish classmate, the second young master of the Fu family, who had recently started dating a girl his family disapproved of. With her cousin, she shared gossip about the vice principal's affair with a male teacher, leaving her cousin astonished, remarking, "Your principal is quite something, not an ordinary person." As the younger generation indulged in their gossip, Uncle Shi interjected, "Brother, Is there still a position for me in the company? The chatter among the younger relatives was abruptly silenced by the sound of Uncle Shi dropping his chopsticks, creating an atmosphere as still as a quail. Uncle Shi held a position of authority within the family, commanding great respect when he expressed his displeasure. Everyone from Shi's father to the younger generations behaved with utmost decorum. Auntie Shi nudged Uncle Shi, signaling him to be mindful of the grandmother's presence. Shi's father attempted to mediate, suggesting, "Let us refrain from discussing work at the dinner table. It would spoil our meal. We can address any matters after we eat." He then feigned seriousness as he reprimanded the three gossiping siblings. "You three youngsters should remember, one should not speak while eating or sleeping." The three, caught off guard, fell silent. Due to the intervening incident, the meal was far from satisfactory, leaving more than half of the dishes untouched. After dining, Shi Li and her cousins were ushered upstairs, ostensibly to play. Shi Li remained oblivious to their conversations, but upon being summoned downstairs by her parents, she noticed the unmistakable delight in her uncle's eyes, mirrored by a joyful expression on Hong Yan's face. Turning her gaze, she found her father's demeanor rather indifferent, while Huang Jia wore an expression tinged with amusement. It dawned on Shi Li that her uncle had likely achieved his desires, and it was clear that the bond of brotherhood was not the source of this success. Rather, it must have been her grandmother's intercession. With a new position to uphold, her uncle spoke with an unusual assertiveness. He called out to Shi Li, "Ali, come here. I need your assistance with something." Huang Jia's countenance shifted to one of impatience upon hearing her brother-in-law mention needing help from his daughter. It seemed he was quite bold in his requests. Shi Li, however, refrained from responding, thinking to herself, "I am but a child. How could I possibly assist you? You overestimate my capabilities. Ali, you're a big girl now. I have heard your academic performance at school is commendable." Shi Li's eldest uncle, clearly irritated with his younger brother, interjected, "Just speak plainly. If you have something to say, say it. We do not indulge in circumlocution in this family." Her uncle rubbed his nose, retorting, "Brother, your manner of speaking is rather uncouth." He continued, "My wife has a younger sister, a fellow student in the same grade as you, currently in her first year of high school. I would like to transfer her to your school so you can attend together and you can help look after her, which would give me peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Huang Jia was on the verge of confrontation. "What do you mean? My daughter is accustomed to being cared for at home. Now you want her to take care of someone else at school? If this were a familial obligation to our own siblings, it would be one thing, but this is merely a distant relative. You expect my daughter to look after your adopted daughter? If your family needs to curry favor with us, that's one matter. But it is clear that your family is the one seeking assistance." She had just remarked that her brother-in-law had made some progress over the past 3 years, acquiring a sense of propriety. Yet, it seemed he had not changed at all. He remained the same individual devoid of understanding. Not only was Huang Jia displeased, but the rest of the family shared her sentiments. The expression on her uncle's face grew serious, prompting her aunt to place a calming hand on her arm. Her aunt interjected, "Ali is still quite young, in a phase of reckless play. She is not suited to care for others." Since the eldest sister-in-law had spoken, Huang Jia felt emboldened, agreeing, "What my sister-in-law says is correct. If you are not at ease with your adopted daughter, it would be best to keep her close by your side." Suddenly, Hong Yan, who had been quietly observing, spoke up, "Both sisters-in-law are correct. Your third brother speaks without thinking. You are well aware of his nature after all this time. He does not harbor ill intentions. He recently expressed his desire to transfer the girl he wishes to have with me to Ali's school, a matter he did not consult me about in advance. Setting aside other considerations, I am the first to oppose this. That girl is of lowly disposition, her academic performance is dismal, and she shows little inclination to improve. Placing her in the same class as our well-behaved Ali could potentially lead to negative influences." The tone in which she spoke carried an unmistakable bitterness, akin to someone disdainfully declaring that their daughter is unworthy of studying alongside your esteemed young lady. Moreover, when Hong Yan spoke of her daughter's lowly fate, her tone was filled with venom, resembling not a mother's concern but rather the vitriol reserved for an adversary. Both Ali's aunt and Huang Jia are mothers of daughters themselves. Even if they wished to subtly undermine others, they would not resort to disparaging their own children. Both women frowned in disbelief. What mother would speak so ill of her own daughter? The decision to place Xiaoying in Ali's class was indeed my oversight for not discussing it with you beforehand, and I assure you it shall not happen again. As the mother, if you feel it is inappropriate, we shall find Xiaoying a place in an ordinary high school." Upon hearing my uncle's subservient demeanor towards Hong Yan, The expressions on everyone's faces suggested they had just swallowed something foul. Observing others in love can evoke feelings of warmth, but witnessing this couple's display was enough to turn one's stomach. My uncle's sudden whim to transfer his stepdaughter arose from his new position at the company, signaling a shift in household dynamics, necessitating a move to Lawn City. The first order of business after relocating was to consider the children's education, which is quite reasonable. Huang Jia, possessing a compassionate heart, felt a pang of sympathy for my uncle's adopted daughter. As long as it posed no inconvenience to her own daughter, she was willing to lend a helping hand. She then offered her connections, stating that she knows several middle school principals, both private and public, who could assist in securing a place. My uncle, aware that any school recommended by his sister-in-law must be reputable, expressed his gratitude, affirming that he was open to either public or private institutions as long as they maintained a strong academic ethos and responsible educators. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hong Yan, who insisted that such trivial matters regarding school placements need not trouble his sister-in-law, asserting that her daughter was unworthy of such advantages and that it would be a waste. Grateful for the offer, Huang Jia, sensing the lack of appreciation from the biological mother, chose not to press her assistance further. Witnessing this exchange, Shi Li smiled softly. Though she is not bound by blood to that younger sister, we are nonetheless a family, and it is only natural that we support one another. My uncle and Ms. Hong's trust in me to care for their daughter is a testament to their faith, and I shall strive not to betray that trust. It is not solely my responsibility to look after my sister. We can mutually assist each other. Having a relative in class alleviates any concerns you may have about her being bullied at school. When she faces difficulties, I will be there to help her. And in turn, she will support me when I encounter challenges. After Shi Li delivered her heartfelt speech, the expressions of everyone in the villa, except for her uncle and aunt, were filled with intriguing curiosity. Her cousins exchanged knowing glances with Shi Li, their faces reflecting a mix of skepticism and amusement. Little did they know, Shi Li had no ulterior motives. She was a genuinely kind-hearted individual, merely wishing to engage in acts of kindness. Hong Yan quickly interjected, cautioning that while she knew Shi Li was benevolent, one must be wary of Song Ying's selfishness and vanity. Being around her might lead one astray. Shi Li waved her hand dismissively, assuring them that it was perfectly fine. After all, we are family, and I would never disdain my sister. You've mentioned how good-natured I am, so with time, my sister will surely be influenced to become a better person as well. Unable to contain her amusement, her cousin laughed, pointing out that Shi Li's words implied that Song Ying's shortcomings were due to her long association with their mother, who had influenced her negatively. Despite Hong Yan's lingering hesitations, Shi Li's uncle decisively stated that since Shi Li was willing, he would leave the matter in her hands. Shi Li smiled gently at Hong Yan, emphasizing that it was no trouble at all. We are family, and such formalities seem unnecessary. It was rather ironic that this stubborn girl was now remembering their familial bond. In those simple exchanges, it became apparent to everyone present that Hong Yan did not hold her biological daughter in high regard. In a bid to provoke Hong Yan further, the aunt suggested that they should have their daughter stay at the old residence tonight and asked whether they should send a driver to fetch her from the hotel, as it was unsafe for a girl to be alone there. Shi Li's uncle appeared somewhat uneasy, as they had not yet made proper arrangements for her. Hence he hesitated to take her out, leaving the girl at home to keep watch. The aunt remarked pointedly on their audacity, expressing surprise at their willingness to leave a child alone in the house, asserting that she was old enough to care for herself. She then inquired when they planned to bring the girl back home. Once again, Hong Yan spoke up before Shi Li's uncle could respond, stating that there was no rush. They would bring her over once they were settled, affirming that a young lady should be capable of looking after herself. Chapter 102. The words she had just heard echoed Shi Li's innermost thoughts. Shi Bo and the aunt resided with the elderly matriarch. Despite their reluctance to see the couple, they tolerated them for her sake, given that they had been living in the old residence for the new year. Shi Li's uncle's stepdaughter could not be brought over. After the new year, neither Shi Li's uncle nor Hong Yan showed any intention of moving out, seemingly planning to stay indefinitely. The villa they currently occupied was under the matriarch's name, preventing the aunt from taking any action to evict her brother-in-law's family. Though she disliked Hong Yan and even contemplated leaving the old residence, she couldn't help but envy Shi Li's family, recognizing the foresight displayed by the couple. Just before the school year commenced, Song Ying was finally brought over by Shi Li's uncle and Hong Yan. The aunt, though disapproving of Hong Yan, felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl, who was often neglected by her mother. Hong Yen showed no concern for her daughter, and Shi Li's uncle, as a stepfather, could not attend to every need, often finding himself unable to voice his thoughts even if he had them. After all, a daughter must avoid her father, and he is merely a stepfather. At this time, the younger uncle troubled the elder sister-in-law for assistance, and the elder aunt disapproved of the younger brother's relationship with Hong Yen, yet the child remains innocent. Thus, she meticulously instructed the maid to prepare clothing, shoes, socks, a backpack, and stationery for Song-ing. On the day of enrollment, the driver of the Shi family went to the old residence to fetch Song-ing. Unlike Liang Rongrong's transfer, where the adults accompanied her to meet the principal and teachers, such a scenario was non-existent here. The enrollment procedures had long been completed. Shi Li simply needed to bring her to register. This marked Shi Li's inaugural experience of accompanying someone for school registration, an occurrence that had never transpired in her previous life. In her past, Shi Li did not interfere with her younger uncle's family matters, and Song-ing had been placed in a rather subpar vocational school. Students at vocational schools often disdain academic pursuits, preferring to engage in extracurricular activities, which unfortunately included bullying their peers. As a transfer student from a family that was not affluent, Song-ing was easily intimidated and did not resist, thus becoming a target for collective bullying. Perhaps Hong Yen would even remark to her, questioning why others were not bullied, but only her, suggesting that she must have some issue and should reflect on herself more. In the old residence, Song-ing had little sense of belonging. She was acutely aware that she was not part of the family and had never attended any family gatherings at the Shi household. Shi Li's impression of her was minimal. In her memory, she was a girl who walked with a hunched back, shoulders slumped, and head bowed. It was only after her passing, during the funeral where a large black and white photograph was displayed, that Shi Li truly saw her face for the first time. She was a remarkably beautiful girl, with willow-shaped eyebrows framing large eyes that seemed to harbor a deep-seated fear. As she opened the car door, the vivid memory of that monochrome visage resurfaced before Shi Li. With a gentle smile, Shi Li addressed her. "You must be Song-ing." "You." "Hello, I am Song-ing," she replied. Dressed entirely in new clothes, purchased by the maid at the elder aunt's suggestion, Song-ing seemed apprehensive as she sat in the car, her hands fidgeting on her lap. Shi Li observed that, despite the fairness of her hands, the palms bore numerous calluses, evidence of a life filled with household chores and labor. "I will take you to register shortly. You are in the same class as me, so feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Our classmates and teachers are quite amiable. Do not be afraid. If anyone troubles you, whether inside or outside the school, just let me know, and I will ensure they are dealt with." Song-ing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness. I apologize for the trouble." "It's nothing. It's not a bother at all." The director of education was already prepared for the arrival of a transfer student. After Shi Li accompanied Song-ing to the director's office and signed some documents, they were subsequently handed over to the homeroom teacher. This allowed the homeroom teacher to recognize her as a relative of the Shi family. There were currently no students occupying the position near the podium, so there was no concern about competing for a seat. The homeroom teacher readily agreed, saying, "All right, I will have our boys move a set of desks and chairs. If Song-ing prefers, she can sit near the podium." The homeroom teacher has always placed great importance on the independent thoughts of his students. Even when the suggestion comes from his prized top student, he still seeks the opinion of Song-ing first. Song-ing smiled softly at the two and replied, "Sure, I have no objections." The teacher's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to study diligently. Unaware that the tone of this thought diverged from their usual conversations, she obediently responded, "Thank you, sister. I will pay close attention in class." The homeroom teacher felt a pang of concern. It appeared this new girl could hear Shi Li's thoughts. Over time, he had learned to distinguish between Shi Li's spoken words and her inner monologue. What Shi Li had just thought coincided oddly with the girl's own voice. Shi Li was puzzled as to why Song-ing felt the need to report her commitment to studying attentively. Though perplexing, it was also logical. One often assures family members about their dedication to learning before school begins. Yet, the essence of schooling was not solely academic success, but rather the joy it brings. It was crucial for one to find happiness in their experiences. Fearing that Shi Li's inner musings might reflect poorly on her, Song-ing mistakenly interpreted Shi Li's thoughts as spoken dialogue, inadvertently revealing some issues during their conversation. Upon returning to the classroom, the homeroom teacher introduced the new student to his classmates. Following a brief meeting, he took Song-ing aside for what he termed an enrollment conversation. In truth, he led her to his office to disclose her newfound ability. She could hear Shi Li's thoughts. The statement she had just heard was not articulated verbally, but rather conceived in Shi Li's mind. A flicker of shock crossed Song Ying's typically timid face. The teacher, sensing her skepticism, felt compelled to reassure her, "I swear, I'm not deceiving you." In a light-hearted moment, Song Ying exclaimed, "Who understands this? My new homeroom teacher is a complete enigma." Chapter 103, You All Have Issues, from Song Ying's hysterical perspective. Any rational individual would find it hard to believe that they possessed a special ability to hear the inner monologue of a specific person, regardless of whether the speaker was their new homeroom teacher. The teacher, having once been in Song Ying's shoes, empathized with her bewilderment. He cautioned her, "I merely wish to prepare you. If you suddenly hear Shi Li speaking without cause, do not be alarmed, and please keep this matter from her. We must maintain this secret within our class, for it is not meant for outsiders or even Shi Li to know." The notion of eavesdropping on someone's thoughts struck Song Ying as somewhat invasive. She could hardly fathom how uncomfortable Shi Li would feel knowing her innermost thoughts were exposed. At that moment, she had forgotten her initial disbelief regarding the situation and innocently inquired, "Why must we keep this secret from outsiders and Shi Li?" The teacher regarded her with a look of incredulity. "Consider it. If our entire class can hear Shi Li's thoughts, what does that imply? Is the issue with us? Or is it with Shi Li?" Song Ying pondered silently, realizing that they all had their issues, and now she, too, was entangled in the web of complications. Clearly, Shi Li was at the heart of it all. Her inner thoughts had been laid bare to them, her teachers and classmates, granting them a privileged glimpse into her soul. What if unscrupulous outsiders were to discover this and abduct Shi Li for nefarious experiments? The chilling image of Shi Li being seized by shadowy figures for sinister research flashed in Song Ying's mind, prompting her to cover her mouth in terror. This could not be allowed to happen. Despite their brief acquaintance a mere morning, Song Ying sensed that Shi Li was fundamentally good, and she could not bear the thought of her being taken for such purposes. "I will keep this secret," she resolved, ensuring that no one outside would learn of it. The homeroom teacher, resembling a sinister figure luring children, expressed satisfaction. "That's the spirit." Yet, Song Ying remained perplexed. If the goal was to keep this from outsiders, why conceal it from Shi Li herself? Was it right to keep her in the dark about the knowledge of her secret? Everyone harbors unspoken secrets, hidden shadows that must not be revealed to others. Shi Li, unaware that they could hear her thoughts, had inadvertently bared her darker side, which troubled Song Ying. The teacher regarded her with a hint of sympathy, explaining, "Shi Li is different from others. Her thoughts do not reveal a shadowy psyche. Rather, they reflect a striking contrast. The reason we do not disclose this to her is to enable her to guard against voicing anything unspeakable in her heart." This leads to my third point. Some of Shi Li's thoughts possess the ability to foresee the future, with a remarkable accuracy of 100% thus far. We fear that if Shi Li becomes aware of our ability to hear her thoughts, the predictive power may vanish, or we may lose the ability to hear her altogether. Song Ying nodded in understanding, absorbing the information more swiftly than she had anticipated. The teacher mused with a touch of envy, appreciating the youth's capacity to embrace new concepts far more readily than his own aging sensibilities. However, a peculiar look lingered in Song Ying's eyes. Was it indeed possible for someone to hear the thoughts of others in reality? Coming from a small town, she had never encountered such phenomena outside of television dramas. Realizing her earlier words had been in vain, she recognized that she still harbored doubts. Thus, the teacher reassured her. "I do not expect you to believe and accept this all at once. Just be mindful of what I have shared and ensure you do not give anything away." He questioned, "Surely, that should not be too difficult?" Song Ying nodded slowly. "I will do my best." The teacher, resembling a cult leader, insisted, "Do not say do your best. You must succeed. Failure is not an option." Such a commanding demeanor left Song Ying anxious. Shi Li had also mentioned that if anyone were to bully her or if she encountered any issues at school, she should not hesitate to seek assistance, as they were family. Yet, Song Ying was not one to trouble others. Although she acknowledged Shi Li's offer, she had never considered reaching out for help. After all, she had managed through many years without assistance. She was utterly astonished by the series of bombshells dropped by her homeroom teacher, and she felt an overwhelming urge to seek assistance from Shi Li, despite her principles. The crux of the matter was that Shi Li must remain oblivious to her predicament. Whether to solicit Shi Li's help or refrain from doing so posed a significant dilemma. As Song Ying prepared to leave the office, her teacher, with an oddly peculiar tone, remarked, "By the way, I recall that you are related to Shi Li. You are his cousin, aren't you?" In her past online explorations, Song Ying had stumbled upon the Shi family of Lan Cheng but had never realized that her stepfather was, in fact, a blood relative of the Shi family. Being brought to Lan Cheng and residing in a mansion reminiscent of a castle felt like a surreal dream. Song Ying had always been adept at reading the room, and upon moving into the ancestral home, she had long since perceived her biological mother's lack of favor with the Shi family. The teacher's recent comment seemed to probe into her family background, reminiscent of how teachers at school often treated students differently based on their familial circumstances. Although she was ostensibly the daughter of Shi Xiaoshu, a member of the Shi family, Song Ying understood that she was not their true granddaughter and could not comfortably claim to be Shi Li's cousin. Not quite. To put it simply, my stepfather is Shi Li's biological uncle, she clarified. The teacher responded with a thoughtful, "Oh," as if grasping the nuances of their relationship. The teacher then inquired, "So, do you live together?" "Not at all. We do not reside under the same roof. This morning, I arrived together with him. It was Shi Li who had the driver come to fetch me," she explained. The teacher nodded, his tone brimming with a kind of excitement that Song Ying lacked. "You are relatives, so you'll have the opportunity to see Shi Li frequently after school." Anxiously, Song Ying thought to herself, how can the teacher not understand? I just stated that I am not truly related to Shi Li and do not live with him. Since you can see Shi Li often, please do share any gossip you hear from him at home with us, the teacher urged. Song Ying was taken aback, pondering. Chapter 104. Just live for 3 more years and be recognized by my biological parents. The teacher's gaze was remarkably resolute, as if making a declaration under the red banner. The teacher nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely how it is. I will add you to our little group shortly. Remember, sharing is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Do not forget to relay any juicy tidbits to your classmates." Entering a new school and class filled with the offspring of the affluent, Song Ying initially felt quite apprehensive, fearing that her classmates might be difficult to get along with. She often encountered negative portrayals and scandals surrounding the wealthy online. However, her anxious disposition was swiftly overshadowed by the astonishing revelations from her teacher. Consequently, upon joining the group, she received a warm welcome, and her classmates congratulated her for being able to hear Shi Li's innermost thoughts. Song Ying mused, it truly is an elaborate performance. Scanning through the group members, she noted that Shi Li was conspicuously absent from the chat. The class held no secrets. Everyone was aware that Song Ying was the stepdaughter of Shi Xiaoshu. She had anticipated that such a convoluted relationship would invite ridicule from her peers, yet to her surprise, they expressed envy over her connection to Shi Li. The attention of everyone was not on Song Ying, the divorced mother who married into a wealthy family with a child, but rather on her frequent interactions with Shi Li. Whenever she caught wind of Shi Li's gossip, she would eagerly share it with the group. The members of this circle would inundate the chat with hungry expressions. Their performances were so convincing that Song Ying was almost led to believe them. Despite the presence of the homeroom teacher in the group, the class leader remained the most psychologically mature person among them. He remarked, "You may find it hard to believe what the teacher says, but that is of little consequence. Time will reveal all. Just observe patiently as Shi Li occasionally drifts off in class and utters peculiar remarks. Simply wait and see." Song Ying thought to herself that as long as she could hear Shi Li's thoughts today, she would have no reason for doubt. Thus, she devoted her day to closely monitoring Shi Li's behavior, eager to confirm the authenticity of this phenomenon. To her anticipation, Shi Li was particularly attentive in class today, not once drifting into thoughts of her brother, Yun He, nor engaging in internal dialogues while the teacher spoke. The class leader quipped, "A slap in the face, isn't it?" Though he had been proven wrong, he resolutely refused to concede, urging Song Ying to be patient, for triggering Shi Li's thoughts required a certain serendipity. Aside from the unexpected bombshell from the homeroom teacher that morning, Song Ying's first day at her new school went relatively well, surpassing her expectations. The teachers and classmates were amiable, and although the class format differed significantly from her previous school, Song Ying adapted quickly enough to keep pace. In the car, Song Ying appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Sister, today is my first day of school. Thank you for dropping me off. From now on, I can handle my own commute. There's no need for you to pick me up or drop me off, especially with the driver taking such a long route." Naturally, Shi Li could not afford to escort her every day, as it would add at least an hour to her travels. She nodded in agreement, of course. "From now on, you can have Uncle Bai drive you. He is quite the experienced driver and maneuvers effortlessly." Uncle Bai was Shi Li's grandmother's chauffeur, who seldom ventured out. And even when she did, it was never during peak hours. Their schedules conveniently aligned, making it ideal for Uncle Bai to handle her commutes. Upon hearing that Shi Li suggested the family chauffeur for her transport, Song Ying quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, I can take the bus to school." The driver, overhearing this from the front seat, couldn't help but chuckle. What a joke. Is there a bus that goes directly to the hillside villa? At that moment, Song Ying dismissed the notion of hearing Shi Li's thoughts as mere words spoken by her. If there are no buses, I can ride my bicycle to school. I ride quite fast. Shi Li turned to glance at her. It takes 20 minutes to drive to school. How long do you think it would take you to ride? Song Ying's eyes sparkled with playful mischief. That's easy to solve. I can ride an electric bike to school. Cars get stuck in traffic, but an electric bike won't. Shi Li fell silent, as it was rare for anyone to render her speechless. After a moment, she managed to utter, "Your mind works quite swiftly." Song Ying initially thought that Shi Li was praising her and shyly puffed out her chest, thanking her for the compliment. This left Shi Li at a loss for words, and she could only awkwardly respond with a "You're welcome." In her previous life, Shi Li had never encountered such a charming girl as Song Ying. Since they had arrived at the old residence, Shi Li followed Song Ying out of the car, intending to pay a visit to Grandma Shi. The setting sun cast a warm glow. Grandma Shi dozed off in her rocking chair beside the floor-to-ceiling window, her tablet quietly playing videos in front of her. The sound of the door opening stirred the elderly woman from her slumber, and she noticed that she had fallen asleep, with the video now advanced to the next segment. She reached out to press the pause button. Just as the television sound ceased, her granddaughter's bright voice rang out, "Grandma, I'm home." Grandma Shi turned her head and saw a youthful, radiant face. "Ali has come to see Grandma." Rising from her chair, Grandma Shi instructed Aunt Chui to wash some fruit for Shi Li. "Are you hungry? The strawberries Aunt Chui bought today are very sweet. Have a few before you start your homework." Although the elderly lady wished to keep Shi Li around, Shi Li could not refuse. She was indeed a bit hungry and wanted to sample the strawberries Aunt Chui had selected.
Aunt Cui, smiling,
brought over the freshly washed strawberries and presented them to Shi Li and Song Ying. As a family member, Shi Li felt at ease and did not hold back. Aunt Chui urged Song Ying, "Littling, you should try some too. I excel at selecting fruit." The large, red strawberries looked quite luxurious, and Song Ying hesitated to reach out, saying, "I'm not hungry, so I won't have any." Despite being the daughter of Hong Yan, Grandma Shi did not harbor any disdain for this considerate girl. She said, "Even if you're not hungry, you should try some. Young ladies like to eat fruit. It's good for beauty and health, so you should eat a bit more." Shi Li stuffed some fruit into Song Ying's mouth, urging, "Come on, eat quickly, or Grandma and Aunt Chui will be upset." The originally harmonious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a female voice. "Ali, you needn't persuade her. This girl has no worth and doesn't deserve good things." Hong appeared, disrupting the scene, and Grandma Shi's expression turned sour, her disdain for her now evident. Chapter 105. Is Hong Yan not her biological mother? Song Ying merely turned around, not having left her spot, and naturally heard Shi Li's words. Shi Li's statement was shockingly impactful, rendering even the homeroom teacher's earlier peculiar theories mundane in comparison. What did it mean to live a few more years? What did it mean to be found by one's biological parents? Did this not imply that Hong Yan was not her true mother? Moreover, it suggested she would pass away within 2 years. Observing the indifferent expressions of Shi Li and Hong Yan, she regained her composure and recalled the homeroom teacher's and class monitor's cautions. Could this be what everyone referred to as Shi Li's inner voice, which could even foresee the future? Yes, it was only she who could hear it. Neither her mother nor her grandmother could. She must not betray their trust, and should let Shi Li know that they could hear her thoughts. Song Ying adjusted her expression to avoid appearing as shocked as before. Hong shot her a glare. "Aren't you supposed to go upstairs to do your homework?
What are you doing now?"
Grandma Shi could not tolerate Hong Yan's harsh words towards a child, even though she was not her biological granddaughter. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected.
"How can you speak to a child like that?
You are a mother, after all." The weight of her statement seemed to flood Song Ying's mind. She had never doubted that Hong Yan was her biological mother, despite her mother's demeanor being far from nurturing, often laced with harshness. Song Ying felt an undeniable pang of regret for not receiving maternal affection. Parents, after all, are the closest individuals to a child upon their birth. While some shower their offspring with love, others may inflict emotional pain, and many even resort to abuse. In comparison to those who resort to physical punishment, Hong Yan could be considered a relatively good mother, as her cruelty was predominantly verbal. Song Ying often reminded herself that not all parents are destined to love their children. Yet a thorn of dissatisfaction remained lodged in her heart. However, The revelation from Shi Li that Hong Yan was not her biological mother brought an unexpected sense of relief. Regardless of whether her parents were impoverished or affluent, all Song Ying desired was a semblance of kindness, akin to the warmth she observed in the family living next door during her childhood. Within the ancestral home, Hong Yan exhibited a profound respect for everyone, including the housekeeper.
Sister Kui.
She refrained from arguing with anyone there, yet unleashed her vitriol upon her daughter. Hong Yan's expression shifted to one of indignation as she retorted, "You see, I am indeed this girl's true mother. There is no doubt about it. My reprimands are merely for her benefit, hoping she will improve." Grandma sure scoffed. This notion that a child must be chastised to become filial is nothing but futile nonsense. Constant berating will only erode a child's confidence. Since Song Ying is the daughter of the third branch, I am her grandmother, and possess the right to educate her. As long as you and the third branch reside in this home, you are forbidden from scolding this child. Otherwise, you and the third branch will have to pack your belongings and leave. Shi Li chuckled softly. "Grandma, you seem to have forgotten, when Uncle and Ms. Hong came to our home, they didn't bring any bedding with them. Everything they are using belongs to us, and you cannot let them take our belongings with them." Grandma Shi's eyes sparkled with amusement at Shi Li's cleverness. Indeed, it was she who had erred. Uncle and Ms. Hong could simply vacate without the need to gather their things. He was a slacker at the company, maintaining an extraordinarily fixed schedule, and although he had connections, his salary was not substantial, 5,000 post-tax, barely half that of the average employee. Naturally, his workload was proportionately negligible. Uncle Shi's position was akin to that of a superfluous burden on the company, a concession made by Uncle Shi towards his biological mother. Yet Hong Yan remained discontent. Being a high school graduate with no work experience and approaching middle age, her prospects for employment were limited to arduous and poorly compensated roles such as cleaning or cashiering. Hong Yan would never consider taking on such a job. However, her brother-in-law's salary was far too meager. As a sister-in-law, she felt deserving of a more favorable position. If their combined earnings reached 100,000 a month, they could afford to move out of the ancestral home, liberating themselves from the constraints of living there. They could indulge in their desires without hesitation, which was utterly delightful. Yet, her husband earned only 5,000 a month, and his annual salary was insufficient to buy her a single handbag. Although her brother-in-law's pay was low, he finished work early. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the house and inquired, "What is going on now?" Shi Li smiled lightly and replied, "It's nothing much. It's just that Ms. Hong is perhaps a bit too strict with the children. Grandma believes this may undermine their confidence and has advised Ms. Hong to be a little gentler in her discipline." Hong Yan thought to herself that this little girl certainly had a knack for distorting the truth. Was that truly what the elder had said? Well, she conceded that the elder's words were roughly of that nature. However, the tone was entirely different. The elder had told her to pack her bags and leave. Did that sound like something to be taken lightly? After all, Song Ying was her own daughter, a piece of flesh that had come from her, and certainly not her adversary. Wasn't that right? As Shi Li repeatedly referred to her as a beloved daughter and insisted she was not an enemy, Hong Yan felt a twitch in her eyelid. Those with guilty consciences cannot bear to hear such words. Hong Yan was 100% certain that her actions were flawlessly concealed. No one would ever discover them. Even if someone did, that person should certainly not be Shi Li, who was so disconnected from her affairs. When she committed those acts, Shi Li had just been born, and she had not even known the third member of the Shi family. Therefore, it was impossible for Shi Li to be aware of the truth. If that little girl had known, the matter would have spread like wildfire. Yet it had not. She mused that perhaps the girl's statement was merely a coincidence. Her husband, Shi Shao, had long felt uneasy about her attitude towards her stepdaughter. Seizing the opportunity, he gently counseled, "My mother has a point. Even between biological mothers and daughters, relationships can fray, if not nurtured. You should indeed be more gentle with Xiaoying." Hong Yan felt a pang of guilt and half-heartedly reassured her husband and in-laws, saying, "All right, I understand. I will improve." She stared at the blank workbook, unable to put pen to paper. The impact of Shi Li's two statements that evening weighed heavily on her mind. She was at a loss regarding how to process it and uncertain of her next steps. In that moment, she recalled the words of her homeroom teacher and class monitor who had advised seeking classmates' help when confronted with insurmountable problems. Hesitantly, she typed a line on the screen. "I have a problem and I'm unsure whether to discuss it. Chapter 106. Your biological parents must be aging. Naturally." The classmates engrossed in their phones received Song Ying's message, and they eagerly prepared themselves to hear the latest gossip. So, what news have you heard? Share with us. A rather mischievous emoji accompanied the message, exuding a cheeky demeanor. It's something concerning me, and I'm unsure of how to handle it. I'd like to gather everyone's opinions. Song Ying was unaware of her connection to the matter at hand, and whether her classmates would still harbor curiosity. Yet, she felt compelled to articulate her thoughts beforehand, lest she inadvertently divulge her secret, only for others to dismiss it as a trivial waste of time. Unbeknownst to her, any gossip would undoubtedly pique their interest. It mattered not whose affair it was or the nature of the topic. All would be treated with equal fascination. Furthermore, she evidently underestimated the gravity of the situation. From the tone of Shi Li, it seemed that her current mother was not her biological parent. The collective gasp from the crowd was palpable. She added, "I feel as though I will perish within 3 years." The room fell silent in disbelief. Having encountered the demise of someone before, Wei Yi's father, Shi Li's prior predictions had involved the relatives of classmates, yet never had she foretold the misfortune of a classmate themselves, particularly not in such a definitive manner. Even the most diplomatic class monitor found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to offer solace. The monitor expressed his gratitude for the trust placed in him. With teachers above him, he endeavored to relay the class's collective concern to the homeroom teacher. When he opened the chat to prompt the teacher to comfort Song Ying, he was astonished to find that among the sea of voices urging him to act, his esteemed homeroom teacher was also present. The monitor was truly at a loss for words. Was it appropriate for a teacher to delegate such significant responsibility to a mere student? After much contemplation, he managed to type a single sentence. This was certainly not out of mere curiosity. He sought to glean insights from Shi Li's ominous words to guide his classmates away from potential misfortune. To Song Ying, the monitor embodied reliability, so despite the gossip-laden nature of his message, she did not harbor any ulterior thoughts. She recounted Shi Li's original words, "If I can survive for 2 more years, my biological parents will come to find me." The eavesdroppers interjected, recognizing Shi Li's characteristic candor. Noting the weight of her words that dropped like twin bombs, the meaning eluded some, while others were eager to confront her, urging her to think before she spoke. Song Ying's biological mother had become her adoptive mother, and the prospect of her own demise within 2 years. What was there to celebrate about that? Sun Yiling, chastised by her desk mate for her lack of awareness, felt unjustly wronged. The implication was clear. If Song Ying's biological parents were to confront her adoptive mother, it suggested that the latter had not treated her well. Why else would Shi Li employ such a confrontational term? To transform from a neglectful biological mother to an adoptive one, with unknown reasons for her adoption, while her biological parents were esteemed figures, was this not a cause for celebration? As for the ominous prediction regarding Song Ying's potential demise within 2 years, there was no cause for concern. Shi Li had not been proven wrong thus far. Just as the class monitor's father had been expected to encounter trouble, it was now Su Xuejia's scoundrel of a father who faced the consequences. Such trivial matters warranted no undue worry. Song Ying was not particularly worried about her own demise. Rather, the sudden inundation of information left her feeling perplexed about her future, unsure of how to proceed. In the group chat, some members offered her comfort, with Sun Yiling being the most fervent among them. Strangely, upon seeing Sun Yiling's messages, her previously tumultuous heart found an unexpected sense of tranquility. Indeed, her life had already spiraled into chaos. The events that Shi Li had foretold could very well be a blessing in disguise for her. Hong Yan was merely her adoptive mother. Her biological parents must possess significant backgrounds. As for the notion that she was destined to face a life-threatening calamity within 2 years, knowing this in advance opened the door to potential resolution. Even if resolution were impossible, she could strive to live each day fully, cherishing her time, so that if she were to suddenly close her eyes one day, she would not feel regret. Compared to many others, she was indeed fortunate and had no reason to succumb to fear. At last, the homeroom teacher assumed a leadership role. He stated, "We now have 2 pressing issues to address: locating Song Ying's biological parents and averting her impending calamity. Given the gravity of life and death, the second matter was particularly urgent." An air of anticipation filled the room. Diverging from the main topic was a traditional talent of the students in Class 1. And as the conversation strayed further, Song Ying timidly interjected, "Excuse me, but how can we avert my calamity?" At that moment, her screen was inundated with a flurry of messages from Shi Li. Song Ying exclaimed, "Huh? Aren't we supposed to keep this a secret from Shi Li?" Chapter 107. What the homeroom teacher did for the students indeed, confidentiality regarding Shi Li was imperative. Other classmates, filled with camaraderie, began sharing strategies on how to extract information from Shi Li. As the students continued to chat animatedly, the homeroom teacher, who had been smiling at the screen, suddenly realized the impropriety of the situation. He was a teacher, not a participant in their frivolity. The fault lay with Principal L, whose indulgence in gossip alongside students had led him to lose sight of his role. While engaging banter held its charm, the futures of these students deserved his utmost attention. In his pre-holiday address, he had administered a stern warning. He could not allow the new semester to revert to chaos. Thus, as the administrator, he activated a mute all mode and declared, "You are students, your current task is to learn. Matters beyond your studies are for the teachers to resolve, so there is no need for your concern." The class monitor thought to himself, "You certainly did not say that just moments ago. After such a brief absence, your attitude has shifted." As the group leader, he refrained from silencing or removing the teacher from the chat, considering that the homeroom teacher's intentions were indeed for the benefit of the students' academic performance. Ignoring the teacher's remark was the greatest respect he could offer. After the teacher's statement, the group fell silent, leaving uncertain whether anyone had truly absorbed his words. Regardless of whether any classmates were truly attentive, the homeroom teacher's earnest desire to enhance the overall class performance was not mere rhetoric. After school, students wishing to partake in supplementary study programs could present a handwritten note from their parents to apply. The homeroom teacher had never taught students who consistently ranked at the bottom academically. He found this intolerable and was determined to elevate the class's average score this year. Originally, these sentiments were meant to be expressed on the first day of the new term during morning self-study, but with the arrival of a new student, he was preoccupied with welcoming and introducing the class, particularly highlighting Shi Li. Consequently, these prepared remarks had to be postponed until the second day of school. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher announce the extension of school hours, a majority of students expressed their displeasure. Even she felt that her efficiency in the classroom surpassed that at home, as studying at school often allowed her to complete her assignments earlier. Among her peers, Gao Yun was the sole individual unaffected by the new policy. She still attended extra classes every evening this semester and even hoped the homeroom teacher would implement a policy mandating class attendance during self-study sessions, as this would ultimately make her own efforts less burdensome. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Having improved her grades by 10 places last semester and significantly enhanced her overall standing in the school, she recognized that if she wished to maintain steady academic progress, only one path lay before her: continued diligence. The homeroom teacher, lacking considerable authority among the students due to Principal L's scrutiny, faced no overt challenge at this moment. Students genuinely invested in improving their grades would not dare to voice dissent, for there was not a single individual in the class who did not aspire to elevate their academic standing. After all, remaining in the same class as Shi Li post-division was an enticing prospect that none could resist. Even if Shi Li refrained from gossip, the mere insights into her thoughts proved captivating as long as she did not dwell on Yun-hee. The self-study sessions the homeroom teacher spoke of were not merely opportunities for students to read and complete assignments. The mathematical concepts he taught were of considerable merit. On the first evening following the senior class schedule, only half the class attended, as others were engaged in one-on-one tutoring. This arrangement left everyone feeling exhausted. Despite not receiving remuneration for teaching, the homeroom teacher voluntarily conducted lessons for the students every evening. Consequently, the duration of lessons extended, inadvertently prolonging the time spent on assignments as well. Shi Li, among those who completed work relatively swiftly, found herself sleeping half an hour later than usual, let alone her peers. The time initially envisioned for watching dramas or reading novels had now been reduced to nothing. This challenging high school experience was not new to her. Last semester, they had been a carefree class, skipping lessons while indulging in gossip. This semester, they had leapfrogged over mere effort, plunging directly into a state of relentless dedication. Unbeknownst to Shi Li, all of this stemmed from her own influence. Witnessing the revitalized atmosphere in the class, she was profoundly astonished. It turned out that her classmates could be so earnest at times. Curiosity welled up within her. What exactly had the homeroom teacher done to inspire such a transformation among them? Chapter 108. My School. Your grave another perplexing presence is Song Ing, who has recently transferred to our school. She is utterly astonished by the academic atmosphere in Class 1, where every student is diligently engaged in their studies, exhibiting a level of seriousness that is quite intimidating. In stark contrast, her previous class pales in comparison and appears almost trivial. Song Ying's academic performance has been commendable, She achieved the distinction of being the top student in her county's entrance examination. This accomplishment granted her the opportunity to attend the finest high school in the region. However, a private high school, not particularly renowned for its academic excellence, offered to waive all fees and provide her with an annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan, should she choose to enroll. In a small county, such a sum is significant. Motivated by financial necessity, Song opted for the ordinary private high school. Despite harboring lingering resentment towards her mother for this decision, she felt that she could have attended the best school in the county, but was instead relegated to a mediocre institution for monetary reasons. Nevertheless, she found herself in agreement with Hong Yan's choice, as her family was in dire need of that financial support. Song Ying firmly believed that education was a solitary endeavor, unaffected by one's surroundings. Reflecting on the tale of Mencius' mother and her 3 relocations, which illustrated the impact of environment on a person, Song Ying now recognizes the wisdom embodied by the philosopher's mother. Originally a diligent and earnest individual, she became increasingly motivated by the inspiring atmosphere of Class 1. Even someone as laid-back as Shi Li felt compelled to elevate his efforts. He feared that his top position might be jeopardized. On numerous occasions during evening study sessions, Shi Li found himself increasingly frustrated, unable to restrain his inner thoughts, which included harsh criticisms of their teacher. "We are only in our first year of high school. Must our homeroom teacher impose such extreme expectations on us, mirroring a senior's rigorous schedule?" He mused. Has he perhaps suffered a breakup, channeling his despair into the torment of his students for his own amusement? At nearly 30 years of age, how is it that he remains single? Shouldn't he be concerned about that? The collective sentiment echoed among his classmates. That's quite painful, my friend. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher, seated at the podium, felt as though daggers were being thrust into his heart. He had never anticipated that the earliest pressure to marry would not stem from his family, but rather from his own students urging him to find a girlfriend. The rest of the class had already reached their breaking point with the intense study regimen and had begun to vent their frustrations silently. Upon hearing Shi Li's inner monologue, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. There was no denying that while they too had been silently criticizing the teacher, the impact of Shi Li's outspoken remarks resonated more profoundly. After all, his sharp tongue was not only heard but had become an act of defiance against their teacher. For Song Ying, witnessing this exchange was a new experience, and she worried that the teacher might take note of Shi Li's candid thoughts. Sitting in the front row, she could easily glimpse the teacher's expression, a high-definition portrayal of his demeanor. Song Ying cautiously observed the expression on her homeroom teacher's face, finding no signs of displeasure. Yet, she remained uneasy. Throughout the night, she could not settle her mind to study. Her thoughts drifted persistently. Surely, a man of his stature would not be as petty as her cousin, Shi Li. After all, he was a teacher and she was a student. Perhaps he would be magnanimous. However, Song Ying pondered that when men become petty, they can rival even the most spiteful of women. She had seen many men with minds as narrow as a needle's eye. Despite his impressive appearance, it was entirely possible that he harbored a meticulous nature behind the scenes. Song Ying's thoughts accelerated to the point where she envisioned herself apologizing to the teacher on behalf of Shi Li after school, to avoid any potential retribution. She reflected that speaking one's mind is not always prudent. Gossiping about others is a common human experience, after all. Yet, the most dreadful scenario is when such candid thoughts are overheard by the very subject of criticism. Thus, after school, under the pretense of needing help with a math problem, she waited until the classroom was empty before timidly approaching her teacher. "Sir," Shi Li meant no harm with her words. "Please, be magnanimous." The teacher had long sensed her gaze upon him, though he could not fathom the reason until now. He chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I have grown accustomed to it and have no intention of holding a grudge against her. After all, thanks to Shi Li, I was able to save face." Song Ying remarked. "Accustomed to it? You city folk truly know how to handle such matters." The teacher reflected that Shi Li was indeed his prized student, and he dared not confront her. As long as she did not undermine him publicly and only chastised him in her heart, he would not take offense. As the top student in his class, Shi Li was astonished that the teacher had not used their physical education class for additional study. Regardless of the school, physical education is often the most beloved subject. In the second semester of their first year, the curriculum included tennis. The first principal of Qianpu possessed remarkable foresight, securing dozens of hectares of land during a time when property values were low. The administrative and teaching buildings of Qianpu High School occupy more space than those of typical schools, yet in the entire campus, the teaching area is relatively modest. This is primarily because Qianpu's gymnasium connects to the rear mountains, behind which lies a vast expanse of undeveloped greenery. While at home, Shirley had overheard discussions among family members about the board of trustees deliberating the use of this green space. Some suggested constructing a golf course to enrich students' extracurricular time, while others proposed building additional laboratories to enhance students' practical skills for future innovation competitions, ultimately securing spots in prestigious schools, which would benefit the school's enrollment. There were myriad ideas, and none could persuade the others. Every time the board gathered to discuss the allocation of this green space, arguments ensued, leading to its indefinite postponement. At this moment, Shirley found herself reminiscing about the verdant expanse of the back mountain, prompted by the sight of Song Ying clumsily playing tennis not far away. This connection, in part, intertwined with the circumstances surrounding Song Ying's biological parents. This event transpired after Shirley's graduation from middle school. Shi Li Investment had purchased all the undeveloped land from the school at an exorbitant price. Upon sensing Shirley's thoughts, the others ceased their activities, feigning fatigue to wipe their brows and sip water, gravitating towards her side. As long as Shirley was not yearning for her brother Yun He, her musings were of great interest to them. Shirley had just mentioned Shi Li Investment, and the prospect of potential business opportunities warranted their attention. The school board had yet to determine the purpose of the land, and considering the substantial offer made by Shi Li Investment, the decision to sell such a large parcel was made. This choice contradicted ancestral decisions and nearly jeopardized the decades-long legacy of Qianpu. While Song Ying was being corrected in her technique by the physical education teacher, she faintly caught wind of Shirley's thoughts. Observing her classmates' movements, she could surmise the reason behind their actions. After much hesitation, she requested a brief respite from her teacher to fetch some water, and upon receiving permission, hurried toward Shirley. Mr. Su had buried Song Ying's ashes at the back mountain of Qianpu. As she rushed over, Song Ying was taken aback, as were her classmates, exclaiming in astonishment at the revelation of their school's cemetery. Chapter 109. The Back Mountain Burial Case? The implications of the situation were quite explosive, as many students' parents expressed discontent regarding the school's proximity to the graveyard. Business-minded individuals, steeped in superstition, believed that children with weak destinies might be adversely affected by the malevolent spirits associated with such places, leading to illness. Parents contemplating enrolling their children at Qianpu reconsidered, and many others began the process of transferring their children away from the institution. Consequently, Qianpu experienced a decline in student enrollment, revealing signs of distress. Mr. Su of Shi Li Investment, however, opposed this trend, as he was not a competitor of Qianpu. Rather, he was drawn to the favorable feng shui of the back mountain. He believed that since Song Ying cherished education but could not attend Qianpu in life, allowing her to rest nearby after death served as a form of solace for her spirit. The school administration dispatched representatives to negotiate with Mr. Su, articulating the challenges the institution faced due to this situation, hoping for his understanding. Although Qianpu was merely a school, its underlying societal influence was immeasurable. The student body comprised children from affluent families, many of whom achieved remarkable success after leaving the institution. Consequently, those connected to the school garnered a certain respect in society. Even if one were not an alumnus of Qianpu, their superiors or their children might have been. The arguments presented were quite logical, after all. It was merely the grave of a young girl. What malevolence could arise from that? We live in a new era, free from such superstitions. Furthermore, numerous educational institutions were built upon burial grounds, and their students thrived without issue. Why should Qianpu be any different? This exemplified the resistance to cooperation. The negotiation faltered, and Qianpu ultimately retreated, changing the location of the school. As an outsider, Shirley could somewhat comprehend President Su's perspective. After all, he had the means. The land I purchased allows me to bury my daughter where I deem the feng shui favorable. What is wrong with that? At the same moment, Song Ying and her classmates turned their gazes toward the back mountain. Song Ying pondered, is this where I am to be buried in the future? Meanwhile, her classmates couldn't help but think that such a vast expanse of land, solely for the burial of Song Ying, seemed excessively extravagant. The divergent thoughts of these two groups swiftly converged on a singular inquiry. Why was Song Ying to be interred in the school's back mountain? Did this have any relation to her demise? Having seen numerous social news reports, they recalled the case of the buried corpse on the playground, leading them to conclude that President Su from Shi Li was probably linked to Song Ying's untimely death. Perhaps, during her school days, Song Ying had uncovered some unspeakable secrets of the back mountain, prompting this band of villains to cruelly eliminate the helpless and innocent Song-ing there. They believed that misdeeds would inevitably lead to one's downfall, and thus President Su's malevolence would be unveiled by the scrutinizing police. What was meant to be a beacon of hope, this school, had become a graveyard for students whose deaths were lamentable. Online, suspicions arose regarding a collusion between the school and President Su as the institution faced severe backlash, discouraging academically gifted common children from enrolling. As for the privileged, they would certainly refrain from sending their children there. Song Ying's tragic fate undoubtedly harbored deep grievances, causing a sharp decline in student enrollment. Hence Shi Li remarked that the school's decades-old foundation was shaken. This individual felt quite justified in their assertions. Consequently, the image of President Su, appearing in Shi Li's thoughts alongside Song Ying, morphed into that of the sole perpetrator of her misfortunes. Imaginative classmates began advising Song Ying to steer clear of the back mountain and distance herself from President Su to avoid danger. Song Ying found merit in her classmates' words and assured them in the group chat, "Rest assured, I value my life greatly and will certainly keep my distance from that so-called President Su." Many others felt disillusioned, realizing that President Su, who outwardly presented himself as a refined scion of a prominent family, harbored a ruthless nature behind closed doors. What was there to be disillusioned about? Wei's father, for all his apparent devotion to his wife, still managed to maintain clandestine affairs, fathering 7 illegitimate children. Upon hearing this for the first time, Song Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it truly that severe? Wei was present in the chat group, and was it truly acceptable to speak so openly about her father? Everyone had long grown accustomed to jesting about Wei's father, even bringing up the deceased for a bit of macabre humor. When others criticized her biological father, Wei remained unfazed and occasionally joined in the banter. Shi Li was beginning to ascertain where she would be laid to rest in the future, but she still needed to delve deeper into the matter of who had taken her life. Investment firms seldom occupy the public's attention. Thus, it was Song Ying's first encounter with Shi Li Investment, let alone with President Su of the firm. Upon delving into the encyclopedia entry, she found an impressive array of credentials. In essence, he was a person of both privilege and capability. Faced with a plethora of investment-related jargon, Song Ying, a novice to such matters, felt somewhat overwhelmed. It spoke of President Su's romantic escapades. When speaking of Mr. Su, one cannot help but think of his wife, who hails from a Cinderella-like background. Although the veracity of this tale remains uncertain, it does not diminish Shi Li's fascination with it. Indeed, compared to the rather technical profile of Mr. Su, she finds herself far more captivated by the love stories of celebrities. After reading through the account, she proceeded to the next article. There were also irresponsible marketing accounts that disseminated information about Mrs. Su, such as her age, birthday, and address, accompanied by a heavily distorted photograph from many years ago. The girl in the photo, captured in her youth, radiated a smile filled with youthful collagen. While she may not be the most strikingly beautiful girl, Shi Li herself surpasses her in beauty. However, the woman's smile possesses an infectious charm and captivating allure. Gazing into the woman's eyes in the photograph, Song Ying felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, thinking that Mrs. Su exudes a remarkable amiability. Chapter 110. Am I not the one who was harmed by Mr. Su? During physical education class, the consensus emerged that Song Ying had fallen victim to an assault on the school's back mountain. From that moment on, she became the focal point of protection for the entire class. Any movement towards secluded areas was avoided whenever possible, if avoidance was not an option. A group would accompany her without fail. Mr. Su, no matter how reckless, had to consider the repercussions of his actions. After a month of intense studying, the students finally faced their first monthly examination since the beginning of the term. The confident expressions on the faces of the classmates indicated their strong belief in their performance for this test. Well, this could also be regarded as a misunderstanding. The relaxed demeanor on their faces was not due to a belief that the exam content was easy, but rather because they relished the fact that they would not have to attend evening study sessions on the night of the exam. It must be said that the homeroom teacher was still quite young. With the knowledge already ingrained in their minds, studying an extra 2 hours the night before would ultimately have little impact. Thus, they decided to forego studying altogether and enjoy a delightful evening instead, which might even lead to exceptional performance the following day. A significant portion of the class had one-on-one tutoring sessions that evening, leaving only a small group, without such commitments, who decided to go out for a nice meal. Shi Li had been encouraged for quite some time, but had no one to accompany her. Seizing the opportunity with a larger group, she proposed going to dine at a particular place. This suggestion, made by Shi Li, was met with unanimous agreement. They hailed several taxis at the school gate, and upon entering, they informed the drivers of their destination. Shirley sat in the front passenger seat of the first taxi, accompanied only by girls. The driver glanced at Shirley's map and kindly advised them, as young ladies, you should be cautious when heading to that location. The driver, warm-hearted and chatty, noticed the girls' stylish attire, perceiving them as well-behaved students akin to his own kin, and felt compelled to offer further warnings. This area is known for its troublemakers, particularly those unruly youths who tend to bully young ladies.
Please take care.
Shirley appreciated the driver's thoughtful caution and replied, Thank you for your concern. We also have several male classmates joining us, so I believe those ruffians will think twice if they see boys in our company. This indeed was the case. Very well, then, the driver responded. The distance from the entrance of Qianpu School to the destination was somewhat considerable. After the driver had alerted a few passengers, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the interior of the taxi. Shirley, clutching her navigation device, inadvertently clicked on a vocational school near their destination, which displayed the full name of the institution along with a photograph of its entrance, exactly as the driver had described. The name began to ring a bell for Shirley. It seemed she had encountered it before. Once alighted, a flash of realization struck her mind.
Yes.
Hong Yan brought Song Ying to the school. Her statement, lacking context, left her fellow passengers perplexed, including Song Ying herself. Under the scrutinizing gazes of her companions, Song Ying, though she had heard, appeared unaffected, maintaining her usual composure as she shifted from the back seat. The taxi halted outside a restaurant, and after everyone disembarked, they entered together. Given that it was a weekday, the establishment was not particularly crowded, devoid of the long queues Shirley had seen online. The restaurant offered delightful flavors that pleased everyone. The young diners ate swiftly, finishing their meal before the surrounding tables filled up. As Shirley approached the front desk to settle the bill, she glanced at the time. It was still before 6 o'clock, and the sky had yet to fully darken. Since the location was within a residential area and somewhat remote, hailing a taxi required venturing to the main road outside the complex. Given their numbers, they felt secure, and thus, they made their way toward the navigation's directed route. This area, an old district, bore the marks of neglect, with many infrastructures in disrepair. The streetlights flickered inconsistently, relying on the whims of the day. As the group passed a shadowy corner, they heard sharp sounds accompanied by harsh curses and the pitiful whimpers of someone pleading. Gu Yuqing switched on her phone's flashlight, leading the way with Shirley's arm linked with hers, whispering to Shi Li and their classmates, It seems we've stumbled upon a scene of conflict. A few boys stepped forward protectively, positioning themselves in front of the female students. Shi Li murmured softly, It doesn't seem like a fight. It appears to be one-sided. At that moment, she pondered the necessity of alerting the authorities but hesitated, fearing that by the time police arrived, the assailants would have fled. As an advocate for justice, Shirley activated her phone's camera. One of the male students stepped forward, admonishing, What are you doing? The aggressive girl, taken aback by the reprimand, retorted, Mind your own business. This doesn't concern you. The girl, dressed in an edgy style, had intended to intimidate the group, instructing them on what to say and what not to. However, upon realizing that their numbers were significantly greater, and that the demeanor of the opposing group suggested they were not to be trifled with, the delinquents scattered like startled birds, leaving the assaulted girl behind. The boys hesitated to approach the girl, who appeared disheveled and partially exposed, so the female classmates stepped in to assist her. Song Ying draped her jacket over the girl's shoulders and offered her a tissue to dry her tears, saying, Are you all right?
We can take you to report this.
The others echoed in agreement, assuring her that they had recorded a video as evidence, urging her not to fear, for they were all her witnesses. The half-minute video played silently, ultimately freezing on the face of a heavily made-up girl. This visage struck a chord of familiarity within Shirley. These girls seemed somewhat familiar. Noticing Shirley's prolonged silence, Song Ying leaned closer and inquired if she recognized the girl. Song Ying's voice served as a catalyst for Shi Li's recollection. She suddenly realized the source of her familiarity. I remember now. That girl with purple hair is the very one who relentlessly bullied Song Ying, ultimately leading to Song Ying's mental breakdown and tragic suicide by jumping from a building. The reason for the familiarity stemmed from Shi Li having seen her unadorned mugshot upon her incarceration. It was only after Song Ying's demise that the Shi family became aware of her plight and managed to incarcerate the group of bullies. However, as they were minors at the time, even the Shi family, despite their efforts to bring them to justice, saw them released shortly thereafter. Shi Li later learned that these young delinquents, upon their release, continued to exhibit their brazen behavior. Yet, not long after, each met a grim fate. Songing, what? So I wasn't killed by Su Xing from Shi Tai Investment? Others, what? So she wasn't killed by Su Xing from Shi Tai Investment? This raises a pressing question. If it was not Su Xing who harmed Songing, then why did Mr. Su bury her behind the school?